Dear Chen Yuan, you have been admitted to Shenzhen University as an undergraduate student in education. Please report with this admission letter. The specific registration time is provided in the freshman enrollment guide. Outside, the heat shimmered, warping the view, while the room stayed cool and pleasant. Chen Yuan sat by the window, clutching the hard cover of the admission notice, muttering to himself, education. Why education? I clearly applied for Chinese language and literature. The good news, he had been admitted to his ideal university. The bad news, he had been reassigned to a major he hadn't chosen. Suddenly a voice sounded in Chen Yuan's mind. Ding! The system detected that the host had successfully entered university. The wonderful life system was now bound. For a wonderful life, the most important thing is money. Money can solve 99% of life's troubles. The remaining 1% cannot be solved only because there isn't enough money. Reward $100 million every day. Note all system funds come from fund dividends, stock markets, futures, cryptocurrency markets. Taxes are paid in accordance with Chinese law. The funds are transparent and legal, so the host need not worry about their source. Explore more system functions on your own. Now please begin your wonderful life. Chen Yuan froze. The voice in his mind had been crystal clear. He understood every word, but when placed together they stopped making sense. What did reward $100 million every day even mean? Was this still Mandarin? At the same time, a panel screen appeared in front of him, as if projected directly onto his retina. When he turned his head, the panel moved with his gaze. Host Chen Yuan. Assets 910.91. Daily funds 716630000 withdrawable. Chen Yuan tapped the withdrawal button without thinking. Then the system panel flickered. Host Chen Yuan. Assets 716630910. 91. Daily funds already withdrawn today. Please come back tomorrow. It went through. Wait, where's the money? Subconsciously, Chen Yuan took his phone from his pocket. When the screen lit up, he saw a text message beginning with a green bubble. The rest was hidden, but the first 4 characters made his heart skip a beat. ICBC. Chen Yuan hurriedly opened his phone. Your card ending in 9527 received a transfer of 7166300 at 931. Current balance 716630910. 91. It was real. The system really had given him $100 million after conversion of full 716. 63 million. $100 million a day. That would be 36.5 billion a year, and over a lifetime 3 trillion. The equivalent of an apple. Chen Yuan opened the ICBC app again. Though mostly convinced, he still wanted to make sure this was not a prank message sent to mock him. He opened the ICBC app, entered his password, and reached the home page, only to find it completely transformed. The once clean and orderly interface had put on a new skin. Many icons had turned white gold. Chen Yuan tapped into his personal page. There beside his name was a badge, private banking level platinum card. Farther down was my assets. My assets 716630910. 91. Chen Yuan involuntarily took a deep breath, then held it. Even if someone was pranking him, sending a text message was one thing, but they couldn't have hacked the ICBC app, which meant the system was real. He really had the system, and it gave him $100 million every day. Only when he was about to run out of breath did he start gasping, an uncontrollable wild grin spreading across his face. As for the major reassignment, it was already thrown to the back of his mind. Money flows to me like a tide. Only today do I know who I am. After confirming it was real, Chen Yuan's first move was not to spend, but to shout recklessly, as if venting something. As a high school graduate who had just finished the Gaokao after 3 years of intense pressure, it was impossible for Chen Yuan to say his stress wasn't great. Especially after learning he had been reassigned, a sudden sense of disorientation had crept in. But now that he was certain he truly had the system, where was there any room for stress or confusion? What are you yelling about upstairs? Some of us are still sleeping this early. A shrill woman's voice came through the window. It was Aunt Wong from downstairs. As expected of Aunt Wong, her voice carried even better than Chen Yuan's shout. Oh, Chen Yuan stopped at once, embarrassed. It was because his high school habit of waking up at 6:50 every morning had kept his biological clock from resetting. For most people, 9 a.m. was still sleeping time. He had disturbed the neighborhood. Falling silent, Chen Yuan rubbed his hands together, momentarily unsure what to do. Go shopping. What could he buy in a small county town? The fanciest places were restaurants and KTV. There wasn't even a car dealership. Go out. Apart from internet cafes, there were only KTVs and the county's single cinema. What else could he do? Just as he was at a loss, a call came in. Chen Yuan picked it up and saw an unfamiliar official number from Harbin, the capital of Heilongjiang province. Chen Yuan answered. Good morning, Mr. Chen. A woman's voice came through, intellectual and elegant, somewhat like the voice actress behind Nolan in iApartment. Such a pleasant voice was rare in Northeast China. I am your private client manager from ICBC's Heilongjiang branch No. 001112, Jiang Yue. It is a pleasure to serve you. When scrolling through Douyin, Chen Yuan had seen videos about banking. Wealthy people had private bankers. If you deposited tens of millions, your private banker would be more attentive than your own secretary, catering nearly every need. He hadn't expected to have his own private banker today. Forcing calmness, Chen Yuan said, Hello, is there anything I can help you with? The elegant voice spoke again while Mr. Chen, your current bank card can no longer match your cash tier. We sincerely invite you to become an ICBC Diamond Card client. If it's convenient, we can visit your residence to complete the process in person, or you may come to our Heilongjiang branch in person. Listening to the voice on the phone, Chen Yuan paced back and forth. The system was truly magical. There was no need to worry about the source of funds. The bank hadn't doubted it at all, and was even inviting him to upgrade his card. Relieved, Chen Yuan decided to go to Harbin. There was nowhere worth spending money in the county town, but Harbin, as the provincial capital, certainly had places. Chen Yuan immediately decided to head to Harbin. If you plan to visit our bank in person, we can arrange a private car to pick you up. Would that be necessary? Chen Yuan, very necessary. Whose car is this? Such a long Mercedes. You don't know it, do you? This is a Maybach. See that badge? It's far more impressive than an ordinary Mercedes. But who in our compound could afford a car like this? Who knows? It doesn't matter what it is. I ride my tricycle all over the county just the same. What is that lady here for? She seems to be waiting for someone. Probably someone's relative. In front of building 2, many people gathered around the car. Jiang Yue looked around quietly, wondering why her client lived in such a place, but her face showed nothing. She stood calmly by the car waiting for Chen Yuan to arrive. Her clearance did not allow her to view Chen Yuan's other records. She knew only his age and appearance, and that today he had deposited 700 million yuan at ICBC. Beyond that, she knew nothing. Chen Yuan came downstairs and walked out of the entrance, only to see a Maybach parked right in front of him. The Maybach's body was exceptionally long, with the classic two-tone paint champagne gold below, deep blue above. It exuded presence, and the classic Maybach emblem sat at the center of each disc-style wheel. Beside the Maybach stood a woman whose presence was no less striking than the car's. Her tailored black suit was elegant, her long legs and dark stockings, and she wore glossy black high heels. The woman's features were sharp, her makeup immaculate, and her eyes cool and distant. Her whole appearance gave off a composed, mature presence. For a moment, Chen Yuan didn't know whether to look at the car or at her. Jiang Yue, however, recognized Chen Yuan at once. Taking quick, brisk steps, she soon reached him and extended a slender hand. The coldness in her eyes faded into a warm, professional smile. "Hello, Mr. Chen. I'm Jiang Yue. We spoke on the phone." Her voice was even more pleasant than it had been on the phone. Slightly flustered, Chen Yuan reached out and shook her hand. Hello, Miss Jiang." It was the first time he had money and was treated this way, so Chen Yuan still felt a little out of place. "Mr. Chen, it's hot outside. Please get in the car." Jiang Yue made a gesture inviting him in. Every move conveyed warmth and respect, and a faint smile remained on her face. How powerful human adaptability is. Chen Yuan quickly forced himself to calm down. Without a word, he gave a subtle nod. Jiang Yue opened the passenger side rear door, the boss seat, and Chen Yuan got straight in. Only after he was settled did she gently close the door, walk around to the left side, and get into the back seat. "Mr. Chen, we have bottled water, cola, and red wine. What would you like?" Jiang Yue asked. Chen Yuan was busy examining the Maybach's interior with curiosity, so he answered no need absent-mindedly, and went back to studying its structure. It really was a Maybach. The rear seats were extremely comfortable. The legroom was enormous. Stretching out his leg, he could only just reach the front passenger seat. Everywhere his fingers touched was wrapped in white leather with an exceptionally smooth feel. On the door panel were buttons for adjusting the seat back, leg rest, ventilation, and massage, all wonderfully tactile. Now this was a luxury car. He never thought he would one day ride in a Maybach. While he was adjusting the seat, the driver started the engine and slowly pulled out of the compound. At the usual gossip spot by the roadside, several elderly residents in their 60s and 70s started chatting again. "Wasn't that old Chen's grandson from the 3rd floor who just got into the car? Seems like it. Since when did the Chens have such wealthy relatives?" "You're right. Old Chen is lucky. His son is a veteran teacher at the county's No. 1 high school. His daughter-in-law is an OBGYN at the county hospital, and his grandson reportedly scored over 600 on this year's Gaokao. Look at them, then look at us. My granddaughter's studies are absolutely worthless. She runs around all day and stays out all night raising hell. Her father is worried sick." The Maybach sound insulation was excellent. As it drove, almost no noise reached his ears. The seat offered both ventilation and massage, features his father's old Toyota didn't have. A faint fragrance lingered in the car. Maybe it wasn't an air freshener, but the perfume of the woman beside him. "Miss Jiang, how much does this car cost?" Chen Yuan couldn't help asking. Jiang Yue replied, "It costs about 4.5 million out the door." "Mr. Chen, are you thinking of buying a car?" Chen Yuan nodded. "There is a Mercedes-Benz Star 4S dealership on Airport Road. If you'd like to buy a car, I can arrange it for you." Jiang Yue said. "Is that so? Can we go today?" Chen Yuan was not one to procrastinate. He always preferred sooner rather than later. "Of course." Jiang Yue smiled. "Let me know what time suits you. Shall we go after you finish at the bank?" Chen Yuan nodded. "Yes. All right, Mr. Chen. I'll contact them right away." Chen Yuan let out a breath, unable to resist the thought. It was great to have money. For handling paperwork, he not only had a personal attendant, but also a Maybach to pick him up and drop him off. Now that he had a need, people were eager to help. Was this the charm of wealth? Chen Yuan couldn't help liking it. Just by saying a few words, he could have others run themselves ragged for him. The scenery outside the window changed, and soon the car left the national highway onto the Hezhou Expressway. The weather was beautiful with a cloudless sky. On both sides of the road stretched endless cornfields. Vague hunched figures could be seen moving among the crops, and large agricultural machines worked in the fields. He had heard that these days one person with one machine could farm over 1,000 mu of land. Sunny day expressway Maybach. Even at high speed, almost no vibration could be felt inside. A Maybach was still a Mercedes-Benz, and the ambient lighting inside was stunning. Even in daylight, the purple glow was clearly visible, not just on the doors, but also along the speakers, the front passenger seat, and the rear parcel shelf behind them, making the cabin feel as dreamy as a spaceship. Staring out the window, Chen Yuan's mind was already planning the future. Of course he would go to college. He'd never heard of a rich heir skipping college. Even with money you had to go, otherwise the moment you spoke people would think you were just an illiterate nouveau riche. That wouldn't do. He had fully accepted the major adjustment. And he'd heard that education programs had far more female students than male. At that thought, Chen Yuan couldn't help the corners of his mouth lifting. He felt even more anticipation for university. But then, how should he explain things to his parents? Now that he had money, Chen Yuan naturally wanted to share the joy with his parents. But for the life of him, he couldn't think of a plausible reason for the sudden fortune. After all, a system had fallen from the sky, a plot straight out of a novel. How could he explain that? Even if he tried, his parents probably wouldn't believe him. Wait, a novel? An idea suddenly struck Chen Yuan. Since middle school, he had loved reading web novels. Not only that, in high school, he had even written a few chapters himself, only giving it up because of academic pressure. Now it was clearly the best excuse to give his parents. Plenty of authors had achieved financial freedom by writing novels, so Chen Yuan could simply say he was an online novelist and that the money was his royalties. As for what his novel was called, please, what author would willingly reveal their pen name? Even if asked, he wouldn't say. Chen Yuan's hometown Jiayuan County was not far from Harbin. After the Hezhou Expressway opened, it was only an hour's drive, and he had visited the provincial capital many times before. But never had he arrived like this. He rode in a Maybach with a beautiful bank butler seated beside him and a driver in a black suit and white gloves at the wheel. The bank was highly efficient. In just 20 minutes, Chen Yuan received his new bank card. It felt thick and substantial in his hand, carrying more weight than his previous cards. It was physically heavier. The card was predominantly jet black, with a blooming peony outlined in gold thread at the center surrounded by gold-woven borders, making it highly distinctive. Hence it was also called the Black Peony Card. While getting the card, Chen Yuan was persuaded to deposit 100 million yuan in a fixed term for 3 years. Chen Yuan didn't mind much. Another 100 million USD would arrive tomorrow anyway. If that 100 million couldn't be withdrawn for 3 years, so be it. After the card was issued, Jiang Yue led Chen Yuan out of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China Harbin branch headquarters and back into the Maybach. Miss Jiang, are you coming with me to buy a car? Chen Yuan couldn't help asking. Jiang Yue nodded, her face always carrying a smile, but now the smile held a touch more sincerity. The joy of securing a major deal. In this economic climate, where could one find a client depositing 100 million in fixed deposits? Jiang Yue said earnestly, yes, Mr. Chen. My job is to serve you, whether it's financial matters or daily life issues. I'll do my utmost to resolve them. Am I your only client? Chen Yuan couldn't help asking. Not exactly, but you are my most important client, Jiang Yue replied. Chen Yuan nodded, satisfied with her answer. Having an elegant older sister accompany him to buy a car was something he was willing to accept. By the way, I plan to stay in Harbin tonight. Do you have any hotel recommendations? Chen Yuan asked. He intended to spend a few days in the city before returning to the county. The best hotel in Harbin should be the Ritz-Carlton. It's the only luxury hotel in Harbin that matches your status. Oh, you can check your private banking app. There's a reward mall where you can redeem a room at the Ritz-Carlton. Chen Yuan's eyes lit up, and he opened the private banking app. The reward mall displayed a dazzling array of items available for points redemption. Besides the Ritz-Carlton room, Jiang Yue mentioned there were many other items: business suites at other high-end hotels, domestic business class tickets on various airlines, and the latest iPhone 15. It wasn't limited to Heilongjiang province. Any company with business ties to ICBC offered redeemable items. Points were easy to earn, coming from 3 channels: deposits, loans, and purchasing wealth management products. With 100 million fixed deposit, Chen Yuan had plenty of points. He calculated they could redeem 2 iPhone 15 Pro Max units, 3 nights in a Ritz-Carlton Riverview suite, and a round-trip business class ticket from Harbin to Shenzhen. However, Chen Yuan didn't use points. As a billionaire, how could he settle for a Riverview suite? He had to book the presidential suite. The bank's perks were no longer worthy of his style. Chen Yuan opened the Ritz-Carlton official website, found the Harbin reservation page, and scrolled straight to the bottom. Ritz-Carlton suite, 58233 yuan night. Chen Yuan rubbed his eyes. Then he glanced at the executive Riverview suite above. Executive Riverview suite, 5233 yuan night. He hadn't misread. The Ritz-Carlton suite was 5800 yuan per night, 10 times the price of the next tier. Who could possibly afford a room costing 5800 yuan a night? Chen Yuan couldn't help wondering. Living in a small county, his family was fairly well off. His father was a senior middle school teacher, and his mother was the head of obstetrics at the county hospital. Chen Yuan knew many people in the county and towns earned less than 300 yuan a month. That meant an ordinary person's annual salary couldn't even pay for one night here. Who would stay here? Chen Yuan looked at the car window, which reflected his handsome face, strikingly similar to Peng Yuyin, with thick eyebrows, a high nose bridge, sharp jawline, and a neat short hairstyle. It's someone like me who gets 100 million USD in pocket money every day. The Mercedes-Benz Star 4S shop was on Airport Road, also in Daily District, not far away. Just over 20 minutes later they arrived. The Mercedes-Benz Star 4S shop occupied a large area with a giant three-pointed star emblem mounted on the wall. Prestige. Chen Yuan couldn't contain his excitement. He was about to become a proud Maybach owner. The Maybach pulled up slowly in front of the shop. Jiang Yue was about to get out and open the door for Chen Yuan, but he had already stepped out on his own. Chen Yuan could barely wait. Inside the shop it was somewhat empty, with only a young couple looking at cars. A salesperson followed them, introducing models. Other salespeople were gathered in the lounge area chatting. Suddenly, they noticed a Maybach slowly approaching and stopping at the entrance. Someone's here. Hey, isn't that Maybach from ICBC? Looks like it. Is the bank buying another car? Haven't you checked the work group? Sister Lin said a VIP client from the bank is coming to see cars today. Look, Sister Lin has already gone to receive them. If Sister Lin is there, you'd better stop chatting, or she'll scold us for slacking off. Let's disperse and get back to work. As Chen Yuan stepped out of the car, a stunning woman in her mid-30s approached. She wore a white blouse under a dark blue suit matching long suit pants and high heels. A classic sales outfit, but the suit color suggested she wasn't an ordinary salesperson. Hello, Mr. Chen, the woman said warmly, clearly informed about him by Jiang Yue. I'm Linda, the sales director of Mercedes-Benz Star. You can call me that. A foreigner, Chen Yuan thought. Though he didn't understand why a sales manager would adopt a foreign name, Chen Yuan chose to respect it and greeted the beautiful woman Linda. Miss Jiang has already communicated with me. You need a Maybach in stock, right? Chen Yuan nodded. Then please come this way, Mr. Chen. We currently have 4 Maybachs in stock. I believe one will suit you. As a high-end brand, Maybach typically requires custom ordering, and then the factory produces it, which means waiting over half a year for delivery. Chen Yuan was leaving for Shenzhen in half a month to start school, so he didn't have time to wait. Even if he did, he didn't want to wait. Not even a day. Currently, we have 2 Maybach S480s, 1 Maybach S680, and 1 Maybach GLS 600 in stock, Linda introduced. Chen Yuan waved his hand. Skip the S480. Take me to see the S680 and the GLS 600. Even though Chen Yuan had never been able to afford a Maybach before, he knew enough to understand that those who buy the S480 are those who can't afford the S680. This is a Maybach GLS 600, the Extreme Night Edition, the only one of its kind in all of Harbin. Every optional feature has been maxed out. It comes with 23-inch wheels, the Extreme Night package, crystal white interior leather, the top-tier Burmester sound system, and the genuine leather package. Everything is included. Chen Yuan asked curiously. Usually Maybach buyers customize their own cars. So who customized this one? Linda enthusiastically explained. The customization work for this car was done by our Mercedes designers. Some clients may not trust their own aesthetic judgment, so they leave it entirely to our designers. Chen Yuan nodded in understanding. I see. May I take a look inside? Linda naturally had no objection. Of course, Mr. Chen, please go ahead. Settling into the driver's seat, Chen Yuan had already experienced the Maybach seats. Exceptionally wide with plush cushioning and exquisite leather texture, far beyond what any budget family car could offer. The pink ambient lighting could be adjusted to various colors, and every visible light source was soft and gentle on the eyes. This was because the light came from embedded strips reflecting without exposing the bulbs themselves. The dashboard, center console, door panels, footwells, air vents, and even the speakers were all equipped with ambient lighting, exuding luxury while also embracing a youthful romanticism. Gripping the steering wheel, Chen Yuan cried out inwardly. Elegant, so elegant. This is the one. Driving a Maybach S680 would make him look like a chauffeur. It couldn't match the imposing presence of the GLS 600. And in the Northeast, who cares about a Maybach S680? What you want is a massive SUV. What you want is an imposing exterior. This Maybach GLS 600 measured 5.32 meters in length and 1.83 meters in height. The three-pointed star on the hood illuminated the path ahead. The interior ambient lighting ignited a romantic flame, and the rear seat, refrigerator, and sofa were perfect for the family. Chen Yuan pulled out the black peony bank card he had just obtained. I'll take this one. Swipe the card. Linda showed no surprise on her face. She first led Chen Yuan to the lounge area and had an intern bring some desserts and drinks, then went to prepare the contract. The intern brought 3 different beverages, 3 crystal glasses placed on the coffee table, 1 orange juice, 1 coffee, and 1 sparkling water. Chen Yuan picked up the orange juice, took a sip, and glanced at Jiang Yue sitting beside him. Jiang Yue had her legs crossed, sitting with exquisite poise, her black stockings tightly outlining the curves of her calves, a sight that was truly refreshing. Chen Yuan secretly canceled his auto-aim and said, "Thank you for accompanying me all day today, Miss Jiang." Jiang Yue could feel Chen Yuan's gaze, but didn't find it offensive. Her face slightly flushed as she explained, "It's not tiring. It's my job to serve you." She paused, then added, "Congratulations on your new car, Mr. Chen. Although he had only obtained the system less than a day ago, Chen Yuan had already fully experienced the charm of wealth. Everyone he interacted with showed him deep respect, addressing him as Mr. Chen, without any hint of presumption. Chen Yuan smiled. You don't have to keep calling me Mr. Chen. It makes me feel old. Zhang Yue's face reddened even more. Then how should I address you? In truth, Zhang Yue had never encountered such a young client before. With her other clients, she could simply call them Mr. So-and-so, or Brother So-and-so, but Chen Yuan was too young for any suitable title. Young Master Chen. These days, aside from online or close friends who would address someone like that. President Chen. That didn't seem quite right either. Brother Chen. He was younger than her. Though she could say it, it clearly wasn't appropriate. A mischievous impulse struck Chen Yuan, and he said with a grin, just call me Brother Yuan. That's what my friends call me. All right, Brother Yuan. Was he treating her as a friend? Though wealthy, he still had the heart of a young man. Soon Linda returned briskly with the contract ready. Chen Yuan signed his name without hesitation and handed the bank card to her. Meanwhile, he glanced at the options list. Hiss! Chen Yuan couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath inwardly. No wonder it was a Maybach. The price of the options was terrifying. 23-inch wheels, 20300 yuan. Crystal white interior color, 14000 yuan. Genuine leather package, 11000 yuan. Burmester sound system, 6000 yuan. Adding other options, the total came to a staggering million yuan. The cost of the options alone could buy a villa in a small county. And the total price, including taxes and fees, came to 4.6 million yuan, enough to buy 4 villas and string them together like a train. However, compared to his daily allowance of 700 million yuan, Chen Yuan didn't even blink. Truly small change. After receiving the bank deduction notification, a voice suddenly echoed in Chen Yuan's mind. Chen Yuan was naturally familiar with this voice. The system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for purchasing your first car, becoming a car owner, and experiencing the joy of driving. Special reward: Mastery of Driving. Mastery of driving. No matter what vehicle you drive, you can make it feel like an F1 race car. You can unleash the engine's maximum power, give a second life to an old car, tear down national highways in a truck, or become the king of the track in a supercar. Chen Yuan wanted to say that he had just bought the car, hadn't even driven it yet, and hadn't experienced the joy of driving. But the system had already delivered the reward. In an instant, Chen Yuan's mind was flooded with extensive knowledge about driving. Not only that, but to enable him to drive a truck, the system even provided him with all the licenses for categories A and B, as well as the prestigious F1 Super license. In other words, if Chen Yuan wanted, he could now drive an F1 car and compete in the World Championship. What a great reward. Mr. Chen, congratulations on becoming a distinguished Maybach owner. We have prepared a simple delivery ceremony and would like to invite you to attend. Linda's voice pulled Chen Yuan out of his surprise from the system. Oh, sure. Chen Yuan stood up and followed Linda and Zhang Yue to a nearby area. In just that short time, the delivery ceremony had already been set up. The ceremony took place in a separate small hall. Chen Yuan's pure black Maybach was already in place with temporary plates attached, quietly parked inside. The floor was scattered with some flower petals. The procedure was simple. The salesperson stood to the side, and Chen Yuan took the center. Linda gave a thumbs up. Chen Yuan made a peace sign, and they took a photo together. That was all. Linda, Chen Yuan. After the photo, they walked to the rear of the car. Opening the trunk, they found several gift boxes. These were the complimentary gifts for purchasing a Maybach. This is a pair of sunglasses that come with the car. Since we are currently collaborating with LV, these sunglasses are from LV. This is a pair of Burmester over-ear headphones specially crafted for Maybach owners and not sold on the open market, so you can enjoy Maybach-level music wherever you go. These two are silver champagne flutes that can be placed in the car's refrigerator. Chen Yuan glanced over them. Not bad. Although the perceived value of these gifts wasn't high, they were at least unique, tailor-made for Maybach owners. Chen Yuan stepped out of the Mercedes and parted ways with Zhang Yue. He then got into his car and drove directly to the nearest highway. He wanted to truly experience the driving pleasure of the Maybach. Woohoo! Take off. The vast horizon is my love. In the afternoon, with few cars on the road, Chen Yuan drove his temporary plate Maybach GLS 600, switched to sport mode, and headed straight onto the highway. The V8 engine's surging power delivered a thrilling pushback sensation to Chen Yuan, sending his adrenaline soaring. Yet even a V8 as untamable as a wild beast remained entirely within Chen Yuan's expert control. Afternoon highway Maybach. Chen Yuan drove a full 60 kilometers before exiting the highway, turning around, parking somewhere, setting the navigation, and heading back to Harbin. The sky was nearing dusk with an orange-red sunset staining the horizon. The ambient lighting inside the car was more striking than during the day, making him feel as if he were piloting a spaceship. By the time Chen Yuan returned to Harbin, the sunset had been swallowed by nightfall. He drove to the Ritz-Carlton Hotel located just off Central Street, in the very heart of Harbin CBD. Along the Songhua riverbank, skyscrapers rose in dense clusters. The cold white glow from their glass curtain walls blended with LED screens, painting the night of Harbin. Chen Yuan pulled up to the hotel lobby entrance, and to his surprise, a doorman approached to open the rear door for him. Chen Yuan's expression darkened as he glanced at the already opened door. The doorman looked deeply embarrassed, and slowly raised his head to meet Chen Yuan's gaze. Chen Yuan was infuriated. What the hell are you doing? Sorry, sir. I saw you parked here and assumed you were. Ahem. Chen Yuan grew even angrier. I just bought this car for 4.6 million yuan, and now you think I'm a driver. Maybach trash. Prestige. Prestige my ass. Once he reached Shenzhen, he would definitely drive a supercar. As for Harbin, there truly were no supercar dealerships. If he wanted a Ferrari, he'd have to either buy a used one or travel to Shenyang or Beijing. However, as a billionaire with $100 million in daily spending money, losing his temper over a doorman would undermine his composure. Though Chen Yuan had only recently grown rich, he already understood the self-discipline required of the wealthy. Don't get angry, don't get angry. If I ruin my health, who will spend my $100 million a day? Chen Yuan sighed. Close the door. Yes, yes. The doorman awkwardly closed the door. Chen Yuan stepped out of the car himself and handed the keys to the apologetic doorman. Luxury hotels offered valet parking, so there was no need for him to park it himself. Thanks to Douyin, those short videos hadn't been wasted after all. Indeed, learning useless knowledge was necessary. You never knew when you'd strike it rich. After handing the car keys to the doorman, Chen Yuan strode into the hotel. The lobby was incredibly spacious, with a ceiling height estimated at no less than 10 meters, easily 2 or 3 stories tall. In the center stood a fountain, water splashing merrily, surrounded by a ring of deep red sofas. The floors were covered in marble with beautiful patterns. The reception area also featured many deep red sofas exuding a distinctly Western vibe. After all, Parisians called it the Little Harbin of the West, so some resemblance was only natural. Chen Yuan approached the front desk and handed his ID card to the concierge, a young woman, to check in. After swiping his ID, the front desk clerk looked at Chen Yuan with a hint of surprise and quickly stepped out from behind the desk. Mr. Chen, I'm terribly sorry. We had no idea you were arriving today. Why don't you take a seat over there to rest while I notify the manager and butler to come right away? Luxury hotels maintained special welcome ceremonies for important guests. Some establishments even required the general manager to personally greet VIPs. And Chen Yuan had booked a Ritz-Carlton suite at over 50,000 yuan per night, a true VIP. Yet neither the butler nor the manager came to welcome him. This constituted a major operational failure. If the guest wrote a complaint letter, the headquarters itself would reprimand them. In reality, however, the front desk clerk had misunderstood the situation. Chen Yuan had received a call from the hotel butler, but at that moment, he was speeding on the highway. He had merely brushed off the butler's questions with perfunctory responses before hanging up hastily. When the hotel butler had asked whether Chen Yuan needed a car pickup, Chen Yuan had said no. When the butler had asked when he would arrive, Chen Yuan had simply replied, "Not sure, let's see." Therefore, the hotel butler had no idea when Chen Yuan would arrive, and thus could not prepare a timely welcome. This explained the current situation. Chen Yuan was completely baffled, unsure why they hadn't given him his room key and had taken his ID card instead. He had paid the price for being inexperienced. The internet might offer glimpses of the Heavenly Palace, but the real Heavenly Palace could only be understood through personal experience. Soon after, 2 men at the forefront, followed by many tall women dressed as concierge staff, made their way toward Chen Yuan. One of them, a middle-aged man clearly in charge, spotted Chen Yuan and hurried forward, repeatedly apologizing and offering compensation. Chen Yuan found the whole thing utterly bewildering. After Chen Yuan insisted it was fine, the middle-aged man seemed profoundly relieved and announced they would gift him a $1,000 spending voucher redeemable at any Ritz-Carlton worldwide. Only after the middle-aged man departed did Chen Yuan receive his ID card and room key from the other young man. This young man was Chen Yuan's dedicated suite butler, assigned exclusively to serve Ritz-Carlton suite guests. As they rode the elevator together, Chen Yuan finally asked, "What was that all about? Why were you apologizing to me?" The butler was visibly startled but replied honestly, "It's like this, Mr. Chen. We were supposed to hold a welcome ceremony upon your check-in, but due to our oversight we failed to do so properly. We sincerely apologize." Chen Yuan scratched his head. "Oh, I see." Although he hadn't provided an exact check-in time, since they acknowledged their mistake, he would accept their apology. "I forgive you all." Chen Yuan felt no anxiety, no trepidation. He possessed zero awareness that he himself might be at fault. The hotel staff too operated under the same assumption: any problem must be the staff's fault. How could it possibly be the fault of a guest spending over 50,000 yuan per night? The elevator stopped at the 50th floor, and the butler gestured for Chen Yuan to proceed. Chen Yuan stepped out of the elevator into a hallway adorned with a wooden table bearing a vase of blooming flowers. Beside it stood a hand-cranked telephone, a style Chen Yuan hadn't seen in years, perhaps rarer even than in his rural hometown. Beyond the elevator hall and into the corridor, Chen Yuan walked upon soft carpeting. The walls hung with numerous artworks in various colors and styles. Not abstract pieces, but paintings so conventionally beautiful that even ordinary observers would praise them. After a few steps down the corridor, they arrived at the Ritz-Carlton suite, what people commonly called the presidential suite. The butler swiped the card to open the door, and past the entry screen, a vast living room unfolded. The living room alone spanned 40 square meters, larger than Chen Yuan's own home, which measured barely over 90 square meters. The living room's sofas exuded a modern aesthetic upholstered in wool-textured fabric and arranged around a square, glossy black coffee table. Upon the table sat fresh flowers and fruit alongside a greeting card. The butler explained this was a handwritten welcome card from the general manager. Indeed, Chen Yuan's name was written upon it. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the living room, Chen Yuan gazed outside. Outside lay the famous Songhua River of Heilongjiang Province, the lifeblood of northeast China. Standing atop the 50th floor, gazing down at the winding river, Chen Yuan felt an inexplicable sensation, as if the entire world lay beneath his feet. This was the first time he had viewed the Songhua River from such a perspective. How large is this room? Chen Yuan asked. This Ritz-Carlton suite offers a usable area of 280 square meters. Besides the dining and living areas as well as the bedroom, it includes a study, a meeting room, and a private spa room. If you'd like a massage, you can have a therapist come directly to the room and operate the iPad provided. After the butler left, Chen Yuan stood before the floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the Songhua River. It was somewhat desolate with no lush trees lining either bank and little in the way of lights save for a few ferries drifting upon the water. At such a moment, and in such a scene, Chen Yuan longed to compose a poem, but lacking sufficient refinement, he could not bring forth verses. All he could do was sigh inwardly how wonderful it is to be wealthy. Without the system, he might never have been able to afford a suite at the Ritz-Carlton in this lifetime. Perhaps an ordinary room would have been within reach. But now that he had the system, Chen Yuan had no interest in ordinary rooms whatsoever. As for forgetting his roots, that was out of the question. The corners of Chen Yuan's mouth curled upward. The butler had just mentioned that the hotel had a lounge bar with a lovely ambience perfect for a quiet drink. Chen Yuan felt quite interested, and with nothing else to occupy him alone in the room, he rose and made his way to the bar on the 44th floor. This was no raucous nightclub, but rather an atmospheric bar where one could enjoy cocktails, take in the view, listen to light music, and capture photos. As he stepped inside, elegant instrumental melodies filled his ears, instantly soothing his mood. The lighting was dim with electronic candles and warm orange gold lamps adorning each table, creating a truly atmospheric setting. Indeed, this was an excellent spot for taking photos. As Chen Yuan curiously surveyed his surroundings, he made his way toward the bar, though his gaze was inexplicably drawn to the silhouette of a girl in the corner. Her back was beautiful, her slender figure calm and gentle. Beneath the dim lighting, her white short-sleeved top revealed a slender, slightly delicate spine. Her raven black hair, darker than the shadowy corners of the bar, cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall adorned with a sparkling diamond hairpin that caught and reflected the amber glow. Of course, it wasn't merely because the girl's silhouette was exquisite that Chen Yuan was drawn to her. He felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. This wasn't some excuse he was fabricating, as she truly did remind him of someone. Chen Yuan took step after step closer, carefully studying her, wondering if it was merely his imagination. But as he drew nearer, he realized this wasn't some illusion at all. It was a genuine sense of familiarity. The girl sitting in the corner facing the floor-to-ceiling window and gazing quietly outside was none other than Chen Yuan's deskmate from high school. Wu Yuer. Chen Yuan spoke softly. The girl turned her head and saw him, her mouth opening in surprise. Two symmetrical dimples appeared on her cheeks, brimming with an indescribable sweetness. Wu Yuer asked in astonishment, Chen Yuan, what are you doing here? Chen Yuan sat down beside her, without hesitation, treating the place as his own. The 3 years of high school had seen them as classmates for all 3 years and deskmates for 2 of those. Even though classes were reassigned every year in high school, they had always ended up together, remaining classmates for all 3 years. Combined with their 2 years as deskmates, they were incredibly close. They spoke to each other with complete informality. I'm here to relax, Chen Yuan replied. What about you? I'm not telling you. Wu Yuer sniffed. Chen Yuan frowned. You won't even tell me that. Are we still friends? Who says we're friends? Wu Yuer rolled her eyes and turned away. Chen Yuan stood up, as if to leave. Fine, I'm going then. Wu Yuer quickly stopped him. Alright, I'll tell you. I didn't do well on the college entrance exam, got into an argument with my mom, and then I just ran away from home. Chen Yuan thought, wow, what an absurd reason. Despite their familiarity, neither knew much about the other's family. After all, while at school, who would bother to investigate their classmates' family backgrounds in depth? They might know roughly how well off each other's families were, but nothing concrete. Chen Yuan knew Wu Yuer's family seemed well off, but he didn't know the specifics, so he asked curiously, why did you argue? My mom wanted me to take the entrance exam for Harbin Institute of Technology, but I didn't get in, so we argued. Wu Yuer said deflatively. Chen Yuan nodded and added fuel to the fire. You didn't even get into Harbin Institute of Technology, so it seems you really did poorly. Wu Yuer gently kicked Chen Yuan with her foot. You're one to talk. How well did you do? With 620 points, even the Sino-Foreign cooperative programs didn't accept you. Chen Yuan was alarmed. Was this a personal attack? He quickly caught the foot she had kicked out, noticing her white sneakers were spotless and pristine. However, Chen Yuan's attention wasn't on Wu Yuer's shoes. I just prefer Shenzhen University. If I had applied to Harbin Institute of Technology, I definitely would have been admitted. In fact, based on Chen Yuan's score this year, he really couldn't have gotten into Harbin Institute of Technology. This year, Harbin Institute of Technology's admission scores remained extraordinarily high. Excluding the Sino-Foreign cooperative programs, the lowest cutoff was 646 points, second only to Tsinghua Peking University and Fudan University. For the top-tier flagship majors, scores of 680 were required, even surpassing Tsinghua and Peking University. So it was quite normal that Wu Yuer didn't get in. Wu Yuer withdrew her foot, a sneer playing on her lips, as if quietly watching him perform. Chen Yuan felt somewhat embarrassed, so he changed the subject. After you ran away from home, did you stay here? Wu Yuer nodded. Chen Yuan teased, rich lady, you can even afford such an expensive hotel. Wu Yuer avoided the question and continued with her previous topic. Guess where I to university? Where? Chen Yuan asked. Capital Normal University. Chen Yuan didn't believe it. You couldn't even get into Harbin Institute of Technology, and you're going to Capital Normal University. Doesn't that require 660 points? How can someone with 630 get in? Wu Yuer Shenzhen campus. Chen Yuan, oh, what a coincidence. Wu Yuer swirled the crystal wine glass in her hand, the amber whiskey rising with the motion. She smiled mischievously. Yes, my good desk mate, we'll be studying in the same city then. Just don't become infamous in university circles for being a player. I'll definitely join in scolding you. Shut up, can you wish me well for once? Chen Yuan said, taking out his phone and QR code on the table to see what drinks were available. On the cocktail menu, the names were quite abstract. Godfather Long Island Iced Tea, Cuba Libre Mojito, Gin and Tonic. Chen Yuan didn't know which ones tasted better, so he ordered several. He had seen Long Island iced tea mentioned online many times, so he ordered one. The name Godfather matched his vibe perfectly, so he ordered one. Gin and tonic sounded sour, so he ordered one as well. Bloody Mary sounded like he was entering Doha continent, so he ordered one. Chen Yuan ordered several cocktails at once, each quite pricey, the cheapest costing 118 yuan. However, Chen Yuan no longer looked at prices when spending. Everything was the same to him now. The waiter soon brought one cocktail after another, each served in a different glass, looking quite professional. The Long Island iced tea came with a straw and a lemon slice garnishing the rim, looking very appealing. The Godfather was served in a large crystal glass with a square ice cube the size of a baby's fist. The Bloody Mary's rim was coated with black pepper, looking quite unique. Ordered so much, can you finish all of this? Wu Yuer asked. Chen Yuan waved his hand. Don't worry about me. If I can't finish, I'll take it with me. Wu Yuer kicked him again. You just said we were brothers, and now you're drawing a line. Chen Yuan was quick to react and caught her foot again, this time grabbing her ankle instead of her shoe. His fingertips felt the delicate texture of her white socks. Why did it feel a bit like silk? So smooth. Stop kicking me. Chen Yuan couldn't help but say. There are so many people here. Don't I have any face? Wu Yuer's appearance belonged to the sweet girl category, but her personality was such that she liked to resort to physical actions at every opportunity. Not ladylike at all. Moreover, she had this deceptive quality, sweet-looking but sharp-tongued. Her speech wasn't ladylike either. Despite her voice having a lovely quality, her tone was anything but cute. What face do you need? No one's watching you anyway, Wu Yuer hummed, but she didn't continue kicking Chen Yuan. The two sipped various cocktails and chatted. Facing the floor-to-ceiling window, the view outside was split between Harbin's central business district and the Songhua River. Wu Yuer, seemingly recalling an argument with her mother, felt melancholy and drank quite a few cocktails. After finishing one, she immediately ordered 2 more via QR code. Under the influence of alcohol, Wu Yuer confided everything to Chen Yuan. It wasn't about sharing with him, but rather using the alcohol to find a listener for herself. From her narrative, Chen Yuan finally understood why Wu Yuer had run away from home. Wu Yuer's mother was extremely controlling. From childhood, she monitored Wu Yuer almost obsessively, even secretly reading her WeChat and QQ chat records. After discovering this, Wu Yuer pretended not to notice, as she didn't want to argue with her mother. Her mother always wanted Wu Yuer to stay by her side. Even during university, she wanted to accompany her as a live-in tutor. She even bought an apartment near Harbin Institute of Technology for this purpose. However, all these arrangements proved futile because Wu Yuer didn't get into Harbin Institute of Technology. Enraged by this, Wu Yuer's mother flew into a tantrum. Despite Wu Yuer's efforts to avoid conflict, they had a fierce argument that ultimately led Wu Yuer to run away from home. Fortunately, her father was a straightforward man who transferred her living expenses for living away from home. Let me tell you a secret. I deliberately left the last 3 big math problems blank to score exactly 630 points because I simply didn't want to attend Harbin Institute of Technology. Wu Yuer clearly showed signs of intoxication, revealing even such secrets. Her tone carried a hint of boasting, as if saying, you studied your hardest and only scored 620, while I skipped 3 questions and still got 630, higher than yours. Chen Yuan didn't know what to say upon hearing Wu Yuer's words. She was quite the score control expert. But that perfectly matched Wu Yuer's true ability. She was a super academic powerhouse who could score 710 on mock exams. Even if she performed poorly on the college entrance exam, she shouldn't have scored only 630. That's a full 80-point gap. After sharing her final secret, Wu Yuer completely shut down, her head lolling to one side as she fell asleep. Her breathing was even and her chest rose and fell steadily. Chen Yuan checked her breath to make sure she was okay, then said with disdain, you can't handle your liquor, yet you drank so much. Next time at a gathering, sit at the kids' table. He then looked at the several glasses he'd ordered, all nearly finished with just bottoms remaining. He finished them in one gulp, all of them, then planned to take Wu Yui out of the bar and send her back to her room first. Wrapping her arm around his neck, Chen Yuan could even catch a whiff of her delicate fragrance. But she was really heavy. Even a petite girl under 100 pounds wasn't easy to carry when she was drunk. Supporting Wu Yui as he walked toward the exit, when he reached the elevator hall and pressed the button, Chen Yuan suddenly remembered something. Wu Yui had just told him everything. But she hadn't told him her room number. The key card didn't indicate which room she should be taken to. Looking down at the girl's tightly closed eyes, she seemed to be dreaming of something, or perhaps this position was uncomfortable. Her eyebrows were slightly furrowed, her cheeks flushed, and her lips as red and plump as cherries. Maybe I should take her to my room first. Chen Yuan swore he wasn't the type of beast who would take advantage of someone in a vulnerable state. After all, there are 3 things a man shouldn't touch: pregnant women, minors, and intoxicated women. Chen Yuan understood this principle well. He was only helping Wu Yui because she was drunk out of courtesy as her deskmate. Entering the elevator, he pressed the button for the 50th floor and brought her back to the Ritz-Carlton suite, setting her down on the sofa first. Stretching his body, Chen Yuan found himself conflicted once again. Should he leave Wu Yui on the sofa or put her in bed? If he let her sleep in bed, where would he sleep? The sofa? Or would he sleep in bed too? The Ritz-Carlton suite, though spacious, had only one bedroom. This was Chen Yuan's first time staying in a presidential suite, and he certainly didn't want to sleep on the sofa. Nobody's first time should be ruined. But letting a girl sleep on the sofa seemed quite harsh as well. Chen Yuan ultimately decided they would share the bed. At worst, he could just sit against the edge of the bed and remain completely still. Having made up his mind, Chen Yuan carried Wu Yui to the bed. She was really heavy. Wu Yui still had her eyes closed, but her complexion was even redder than before, as if her breathing had quickened slightly. Chen Yuan suspected the princess carry position might have been uncomfortable for someone asleep. Being so close made Chen Yuan realize that his deskmate looked quite pretty when asleep. She truly deserved the nickname Mute Bride. Helping Wu Yui take off her white sneakers and toss them carelessly onto the carpet, then covering her with the blanket, Chen Yuan went into the bathroom, intending to take a shower first. He used the coldest water possible. When the icy water hit his body, Chen Yuan almost jumped from the pain, but he didn't cry out. Instead, he quickly adjusted to the temperature. He was feeling quite agitated right now and desperately needed to cool down. In the bedroom, Wu Yui, who had been lying in bed, heard the sound of running water nearby, and suddenly opened her eyes, looking toward the bathroom. The bathroom had frosted glass, making it impossible to see clearly inside, but she could make out that he seemed to be dancing while showering. What kind of kink was that? You're calling me bad with alcohol. You're the one who drinks too much and goes crazy dancing while showering. You should be the one sitting at the kids' table. Wu Yui thought to herself sarcastically. Wu Yui hadn't actually gotten drunk. Northeastern girls' tolerance for alcohol wasn't that poor. 2 glasses of straight whiskey and a few low-alcohol cocktails meant nothing to her. As for why she pretended to be drunk, it might have been a momentary whim. Or perhaps the hidden flutterings deep within her heart. Or maybe it was the atmosphere of the moment. Anyway, regardless of the reason, Wu Yui did it. Although she later regretted it, and wanted to wake up, a voice in her mind kept telling her to keep pretending a little longer, just a little longer. Such an amusing thing. Stay pretending a bit more. So it wasn't until Chen Yuan went to shower that she opened her eyes again. At least you're a man. You didn't make me sleep on the sofa. Hearing the water stop and the hairdryer begin, Wu Yui quickly shifted into a comfortable sleeping position and continued pretending. Chen Yuan's hair was short, so he dried it in 2 minutes, changed back into his clothes, and walked out of the bathroom. Looking at Wu Yui on the bed, her sleeping position seemed different from when he had just entered the bathroom. But Chen Yuan didn't dwell on it. Maybe he was misremembering, or maybe Wu Yui just tossed and turned in her sleep. Either way, it was a minor thing. He quietly got into bed, pressing right against the edge. The 2.5-meter bed was split between them, one on each side with an unbridgeable divide down the middle, neither crossing over. Chen Yuan lay on the bed that should have been incredibly comfortable, the extra-large soft mattress, but now it felt somewhat uncomfortable. The agitation rose in him again. Damn it, he needed to distract himself quickly. Chen Yuan had never done anything beastly. Besides, he certainly didn't want to go to prison right after obtaining his system. Right, the system. Chen Yuan recalled today's events. In the morning, he had obtained the system. At noon, the bank sent a car to pick him up. He completed processing the black peony card at the bank, then went to buy a Maybach, sped on the highway afterward, making a round trip of over 100 kilometers. That evening, he had met Wu Yui at the bar. Today felt like a dream. He could only hope that when he woke up, this wouldn't be a dream. He loved the feeling of having money too much, loved spending lavishly too much, loved forgetting his roots too much. When he arrived in Shenzhen, he would continue to spend wildly. He would buy a large seaside apartment with a view of the ocean facing the sea, with flowers blooming in spring, exactly like that popular Shenzhen Bay No. One property online. He wanted to buy a Ferrari to sit in a sports car. The desires were too many for Chen Yuan to even finish listing. As he thought about it all, Chen Yuan fell into a deep sleep. The system's voice sounded silently. Ding, daily funds have been refreshed. You can withdraw them yourself. What the? Chen Yuan felt something wriggling on his chest, and he jolted awake from his sleep in fright. Looking down at his chest, he saw a dark mass. It was Wu Yuer's hair. Chen Yuan suddenly remembered what they had done the night before. But they had clearly slept on opposite sides of the bed with an invisible Chu River and Han border between them. How had Wu Yuer slipped into his arms? And who knew what she had dreamt of? She was bobbing her head up and down, making inexplicable sounds from her mouth, which was what startled Chen Yuan awake. He let out a breath. Chen Yuan picked up his phone from the bedside table and glanced at the time. It was already past 9 in the morning. The alcohol from the day before had unexpectedly disrupted his biological clock, preventing him from waking naturally at his usual early hour. He summoned the system panel. Host Chen Yuan. Daily funds 714269000 yuan withdrawable. Due to today's exchange rate, the daily funds had somehow decreased by over 1 million. Chen Yuan didn't feel much about it. Just over 1 million yuan. If it was gone, it was gone. He withdrew the daily funds to his bank account. The bank balance officially broke through the 1 billion mark. The day before, Chen Yuan had purchased a Maybach, stayed in the top presidential suite, and ordered a flurry of liquor. Yet such spending seemed to have no impact on his balance whatsoever. One couldn't detect the slightest decrease in the balance, as if no money had been spent at all. Looks like I need to spend even more diligently, Chen Yuan thought to himself. He looked at his bank card balance. 14262400722. 91 yuan. Whose QQ number was this? Chen Yuan gazed at the balance and grinned foolishly for a while before getting up to freshen himself. Looking at himself in the mirror, he found he had grown even more handsome. Previously, he had only dared to call himself the Peng Yuyan of Jiayuan County, but now he felt even the real Peng Yuyan couldn't compare to him. After shaving off his beard, Chen Yuan regained his sunny godlike appearance. Returning to the bedroom, he discovered Wu Yuer had also awakened. Hi, good morning. Chen Yuan greeted her with a slightly awkward tone. Wu Yuer sat up and scratched her head, looking thoroughly bewildered from sleep. Upon seeing Chen Yuan, she reacted like a startled little rabbit, immediately hugging herself tightly. Why are you here? Didn't you do something to me? In truth, she was putting on an act. She knew better than anyone how she had ended up in Chen Yuan's bed. Hey, what do you mean, why am I here? This is my room, Chen Yuan exclaimed. You were drunk last night, I carried you back. As for what else, I didn't do anything to you. Wu Yuer watched Chen Yuan, explaining the corners of her mouth, lifting slightly, before she quickly pressed them down, her face growing stern as she said, Really? I don't believe you. Chen Yuan found it hard to believe. How had his good deskmate turned into someone like this? No, you're not my deskmate anymore. Chen Yuan, if you don't believe me, go die. Wu Yuer. Dead to the world, straight man, you deserve to be single. You inferior beast. Wu Yuer played her part to the full, feeling herself over, as if checking her clothes, which were naturally intact. She exhaled a breath and wasn't angered by Chen Yuan's words. Wu Yuer stepped out of bed, her feet pressing into the soft carpet. She patted Chen Yuan's shoulder and said, I knew it. You're still a good person after all. Inferior to a beast. You wouldn't take advantage of someone in a vulnerable position. Your gentlemanly conduct is thoroughly embodied, Wu Yuer said inwardly with disdain. Inferior to a beast. Wu Yuer was wearing the white socks she had worn the day before, the tips slightly grayed. She wasn't wearing shoes, and her 2 small sock-clad feet were thus displayed before Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan, as if under automatic aim, had his gaze automatically drawn there. Seeing Chen Yuan's lack of reaction, Wu Yuer followed his line of sight downwards, spotted her own feet, then looked back at him, suddenly understanding everything. Excuse me, mister? Chen Yuan, could you stop staring at my feet? Huh. Oh. Chen Yuan came back to his senses. Thanks, I guess. Wu Yuer. What are you thanking me for? Don't tell me you're better now. You. Wu Yuer thought of something unpleasant. I am going to wash up by. Saying that, Wu Yuer quickly put on her shoes and ran into the bathroom. Seeing Wu Yuer run into the bathroom, Chen Yuan didn't bother with her. He sat down on the sofa by himself and searched online for whether Harbin had any luxury shopping centers. The kind where you could buy LV and Hermes. There actually were some. No matter how far behind Harbin ranked nationally, it was after all the provincial capital. There was a shopping center called Zhuozhan Center with many luxury brands settled in, including LV, Bulgari, Hermes, Gucci, Chanel, and other well-known luxury labels. This would do. Chen Yuan planned to head to the shopping center for some spending later. As for the budget, 1,400 million, spend it freely. Anyway, even if he spent it all today, another $100 million would arrive tomorrow. After Wu Yuer finished getting ready, Chen Yuan went with her to the hotel's breakfast hall. The food didn't strike Chen Yuan as particularly special, but the variety was rich with almost anything one could wish for. Moreover, in the early morning, there was even Buddha jumping over the wall. Wu Yuer only took 2 bites and said it was pre-made. I'm planning to go to Zhuozhan Center later, do you want to come? Chen Yuan asked. Wu Yuer thought for a moment, nodded, and said, since you've sincerely invited me, I'll go along with you. I just asked casually, how did it become a sincere invitation? So off-putting, really off-putting. Coming downstairs, the bellboy had already driven Chen Yuan's Maybach GLS 600 to the lobby entrance. When Chen Yuan walked over, the bellboy approached and returned the car keys to him. Chen Yuan took the keys, got into the car, and found the bellboy had already turned on the air conditioning, cool and pleasant. The weather this year was too hot. Even in Harbin, the temperature was nearing 30 degrees. Watching Chen Yuan get into the driver's seat of the Maybach, Wu Yuer opened her mouth. She didn't know what to say. Was this a Maybach? She hurriedly pulled open the car door, stepped onto the running board, and climbed into the passenger seat. Above the welcome step, the English letters Maybach were written, the English name for Maybach. Also in LED screen letters, very conspicuous, visible as soon as one entered the car. On the seat headrest, the Maybach logo was likewise embossed. The crystal white interior was young and modern, yet never lacking in style. Is this your car? Wu Yuer asked with difficulty. Chen Yuan nodded. Yet, just bought it yesterday, haven't even taken off the temporary plates yet. Wait, you just graduated from high school, and you're driving a Maybach? Although she was a girl, Wu Yuer's family, being local elites in the county town, naturally knew about Maybach. Her father's garage had a Maybach, but he rarely drove it. Driving a Maybach in a county town would still be too flashy. Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow. What's the problem? Are you allowed to be a rich woman, but I'm not allowed to be a rich guy? Wu Yuer hadn't expected her deskmate to be hiding such depth. 3 years of classmates, 2 years of deskmates, and she had always thought his family was ordinary. What a joke. The male deskmate she'd assumed came from an ordinary family bought a Maybach upon graduation. What kind of wish fulfillment novel plot was this? Chen Yuan really hoped the snobbish salesperson would step forward and mock him for no reason, so he could secretly pull out his black peony card and show them his 9-digit bank balance on his phone. However, reality was no web novel. Despite Chen Yuan's ordinary attire, a salesgirl at the LV counter still greeted him warmly. Chen Yuan spared no expense equipping himself from head to toe. Short-sleeve shirts, shorts, long pants, shoes, luggage, backpacks, travel bags, including socks and underwear. When leaving LV, Chen Yuan pushed 2 suitcases and carried a backpack on his shoulders with a monogram travel bag stacked on each suitcase. From head to toe, everything had been replaced with LV, and both suitcases were packed to capacity. Even Wu Yuei helped him carry one of the bags. Are you here shopping or restocking inventory? Wu Yuei followed behind, struggling to carry bags in both hands. Too heavy. Chen Yuan stuffed everything into bags to maximize his purchases. His own body was covered with bags. He even declined the salesperson's offer to help carry them, preferring to show off. Sorry for the trouble, I'll treat you to a meal later, Chen Yuan said. Hurry up, get these back to the car. Let's go to Hermes next. I still have other things to buy. Still buying? Are you really restocking inventory? Wu Yuei was on the verge of collapse. So heavy. Chen Yuan increasingly felt that money truly had remarkable purchasing power. It seemed to never run out. In total, he bought 14 sets of clothes at LV, 3 pairs of Dunk sneakers, 1 pair of Martin boots, 2 suitcases, a backpack, and 3 travel bags. Plus 3 bracelets and 1 necklace. Altogether only 7 million yuan was spent. The clothes weren't expensive, but the travel bags and suitcases were costly. Each item was priced at 6 figures minimum. Watching the man and woman walk away, several sales staff whispered among themselves. One salesperson remarked, "This must be a super rich second-generation heir who was severely restricted growing up. Now that he's an adult, he's engaging in vengeful spending." Another salesperson nodded in agreement. The revenge spending is real, and so is the wealth. Xiaoping, if you can secure a client like this and serve them well, your performance targets for the rest of the year will be set. Besides, you'll definitely be the top seller this month. Xiaoping smiled shyly. Stop teasing me. Since we got a big order today, I'm treating everyone after work. Hey to Leo, hot pot, no arguments. Alright, let me rush over to urge the store manager. I'll message headquarters to upgrade this customer's VIP status immediately. Chen Yuan and his companion made their way to the parking lot and loaded the LV purchases into the trunk. 2 suitcases and 3 travel bags nearly filled it completely. But even with the trunk full, wasn't there still room in the back seat? Unable to resist his shopping urge any longer, Chen Yuan led Wu Yuei out of the underground garage and back to the battlefield. Chen Yuan hadn't just bought for himself. He'd also picked up plenty for his parents. The favorite brand of middle-aged men, Arc'teryx, Chen Yuan grabbed 10 sets in one go. He also purchased a 200-gram gold bracelet for his mother. So this is what 200 grams of gold looks like. Chen Yuan mused silently to himself. If he wore this bracelet out, it might attract thieves. It was too conspicuous. Similarly, Chen Yuan had bought his mother numerous outfits from Chanel. He checked his bank card balance and found it remained virtually unchanged. Still a 10-digit number, starting with 14. Spending money was truly an art form. Even with such vengeful shopping, his balance barely budged. He'd need to keep pushing harder. After stuffing the back seat to capacity, Chen Yuan returned to the car. Wu Yuei climbed into the passenger seat, a light sheen of sweat on her forehead, with strands of hair clinging to her cheeks. Hey Chen Yuan, I'm not even asking you to treat me to a meal. Can you at least buy me bubble tea first? Wu Yuei said. Even if no bubble tea, a bottle of water should be fine, right? I've been carrying all this stuff with you for so long without a single sip of water. I'm dying of thirst. Chen Yuan gave an awkward smile and was about to respond when his phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID. It was his father. Chen Yuan quickly made a shushing gesture to Wu Yuei, telling her not to speak. Once she nodded, he tapped to answer. Hey Dad. Oh, where are you? When will you be back? Chen Mingshu's voice came through the phone, the manner of an experienced teacher, measured and unhurried. Yeah. I'll head back in a bit, Chen Yuan replied. It was summer now, and the ice and snow world wasn't open. Harbin didn't have much to offer for fun, so after finishing shopping, Chen Yuan figured it was about time to return to the county town. Not long after he'd be heading to Shenzhen. The next time he returned to the county might not be for another half a year or so. Oh, your mother isn't working overtime today. I was thinking we could all have a meal together. What do you think? Chen Mingshu was asking for Chen Yuan's opinion. Chen Yuan readily agreed. All right, Dad. I'm about done here. I'll head back in a bit. Should be home in just over an hour. No need to rush, Chen Mingshu said. Just come back tonight. All right, then I'll hang out in Harbin a bit longer and head back after lunch this afternoon. Chen Yuan said. All right, be careful and don't get heat stroke. After a few more words of advice, his father hung up. In the car, Wu Wei fell silent for a moment before saying, Your parents are so good to you, yet you still ask for their permission before coming home. Chen Yuan habitually turned the phone to maximum volume, and the old device leaked sound, allowing Wu Wei to catch almost the entire conversation between father and son. No wonder Chen Yuan's personality was so cheerful. Such a family atmosphere would make it hard to be anything but happy. Chen Yuan smiled. I'm a person not born with this attitude. Of course we need to discuss things. Suddenly remembering what Wu Wei had mentioned about her family matters the previous night, he hastily explained, I mean. Don't get the wrong idea about what I said. Instead of helping, this made it worse. Wu Wei completely lost her composure. Chen Yuan, I'm going to kill you. With the center console between them, she couldn't use her feet, so she resorted to punching him with her small fists. Chen Yuan wasn't foolish enough to sit there and take it. He immediately opened the door and got out of the car. Wu Wei jumped out too and followed closely behind him. After playfully interacting for a while, they noticed people glancing at them and toned it down somewhat. However, Wu Wei was still not satisfied. Her slender fingers dug into Chen Yuan's waist, grabbing the soft flesh there and twisting. A Russian twist motion that made Chen Yuan gasp in pain. Stop it, sister. I just remembered I haven't bought something yet. Let's make one more trip, Chen Yuan said. Wu Wei really didn't want to carry bags and move things anymore. She despondently asked, What are you going to buy this time? This time you don't need to carry anything. I'm just buying a phone, Chen Yuan said. That's better. At the Apple Store, Chen Yuan directly purchased 3 of the latest iPhone 15 Pro Max 1TB models along with 3 pairs of AirPods Pro. Are you buying phones for stock too? Wu Wei didn't understand Chen Yuan's behavior at all. I'm buying them for my parents, Chen Yuan explained. Just don't worry about it. After buying the phones, they still had time, so the two went directly to Zhuozhan Center and found a sauerkraut fish restaurant called Thai Air Sauerkraut Fish, which had been extremely popular a few years ago, but wasn't getting much attention now. While waiting for their food, Chen Yuan transferred the data from his old phone to the new one and took the opportunity to unbox his new earphones. The sauerkraut fish tasted pretty good. The most important thing was that the fish meat had no bones. Chen Yuan absolutely detested fish with bones. After finishing the meal, it was already past 2 o'clock. Chen Yuan planned to return to the hotel to check out. He hadn't done so when he left this morning. He would also drop off Wu Wei at the hotel so she could continue her runaway's adventure. When they arrived at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel, Chen Yuan headed upstairs to get the room key, but Wu Wei called out to him, Wait. Don't leave right after checking out. Give me a moment. What's up? Chen Yuan asked, puzzled. I'm going home too. Give me a ride. Oh, so you're not running away from home anymore? Chen Yuan asked with a smile. About that, I've been out for 4 days now. My mom must be worried, Wu Wei said. Still the same love-hate storyline. Chen Yuan was internally impressed, but simply agreed outwardly. Hurry up and pack. Chen Yuan returned to the presidential suite. Besides a pair of sunglasses, there wasn't much to pack. When he first arrived, he hadn't brought anything, and now there was even less to collect. Back downstairs after completing the checkout, Chen Yuan felt no reluctance to leave. He had already seen the presidential suites at luxury hotels in Shenzhen online priced at over 3,000 per night. That was the presidential suite he truly wanted. So for this presidential suite costing over 5,000 per night, Chen Yuan had already grown somewhat dismissive. It was forgetfulness. Yesterday it seemed wonderful in every way, but after seeing something better, Chen Yuan could only say, Sorry, Ritz-Carlton. Please stay away from me. I'm afraid Raffles and Mandarin Oriental might misunderstand. After Wu Wei completed her checkout, as well, the two of them returned together to Jiayuan County. At the Harbin branch in an office, Jiang Yue recalled the president's words, gripping her hands tightly. Yue, your transfer application has been approved. Wrap up your current work and head to Shenzhen the day after tomorrow. You know how things work in this industry. But if anything goes wrong with a client, remember, no one will cover for you. Everyone will side with the client. All right, you may leave now. The words were harsh and cutting, leaving Jiang Yue feeling despondent. Yet he knew this might be the opportunity to change his entire life, even the only chance. That very young and handsome guy, he was confident about it. The advantage was his. Returning to the county town, Chen Yuan dropped off Wu Yue and made his way back to his residential compound. Wu Yue resided in the county's only villa community, Tanshin Manor, despite there being no actual mountain nearby. With property prices relatively modest in the county, a small villa spanning over 200 square meters fetched barely 1,000,000 yuan. Chen Yuan intended to purchase one here before his departure so his parents could move in. He parked the Maybach downstairs and, carrying several shopping bags, struggled considerably to haul them all upstairs in one go. Of course, this excluded the Louis Vuitton suitcase stowed in the trunk, which would have to wait for another trip. By the time he arrived home, evening had fallen. Not only was his father Chen Mingshu present, but his mother Shi Yuhua had also returned from work and was seated in the living room browsing her phone. Shi Yuhua served as an attending physician in the obstetrics and gynecology department of the county's first hospital. Her salary was respectable, and in this modest northern county town where interpersonal obligations ran deep, she enjoyed numerous supplementary incomes beyond her official pay. Red envelopes of various sizes among other things. Such was the unspoken convention of families with expectant mothers would feel uneasy if such gestures were not offered. Seeing Chen Yuan enter with armfuls of packages, both parents rose to assist him. Shi Yuhua spoke softly, her voice gentle and refined. What have you bought? Chen Yuan had always felt that his mother stood in stark contrast to the rest of the Northeast. The Northeastern people were known for their swift, decisive, and fiery temperament, yet his mother spoke in such a tender, hushed manner. One hardly seemed suited to life in a small county town of the Northeast. I bought you both some clothes and a necklace as well. You can try it on later, Mom, Chen Yuan said. Chen Mingshu glanced through the bags and exclaimed, Wow, Arc'teryx. You bought me so many pieces. How many exactly? That must have cost quite a lot, Shi Yuhua asked. Do you even have that much money? The couple exchanged a practiced back and forth. Chen Yuan bent down, placed all the bags on the floor, and then guided his parents to the living room sofa. Mom, Dad, I have something to tell you. Please don't get too excited, Chen Yuan said mysteriously. Seeing her son's serious demeanor, Shi Yuhua sat up straighter. Yes, go ahead. Chen Mingshu jesting, come on, spit it out. Why all the theatrics? Chen Yuan continued with a grin, remember how much I loved reading novels back in high school. I ended up writing my own. There was even that time I was caught writing secretly during class, and the teacher confiscated my phone. You were the one who went to retrieve it for me. You remember, right? Chen Yuan attempted to build up the emotional momentum. Chen Mingshu nodded. Of course I remember. That oldie still grinds my gears. Knowing I'm your father, he insisted I personally come collect the phone. Next time we drink, I'll pour one down his throat. Chen Yuan quickly interrupted. Stay on topic? Meanwhile, Mom was listening attentively. Couldn't you take a leaf out of her book? Actually, I've been writing the novel all along, and it's been making money. I just never mentioned it. Plus, during my senior year, I had few outlets for spending, so I kept saving it all up, Chen Yuan explained. Chen Mingshu clapped his hands in realization. A cultured intellectual, a novelist. So the royalties came through. You didn't spend your entire writing income on all these goods, did you, eh? Chen Yuan felt it best to cut to the chase. His father kept derailing the conversation. I didn't spend it all. I made quite a lot. Chinese animation and short dramas are booming these days, correct? I sold the copyright to my novel for 8 figures. Chen Yuan sensed there was no point in further build-up any longer, and his father would veer completely off course. How much? Chen Mingshu sprang upright from the sofa in one motion. Despite being in his 40s, his legs still held their strength. Even Shi Yuhua, who had maintained her composed smile throughout, could not suppress her widening eyes and raised brows, her face registering sheer astonishment. The longer one lived in society, the older one grew, the more acutely one understood how difficult it was to earn money. Son, your father's heart isn't what it used to be. Don't joke about this. Did you really sell it for 8 figures? Chen Yuan nodded firmly. Dad, I wouldn't lie to you. Check the invoices in the bags. All the clothes and pants I bought for you cost over 200,000. Where would I have gotten that kind of spending money? He then rose and walked to the window. See the Maybach parked downstairs. I picked it up in Harbin yesterday. He pulled the key fob from his pocket and pressed the button. The Maybach's headlights flashed to life instantly. Fortunately, since his apartment was on the 3rd floor, the key signal could reach the vehicle. Chen Mingshu stood frozen, utterly dazed, unable to process the news even after a long while. It was Shi Yuhua who recovered first. Exactly how much did you make? Chen Yuan scratched his head sheepishly. 14 million. I went to the bank yesterday and got a new card. The old one had withdrawal limits. And while I was there, I stopped by the Mercedes dealership and bought this car. Shi Yuhua asked, and how much was the car? 4.6 million. This is the night edition, the top trim. Chen Yuan replied. Shi Yuhua was at a loss for words for a long moment before finally saying, You earned 14 million and immediately splurged 4.6 on a car. If you ever made 100 million, I suppose you'd buy a 46 million automobile. You need to learn to save money. Her tone remained as gentle as ever. Chen Yuan responded, Mom, are you about to manage my finances for me? Shi Yuhua met her son's wary gaze and smiled, shaking her head. You're an adult now? You must learn to manage your own money. I won't be handling it for you. But going forward, you need to learn financial discipline. When you earn well, you must invest wisely. Spending recklessly means handing your hard-earned money to others. Only what remains in your own hands is truly yours. Chen Yuan countered, the money I spend does end up in other people's hands, but the enjoyment is something I personally experience. Shi Yuhua fell silent and let the matter drop. By then, Chen Mingshu had finally caught up. Does this mean I've become a zero-generation millionaire? Am I riding on my son's coattails? Seeing her husband's excitement, Shi Yuhua chuckled. Indeed. From now on, if you're short on cash, just ask your son. That's wonderful. They say raising children is insurance for old age, and the old saying proves true. Chen Mingshu nodded eagerly. He then turned to Chen Yuan and extended his hand. Chen Yuan. The car keys, Chen Mingshu clarified. I'm in my 40s and have never driven a Maybach. My son's already behind the wheel, and I'm the father. Can I at least get a taste? Chen Yuan handed over the keys, adding a reminder, Dad, ease off the accelerator. This car has serious horsepower. Got it. With a casual wave, Chen Mingshu headed downstairs on his own. Chen Yuan was in high spirits. He took out his phone and transferred another $1,000,000 to his mother's bank account. Mom, I sent you some money. Though I haven't reached the stage of starting a family and supporting parents, yet I'm earning now. You should spend freely, don't hold back. Shi Yuhua did not refuse, nor did she check the specific amount. Chen Yuan was an only child, the three of them formed a single unit. Money, regardless of whose name it bore, was still theirs as a family. Worried his mother would merely hoard the funds, Chen Yuan added, Mom, if I can earn 1 million, I can earn a second and a third. Please spend the money I've sent, you mustn't save it. Within days, the entire family upgraded from a spacious 2-bedroom apartment to a magnificent villa. The property they acquired was the vice crown jewel of Tanshin Villa Manor, previously owned by a prominent local entrepreneur, surnamed Jia, whom the townsfolk affectionately called Boss Jia III. However, it seemed he was currently experiencing difficulties, having sold both his residence and villa. 2,250,000 yuan for a 400 square meter standalone villa complete with a private courtyard. According to the property management boss, Jia had spent over 2 million yuan on renovations alone, making this acquisition an absolute bargain at the current price. Tanshin Villa Manor boasted an exceptionally prime location situated within close proximity to the county government offices, the County No. 1 High School, and the County People's Hospital. His parents raised no objections, and upon completing the ownership transfer, they moved in that very same day. The villa was registered solely under Chen Yuan's name. Between the college entrance examination and the start of the new semester, this holiday represented one of the most carefree periods of his life, and undoubtedly the most leisurely. Chen Yuan spent his days indulging in food and drink at home, playing 5 matches of Counter-Strike and 5 matches of Valorant daily, followed by 2 rounds of teamfight tactics in bed before sleep, letting the hours slip by effortlessly. He purchased every cosmetic skin he had previously been unable to afford. While this lifestyle proved liberating, it also brought an abundance of idle time. Eventually, the moment for the new semester arrived. For the first time, Chen Yuan eagerly anticipated the start of school, departing a day early to travel from his hometown to Harbin for his flight. At the airport security entrance, he embraced both his parents. Dad, don't let that Maybach sit idle. You must drive it regularly, otherwise the car will deteriorate from disuse, Chen Yuan cautioned. Chen Yuan had already handed the Maybach over to his father. After the hotel doorman had assumed the driver was merely the chauffeur, Chen Yuan had developed a certain aversion toward the brand. He had deliberately arrived a day early specifically to purchase a vehicle in Shenzhen. Understood. I'll make certain your son's car receives proper care, Chen Mingshu said with a warm smile. Their family dynamic was characterized by such ease and informality, where joking came naturally. His parents eschewed rigid notions of authority in favor of spontaneity. Mom, avoid wearing those gold bangles back in the county. It's hardly a major metropolis, and public safety leaves much to be desired, Chen Yuan added. In a reversal of typical dynamics, rather than his parents offering him advice before parting, it was Chen Yuan who found himself issuing warnings to them. There was something almost comically inverted about the situation. Shi Yuhua nodded with a smile, recognizing her son's consistent pattern of concern for their well-being. Once his reminders concluded and the departure time approached, Chen Yuan made his way toward the business class boarding corridor. Before stepping through, Chen Yuan turned to see his parents waving at him. Dad, Mom, you should head back now. I'll return for the spring festival. Chen Yuan called out, his voice drawing everyone waiting in the security line to turn and watch. All right, go on inside. Shi Yuhua waved back, signaling for him to hurry through. Chen Yuan proceeded through the security checkpoint, where the business class lane had barely anyone in line. When he glanced back, his parents were already out of sight. Once fully passed into the airport's secure area, Chen Yuan made his way directly to the boarding gate. His flight was already accepting passengers, leaving no time for a visit to the business lounge. Chen Yuan felt no sense of loss regarding the lounge. He had experienced the Harbin Airport's business class facility before and found it merely adequate. He would rather reserve his expectations for something superior down the line. Passing through the business class dedicated boarding lane, he could see a long queue at the adjacent economy section. Chen Yuan no longer needed to remark on how wonderful wealth could be, for his current situation transcended ordinary affluence. In just over 10 days, his bank balance had officially surged past 11 digits, rivaling the length of a mobile phone number. Seated in business class, beyond the noticeably more spacious accommodations compared to economy, there was little else that distinguished it. The A320's business class was colloquially dubbed the flying bench, certainly not comparable to the first-class experience on international routes, offering little in the way of true luxury. Yet there were certain privileges to enjoy. The beverages were particularly noteworthy. The signature Red Lantern drink from Air China, crafted with a tomato juice base blended with apple and other fruit juices, delivering a subtly tart and captivating flavor. Chen Yuan couldn't resist ordering another glass. As passengers boarded and the safety demonstration began, the aircraft started its taxi. A child's wailing erupted somewhere in the cabin. Chen Yuan donned the noise-canceling headphones that had come as a gift with his Maybach purchase. Despite his reservations about the vehicle itself, he had grown quite fond of the premium accessories, packing both the sunglasses and headphones for his trip to Shenzhen. Seated in business class with music playing, Chen Yuan gazed down at the receding skyline of Harbin, but his heart had already drifted toward Shenzhen. He had already secured his accommodation. Between Raffles and the Mandarin Oriental, Shenzhen's two most luxurious hotels, Chen Yuan had chosen Raffles. There was only one reason: the Raffles location along Shenzhen Bay offered ocean views. The presidential suite cost 15,000 yuan per night, a steeper price than in Harbin, but Chen Yuan felt no hesitation about the expense. Money had become nothing more than a sequence of digits to him now. After a smooth 4-hour flight with no incidents, the aircraft gently touched down at Baoan Airport. Shenzhen had finally arrived. Chen Yuan felt pleased with himself. His Gaokao scores would have been more than sufficient for nearly any prestigious university across Heilongjiang province. Yet he had chosen Shenzhen University anyway, drawn to both the southern metropolis itself and the institution. He stood at the aircraft doorway awaiting the crew to open the door. As the door swung open, a wall of humid heat greeted him. He could feel perspiration instantly forming across his skin, making him feel uncomfortably sticky. It was 5 in the evening, yet still unbearably warm. Chen Yuan quickened his pace along the jet bridge, eager to reach the air-conditioned terminal inside, hoping for some relief from the oppressive heat. Shenzhen is incredibly hot. Compared to this, even Harbin summers feel refreshingly cool. Chen Yuan couldn't help but complain internally. His first visit to Shenzhen had been in winter, when he had been captivated by its cosmopolitan energy and cool climate, its towering skyscrapers, and breathtaking Shenzhen Bay. Everything had seemed inspiring. But summer brought an entirely different experience, one of oppressive heat that contrasted sharply with his idealized vision of the city. Dragging his luggage toward the arrival's exit, Chen Yuan spotted a crowded gathering of people waiting to greet arriving passengers. Despite the throng, he easily spotted the person come to meet him. A young man stood at the arrival gate dressed in a white shirt and black suit, holding an iPad that displayed the Raffles hotel name. Their eyes met, and the pickup driver was fairly certain he had found his passenger. "Good evening, are you Mr. Chen?" Chen Yuan nodded and presented his ID for verification. Once the identity was confirmed, the driver gestured for him to follow. Chen Yuan followed him out to a Rolls-Royce Ghost. Having experienced both the Maybach and this vehicle, he found himself unable to declare either more comfortable. Whether in the Maybach S680 or this Rolls-Royce Ghost, the rear seating offered ample space in both. However, their design philosophies diverged significantly. The Maybach S680 leaned toward modernity and youthful sophistication, its ambient lighting truly stunning. In contrast, the Ghost's interior felt somewhat traditional, not Chen Yuan's preferred aesthetic, though its starlight headliner was absolutely mesmerizing. The Ghost merged smoothly onto the highway heading toward Shenzhen Bay in Nanshan District. The driver maintained a respectful silence throughout, speaking only when necessary, exemplifying impeccable professional boundaries. Yet whenever Chen Yuan asked questions, the driver would respond with warmth and enthusiasm. Chen Yuan sat in the chauffeur's seat of a Rolls-Royce and opened his phone to send a message to his parents, letting them know he had arrived safely. At the same time, he noticed a message from Jiang Yue. Jiang Yue said her work had been transferred to the Shenzhen branch, and she would continue to serve as Chen Yuan's personal banker. She told him to message her whenever he needed anything. "My CBC's service is so good. Where the client goes, the butler follows." "That's really impressive." Chen Yuan replied with a simple "good" to Jiang Yue and then closed his phone. The streets of Shenzhen were packed with traffic, and the Rolls-Royce had to crawl along with the congestion. There were far more cars than in Harbin, and the city was undeniably more bustling and prosperous. Once entering Nanshan District, skyscrapers rose one after another on both sides of the road. In the distance, neon lights shimmered like a cyberpunk metropolis, truly deserving its reputation as the city of technology. Arriving at Shenzhen Bay only amplified the splendor. The Huaran Spring Bamboo Building, the Penguin Mansion, the Zizalong Tower, the DJI headquarters. Countless iconic corporate headquarters converged along a single stretch of street. The gradient orange-red sunset bathed every skyscraper in a languid glow. This big city was simply wonderful. Even carrying billions in wealth, Chen Yuan remained like an ordinary boy from a small county town, filled with curiosity about this place. This would be where he spent the next 4 years of his life. In fact, Chen Yuan found himself wanting to stay here forever. The Rolls-Royce Phantom gradually pulled up in front of Tower T7 of Shenzhen Bay No. 1. Shenzhen Bay No. 1 was also one of Shenzhen's landmarks. Borders the sea facing Hong Kong Island across the water, and just a street away lay Shenzhen's largest urban park, Talent Park. Shenzhen Bay No. 1 was famous online, though few knew it was not merely apartments, but also included office buildings and a shopping center. There were 7 towers in total. Towers T1 and T2 were the renowned waterfront penthouses. T3 through T6 were supergrade A office buildings, and Tower T7 was the building housing the Raffles Hotel, the tallest of all 7 structures at Shenzhen Bay No. 1. Chen Yuan stepped out of the car and was greeted with the most elaborate welcome ceremony. The general manager personally led the reception, with 12 uniformly dressed female attendants lined up in welcome formation, along with a butler in a pale blue suit. Other residents in the vicinity cast curious glances his way, but quickly looked away. Chen Yuan quickly grew accustomed to this level of enthusiasm. Though he couldn't quite explain why seeing 12 uniformly dressed young women lined up to welcome him made Chen Yuan struggle to keep a straight face. His mouth twitched repeatedly as he fought hard to suppress the urge to laugh. After completing the check-in procedures, the butler escorted Chen Yuan into the elevator to the 45th floor. What surprised Chen Yuan was that there was actually a two-seater sofa inside the elevator. This was the first time he had ever seen a sofa in an elevator. Truly, if you can sit, there's no reason to stand. Naturally, Chen Yuan wanted to try the elevator sofa. It was soft beneath him, and as his fingers brushed the plush fabric, a dark trail appeared where the nap had been reversed. How many square meters is this sky presidential suite? Chen Yuan asked casually as the elevator ascended. 436 square meters, Mr. Chen. What? Chen Yuan turned his head. The presidential suite of this hotel was even larger than his own villa. Such a vast space just for one person, truly extravagant. The elevator arrived at the 45th floor, and following the butler, Chen Yuan reached the sky presidential suite. Standing before the suite door were 4 more uniformly dressed female attendants lined up to welcome his arrival. Chen Yuan could barely hold back his laughter this time. Fortunately, the butler swiftly opened the door. Wow! Chen Yuan couldn't help but exclaim. This was far more luxurious than the Ritz-Carlton in Harbin. Luxury was evident to the naked eye. A waterfall-like vertical chandelier cascaded from the ceiling through the entire living room, while a dome of gold and crystal was almost dazzling. Symmetrically arranged sofas exuded sophisticated design sense. Beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows lay Shenzhen's golden sunset with the spring bamboo tower and Shenzhen Bay waters framed together in the fading light. The young butler spoke softly, offering her introduction. Mr. Chen, all the furniture in this living room is imported from Switzerland, the same brand used by the Queen of England. Over here is the bar counter, and all beverages inside are complimentary. We have also specially prepared a bottle of Ceylon champagne for you to welcome your stay. Chen Yuan's gaze followed the butler's, nodding occasionally. To the right of the living room was the dining room, where a long table seating 14 stood. 3 vases on the table prevented it from looking too bare, and between them sat 2 miniature models of the spring bamboo tower. Further ahead lay the conference room and study. Chen Yuan had absolutely no use for such a layout. He had no meetings to hold and no official work to conduct. Perhaps guests in other presidential suites needed such a design. They likely had plenty of business to attend to. Continuing forward, he finally reached the bedroom. This bedroom was equally extravagant with a 270-degree panoramic view through floor-to-ceiling windows. The glass directly opposite the bed overlooked Shenzhen Bay, while the side windows faced the spring bamboo tower. With a view like this, he would pay 150,000 per night, or even 500,000. Of course, if it really cost 500,000 a night, he would pretend he never said that. Beside the bed sat an astronomical telescope. He wondered if it could actually see stars and the moon. The butler then showed Chen Yuan around the walk-in closet and the various amenities in the bathroom, including a square, double-sized bathtub large enough for 2 people to soak together. Chen Yuan couldn't help but think of Wu Yu and Jiang Yue. He quickly shook his head. It had been too long since he'd indulged in his ancestral pastimes, and his passions were running a bit high. This presidential suite, in every true sense, fulfilled all of Chen Yuan's fantasies about a hotel stay. There was a fully stocked bar, a private cinema, and a gym. Apart from the study and conference room being somewhat impractical, which perhaps should be converted into an esports room, Chen Yuan had no complaints about this suite whatsoever. After finishing her introduction, the butler helped Chen Yuan unpack his luggage, taking out his clothes and hanging them one by one in the closet, gradually infusing the presidential suite with a sense of lived-in warmth. How much would it cost to rent this long-term for a month? Chen Yuan asked. Approximately 2 million yuan per month, the butler replied. 2 million. Not bad at all. 2 million for just 1 month. His net monthly income was 21 billion. One day's earnings could cover nearly 30 years of stay here. Chen Yuan pondered whether to rent long-term right here. Should he buy a property or continue renting this hotel suite? He felt torn. Perhaps he could buy a home while also keeping this presidential suite on a long-term lease. Wouldn't that be too wasteful? Chen Yuan stroked his chin, then asked, if I rent long-term, could you convert the study into an esports room? The young butler looked slightly embarrassed. It was the first time she had ever encountered such a request. However, she lacked the authority to decide, so she replied, I will need to consult with the general manager about that. All right then. Chen Yuan nodded, then pointed toward the windows at towers T1 and T2 of Shenzhen Bay No. 1. How much are the properties over there per unit? The apartments at Shenzhen Bay No. 1 were distinctive. Every household had a swimming pool on their balcony. Chen Yuan's eyesight was sharp, and he could already spot a man soaking in someone's private pool. Privacy protection was clearly lacking. Property, there is roughly 250,000 per square meter. A few days ago, a 300 square meter unfurnished flat was sold for 77 million yuan. How many country villas could that buy? I just arrived in Shenzhen and am considering buying a property. Do you have any recommendations? Chen Yuan asked, sensing the butler was quite familiar with Shenzhen. That depends on what kind of property you are looking for, the butler replied. If you want residential apartments, OCT Pure Water Shore, Swan Castle Peninsula City, in Qianhai, and Tree Bay No. 1 are all excellent high-rise choices. If you prefer a villa, look at pure water shore within the city or Tianjin Bay by the sea. For apartments, nothing beats Shenzhen Bay No. 1. Chen Yuan considered this thoughtfully. I'll be studying at the Weihai campus of Shenzhen University, so something close to campus would be best. Then Shenzhen Bay No. 1 is the closest. It is only 3 kilometers by car from here to Weihai campus. May I ask approximately what your budget is? Inquired the Raffles Hotel butler. Chen Yuan declared magnanimously, no budget limit. Just pick a nice one, preferably one that's move-in ready. In that case, you might consider our Raffles apartments. Chen Yuan was curious. Raffles apartments. He had never heard of them. He only knew the Raffles Hotel, where he was currently staying. The butler explained, Raffles apartments are a top-tier development jointly created by Raffles Hotel and Shenzhen Bay No. 1 are located right here in Tower T7. Residents can enjoy all the facilities of Raffles Hotel, and like the owners of Towers T1 and T2, join the Deep Bay Club. In terms of amenities and location, it is simply the best. If your budget allows, the penthouse of Raffles Apartments is currently available. It comes fully furnished and decorated with hard and soft furnishings matching your requirement for immediate move-in. Chen Yuan chuckled. We were having such a good conversation. Why did you suddenly start advertising? Chen Yuan had no idea what image he projected in the eyes of the hotel concierge. To recommend the tower's crown jewel right off the bat, what did she take him for? A tall, wealthy, and handsome gentleman. Too bad, that's exactly me. Chen Yuan immediately agreed. Sure, can I see the apartment? Of course. When would you like to view it? Right now. Chen Yuan was itching to check out Shenzhen's most exclusive luxury residence. Right now? Yes, Mr. Chen. Please wait a moment. I'll have someone come to show you around. The concierge was an employee of the Raffles Hotel, not the Raffles Residences. Though both belonged to the same group, they operated as separate entities. However, staff across the two organizations maintained close connections. The concierge simply summoned a property manager from the Raffles Residences. So many butlers, Chen Yuan realized. Since becoming wealthy, he found himself surrounded by an army of personal attendants. Soon the doorbell rang. The concierge answered the door. The property manager had arrived. The property manager was a woman in her early 30s, approximately 1.65 meters in height, with a perfectly proportioned figure and an air of intellectual elegance. After entering, the woman headed straight for Chen Yuan, who was seated on the sofa. Chen Yuan rose to his feet. The manager extended her hand proactively. Good day, Mr. Chen. I am Lucy, your property manager at Raffles Residences. Please just call me Lucy. Chen Yuan nodded and shook her hand. Hello, Miss Lucy. He had almost called her auntie, but swallowed the word just in time. It would have been far too impolite. You're interested in our crown jewel unit, correct? Chen Yuan nodded. Excellent, Mr. Chen. We can go view it right away. Lucy withdrew her hand, a note of apology in her voice. However, we do require an asset verification prior to viewing. Could you please provide proof of your assets? Well, a minimum of 50 million is required. The hotel concierge interjected. Does Mr. Chen really need to do that? Lucy's face was filled with regret. We had a meeting a few days ago where management specifically instructed us. It's not up to me. Chen Yuan didn't feel disrespected by Lucy, nor did he wish to make things difficult for a working professional. No problem. It's just asset verification, right? An electronic version will suffice. Absolutely. A trace of gratitude appeared in Lucy's eyes. Certainly. All right, give me a moment to make a call. Chen Yuan pulled out his phone and dialed Jiang Yue. The call connected quickly. Chen Yuan got straight to the point. Miss Jiang, I need an asset certificate. Can your bank issue one? Jiang Yue didn't ask why he needed the certificate. Of course, brother Yuan. How much would you like the certificate to reflect? Would 10 billion work? That's fine. Then please wait 2 minutes. Jiang Yue replied. I'll send you the electronic version first, and should I deliver the paper copy? The level of service could only be described with a single word: extraordinary. No need for a paper copy, the electronic version is enough. Chen Yuan said. Understood. Less than 2 minutes after hanging up, the electronic asset certificate arrived. 10 billion in cash, verified by the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China Shenzhen branch, complete with the official seal. Chen Yuan called Lucy over and sent her the certificate. She glanced at it, and her expression shifted instantly. The requirement was 50 million, yet this seemingly young man produced an asset certificate worth 10 billion in cash. 10 billion. The wealthier one became the less liquid cash they tended to hold, as every fortune was eagerly deployed into the next venture. Even a property manager accustomed to dealing with billionaires could only stare in disbelief at a 10 billion certificate. But professionalism prevailed, and her tone grew even more respectful within moments. Though she knew the young man living in the presidential suite must be wealthy, this was still staggering. Forgive the inconvenience, Mr. Chen. Shall we proceed to view the apartment? Chen Yuan nodded, rose from the sofa, and replied calmly, let's go. Lucy led the way with deference, introducing details about the crown jewel unit as they walked. The entire Tower T7 belongs to the Raffles Group. Below the 45th floor is the Raffles Hotel guest room area. Floors 45 through 50 house the restaurant, fitness center, spa, pool, and other public facilities. As a resident, you may freely enjoy these amenities. Very convenient. From the 50th floor up to the 72nd floor, the top level, lies our Raffles Residences. The crown jewel unit you wish to see occupies the entire 72nd floor. A single residence spanning the whole level entirely yours. After transferring to another elevator, they arrived at the 72nd floor. The elevator doors opened slowly, revealing an extraordinarily spacious foyer. Light-colored marble flooring was laid beneath a plush carpet, and European-style wall sconces adorned the walls. Though merely a common area, the decor was magnificently luxurious. To the right of the elevator hall stood a pair of bronze double entrance doors. Lucy first pointed to the fire escape stairwell on the left side of the foyer. These stairs lead to the rooftop terrace, which features a helicopter landing pad. If you're considering purchasing a helicopter, commuting would be exceedingly convenient. Lucy wouldn't dare doubt whether a man carrying 10 billion in cash could afford a helicopter. Chen Yuan stroked his chin. Did the wealthy these days commute by helicopter instead of driving supercars? We'll discuss the helicopter later. Let's focus on viewing the apartment first, Chen Yuan said. He noticed that Miss Lucy had a habit of describing future amenities as though he'd already moved in. Certainly, Mr. Chen. Lucy responded, taking out the key and unlocking the bronze door. The double doors swung open on either side. Please come in, Mr. Chen. Chen Yuan stepped inside, walking through the entryway alongside Lucy into the living room. He felt his threshold of amazement being pushed higher bit by bit. This living room was even larger than that presidential suite he'd stayed in at 15,000 a night. At the perfect moment, Lucy introduced, this crown jewel unit offers a usable area of 890 square meters featuring 5 bedrooms, 5 living rooms, and 8 bathrooms. It includes a private screening room, gym, and snooker room. That sofa is in Fendi crocodile leather piece valued at 1.5 million yuan individually, totaling 4.7 million yuan for the full set. Chen Yuan was sensitive to such figures. Just this sofa is worth a Maybach GLS 600. Lucy nodded. Yes, Mr. Chen. We spared no expense on this apartment's decoration with an average standard of 150,000 yuan per square meter. Every surface you see on the floor is crafted from Jingya brown marble, and as you can observe, the veining patterns are symmetrically aligned. All stone surfaces throughout are sourced from rare luxury stones, exceedingly expensive. Chen Yuan marveled, this is truly a celestial palace. Especially standing here on the 72nd floor at an altitude of 350 meters, truly above the clouds. Tell me about anything else notable. Perhaps I'll just buy it outright, Chen Yuan said with a hint of playful teasing. I find the most distinctive feature to be the curtains throughout this apartment. Lucy approached the window, her slender fingers grazing the fabric as she explained, all the curtains in this apartment are sourced from Hermes. The fabric is identical to that used in Hermes clothing. How incredible was that? An Hermes garment cost anywhere from several thousand to tens of thousands of yuan. Just one floor-to-ceiling window's worth of fabric could produce countless outfits. Every soft furnishing and hard finish in these rooms absolutely matches your status. Both the inner and outer kitchens feature Gaokao appliances, while the bedding is from Hasen's. As for this area by the headboard, it's upholstered in calfskin. My claim of 150,000 yuan per square meter for the renovation is entirely truthful. This 270 square meter master bedroom is perfectly suited to you, Mr. Chen. Moreover, Mr. Chen, take a look at this fitness room complete with an indoor pool. While a pool is standard in mansions of this caliber, this indoor pool is absolutely the largest among all apartments in Shenzhen. The 15-meter-long pool is 3 times the size of the balcony pools in the neighboring T1 and T2 towers. Even while showing the apartment, Lucy couldn't resist subtly undermining the competitors next door. Chen Yuan surveyed his surroundings, feeling a profound sense of awe from this mansion. It truly defined the meaning of breathtaking grandeur. The gym was equipped with a complete set of facilities, treadmills, stationary bikes, chest press machines. The 15-meter indoor pool, a study befitting his stature, a cigar room, a wine cellar. All were present. Within the 270 square meter master bedroom, there were 2 complete bathrooms and 2 walk-in closets. One for the master, one for the mistress. The super king-size bed measured 2.4 by 2.2 meters, dressed with Hasen's supple mattress, and the headboard area was upholstered in supple calfskin. Chen Yuan could spend an entire day right there in the master bedroom. Of course, most importantly, the view here was simply magnificent. Standing in either the living room or the master bedroom, one could admire the stunning sea views of Shenzhen Bay and Renmin Park. Meanwhile, seated in the study on the opposite side, the urban landscape of the Qianhai district sprawled below, including the iconic spring bamboo building. Chen Yuan could hardly find a single flaw in this apartment. How much is this unit? He asked bluntly. Lucy responded just as directly, Mr. Chen. The current price for this apartment is exactly 300 million yuan. The apartment was beautiful, and so was the price. Chen Yuan had already made up his mind. He would buy this apartment. First, this expansive flat lay by the seaside, directly overlooking Shenzhen Bay and Renmin Park. The living room and bedrooms faced the sea, while the study overlooked the bustling Qianhai district, offering views of the spring bamboo tower. Every floor-to-ceiling window presented a spectacular vista. Second, this apartment sat on the 72nd floor, offering excellent privacy, unlike the other Shenzhen Bay No. 1 tower across the way where bathers risked being peeped at. According to Lucy, although the Raffles residences also belonged to Shenzhen Bay No. 1, it didn't enjoy the same level of celebrity attention as towers T1 and T2, sparing residents from being inadvertently exposed by gossip netizens. Finally, and most importantly, Chen Yuan had more than enough money. He never considered investment returns when buying property. Comfort for personal living was what truly mattered. He simply adored this master bedroom and study. 300 million was indeed steep, but Chen Yuan's daily spending money alone could purchase 2.5 such apartments. Would it be too much for one person to live in an 890 square meter apartment? Chen Yuan asked with a smile. Sensing Chen Yuan had already been swayed, Lucy relaxed slightly. For a promising young man like yourself, this house will surely have a mistress and many little masters in the future. A smaller space wouldn't suffice. Oh, ha 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 ha. Chen Yuan let out a series of gentlemanly chuckles. In that case, let's sign the contract today. He hadn't yet purchased a car, but he was buying an apartment first. Apartments in Shenzhen had no purchase restrictions. Once the contract was signed, payment made, and ownership transferred, this apartment would belong to Chen Yuan. As for the paperwork, Chen Yuan certainly wouldn't need to run around himself. Lucy would handle everything. The apartment's price was indeed substantial. However, considering its prime location and top-tier renovation, Chen Yuan felt every penny was well spent. Especially the walls throughout the entire apartment. All upholstered in soft leather, not a single bare wall in sight. With this level of decoration, it was undeniably a world-class luxury mansion. By the way, what's the property management fee? Chen Yuan asked. Lucy, far from growing casual now that the sale was secured, responded with even greater respect. The property fee is 35 yuan per square meter per month. However, you're exempt from property fees for the first 5 years. The fee was indeed considerable. For 890 square meters at 35 yuan per square meter, that came to 31,150 yuan monthly. Without the system, even if this house were given to Chen Yuan, he couldn't have afforded to live here. Not because of the purchase price, but because of the property fees. Still, over 30,000 yuan in monthly fees felt thoroughly worth it to Chen Yuan. After all, there were numerous public facilities to enjoy plus dedicated butler service. Even deliveries were brought right to his door, without any effort on his part. Having purchased the apartment, the next step was to buy a car. After registering his fingerprint and iris data, Chen Yuan left the Raffles residences. He sent a message to the hotel concierge, asking her to arrange transportation to Mixi. Ferrari Rolls-Royce, here I come. Chen Yuan was short on time, with a heavy to-do list. School started the next day, so he absolutely had to resolve the car purchase today. Incidentally, this Raffles Residences unit came with 8 private parking spaces. In other words, Chen Yuan could purchase up to 8 cars right away. If he desired more vehicles, he would need to purchase additional parking spaces himself. Do you have the Rolls-Royce Wraith BB edition in stock? Yes, sir, I just need. Prepare the contract and swipe the card. Huh. Hurry up, are you selling or not? Chen Yuan said with displeasure. We're selling. I'll prepare the contract for you right away. The salesperson hurried off, clearly swept up by Chen Yuan's urgency. Chen Yuan didn't want to rush so quickly, but he had no choice. In the Wanxiang City area, there were far too many luxury car 4S stores. If he wanted to buy one from each, he needed to hurry. There was no helping it. It was already too late, and if he didn't hurry, everything would be closed. After receiving the configuration sheet, Chen Yuan didn't even look at it. Only after paying did he realize it was actually a washed pink Rolls-Royce Wraith. Such a flashy color, wasn't it a bit too bold? But never mind, he had already bought it. Chen Yuan asked the salesperson to deliver the car to Shenzhen Bay No. 1, contacted butler Lucy for the handover, and then went next door to the Ferrari store himself. Do you have the 12 Cylindri Spider and Purosang in stock? Yes, sir. Chen Yuan, having learned his lesson this time, asked, what colors are they? Right now we only have one silver white 12C and one white Purosang. These 2 cars, one an elegant supercar, the other an FUV. Essentially, an SUV. FUV was a new term coined by Ferrari themselves. The reason Chen Yuan chose these 2 models was that both were powered by V12 engines, making them the current flagship lineup. Bundle both, swipe the card. Chen Yuan said. The salesperson was utterly baffled again. This was truly the first time they had seen someone buy a car like this. However, Ferrari salespeople were no slower to react than their Rolls-Royce counterparts. After inviting Chen Yuan to sit, they also hurried off to prepare the contract. Afraid the customer who fell from the sky might run away. Chen Yuan was genuinely in a rush, as there were still 3 stores left to visit, and it was already close to closing time. Tomorrow was the start of school, and there would undoubtedly be a pile of things to deal with. Who knew how long it would take? He wouldn't have time to buy cars then. He similarly asked the salesperson to transport the 2 cars to Shenzhen Bay No. 1, and then hurried out to the next door Porsche store. Do you have the 911 GT3 RS in stock? Chen Yuan asked. I'm sorry, sir, we don't currently have this model in stock. However, if you're willing to wait a few days, we can transfer one from another branch. I'm not willing. Goodbye. Chen Yuan turned and walked away without a moment's hesitation. Time was life. He quickly walked into the AMG store and followed the same process, purchasing a samurai black Mercedes-AMG S63 Coupe, a 2-door 4-seater sports sedan that, like a beast in a suit, was exquisitely elegant. Then Chen Yuan finally entered the last store. This store was somewhat special, called Brabus. It wasn't a car brand, but rather a custom car brand, primarily modifying luxury vehicles such as Mercedes-Benz, Porsche, and Rolls-Royce. Chen Yuan had only seen it online before. This was his first time seeing a Brabus store in reality. There weren't any of these in the entire northeast region. As soon as he entered the store, some salespeople were already preparing to get off work. But when a customer walked in, there were still salespeople willing to step forward to greet them. Chen Yuan's gaze was drawn to an enormous off-road pickup truck in the center of the showroom. It was truly massive. The hood was almost as high as the salesperson's shoulders. It was evident that the prototype was based on Mercedes G-Class, but the front fascia had been modified, appearing more domineering than an ordinary G-Wagon. It was equipped with a crash bar, had a raised chassis, and featured off-road dedicated night lights on the roof. Its gray-green exterior was neither overly flamboyant nor too understated to be overlooked. Of course, given the sheer size of this vehicle, it would be difficult to ignore even on the road. This car is quite nice. Are you selling it? Chen Yuan asked. Of course we are, sir, the salesperson replied enthusiastically. What's this car called? Chen Yuan had already made a list of cars he wanted to buy back in his county. This was precisely why he could be so purposeful at the various 4S stores just now. But this particular car was an unexpected addition, a gap in his knowledge. This is the Brabus XLP 800 Super Black. It is our super pickup built on the basis of the G6344, with a global limited production of only 10 units. Chen Yuan didn't ask why Super Black was gray-green. Because much like the Rolls-Royce BB edition, although it has black in the name, it doesn't mean the paint is black. Rather, it refers to the blacked-out accessories, such as the wheels, the emblem, and the angel wing mirrors, all feature a smoked black finish. This vehicle has excellent off-road performance. Because the chassis has been upgraded, its weighting depth can reach 1.5 meters. The stroked 4.4-liter V8 engine can produce 900 horsepower. Chen Yuan had no interest in these specifications. Only those who couldn't afford it and professionals cared about such data. True, everyday consumers mainly looked at whether it caught their eye. And this car certainly matched Chen Yuan's taste perfectly. He had originally been wondering which of the 4 luxury cars he had purchased today he should drive tomorrow when school started. But now there was no need to hesitate anymore. It would be this one. No need to explain further. Go prepare the contract directly, Chen Yuan said. Full payment. The salesperson glanced at Chen Yuan twice. Although the young man in front of him was well-dressed and covered head to toe in luxury brands, his accessories were quite simple, with no outstanding jewelry or wristwatch. This made the salesperson somewhat doubt Chen Yuan's purchasing power. Sir, the on-the-road price for this car is 12.6 million, the salesperson reminded him. Chen Yuan couldn't help but say, your Brabus is really greedy. I just came from AMG and the G63 was only 3 million. You modify it once and it quadruples in price. Never mind. 10+ million is nothing. I can afford it. Go prepare the contract. All right, sir, please have a seat. The salesperson said. Shall we come here? Bring the snacks and champagne, reserved for VIP guests, over for this gentleman. I don't drink alcohol. Just bring me a glass of cola, Chen Yuan said. The salesperson replied, very well, sir. Would you like Coca-Cola or Pepsi? You can actually choose between these. Coca-Cola. All right, sir, please wait a moment. Soon Chen Yuan once again signed a car purchase contract and swiped his card. The astonishment in the salesperson's eyes was about to overflow. Today was the day Chen Yuan had spent the most since obtaining the system. He had bought 1 apartment and 5 cars. The apartment was valued at 300 million. The 5 cars consisted of 1 Rolls-Royce Wraith BB edition, 1 Ferrari 12-cylinder Spider, 1 Ferrari Purosang, 1 Mercedes MGS 63 Coupe, and 1 Brabus XLP 800 Super Black. The 5 cars added up to a total of 44.6 million. Chen Yuan couldn't help but sigh again. Money truly goes fast. Even with all this spending, he had only used up 350 million in a single day. Among the 5 cars, the most expensive was the Brabus XLP 800 at 12.6 million. Next came the Ferrari Purosang at 10.8 million. Then followed the Ferrari 12C at 8.3 million. Although Rolls-Royce had the largest brand prestige, the car itself wasn't particularly expensive. It only cost 7.3 million. As for the AMG S63 Coupe, it was purely an add-on. He had simply happened to see a store and decided to buy one. Chen Yuan drove the Brabus XLP 844 directly onto the road. This pickup truck, measuring 5,332 millimeters in length and 2,296 millimeters in height, gave him a commanding, elevated view of the road with no visual obstruction as far as the eye could see. An ordinary off-road vehicle, standing at 1.8 meters tall, is already considered a large vehicle, yet this XLP 844 reached a height of 2.29 meters, nearly 2.3 meters. As it drove down the road, it resembled a beast unleashed from its cage. Chen Yuan drove this off-road pickup, accompanied by the roar of the engine, all the way back to the Raffles Hotel. The head-turning rate on the street was absolutely maxed out. He saw more than one passerby pull out their phones and point the camera at him. Returning to the hotel, he parked the car himself, and then made his way to the presidential suite at the Raffles Hotel. After all, it was a hotel room booked for 15000, so there was no way he would leave it empty. He ordered McDonald's delivery, had a late-night snack, scrolled through Douyin for a while, and then washed up and went to sleep. August 31st, Saturday. Auspicious for weddings, consecration ceremonies, sacrifices, and prayers. Inauspicious for digging wells, breaking ground, building stoves, and haircuts. Chen Yuan got up early and changed his clothes. He wore a white LV t-shirt as an inner layer with a light gray baseball jacket over it. The LV cartoon print paired with English lettering gave it a street-style vibe. As for pants, he wore a pair of dark gray wide-leg trousers with a strong sense of design, and on his feet were a pair of white and blue chunky sneakers. As the saying goes, fine feathers make fine birds. Now dressed in this outfit, Chen Yuan perfectly overlapped with people's image of a rich second-generation heir. Chen Yuan would never act like those male protagonists in novels who are extremely wealthy, yet still wear cheap street-style clothes. He wanted to flaunt his wealth openly, so that anyone who looked at him would know he was a rich second-generation heir, not a loser. Standing in front of the full-length mirror, Chen Yuan struck a few poses full of self-admiration. Everyone says that looks are the best fashion item. With this outfit of mine, I could totally be a model. He grabbed his car keys, went to the breakfast restaurant for a simple meal, finished breakfast, and when he arrived at the hotel lobby downstairs, the hotel butler had already brought his luggage down. There were 2 suitcases in total. One contained clothes and shoes, and the other held a quilt, pillow, and bed sheets. After checking out, the hotel butler accompanied Chen Yuan all the way to the parking lot, where he placed the suitcases into the pickup truck's bed and secured them. Once everything was done, the butler bowed and said, "Mr. Chen, thank you very much. We look forward to your next stay at the Raffles Hotel." "All right, next time for sure." Chen Yuan drove the Brabus XLP 800. His other cars were all parked in the underground garage by Lucy. He set the navigation and headed toward Shenzhen University. Finally, it was time to register for the new semester. Chen Yuan felt a hint of excitement in his heart. He was full of anticipation for university life. The road was a bit congested with stop-and-go traffic for over 20 minutes before he finally arrived at the school gate. On the road in front of the school gate, many cars were parked along the curb. Parents were helping students carry luggage, and there were also many volunteers in red vests directing the bewildered freshmen. Chen Yuan drove directly to the gate. Before he could roll down the window, the barrier lifted automatically. "Oh, I can drive in," he thought. Chen Yuan drove straight into the campus. On both sides of the road, 2 rows of small trees were symmetrically planted, forming a pedestrian path between them. Many students carrying bags and pulling suitcases walked toward the interior. Some female students were already showing off their style, wearing ultra-short hot pants, their long legs shimmering in the sunlight, catching the attention of other students. Even while driving, Chen Yuan couldn't help but steal a few glances. Along the way, he felt that the school was huge and the facilities were so rich. Just from what he saw, there were 3 outdoor swimming pools. Besides that, there were so many beautiful girls. Many cars were parked along the internal campus roads. Chen Yuan also found an empty spot and parked directly, then went to the pickup truck's bed to grab his 2 suitcases and join the crowd of freshmen. He didn't know how to get there. He only knew that registration was at the Mingda building, but he had no idea where it was exactly. Following the crowd, Chen Yuan soon spotted the Mingda building not far away. The teaching buildings were quite imposing, many of them appearing to be over a dozen stories high. Compared to his high school, this was what a campus should be like. Chen Yuan quickly found the registration area for the College of Education. Several tables were set up with senior students busy working. He soon found the registration spot for Class 1 of Education, where 2 female seniors were in charge. Both were quite pretty. Chen Yuan felt he had chosen the right major, even though it was a reassignment. One senior was rather short, appearing to be no more than 1.55 meters tall and naturally flat-chested, but her facial features were very cute. Under a white t-shirt, she wore a pair of pink trousers, exuding a girlish vibe that made one want to tease her. Would such a senior sister cry for a long time if punched? He wondered. The other senior was dressed more maturely, wearing a black bodycon dress, yet on her feet were a pair of black flip-flops with her toenails painted a deep red polish like 10 cherries of varying sizes. Her demeanor was cold, making her seem difficult to get along with. Chen Yuan pulled his suitcases and stepped forward. "Hello, seniors." Hello, junior, are you here to register?" asked the cute-styled senior, while the other remained silent. Chen Yuan nodded. "Yes, I'm in Class 1 of Education. My name is Chen Yuan." Chen Yuan. "Found it." The cute senior checked the list one by one and quickly located his name, then made a delicate checkmark on it. "We are your senior class advisors. I'm Ouyang Shouting, and she's Zhou Xinan. Just call us senior sister. This is your dormitory key. Your dorm is in Lingxiao Hall, room 612. Here's your key, don't lose it." Chen Yuan. A stunned expression. "Are the students at Shenzhen University this awesome? They actually live in the Lingxiao Palace." Ouyang Shouting looked Chen Yuan over, then smiled. "Just kidding. Your dorm building is called Lingxiao Zhai, and we jokingly call it Lingxiao Palace." Chen Yuan nodded. "Okay, thank you, 2 senior sisters. You can top up your student card and electricity for the dorm through the mini program. You know how, right?" Chen Yuan nodded. "Yes. Then that's it. There's a class meeting tonight at 700 in room 1103, building A of Huiwen building. Don't be late. Also add us on WeChat, and I'll pull you into the class group." Chen Yuan took out his phone, added both senior sisters as friends, and joined the class group. The class group was simply named 24 Education Class 1 Foot. "Can I go now?" Chen Yuan asked. Yes, you can go. See you tonight, Junior," Ouyang Shouting said. Chen Yuan stood up, pulled his 2 suitcases, and set off to find Lingxiao Zhai. It was summer, and the temperature in Shenzhen was unbearably hot. Just walking this short distance, Chen Yuan was already starting to sweat. He just wanted to find his dorm quickly and turn the air conditioner down to 16 degrees. Zhou Xinan patted Ouyang shouting on the shoulder. Hey, still staring. The junior is gone, and you're still gawking. Wipe that lovesick grin off your face. Ouyang shouting snapped back and restrained her smile. This junior Chen Yuan is so handsome. I feel like he looks a bit like Peng Yuyan, and he seems to have a great physique. I wonder if he has 8-pack abs. You're such a lovesick fool. We're here as senior class advisors to earn credits, not to find a boyfriend, Zhou Xinan said helplessly. So what? Earning credits and finding a boyfriend don't have to conflict, Ouyang shouting huffed. I'm a senior class advisor, not a counselor. What's wrong with dating a junior? Tisk, the school made the biggest mistake letting you be a class advisor. It's like letting a sow into a vegetable patch, Zhou Xinan said with a sharp tone. The two were close friends, so Ouyang shouting didn't get angry. She just retorted, you're the sow. You handle the sign-ins for the new students. I'm going to send a message to junior Chen Yuan. After all, he just got to school, so there must be a lot of things he needs help with. And I as his senior am here to assist. The seemingly cute and innocent Ouyang shouting was actually quite proactive. Zhou Xinan rolled her eyes and simply said, while you're at it, ask him if he wants to get a campus card. Chen Yuan did not have a hand to look at his phone as both hands were pulling the luggage. Ling Xiaozhai was not far, and he quickly found it. The dormitory building had 13 floors, and Chen Yuan's dormitory was on the 6th floor. For elevators, not bad, just what you'd expect from a good university. As soon as he entered the elevator, Chen Yuan felt a chill of cool air. The school elevator had air conditioning. Could you believe it? Soon he arrived at the 6th floor. Walking through the bright hallway, he brushed past several students walking together. Occasionally an excited shout came from a dormitory he passed. So much vitality. Chen Yuan quickly found dormitory 612. Standing in front of 612, he inserted the key he had just received from the senior female student into the lock and turned it easily. Pushing open the dormitory door, the first thing that met his eyes was a small room. Compared to his room at home, the dormitory was very small. On each side were 2 beds with desks underneath, and between each bed was a staircase to climb up. Beside the desk was a small double-door wardrobe. The dormitory was a bit small with nothing else besides the 4 beds and the aisle in the middle. At that moment, 2 people were standing in the middle, one fat and one thin. Hearing the door open, the 2 looked over, and another person on the bed poked out his head. Among the 4 in the dormitory, Chen Yuan turned out to be the last to arrive. Brother. The fatter one spoke first quite enthusiastically. He stepped forward to help Chen Yuan with his luggage. Brother, you're kinda handsome. Chen Yuan couldn't help but curl his lips. No thanks, bro. I can handle it myself. No problem, let me do it. I'm Li Xiang. Li Xiang said. He looked to be only about 1.7 meters tall, but his weight must have been around 135 kilograms. He looked like a round ball, but he was fair-skinned and even had a pleasant scent of perfume on him. He was a little chubby guy who didn't seem annoying. His hair was neatly trimmed, not messy, but rather endearing. I'm Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan said. The other person standing on the ground looked about 1.78 meters tall, very sturdy, wearing a vest. The muscles on his upper arms were clearly defined, and his biceps looked like they could pinch an egg. I'm Lin Hanjuan from Huhai. The person lying on the bed also waved his hand. Lu Rui. After a brief introduction, Chen Yuan opened his suitcase and began to make his bed, putting the clothes and shoes from the suitcase into the wardrobe. Bro, you're pretty rich. All LV, even the suitcase is LV. Li Xiang came over and said, just a bit of family wealth. Chen Yuan smiled. By the way, do you guys smoke? Li Xiang nodded. Yes. Lin Hanjun shook his head. I don't. Lu Rui raised his hand and said, I do. Don't worry, bro. We'll go out to the balcony to smoke. That's what the big balcony is for, right? Li Xiang said. Chen Yuan nodded. All right, bro. It's good for yourself and others. I occasionally smoke a bit too. Li Xiang nodded repeatedly, taking out a white and red pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Yes, good for others and yourself. Want a Lacun? Chen Yuan waved his hand. No thanks, I'll put my things away first. All right, let me help you. Li Xiang helped Chen Yuan organize his belongings, putting clothes into the wardrobe, making the bed with the sheet, and placing the suitcase on the balcony. Back inside, Li Xiang looked at Chen Yuan's clean desk, then at his own desk cluttered with items, and couldn't help saying, Bro, did you forget to bring something? Chen Yuan was puzzled. What? Your computer? Where's your computer? Chen Yuan looked at the clean desk. That's right. Where the hell is my computer? Damn, I forgot to bring it. Chen Yuan exclaimed in frustration. He had brought everything else, arranged everything, but had left behind his most precious possession. How can you go to college without a computer? Even if it's not for studying, you definitely need it for gaming. Li Xiang said, quickly have your parents mail it over. Is your home far? My home is not far, Chen Yuan said. In Harbin. Li Xiang. That's not far. It's fine, I'll buy one now. I can order it on JD.com and get it delivered the same day. Besides, my old computer was due for retirement anyway. Chen Yuan said. He didn't plan to buy a desktop computer mainly because it would arrive slowly and the school might not allow a technician to come and install the chassis. Moreover, the dormitory space was limited and couldn't accommodate a desktop. He planned to buy a top-tier gaming laptop first, and then an external monitor which would save space while still providing sufficient performance. Soon Chen Yuan placed the order. The Lenovo Legion Creator, equipped with the best graphics card and processor available today. It could handle not only AAA games, but also AI training and even mining, though just barely. The notebook cost 8,000 yuan. Aside from being expensive, it had no other flaws. Then he also bought a 600Hz Zowie monitor, a fully modded Wooting magnetic switch keyboard, a Logitech GPW5 mouse, and a wireless gaming headset. Finally, an artisan mousepad. With this setup, playing FPS games was already maxed out. And the best part was that ordering from JD.com, a major brand, meant no waiting. Order in the morning, arrive in the afternoon. After Chen Yuan finished ordering, the other three had also tidied up the dormitory and were chatting. Li Xiang said mysteriously, "Let me tell you something awesome." Lu Rui poked his head out. "What is it?" Li Xiang chuckled. "Our class only has 4 boys. The rest are all girls. It's gonna be awesome. We can easily pick up girls, hee. Uff." Lu Rui lay back on the bed staring at the ceiling. "You think it's awesome? Do you know what 4 boys mean?" Li Xiang, "It means more chances to find a girlfriend." Lu Rui said, "Bullshit. It means we can never skip class. With only 4 boys, the teacher will immediately notice if anyone is missing. We'll have to attend every class, honestly not a single one to skip. While others are in the dormitory enjoying air conditioning and gaming, we'll have to sit in the classroom like prisoners." "What's wrong with class? Isn't class good?" Li Xiang asked, puzzled. "Besides, college classes are much fewer than in high school. Shouldn't it be relaxing?" Lu Rui shook his head. "I can't explain it to someone who hasn't been to college. You'll understand when the time comes." Li Xiang pursed his lips. "We're all freshmen. You make it sound like you've been to college before." Lu Rui poked his head out again, now interested, and insisted on arguing with Li Xiang. "I actually have been to college. I was admitted to a second-tier university before. I went there for 3 months, but I couldn't stand that crappy school, so I dropped out and retook the college entrance exam." All 3 of them, Chen Yuan, Li Xiang, and Lin Hanjun, looked at Lu Rui. Li Xiang said, "Really? You had that experience?" "Absolutely true. I was admitted to Shenyang Ligong before. Actually, the people there were nice, but for bathing we had to go to a big public bathhouse. Completely open, you know. No partitions at all, everyone had to be completely open. I really couldn't accept that, plus the major I was assigned to was not good either, so I dropped out and retook the exam to get into Shenzhen University." Li Xiang clicked his tongue in admiration. "Impressive. Others are desperate to get ashore after one exam, but you jumped back in after getting ashore. With that determination, I believe you can succeed in anything." Lu Rui rolled his eyes, pulled his head back, and lay down on the bed again, clearly a seasoned veteran. The 3 below continued chatting. Li Xiang chuckled with a slightly comical and lecherous grin. "Hey, those 2 senior sisters at registration today. Damn, they were both so pretty. If the girls in our class are all that good-looking, we'll be in heaven." "You'll find out how good-looking they are at tonight's class meeting," Lin Hanjun said. "My advice, if you want a girlfriend, you can run for class committee. That way you'll have many chances to interact with them." Li Xiang thought about it and found it reasonable. "Alright, I'll give it a try tonight. You all vote for me, okay? Once I get elected, I'll treat you to a big meal." Chen Yuan sat on the chair, finding the school-issued seat rather uncomfortable, so he placed another order online for an ergonomic chair costing over 40,000 yuan. Gaming chairs are often overpriced gimmicks. Chen Yuan had more money than he could spend, not a lack of intelligence, so he naturally wouldn't choose any so-called professional gaming chair. The ergonomic chair proven by office workers suited his needs far better. Glancing at WeChat, he found quite a few messages. Zhang Yue had sent her usual greeting asking if he needed any help on the first day of school. Chen Yuan replied with a simple no. Wu Yiwei also messaged him boasting that her school started on September 15th. What surprised Chen Yuan was that the senior sister Ouyang, whom he had just added, had also sent him several messages. Ouyang shouting, "Junior, have you arrived at the dorm?" Ouyang shouting, "How are your roommates? There are only 4 boys in your class, so you'll be in the same group for all group assignments. Make sure to get along well." Ouyang shouting, "I remember that your dorm building has a fridge and a microwave. It's much better than our girls' dorm, we have nothing here." Chen Yuan replied to each one, not expecting the senior sister to be so warm and caring toward her junior. He assumed she had sent the same to everyone. After all, as the senior sister in charge of the class, it was her job to help the newly enrolled juniors smoothly transition into campus life. Chen Yuan had just replied when she instantly responded. Ouyang shouting, "Are you done unpacking?" Followed by a meme of a cat lifting its head. Chen Yuan, "Yes, just finished." Ouyang shouting, "Okay, remember to top up your student card. Just a little is enough. Except for showers, you can use WeChat Pay for meals and snacks. You don't need the student card." Chen Yuan, "Okay, thank you, senior sister." Ouyang shouting, "I don't mention it. You're my junior after all. If anything comes up, be sure to tell me." Chen Yuan, "Okay, thank you, senior sister." At the Mingda building registration desk, Ouyang shouting scratched her hair, feeling a bit frustrated. Whether from the heat or Chen Yuan's replies, she wasn't sure. She looked at Zhou Xinan and pointed at herself. "Xinan, do you think I'm pretty?" Zhou Xinan sized her up. Aside from being a bit short, having small breasts, and dressing a bit sloppily or passable. With each remark, Ouyang shouting, shrank her neck. After Zhou Xinan finished, she raised her head again and stubbornly said, "I'm going for a cute style." So annoying. I only came to earn credits and didn't bother dressing up. Who knew I'd run into such a handsome junior? And he's so aloof. When I send him messages on WeChat, he just replies with a few words, "Okay," or "Good." Chen Yuan never expected his polite replies to be labeled as aloof. Zhou Xinan snorted, "He's handsome and rich. It's only natural he wouldn't be interested in you." I can see he's handsome, but how did you figure out he's rich? Zhou Xinan said, look at his outfit. All LV, even his suitcase, is LV. That one outfit is enough to buy a Mercedes C-Class. Really? I was too busy staring at his face to notice his clothes. Ouyang shouting couldn't help but giggle at the thought of Chen Yuan's handsome features. A rich and handsome junior like that is the ultimate premium quality guy. No way. I have to step up my game before anyone else makes a move. Once school officially starts, some junior girl in his class might lose control and go for it. Junior girls are too young to handle a catch like this. Let me the senior sister take care of it. Zhou Xinan shook her head. In her eyes, Ouyang shouting was just a talker. A kid who had never been in love and didn't know how to flirt, only yapping in front of her. Fanning herself with a stack of paper, Zhou Xinan's gaze also fell on her phone. Such a high-quality guy, you can't handle him either, bestie. Let me take a shot. Zhou Xinan directly sent Chen Yuan a WeChat message. Hello, Junior. Don't leave after the class meeting. I need your help with something. Come help me. Chen Yuan's ordered computers arrived quickly, all dropped off at the Kainiao station. He couldn't carry them all alone, so the 4 roommates went together to the station to move the packages. Shopping on JD.com is fast. Chen Yuan placed the order in the morning, and everything arrived by afternoon. Computers, monitors, peripherals, and an ergonomic chair. The 4 of them barely managed to carry everything upstairs. Back in room 612, Chen Yuan opened each box and set things up. He used a mechanical arm to mount the monitor first, allowing the screen to move and be adjusted to the most comfortable position. Then he placed the laptop on the corner of the desk, clamped with a stand to save space. Finally, he took out the Wooding keyboard, the Hien Zero mousepad, the GPW mouse, and the wireless headphones one by one. After connecting all the cables, everything was set. Finally, Chen Yuan sat on the ergonomic chair and clapped his hands. Perfect. The joy of unboxing was truly satisfying. Especially these top-tier peripherals and laptop. The packaging was exquisite. The moment of opening the box was pure bliss. No less than the moment of unboxing an iPhone. The other 3 stared in amazement, growing more shocked, as Chen Yuan unpacked. Dude, is this how you set up a computer? They looked at their own desks. Except for Li Xiang, who had an external monitor, the other 2 only had a single laptop. And these peripherals, were they too top-tier? Was this roommate outrageously rich? Buying all this stuff without a second thought. Chen Yuan, are you planning to go pro? Li Xiang asked. Chen Yuan, while turning on the computer, said, your stats can be bottom tier, your aim can be all over the place, but your peripherals must be top-notch. Lin Hanjun quipped, a poor student with fancy stationery. That made Li Xiang and Lu Rui burst into laughter. Chen Yuan, considering he had just helped him move things, didn't argue and changed the subject. Do you guys play CS or Valorant? Li Xiang said, of course I do. Lu Rui also nodded. But Lin Hanjun shook his head. I don't play FPS games. Then what do you play? League of Legends. Lin Hanjun shook his head again. No, I play FIFA. What's FIFA? Chen Yuan asked. Li Xiang said, it's a football game. Chen Yuan looked at Lin Hanjun's physique. Indeed built for football, short and stocky. If he played as a striker, he'd probably knock over the opposing defenders. Nice, bro. Let's play football sometime, though I don't know how, Chen Yuan said, then turned to Li Xiang and Lu Rui. Let me download CS and Valorant, then we'll play a few rounds. Li Xiang replied, okay. Lu Rui, instead of climbing into bed, opened his laptop. Alright, I'll practice my aim first. The campus network was surprisingly fast. Chen Yuan, sitting on the ergonomic chair, quickly downloaded Steam and WeGame, then continued downloading CS and Valorant. Chen Yuan was very satisfied with the first day of registration. His roommates were all nice people and easy to get along with. The dormitory environment was also great. Beds above desks, a separate wet and dry bathroom, a fridge, washing machine, microwave, and the air conditioner was always set at 16°C. Best of all, the dorm bed was huge. It was a 1.2 meter wide, 2 meter long bed, a vast improvement over the 90 centimeter wide bed he had in high school. Add to that his top-tier computer setup, premium peripherals, and the supremely comfortable chair. This wasn't a dorm. It was an esports hotel. After downloading the game, Chen Yuan, Li Xiang, and LV Rui decided to play a round of CS first. In the 4th round, Chen Yuan pulled out an AWP, an officially new commemorative Dragon Lore complete with Titan stickers. Priced at 2,200,000 RMB. Holy shit. Dragon Lore. Is that really a Dragon Lore? Chen Yuan, brother Yuan, adoptive father. Give me one to try, I beg you. Bro, give me a butterfly knife too. Miami gloves, ruby butterfly knife, plus this Dragon Lore. Bro, your inventory could literally buy my life. Chen Yuan skillfully distributed a knife to each of them, smiling and saying, keep it low-key, keep it low-key. Although Chen Yuan's current inventory was vast, every gun and knife skin was top tier. But his actual skills were quite poor. After all, he hadn't had much time to play games while preparing for the college entrance exam. As for his rank, it was perfect S, the game's standard high tier. It wasn't that his skills were good, but rather that he hired gaming companions every day. During the boring summer vacation at home, he would book 4 top-tier gaming companions daily to carry him up the ranks, and had even hired streamers. However, streamers were somewhat arrogant and lacked emotional intelligence, so the experience wasn't as satisfying as hiring regular gaming companions. When Chen Yuan missed shots, the companion would say, what a pity, bro, my bad this round. Next round I won't buy armor, and will give you an AK. When Chen Yuan landed a kill, the companion would say, "You're amazing, bro. This round was all thanks to you." As for female gaming companions, they'd constantly call him Gidge, with sweet voices and solid skills maximizing the gaming experience. After all, when hiring gaming companions, winning wasn't the point. Having a great experience as the boss was what mattered. What Chen Yuan hadn't expected was that both LV Rui and Li Xiang were already S rank, with Li Xiang being Diamond S, an absolute hardcore player. Li Xiang did have some inventory in CS, but nothing as expensive as Dragon Lore or a factory new Doppler butterfly knife. He owned a slightly worn contraband butterfly knife and some guns and gloves worth 1,000 yuan. Chen Yuan could tell that Li Xiang's family conditions were probably decent while LV Rui was more ordinary. He used a well-worn redline AK with no gloves and no knife skin. The entire afternoon the three kept playing CS. Then, lost 5 rounds in a row. From initially ambitious swearing to reach Demon King S together to shaking their heads to randomly scratching their hair and finally turning into a sigh. Chen Yuan took off his headphones and placed them beside the keyboard. Damn it, not a single win. Looking at his 0.11 rating, Chen Yuan felt the urge to smash his computer. This round felt almost human. Li Xiang rubbed his ears that hurt from wearing headphones for too long and listed 1,000 excuses. Campus network lag, hands cold from the air, conditioning not in the right state, stayed up late yesterday, mouse isn't good, the other team is boosting, the other team is hacking. His condition was slightly better than Chen Yuan's, but only by a little, very limited improvement, rating 0.47. LV Rui was also feeling terrible, his rating slightly better at 0.5. The three brothers, let alone one positive record, none of them even came close to a positive record. They could be described as 3 non-humans. After losing all afternoon, all 3 were completely deflated. I'm not playing anymore, fuck. Chen Yuan pushed his mouse aside and cursed. Then let's not play anymore. Li Xiang stood up and stretched his limbs. I feel like I also need to buy an ergonomic chair. The chairs provided by the school are uncomfortable, my butt is numb. Lin Hanjun patted Li Xiang's big butt. Is it numb? Let me see. Li Xiang slapped away Lin Hanjun's hand and said in a mild anger, "Get lost, you pervert. Remember, you're from Shanghai, not Chengdu." Lin Hanjun withdrew his hand and said, "Just kidding. If you're not playing games anymore, let's go to the cafeteria to eat." Chen Yuan glanced at his phone. It was already 6 in the evening. So he also stood up and said, "Then let's go? If you hadn't mentioned it, I'd still be fine. Now I'm feeling a bit hungry too." Wait a moment. Li Xiang stopped them, then quickly took off his clothes, found handsome clothes from the wardrobe, and put them on, then put on his shoes and sprayed perfume twice on his neck. To be honest, with Li Xiang's figure, it should be impossible to pull off a top handsome look. But after all, he was fair-skinned and not sloppy, so he wouldn't be annoying. LV Rui didn't change his clothes. He wore whatever he was wearing. And Lin Hanjun was still wearing that vest revealing 2 muscular arms. With that arm circumference, without training for 2.5 years, it wouldn't be this big. The 4 roommates went out together walking on campus, but there wasn't much head-turning rate. In the past, when reading novels, he always saw dramatic love stories about campus beauties and handsome guys. However, after just 1 day at school with LV Rui's explanation, Chen Yuan already understood. There are no campus beauties or handsome guys in university, let alone anyone who would pay attention to someone's love story. Unless it's explosive gossip about scumbags. According to LV Rui, who had been to university once, there were no campus beauties or handsome guys on campus. The only top celebrity was the school cat. The campus wall wouldn't update what some beauty wore today, or which car some rich second generation drove today. It would only post about stolen takeout secondhand items for sale and purchase, which divine being did something annoyingly outrageous, and some gossip. Of course, there were also carpooling, group buying, and concert ticket sharing. At school, nobody would pay attention to the romance between handsome guys and beauties. They would only care about outrageous gossip. The 4 went to the cafeteria to have a meal. The food in the cafeteria wasn't expensive, eating well, and being full with meat and vegetables only cost 15 yuan per person on average, and the taste was actually quite good. After finishing the meal, the 4 headed towards Huiwen building. Li Xiang was heavy-set. After walking a few steps, he felt tired. The school is so big. I can feel that getting up early for the 8 o'clock class will be tough. The best school is an old rundown one in the city center. You can wake up at 8 for an 8:20 class and exit the school gate to find a commercial city. LV Rui said. As someone attending university for the 2nd time, he understood this too well. Li Xiang wiped the sweat and said, "Our school is in the city center, and there are commercial centers around, but our school is way too big. I'm so tired. Where the hell is Huiwen building?" Almost there. It's that building up ahead. After getting on the elevator and feeling the air conditioning, Li Xiang finally felt alive again. The 4 arrived at 11:03 on the 11th floor. Walking into the classroom, they felt as if they had stumbled into a kingdom of women. Girls, all girls. At this moment, about a dozen students who had already arrived were scattered around the classroom. All of them, without exception, were girls. Just like Chen Yuan had specifically dressed handsomely, and Li Xiang had sprayed some perfume. On the first day of school, many girls had also specifically dressed up. Some were wearing super short shorts, crop tops, and super cool outfits. Some were wearing JK uniforms with white socks and small leather shoes. And there was even a classmate wearing a short skirt and high heels. Li Xiang quickly scanned the room and felt wild joy in his heart. This major was really the right choice. So many beauties. Although there were also girls with relatively ordinary looks after graduating from high school, the vast majority of girls had learned to apply makeup and dress up. There really weren't many ugly ones. The vast majority of classmates in the class by Li Xiang's scoring standards could be called pretty. As for the top beauty, he only saw one. A girl sitting in the front row, quietly chatting with the classmate beside her. That girl had fair skin, just looking from afar one could feel how tender her skin was. Her oval face had soft lines, long straight black hair fell over her shoulders, her eyebrows and eyes were very delicate, her slightly pink lips were small and lovely, and the whole person exuded an elegant temperament. Li Xiang poked Chen Yuan with his chubby elbow, squeezing his not-so-big eyes, signaling with his eyes for Chen Yuan to look quickly. Chen Yuan's gaze swept over. Wow, 99. 9 points. The four of them settled into the back row by the window at a long horizontal table that accommodated exactly four. Chen Yuan nudged Li Xiang. Why aren't you sitting up front? If you sit in the back, your cologne goes to waste. Only a handful of us guys would catch the scent. I don't dare. Li Xiang rubbed his hands together. Chen Yuan sneered inwardly. All desire, no courage. What a total loser. Such a waste on those AJ1 Dior collaboration sneakers you're wearing. Those 40,000 yuan kicks are suffering right along with you. TCH fine then. After a while, more classmates began arriving one by one. There weren't any guys, only girls. Their counselor soon arrived as well. A woman who appeared to be in her mid-20s, wearing black-framed glasses, light makeup, and a high ponytail. Her features weren't particularly striking, but she gave off an approachable warmth. She dressed plainly in a short-sleeved top and long pants. Upon entering, she said nothing, merely counting heads in silence. Once she confirmed attendance, she opened her laptop, logged into WeChat, and then launched the PPT and projector. Her name appeared on the screen. He Yun. Ahem, hello everyone. I'm your counselor He Yun. You can just call me Teacher He. Hello Teacher He, came a chorus of uncoordinated greetings from below. He Yun waited until all the greetings died down before continuing. We have 40 students in total, 4 boys and 36 girls. I'm glad you're all here on time today. Another round of scattered applause erupted from the crowd. He Yun waited for it to fade before going on. Over the next year, I'll be responsible for this class. Whether it's academics or personal matters, you can always come to me or consult the 2 senior student mentors. He Yun gestured toward the door, and Ouyang Xiaoding and Zhou Xinan walked in. They stepped demurely inside, turning to greet the students as they passed. Hello seniors, came another wave of greetings. Chen Yuan noticed with some surprise that Ouyang Xiaoding had changed into a new outfit. A light blue long-sleeve top, with sheer translucent sleeves, paired with a white miniskirt that revealed her fair slender legs, and stack socks with small leather shoes. A classic, cute style ensemble. Meanwhile, Zhou Xinan beside her was still wearing her usual bodycon skirt, flip-flops, and those 10 cherry decorations. When you checked in, you should have already met these 2 senior sisters. Over the next semester, they'll be accompanying us, helping us get accustomed to university life as quickly as possible. The class schedule is available on both the mini program and the student website, so you can check it yourself. She paused. Does anyone have questions? If not, we'll move on to the class committee election. Has anyone signed up voluntarily? Seeing no questions, He Yun clicked the mouse to advance the PPT to the next slide, which displayed the available class committee positions. 1 class monitor, 2 vice monitors, 1 youth league secretary, along with the academic commissar, discipline commissar, publicity commissar, and the most crucial position, the psychological commissar. Next, please raise your hand if you'd like to run for class monitor. After a brief silence, someone raised their hand immediately, including that refined girl. Perhaps because the elegant girl seemed approachable, or perhaps because she sat in the front row, counselor He Yun called on her first. The girl walked onto the stage without a hint of nervousness, skipping any throat clearing, and spoke directly. Hello everyone, my name is Liang, I'm 18 years old, and I'm running for class monitor. Throughout my 3 years of high school, I served as class monitor. I know how to help my classmates, and I'm always willing to do so. Secondly, I joined the youth league back in high school. And then came a blur of words. Chen Yuan hadn't expected a campaign speech for class monitor to be this lengthy. Although Li Ying's voice was clear and bright, he still found it somewhat tedious. On the other hand, Li Xiang was utterly captivated, leaning forward with rapt attention, his eyes fixed on Li Ying. Once she finished her self-introduction and speech, she stepped down from the stage, and the classmates below couldn't help but applaud spontaneously. Chen Yuan turned to Lu Rui. Hey, what's the point of being on the class committee? Lu Rui whispered. If you're planning to join the party, secure a postgraduate recommendation, earn scholarships, or get evaluated as outstanding, then serving on the committee is quite useful. But if you're not aiming for those honors and just want to coast through, don't bother getting involved. It's a lot of work and exhausting. As expected from a university veteran, she knew her stuff. Chen Yuan nodded. All right, then I won't join in. Scholarships. He truly didn't care about that kind of money. Today alone, 710 million renminbi had just been credited to his account, and he still hadn't figured out what to do with it. As for postgraduate recommendations, Chen Yuan wasn't thinking that far ahead anyway. Lu Rui and Lin Hanjun had no interest in running either, but Li Xiang was eager to get involved. He raised his hand, determined to compete for a class committee position. Positions like youth league secretary were off the table since he wasn't a member, so he could only compete for roles like psychological commissar or academic commissar. After that, numerous candidates who planned to run for class committee positions took turns stepping onto the stage to give their self-introductions and campaign speeches. Other than Li Ying's speech making a bit of an impression, Chen Yuan couldn't even remember most of the candidates' names. Soon it was Li Xiang's turn to take the stage. When he went up, he noticed that other positions had quite a few competitors, and the class monitor role was clearly one he couldn't win against given Li Ying's commanding presence. So Li Xiang chose the position with the fewest contestants, Psychological Commissar. Psychological Commissar is a great choice, Li Xiang encouraged himself. Caring about the mental well-being of the young women in our class, who better than me? But once on stage facing so many pairs of eyes watching him, he couldn't help but get flustered, his voice beginning to tremble. Hello everyone, my name is Li Xiang. Thank goodness there are no African international students in this class, Chen Yuan thought. Saying that in America or Africa would probably get you beaten up. I want to run for Psychological Commissar, The three of them, Chen Yuan and his friends, lowered their heads in unison. It was unbearable to watch. This guy who could spout off one witty line after another in the dorm had transformed into such a stutterer on stage. Even the counselor couldn't help but offer a few encouraging words under her breath. At that moment, Li Xiang's mind went completely blank. In high school, he'd never served on the class committee. He'd just followed along with everyone else drifting through the days. He'd never studied public speaking, let alone addressed such a large audience. He had no idea how to continue. After struggling through it, Li Xiang managed to say just one thing: I hope everyone will vote for me, before hastily retreating from the stage. Back in his seat, Li Xiang panted heavily, still shaken from the near-tears panic. Now he felt so embarrassed his toes were curling. Chen Yuan couldn't resist offering some comfort. It's alright, bro. We've got your back and we'll definitely vote for you, don't worry. Li Xiang tried to maintain a smile, though it looked worse than crying. Thank you, Yuan. No need to thank me, it's the least we could do. Seeing no one else step up to run, Yun sent several voting links to the class WeChat group. Open, fair, and just. The person with the most votes would serve on the class committee. Aside from deliberately casting his votes for Li Ying and Li Xiang, Chen Yuan's other picks were purely based on gut feeling, since he couldn't remember most of the candidates anyway. The voting results came in quickly. Li Ying was predictably elected class monitor. After all, it was the start of the semester, and classmates barely knew each other, so they voted for whoever made the most favorable impression. Without question, at that moment, looks were the greatest competitive edge. The rest of the class committee positions were also filled with no-tie votes. And to Chen Yuan and the others' surprise, Li Xiang had actually edged out his competitor by a single vote. Chen Yuan patted Li Xiang's soft shoulder. Nice one, bro. You're an official now. Li Xiang scratched the back of his head. I didn't expect it either. I thought I was done for. In all honesty, he probably was. What he didn't know was that the girl he was competing against had gotten into an argument with her roommate in the dorm, and for unrelated reasons, also clashed with students from the neighboring dorm, costing herself considerable goodwill. Those girls all cast their votes for Li Xiang instead. None of the four friends knew about this, but they were all pleased to have one of their own on the class committee, serving as a kind of insider ally. After the class meeting, Li Ying was called away by Yun. Zhou Xinan also sent Ouyang shouting away, saying, Ouyang, go with the instructor and ask if there's anything we need to help with during the military training. Aren't you coming? Zhou Xinan casually made an excuse. I have a stomachache, I'll go back to the dorm first. Ouyang, shouting, didn't suspect anything, nodded, and after leaving the classroom followed the instructor. The classmates in the classroom also filed out. Li Xiang stretched his waist, having completely forgotten the embarrassment on stage just now. Let's go, brothers, back to the dorm to keep playing. I don't believe I can't rank up today. Let's go. Lu Rui also said. He had been losing all afternoon, or if he didn't win back tonight, he probably wouldn't be able to sleep. Chen Yuan didn't stand up, still sitting on the chair. You guys go back first, I have something to do later. Li Xiang was puzzled and asked carelessly, what's that? More important than ranking up. Chen Yuan didn't hide it. Senior Zhou said to let me stay, seems like she needs my help with something. Whoa, really? Li Xiang and Lu Rui both jumped like frogs scalded by hot water. Bro Yuan, you can't be joking about this. That cold senior really wants you to stay alone. Li Xiang asked, feeling defeated. It's not that I fear my brother's hardship, but I fear my brother driving a Land Rover. If Chen Yuan really got together with the senior, Li Xiang would truly be broken. Li Xiang didn't care about having a girlfriend himself, but it would be agonizing for him to see his good brother Chen Yuan getting the best. Chen Yuan nodded. No joke, it's true. But it's probably not what you think, just asking me to stay and help. Li Xiang muttered, just staying to help. Then can I stay? Lin Hanjun grabbed Li Xiang's short, thick neck. The senior didn't ask you to stay. What are you staying for? Hurry back to the dorm. Then, like carrying a chick, she dragged Li Xiang out of the classroom. Before leaving, she didn't forget to call out, Old Lu, let's go quickly. Coming. Lu Rui quickly followed. Chen Yuan sat in the last row, and only after the class was empty did he walk to the front. Zhou Xinan sat in the first row waiting for Chen Yuan, wearing a nonchalant expression. What exactly did she call me for? Chen Yuan couldn't figure it out. He sat down beside Zhou Xinan and said, Senior, what's the matter? Zhou Xinan turned her head, a faint smile appearing on her cold face. Zhou Xinan's appearance gave off a somewhat world-weary vibe, very cold, as if she disliked and detested everything. When she smiled now, it unexpectedly carried a cold beauty. Chen Yuan felt that even when the senior smiled, she didn't seem easy to get along with. Junior, what are you expecting? Zhou Xinan's voice sounded in his ear. This was the second time Chen Yuan heard Zhou Xinan's voice. The first was during the two seniors' self-introductions just now. During registration, Zhou Xinan had not spoken at all. Chen Yuan was stunned. What did she mean by what am I expecting? Out of nowhere such a line. Was she flirting with me? Chen Yuan was not slow. He caught about 80% of the teasing intent in Zhou Xinan's words. He didn't expect that the senior who seemed so aloof was actually like this. Chen Yuan didn't fall into the trap. Instead, he retorted, Senior, what are you expecting then? Of course I'm expecting you, Junior, Zhou Xinan said generously. So forward. Is this what college students are like? Seeing Chen Yuan's expression, Zhou Xinan was satisfied inwardly and couldn't help thinking secretly. Take notes, little sister Ouyang. Sending caring WeChat messages is useless. Only by acting like me can one land a handsome and wealthy junior. But she had to control the pace, not let the junior think she was a loose girl. Before Chen Yuan could reply, Zhou Xinan continued. Do you know the military training schedule? Military training. Chen Yuan didn't know. Sorry, he barely looked at the freshman handbook. Zhou Xinan nodded. Your freshman military training is 2 weeks before National Day, that is from September 16th to September 27th. Chen Yuan nodded. So what did military training have to do with him? He would just train along with everyone. Though he was rich, he never thought of being special at school. Don't say I didn't warn you. Military training is extremely tiring. Every year, many people get heat stroke. From 6 in the morning until 6 in the evening with a 2-hour break in between. The more Zhou Xinan said, the more confused Chen Yuan became. What did this have to do with him? Senior, what exactly are you trying to say? Chen Yuan couldn't help asking. Zhou Xinan's slender fingers rested on Chen Yuan's shoulder. Suppressing the strange feeling in her heart, she said, every year after military training, there's a freshman party. If you have any special talent, you can reasonably skip the training and still get credits. While others are out in the sun, you can stay in the gym with air conditioning. After the performance, you'll get extra credits too. So isn't your senior good to you? Chen Yuan finally understood what the senior had called him for. If it was really as Zhou Xinan said, then it was indeed a good thing. Chen Yuan certainly wouldn't deliberately seek special treatment, such as using money to corrupt the dean. He wouldn't do that at this stage. But he wasn't stupid either. If there was a chance to avoid the scorching sun, he would definitely take it. Moreover, what the senior said was reasonable and even offered extra credits. Chen Yuan couldn't refuse. But why was the senior being so nice to him for no reason? Did she really have feelings for him? Senior, you're really kind, but I don't have any special talents. Ding detected that the host's artistic cultivation is insufficient. No special talents. Reward granted: singing and guitar proficiency, street dance proficiency. Singing and guitar proficiency. Your mastery of the guitar is superb. You're singing flawless. When the two combine, you are the campus heartthrob. Street dance proficiency, whether it's popping, breaking, or locking, you are the undisputed king of dance. The Asian dance king is old, you can take his place. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Chen Yuan felt that many new pieces of knowledge had been added to his brain, and at the same time his fingers, limbs, and core all became stronger in an instant. This was the system's physical upgrade, enabling his body to withstand the strain of dance moves while his fingers became more agile, able to control the 6 strings of a guitar. Knowledge about guitar playing and street dance simultaneously appeared in his mind, deeply engraved, like mathematical formulas permanently imprinted in his memory. Ahem, senior, I actually have quite a few talents. I can street dance, play guitar, and sing. Which one do you think I should perform? In just a second, Chen Yuan completely forgot his previous words. Talents. How could he, Chen Yuan, not have any? Zhou Xinan thought for a moment, then seriously helped Chen Yuan decide. The stage is large. If you perform street dance, the audience won't see clearly. Better choose singing. The school's audio equipment is very professional, no worse than what stars use in concerts. If you sing well, maybe there'll be a bunch of people looking for you on the confession wall. Chen Yuan said, Senior, you're joking again. Then I'll choose singing with guitar. As for what to sing, we'll decide later. Okay, but don't get too excited. Military training lasts 2 weeks. The first week you still have to train together, only the second week will you rehearse. Zhou Xinan said. Being able to enjoy air conditioning for a week is already great, Chen Yuan said. Don't worry, senior, I know how to be content. Zhou Xinan nodded, withdrew her smile, and squinted at Chen Yuan. Her naturally world-weary face with this expression seemed even more aloof. However, what she said was quite contrasting. Junior, your senior has helped you so much, been so good to you. Don't you have anything to show for it? Zhou Xinan wore a sardonic expression. Perhaps it was not her intention, but when she curled the corners of her lips, her face bore precisely that look. Then how about I treat you to a late-night snack, senior sister? Chen Yuan considered and said. Zhou Xinan's mockery deepened. Many boys want to invite me, junior. Before she could finish, Chen Yuan interrupted. Forget it then. I'll head back to the dorm. Thanks another time, senior sister. With that, Chen Yuan stood up and made to leave. Ridiculous. A real man never lets a woman seize the initiative. 3, 2. Chen Yuan counted silently in his heart. Before he reached 1, Zhou Xinan's voice came from behind. Wait. He turned around and looked at her. Anything else, senior sister? Zhou Xinan took a deep breath, knowing full well that her junior was doing this on purpose, yet she still said, I mean, I wouldn't go with anyone else, but if you invite me, I'll definitely come. Chen Yuan was satisfied. All right, let's go then, he said with a smile. Zhou Xinan rose and walked out with him. As they stepped out of Huiwen-Lu, the campus was bustling with students coming and going, many of them couples exuding a vibrant youthful atmosphere. Chen Yuan and Zhou Xinan melted into the crowd, drawing little attention. No one remarked that the campus belle Zhou was with a mysterious boy. Perhaps some glanced back at their striking looks, but that was all. So Junior, what are you treating me to? That depends on what you'd like to eat, Chen Yuan said. Can we go off campus? Zhou Xinan nodded. Of course. Let's have Japanese cuisine. Before I came to university, I found a place online that I've been craving, Chen Yuan said. Okay. Zhou Xinan didn't object. As they walked toward the campus exit, they chatted and Chen Yuan discovered they had quite a lot in common. Zhou Xinan even played CSGO Valorant and Teamfight Tactics. With Valorant's massive popularity, it was common for college girls to play it, but those who also played CSGO and Teamfight Tactics were rare. As they strolled along the campus path, Zhou Xinan pointed ahead. That car up front is huge. Is it a Mercedes-Benz G-Class? But the emblem seems off. It's a B, and it doesn't look like an SUV. More like a pickup truck? Chen Yuan explained. That's a Brabus modified from the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. This one costs 10 times as much as a regular G-Class. Zhou Xinan's eyes sparkled in the streetlight. Wow, Junior, you know so much. As for the fact that she had just been outmaneuvered by Chen Yuan, it had already slipped her mind. Chen Yuan took his car keys from his pocket and pressed the button. The Brabus XLP, like a beast awakening, lit up its exterior and interior lights simultaneously. He stepped forward, opened the door, and tilted his chin to indicate the passenger seat. Get in. Zhou Xinan, Oyang, I think I can't handle this. Zhou Xinan, too stunned to dwell, hurried to the other side, opened the door, but struggled to climb in. Seriously, this car was way too high? Chen Yuan pointed to the grab handle. Use that to get in. Zhou Xinan pulled hard and finally made it. She had never seen such a tall, massive vehicle, and the interior was incredibly luxurious. Brabus modifications, besides upgrading the engine for more power, also focused on making the cabin opulent, though the ambient lighting remained largely unchanged. At this hour, the romantic atmosphere inside the car was almost overflowing. Junior, is this yours? Zhou Xinan asked, astonished. Chen Yuan nodded calmly. He bought a car right after school started. That's insane. Zhou Xinan realized she had severely underestimated Chen Yuan's wealth. She had originally thought Chen Yuan was just a moderately wealthy, very handsome rich kid worth getting to know. But now seeing him drive a souped-up Mercedes-Benz G-Class, a Brabus that cost 10 times the price, right at the start of college. This was no ordinary rich kid, this was an ultra-wealthy heir. There could be only a handful in the entire school. Reality isn't the internet where a Mercedes C-Class is considered a poor man's car. In real life, owning a C-Class already puts you at the top. Even on campus, driving a Mercedes C-Class already outpaces the vast majority of peers. Sure, there are students with top-tier luxury cars, but hardly 5 in any one college. It's nothing special, Chen Yuan said, enjoying the emotional validation from senior sister Zhou, and went on with his usual line. A modest family fortune, just modest. With the roar of the engine, the Brabus XLP drove out of Shenzhen University under the cover of night. Zhou Xinan was lost in thought, silent, while Chen Yuan reveled in the sheer, driving pleasure of the Brabus. Silence fell inside the car. Only the ambient lights pulsed with the music. While Chen Yuan drove, Zhou Xinan pulled out her phone and searched for the Brabus price on Douyin. When an 8-digit number flashed on the screen, Zhou Xinan couldn't help but gasp. This junior of hers, which listed company's heir, was he? He was ridiculously rich. At the start of the semester, he was already driving a car worth over 10 million yuan. Zhou Xinan suddenly felt unsure how to interact with Chen Yuan. She was just an ordinary person, and to her Chen Yuan seemed to belong to a different class. If she hadn't been admitted to Shenzhen University and happened to be his orientation leader, she would never have had the chance to meet such a wealthy heir. Following the GPS, after more than 20 minutes they arrived at the destination, Huaqiaking Creative Culture Park. Junior, is the restaurant you want to go to here? Zhou Xinan finally spoke again. Chen Yuan nodded. Yes, it's called Hanshanyuer inside here. Zhou Xinan remarked, the per person cost must be pretty high. Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow. How do you know? This area, Huaqiaking, is a wealthy district. Many rich people in Shenzhen live here, so restaurants in this area naturally charge high prices. Chen Yuan nodded. He recalled that yesterday the butler at Raffles had recommended he buy a house here, saying that Chuansuin was the best residential area in the vicinity. Indeed, it was clear that this was a wealthy district, a frequent haunt of rich kids. At a three-way intersection, 3 cars were parked along the roadside: a red Ferrari 296, a black Mercedes-Benz G63, and a Porsche Panamera Sport Turismo. Beside the cars, several young men and women were gathered chatting and drinking milk tea. These entry-level luxury cars, once beyond Chen Yuan's reach, now barely earned a glance. Seeing that they had parked there, Chen Yuan pulled up right behind them, intending to park there as well. It was his first time here, and the GPS hadn't directed him to a parking lot. He had no idea where else to park. Since so many cars were parked on the street, it must be allowed. The young people by the cars turned their heads, noticing the behemoth pulling up behind them. One whispered to his companion, "Holy crap, a Brabus. What model is that? It's way too cool. The presence alone puts our cars to shame." A car-savvy rich kid said, "That's a Brabus XLP 844, worth over 10 million. You could combine all 3 of our cars and still not afford that one." Chen Yuan grabbed his keys, and stepped out in 2 easy motions, first onto the running board then onto the ground. Zhou Xinan on the other hand jumped straight down the impact, jarring her knees with a dull ache. Seeing the owner get out, the chatting rich kids immediately fell silent, afraid to cross him. One even lowered his head, focusing intently on his milk tea. Today's Nayuki was just so. Nayuki. Chen Yuan glanced at them, puzzled by the strange tension. When he looked their way, they all deliberately avoided his gaze. Dismissing the thought, Chen Yuan strode forward with his senior sister into the creative park. Under the night sky, the cultural and creative park remained vibrant. Graffiti adorned the low walls alongside the path, infusing the air with an artistic atmosphere. Young men and women strolled leisurely, hands intertwined, radiating sweetness. Between Chen Yuan and Zhou Xinan, there was naturally no hand-holding. After all, they had just met. Even though Zhou Xinan desired to take the initiative, having witnessed Chen Yuan's financial prowess, she dared not be too forward. The two walked together until they arrived at Han's Hanyu Restaurant, a kaiseki dining establishment highly praised in online reviews, which was precisely why Chen Yuan had chosen to come. At the entrance stood a welcoming attendant clad not in standard concierge attire, but in a traditional Japanese kimono. Konnichiwa. Good evening, sir. Good evening, madam. Chen Yuan nodded calmly. Hello. May I have the reservation phone number, please? Chen Yuan shook his head. No reservation. No problem at all, sir. We have few guests tonight. Please follow me. Would you prefer a private room? Chen Yuan nodded. Upon entering the restaurant, the Japanese aesthetic was unmistakable. Light wooden flooring and red floral embroidered Norin curtains exuded an authentic Japanese ambience. Every server wore a kimono, creating the feeling of a traditional Japanese experience hall. At the entrance to the private room, guests were required to remove their shoes. Chen Yuan took off his LV bag, and the server stepped forward to help store it neatly in a cloth pouch. Even Zhou Xinan's black flip-flops were reverently wrapped in a cloth bag by the attentive server. The service was impeccable. Stepping into the private room, the space was generously sized. Near the entrance lay a spacious open area, followed by the dining section, with a compact square 4-person table. Beyond that, a tatami seating area for tea awaited. In the corner of the room rested a miniature landscape feature with white pebbles spread below, and a leafless pale tree trunk planted at the corner, completing the Japanese aesthetic to perfection. After taking their seats, the server presented lemon water and hot towels for wiping hands. Though this was Chen Yuan's first time at such an upscale restaurant, he felt absolutely no intimidation. Money was a man's backbone, and with wealth came unshakable confidence. There was a saying, when one possessed 100 million, there was nothing to fear, and one would dare confront anyone. That was precisely Chen Yuan's state of mind now. The server presented the menu, and Chen Yuan glanced over it. The offerings here were primarily sold as set menus, with individual dishes also available. Set prices ranged from 1088 to 3888. Chen Yuan scanned the menu and said, "Give me 2 of the 3888 set menus, and please recommend some additional a la carte dishes." "Very well, sir," replied the server. "We also offer a kimono experience and a Japanese dance performance. Would you be interested?" "No need for the kimono experience, but the performance sounds interesting," Chen Yuan said. "Very good, sir." The server soon withdrew from the private room. Chen Yuan picked up the hot towel from the small tray, wiped his hands, and looked at Zhou Xinan. "Senior sister, is this gratitude sufficient?" Zhou Xinan nodded eagerly like a woodpecker. "More than sufficient." "Your expression suggests otherwise," Chen Yuan observed. Zhou Xinan did not deliberately force a cold demeanor, it was simply her natural countenance. Yet such a visage only stirred a man's desire to conquer her more profoundly. "I am truly satisfied, junior brother," Zhou Xinan said. "This is my first time at such an exquisite restaurant." Before either could say more, a soft knock sounded at the door. Chen Yuan called out, "Come in." Several young women dressed in kimonos entered in an orderly line. Chen Yuan now understood the purpose of the open area near the entrance. It was designed for dance performances. The performers, dressed as Japanese geishas, offered a graceful bow before beginning their dance. Their waists swayed elegantly, their expressions enchanting. Though they were all Chinese, they delivered an unmistakably exotic atmosphere. So this is what it means to be wealthy. Dining while watching beautiful women perform live. Chen Yuan's horizons had certainly broadened. The joys of the rich are truly beyond my imagination. As other servers brought out the appetizers, the geishas continued their graceful dancing. After serving the dishes, the server did not immediately depart, but introduced, "The appetizer is our signature dish at Han's Hanyu Wagyu beef, with sea urchin and sturgeon caviar. We use Japanese A5, grade Wagyu and Hokkaido sea urchin. Please enjoy." Chen Yuan shifted his attention from the dancing beauties to his plate. Large plates with modest portions, a hallmark of high-end dining. The sky blue round plate was larger and heavier than usual, yet the food within was smaller than a baby's fist. The dish consisted of a base of medium-rare Wagyu beef, generously topped with golden sea urchin and finished with a garnish of crimson sturgeon caviar. These ingredients were exceedingly costly, priced by the gram rather than the pound. But for Chen Yuan now, there was no hesitation. Indulge freely. The geishas had not concluded their performance. Instead, they transitioned into a different dance style, synchronized with the music. Chen Yuan savoring the silky melt-in-your-mouth Wagyu, the sea urchin surpassing even ice cream in texture, and the briny rich caviar, all while admiring the performance of the young beauties. Zhou Xinan secretly retrieved her phone, captured a photograph, and quickly put it away to taste her appetizer. Both had ordered the same set menu, so their dishes were identical. Chen Yuan consumed his in one bite, while Zhou Xinan divided hers into 3 portions, savoring each slowly, as if deliberately performing etiquette. Even without exceptional perceptiveness, Chen Yuan could detect her tension from her somewhat rigid posture and movements. "Senior sister," Chen Yuan said leisurely. Zhou Xinan paused. "Yes. Have you heard of the popular fashion style online called old money aesthetic?" Chen Yuan continued calmly. "However, wearing old money style does not make one old money. Rather, it is the old money themselves who define the style when they wear it." Zhou Xinan listened, bewilderedly uncertain of Chen Yuan's meaning, yet sensing there was a deeper implication. Chen Yuan said, "It is not the restaurant itself that is prestigious, but the distinguished patrons who make it so. There is no need to be so restrained. Relax yourself. This restaurant is no different from a McDonald's." "Oh, all right." Zhou Xinan's cheeks flushed slightly. Inside, she chided herself. "Zhou Xinan, you are far too easily impressed." Yet she found her junior brother's words remarkably reasonable. Junior brother was truly remarkable. Though she held the senior title, upon witnessing Chen Yuan's wealth, she had unconsciously lowered her own stature. In truth, Chen Yuan himself had not noticed how profoundly his mindset had shifted in the brief period since acquiring the system. His entire demeanor had been gradually transforming. This change had not occurred overnight, but the system's formidable impact and the staggering balance in his bank account had accelerated the process considerably. Confidence, composure, facing all of life's situations with unshakable assurance. Soon after the second appetizer arrived, Australian lobster meat. 3 plump lobster meat spheres rested upon green lemon slices arranged in a triangular formation, looking extraordinarily appetizing. Picking up a lobster sphere with chopsticks, he placed it in his mouth. The lobster meat was plump and bouncy, carrying a subtle tartness from the lemon that stimulated the appetite wonderfully. After sipping the British tea beverage, every taste bud felt completely awakened. Though Chen Yuan could not fathom why a Japanese restaurant would serve British beverages, the combination proved unexpectedly harmonious. "Senior sister," Chen Yuan said, "tell me about the important things to note at school." He was, after all, a man committed to being a diligent student. "Precautions. Our school doesn't have strict rules. Just don't do anything illegal. And if you do, just make sure you don't get caught. If you get caught, you can ask the senior students from the law department for help." And Zhou Xinan gradually relaxed and started joking. A smile appeared at the corner of Chen Yuan's mouth, amused by Zhou Xinan's words. Who would have thought that the seemingly aloof senior sister also had a playful side? However, her words gave Chen Yuan a reminder. Shenzhen University was indeed a fine institution, and at the same time it served as an excellent networking hub. He might truly get to know some capable people. "All right, Junior, take a look at your class schedule quickly. School officially starts tomorrow." And Chen Yuan hadn't actually checked the schedule yet. He opened Enterprise WeChat and found the timetable page. The moment he opened the schedule, Chen Yuan's expression instantly froze. And where did all these rainbow-colored classes come from? And seeing Chen Yuan's odd expression, Zhou Xinan asked, "What's wrong?" And Chen Yuan handed his phone to Zhou Xinan. "Why are there so many classes in 5 days a week except Thursday and Friday afternoons? Why are all the other times fully booked? And what on earth is this class from 5:45 p.m. to 7:15 p.m. on Wednesday? Do universities have evening study sessions too?" And Zhou Xinan comforted him. It's normal. We education majors have more classes in our first year. But this is way too much, isn't it? Let me count. 16 classes in 1 week. Chen Yuan was somewhat shocked. "And it's okay. You don't need to attend some of the easy courses. Since you have money, just hire someone to take classes for you." Zhou Xinan shared her experience. "However, you still need to attend major courses. After all, there are only 4 boys in your class. If you're absent, the teacher will notice immediately." And Chen Yuan scratched his head. And what a damn rainbow-colored schedule. And suddenly, he didn't want to be a good student anymore. "And since it's already like this, let's go eat first. Class matters can be dealt with later." Tuna sashimi, sea urchin tower, black truffle, sea cucumber, steamed egg, wagyu beef, and foie gras, black truffle rice pot. The ingredients were top tier, and the chef's culinary skills were also quite good. After the meal, Chen Yuan felt quite satisfied. When paying the bill, looking at the price on the invoice, Chen Yuan's eyes flickered. And including the service charge, the total came to 10136.91 yuan. The online review clearly stated an average of 200 per person. How did it end up at 5000? And however, even at 5000 per person, it was well within Chen Yuan's financial means. Putting the receipt in his pocket, he walked out with the senior sister. And arriving at the roadside, he saw many people gathered around his car, not sure what they were doing. Chen Yuan and Zhou Xinan walked forward. And getting closer, Chen Yuan could finally see clearly. It turned out to be those rich second-generation kids he had seen before the meal, who were now talking with 2 uniformed officers about something. One of them saw Chen Yuan and pointed at him. "Officer, look, my friend is here. We really didn't park for long." And the officer frowned. "Is he the car owner?" And, yes. And Chen Yuan walked forward, not knowing what had happened. And he had just gone to eat a meal. Shouldn't have done anything wrong, right? Why would uniformed officers be surrounding his car? And people from Huaxia have an innate respect for those in uniform. Even though Chen Yuan now had a system at his side, he still couldn't escape this custom. Chen Yuan walked forward and asked solemnly, "Officer, what's going on?" And the officer nodded. "Hello, is this your car?" And Chen Yuan nodded. "Yes, this is my car." And "Alright, hurry up and drive away. This won't happen again." And watching the two officers drive away, Chen Yuan was completely confused. He looked at the group of young, rich, second-generation kids surrounding his car. They seemed to have done something very pleasing, and their expressions looked quite excited. Chen Yuan was even more puzzled. He walked forward and asked, "Brother, what's going on?" And "Nothing much. The officer was catching illegal parking," one of them said. Chen Yuan suddenly understood. They had just been helping him avoid the illegal parking ticket. And although Chen Yuan didn't care about this small amount of money, their actions made him feel fond of them. "Brother, thanks," Chen Yuan said, while opening the car door and taking out a pack of cigarettes from the glove compartment. In yellow crane tower, big gold brick, 3500 per pack. Chen Yuan could smoke, but he rarely did. And the reason he had such good cigarettes in the car was because his father Chen Mingshu smoked. These cigarettes were bought for Chen Mingshu. He had bought several cartons and brought a few packs when he came to Shenzhen. This morning Chen Yuan had put the cigarettes in the car. It came in handy now. And he handed out a cigarette to each person, 3 boys and 3 girls. What Chen Yuan didn't expect was that all 3 girls also smoked. "Brother is too polite." The person who had just explained to Chen Yuan spoke up. "Brother, my name is Han Jing." And Chen Yuan. None of the boys slightly shorter than the others raised his hand as a greeting. "Big brother, my name is Lan Qingshou." And Chen Yuan looked over. When he had passed by earlier, this guy had been keeping his head down, drinking milk tea and avoiding eye contact with him. "And I'm Chen Tuanshuan. Brother, we share the same surname," Chen Tuanshuan said. And Chen Yuan couldn't help but smile. How could the names of these 3 people be increasingly strange? Not to mention Lan Qingshou. Lan was already a rare surname, and then they added Chengshou, become beast. How could their parents name them like that? And Chen Tuanshuan, a 1m19 tall guy, was actually called Tuanshuan Roundball. And all Chen Yuan could say was, "Do you rich second-generation kids name your kids so casually?" "Brother, you just had bad luck. We often come here to hang out, and it's the first time we've encountered an illegal parking fine," Han Jing said. "Those cars lined up, they're all used to parking here. They all got tickets." Chen Yuan followed Han Jing's finger to see where he was pointing. The officer was still handing out tickets one by one to each car. And Chen Yuan held a cigarette between his fingers and exhaled a puff of smoke. It seems the economy is not doing well now. The officers also need to meet their performance targets. And haha, don't say that. Han Jing smiled, and then proposed, "Brother Chen Yuan, it's fate that we met. Add WeChat, and let's hang out together when there's a chance." And Chen Yuan nodded, took out his phone, and showed his QR code, letting the 3 scan it. He neither pushed them away nor looked down on them, just because they drove Ferraris and Porsches. "When I Chen Yuan make friends, I never check if the other person has money. Anyway, none of them are as rich as me. And driving a Porsche is pretty good too. There's no need to look down on them." The 3 scanned Chen Yuan's QR code. Chen Tuanshuan couldn't help but ask, "Brother, how much is this car of yours?" "And over 1,000. And Chen Yuan said straightforwardly, without any hesitation. There was nothing to hide. "And rich, brother?" Chen Tuanshuan gave a thumbs up. "You must be in college, right?" And Chen Yuan nodded. "Shenzhen University. How about you guys?" "And I'm from the Chinese University of Hong Kong, sophomore this year." Chen Tuanshuan replied. Han Jing is from Shenzhen Technology University. Lan Qingshou, and you are alumni both from Shenzhen University. And oh, you're all college students. Haven't school started yet? And not yet. Our semester starts late, but it'll be soon. Han Jing said. "We just came out to hang out before school starts, and then we ran into you, brother." Chen Yuan nodded. "That's quite fate then." And after finishing a cigarette, Chen Yuan threw the cigarette, but into a trash can on the roadside. "Brother, I have class tomorrow, so I'll go first. Let's get together when there's a chance." And okay. And several people waved. Nanzheng glanced at Zhou Xinan beside Chen Yuan, then gave Chen Yuan a meaningful smile, conveying through his eyes that he understood everything. Driving back to campus, the barrier gate didn't open automatically this time. The security guard stepped out of his booth and asked, "Who are you, and what are you here for?" Chen Yuan rolled down his window. "Uncle, I'm a student at this school." He also handed over a pack of cigarettes. The security guard's tone softened noticeably. "A student, huh? Let me see your student ID, or open WeChat work." Chen Yuan naturally didn't have his student ID. It was the first day of registration, hadn't been distributed yet, and his campus card was left in the dorm. He opened WeChat work, which displayed Shenzhen University's iconic logo, instantly recognizable. After verifying his identity, the security guard prepared to let him through. Driving such an impressive car, he looked quite intimidating. "You can apply for campus vehicle access through WeChat work. Just enter your license plate number inside." The security guard reminded him, then opened the barrier gate. Chen Yuan thanked him and drove onto campus, finding a spot by the roadside to park. Cops wouldn't come onto campus to issue tickets, right? Honestly, after staying in the county town for so long, Chen Yuan had gotten used to parking on the street. "Senior sister, where's your dorm?" Chen Yuan asked after getting out of the car. Zhou Xinan pressed her lips together and said, "It's right next to Ling Shaozhai. We're on the same route. Let's walk together." Chen Yuan nodded and turned off the engine. The two walked toward the dormitory building together. Although it was already 11 o'clock, there were still groups of people strolling around campus. Some were couples holding hands, others were bros chatting and laughing. There were also solo night runners, both guys and girls disciplined enough to keep up with their routines. This was the campus life Chen Yuan wanted. Not like high school where all the lights went out at 10:30 and anyone not in bed got recorded. They soon reached Lingshaozhai. Zhou Xinan's fingers worried at the bow knot on her pencil skirt, her toes curling nervously, her mouth opening as if she wanted to say something. Senior sister, I'll head back to the dorm first. Let's grab a meal together another time, Chen Yuan said with a smile. Zhou Xinan ultimately kept quiet. Okay, goodbye, Junior. Goodbye. Under the night sky, Chen Yuan walked into Lingshaozhai. Was that it? Just walking away like that? I wanted to chat with you a bit longer. Zhou Xinan stood there reluctant to leave. The moment Chen Yuan's figure was blocked by the elevator doors, her heart felt strangely empty. The evening breeze brushed past her hair, yet it couldn't carry away that lingering reluctance. After a long while, Zhou Xinan finally moved her feet and headed back to her own dorm. Once inside, she sat on her chair, her mind in a turmoil. Today, Zhou Xinan had experienced too many firsts. For the first time serving as a mentor senior where every junior addressed her respectfully with senior. For the first time actively asking a guy out, though she wasn't sure how to do it subtly, but ultimately it went smoothly. For the first time riding in a guy's car, let alone a luxury vehicle worth tens of millions. Of course, it was also the first time eating alone with a male who wasn't family and at such an upscale restaurant. So there really were people who could drive a multi-million car at 18. So those beautiful girls could only dance alongside wealthy diners entertaining them. When Zhou Xinan saw those girls a few years older than her, only slightly less pretty, but still strikingly attractive, dancing in front of them, something within her stirred. Beauty, she realized, wasn't as valuable as she'd thought. Zhou Xinan admitted she was somewhat materialistic. She'd always wanted a boyfriend who was both wealthy and extremely handsome. That's why she asked Chen Yuan out today, wanting to test the waters. The results of that test left her deeply shocked. After experiencing so many firsts, Zhou Xinan sat on her chair, thoughts in disarray. She really wanted to confide in her best friend. But the moment she thought of Ouyang shouting, also pursuing Chen Yuan, she dismissed the idea. Although Zhou Xinan knew her secret pursuit of Chen Yuan might shatter their friendship still. She forced herself not to dwell on it, and instead took out her phone to send Chen Yuan a WeChat message. Zhou Xinan Jr., I've reached the dorm. The Japanese food today was delicious. Also, your car is so cool. Zhou Xinan, cute cat. JPG. At that moment, Chen Yuan had also returned to the dorm. He arrived earlier than Zhou Xinan, and the instant he walked in, he was surrounded by Li Xiang and the other two. What could your senior want with you that it took 3 hours? Spit it out. Did you do something that betrayed us? Chen Yuan's back pressed against the iron door, bewildered by their antics. Are you guys idiots? What could I possibly do to betray you? I just had a late-night meal with a senior, that's all. His tone carried a hint of showing off. After all, he was only 18 and hadn't matured to that extent yet. Li Xiang exclaimed in shock. What? You went for late-night snacks with a senior, and you're saying you didn't betray us? Lin Hanjun nodded solemnously, pretending to think, then analyzed. That senior, Zhou, always seems so cold. Who would have thought she'd go out for midnight snacks with you? That's bizarre. Only LV Rui chimed in. Hurry up and take a shower. After that we can play a couple more rounds. Chen Yuan pushed aside Li Xiang and Lin Hanjun. Bro, forget about the senior. You should focus on chasing other girls in our class. Li Xiang scrunched his face. I've given up on seniors. You've already reserved her. He wasn't foolish enough to compete with a rich kid whose looks rivaled Eddie Peng, who wore LV from head to toe and who bought a tens of thousands computer just because he moved into school. Li Xiang was also from a wealthy family, but his figure was his fatal flaw. He couldn't compare with Chen Yuan at all. Better to pursue other girls. Chen Yuan headed to the balcony, then entered the bathroom for a quick shower. He had brought a Dyson hairdryer which he'd placed on the balcony while packing, convenient for use after showering. After washing up and drying his hair, Chen Yuan returned to the dorm in his LV pajamas. The balcony was too hot even at night. The moment he stepped into the dorm, the 16-degree cool air washed over him. Chen Yuan could only say at this very moment it felt like paradise. Come on, brothers, log in. Chen Yuan declared, we're hitting Demon S tonight for sure. Seriously, don't tell me all three of you can't even hit a rating of 1 again. Chen Yuan smirked. Just sit back this round. You're guaranteed to win. Li Xiang turned around and glanced over. You cheating? Chen Yuan rolled his eyes. Am I the type to cheat? I just hired 2 Demon S boosters to carry us. Demon S players rarely played on their own. Most were streamers or boosters making a living off the game. Chen Yuan directly contacted 2 familiar boosters joined by Li Xiang and LV Rui and set forth on their journey. With 2 Demon S players leading, even top-tier Demon S, they could diff even professional players in the ladder. Climbing to normal S rank was basically smuffing. Li Xiang and LV Rui finally witnessed what the power of money meant. Even when Chen Yuan didn't get a single kill and only dropped smokes and molotovs, the boosters would praise him. Bro, this round was all thanks to your smoke blocking their movement. They walked right into my crosshair. Bro, you really understand this game. You just haven't played long enough. If you keep at it, you'll easily reach Demon S. Indeed, bro, Chen's game sense is flawless. Chen Yuan, well, the bag was definitely flawless. The dormitory had no restrictions on internet or electricity, so Chen Yuan and his 2 friends played until 4 in the morning before finally logging off. Lin Hanjuan, though not playing CSGO, stayed awake, watching European football matches. Lying in bed, Chen Yuan set his alarm and soon fell asleep. The piercing ringtone of the Apple alarm, like a heavy hammer, jolted him awake. He glanced at his phone. Exactly 7:50 a.m. Li Xiang and the other two were already up and washing. Chen Yuan jumped out of bed, changed clothes, and grumbled, "I'm so sleepy. Any chance I can skip this class?" LV Rui, brushing his teeth, mumbled indistinctly, "You could, but it's the first class. Better show up, or the teacher might get a bad impression and fail us on purpose. That'd be terrible." Chen Yuan thought it over. After using the restroom and washing up, he headed to Huiwen Building Block A with the three others. The classroom was on the 7th floor, and both sessions were held in the same room, so no need to move. Once in the classroom, the four of them sat together in the back row by the window. Back row by the window, the king's domain. Settling in, Chen Yuan looked at the quiet room and whispered, "Why does it feel so cold between classmates?" "College isn't like high school," LV Rui said. "It took me 3 months just to learn everyone's names in my class. The only people I'm close to are my roommates, and even they're just surface friends. We don't talk unless we have to." Chen Yuan felt this was somewhat different from the college he'd imagined. Still, it was fine. It saved him from pointless socializing. "I'll doze off for a bit. Wake me if the teacher calls roll," Chen Yuan said. "Sure, I'll call you later," LV Rui replied. Staying up all night was routine for LV Rui, who was used to such a schedule. At 8:20, a female professor walked into the classroom. LV Rui woke the three others. Chen Yuan raised his head, yawned, and said, "I'm so tired. I'll sleep early tonight and never stay up again." LV Rui wrinkled his nose. He'd heard this too many times from previous roommates. "I think you can't quit staying up, but you can quit going to class." None of the three took his words seriously, focusing instead on the female professor introducing herself. This class was History of Chinese and Foreign Education, a required major course. The professor appeared to be in her 50s with graying hair and a kindly face etched with wrinkles. LV Rui leaned close to Chen Yuan's ear. "Professors with that kind of face are the strictest. Really, trust me, don't sleep in this class. I can't control myself." The female professor was brisk and efficient. After introducing herself, she began calling the roll and asked them to scan a QR code on the learning platform to sign in. After signing in, Chen Yuan's eyelids started to droop. But because of LV Rui's warning, he didn't dare sleep openly. His mind went blank, the drowsiness growing heavier until his head lolled and his eyelids finally gave way, plunging him into sleep. It was deep sleep. Even the professor's amplified voice through the speakers couldn't disturb him. Watching Chen Yuan sleep so soundly, LV Rui felt the urge to drift off too. But one glance at the professor's kindly face made him shiver. He dared not sleep. Such professors were the strictest. He knew it well. Chen Yuan is a rich kid who doesn't care about graduating. "I'm from an ordinary family. I can't compare. I'd better pay attention." LV Rui was clear about his place. A rich kid who could spend 2 million on game skins could sleep in class, but he couldn't. Each class lasted an hour and a half. After 2 sessions, it was 11:50 a.m. Li Xiang shook Chen Yuan awake, and he stretched. What a satisfying sleep. Despite a sore back, numb legs, and a stiff neck, the quality of sleep was perfect. Indeed, the teacher's lecture was the best sleeping pill. "What time is it?" Chen Yuan asked after stretching. 11:50, Li Xiang replied. "Yuan Ji, you slept straight through both classes. That's impressive." Rubbing the last traces of sleep from his eyes, Chen Yuan found he wasn't that sleepy anymore after class. "Normal. So cafeteria." Li Xiang rubbed his rumbling stomach. "Definitely. I skipped breakfast. I'm starving. Let's go." The four headed to the cafeteria together. It was much busier now with long lines at many stalls. "Tomorrow noon, we can order delivery to the dorm. Waiting in line here every day is a pain." "That works," Chen Yuan agreed. The food was homely, neither great nor terrible, just NPC level. After lunch, they returned to the dorm. The three didn't game, but went straight to bed for another nap. The afternoon class was basic education, another required major course, and they all went to the classroom together. This time, Chen Yuan didn't sleep. After sleeping through the morning and a midday nap, he'd fully recovered from last night's lack of sleep. He felt energetic and wide awake. Even if the old professor's theoretical lectures were so horrific, he wasn't drowsy. As he listened, his eyes involuntarily drifted to a girl sitting in the middle of the first row. Li Ying. With her elegant demeanor, she was the most beautiful and unique girl Chen Yuan had ever met in his 18 years. She was listening attentively, her pale forearm resting on the desk, elbow suspended in the air, holding a Xiaomi, Junang Xia, pen, occasionally taking notes. Pretty diligent, running for class president, listening carefully. Must be a top student, Chen Yuan thought. For Li Ying, he felt more admiration than anything else. As for pursuing her, he hadn't really considered it. After all, he preferred being passive. And he wasn't the type to lose his composure over a pretty face. He'd just steal a few glances. The rest depended on fate. As the saying goes, a glance is polite. Staring is just persistent politeness. Chen Yuan was about to admire her a little longer when Li Ying, sensing the gaze from behind, suddenly turned around. Sunlight didn't fall on her face because the curtains were drawn. But under the lights, Chen Yuan could clearly feel their eyes meet. His mouth twitched slightly, and he raised an eyebrow in greeting. With his newfound confidence, he wasn't one to shy away from a girl's gaze like an awkward loser. Li Ying seemed surprised. Chen Yuan didn't avert his eyes nervously like the boys in high school, as if she were a monster. Seeing his slightly exaggerated expression, she gave a faint smile in return, then turned back to focus on the lecture. Their brief exchange went unnoticed by the others. Li Ying turned her head as Chen Yuan's gaze wandered across the classroom, observing what his classmates were up to. 40% were diligently attending the lecture, 30% were spacing out, and the remaining 30% were occupied with their phones. All three of his roommates fell into that 30% bracket. Li Xiang and Lin Hanjun were among the phone users, while Lu Rui belonged to the daydreaming crowd. Chen Yuan instinctively placed himself among the 40% who were seriously listening. Even though he used to sleep through classes in high school, neglected his homework, and spent his afternoons gaming and reading novels in the dorm, Chen Yuan was still regarded as a model student by his teachers. It was simply that first impressions mattered too much. When freshman year began, Chen Yuan had been rather naive, diligently listening in class, completing his assignments, and never getting into conflicts with classmates. Moreover, he had practiced calligraphy since childhood, producing elegant handwriting that convinced his teachers he was an exceptionally well-behaved student. Even when he later started dozing off in class and occasionally skipping homework, his teachers still attributed it to academic exhaustion. So Chen Yuan resolved to leave a favorable first impression on this professor. As for the morning session, it was simply because he was too drowsy. He had wanted to maintain his carefully crafted image but could not sustain it. The schedule remained 2 consecutive lecture blocks with no need to change classrooms. Class ended at exactly 5:20 in the afternoon. Zhou Sinan messaged, "Senior, are you done with class? I just finished too. Want to grab dinner at the cafeteria together?" Zhou Sinan had deliberately timed her message to arrive right at the end of class, a surprisingly romantic touch. Chen Yuan replied, "I already made plans with my roommates. Let's go next time." Zhou Sinan responded, "Alright then, let's grab a meal together next time." Chen Yuan, "Sure, definitely next time." The cafeteria remained crowded as ever, but fortunately there were enough seats, and they could always find an empty table to share a meal. After dinner back in the dorm, Chen Yuan settled into his ergonomic chair and asked, "So want a game?" Lu Rui, "Sure thing, let's go." Li Xiang, however, did not sit down to play. Instead of opening his computer, he went to his wardrobe and pulled out an extremely oversized jersey, a vintage Toronto Raptors edition number 15, Vince Carter. "I'm not playing. I've got to head out. Might not be back tonight," Li Xiang said as he changed. He slipped into the baggy jersey, paired it with loose jeans hung low on his hips adorned with several silver chains, and finished the look with AJ sneakers and 2 dazzling diamond-studded chains around his neck. The entire ensemble screamed oversized hip-hop style. You wouldn't call it fashionable since this style was no longer in vogue. Watching Li Xiang get ready, Chen Yuan remarked on the distinctly West Coast aesthetic and couldn't help but ask, "Are you going out to be a rapper?" Li Xiang's eyes lit up. While adjusting his outfit, he replied, "Brother Yuan, you know about rap too." Chen Yuan had some familiarity with rap. He liked listening to it while running, and sometimes while driving, for the music was full of passion and energy. "A little bit." Li Xiang patted his chest confidently. "Brother Yuan, what do you think I look like?" Chen Yuan, "What kind of spirit is seeking validation like this?" "I'd say you look like the Jade Emperor," Chen Yuan joked. Li Xiang quickly realized Chen Yuan had misunderstood and got straight to the point. "Do I look like a rapper, or what?" Chen Yuan surveyed Li Xiang and nodded. "You actually do look the part." "Not look like it. I am a rapper. You can find my songs on NetEase Cloud Music." Li Xiang chuckled. "I'm heading to a KTV with some friends from the rap scene to have a drink. How about it, Brother Yuan? Want to come along?" Li Xiang continued, "You know Ma Siwei, right? He's coming too. Want to go and see for yourself?" Chen Yuan had been about to decline, but upon hearing those words his interest suddenly sparked. Ma Siwei was one of China's most renowned rappers. Even those who did not follow rap music would certainly have heard the name. Furthermore, Ma Siwei was not merely a singer, but also a shrewd businessman. His trendy fashion brand was extremely popular among young people across the country. Through his fusion of rap and streetwear, Ma Siwei had become a true billionaire. "Can I bring a friend? Would that put you in an awkward position?" Chen Yuan asked. Li Xiang smiled confidently. "Don't worry. My songs might not be mainstream hits, but I hold considerable respect in the circle. Nobody would dare say a word if I bring friends along." Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Alright, I'll go join the fun then." In his heart, Chen Yuan made a new assessment of Li Xiang. Although many netizens looked down on rappers, dismissing them as poorly educated, someone who had reached the level of Ma Siwei could no longer be judged solely as a rapper. He was a billionaire. The fact that Li Xiang could casually bring friends along suggested he had some hidden background, provided he was not merely blowing himself up to appear impressive. Actually, Li Xiang did not need to inflate himself. He was already chubby and quite adorable. Li Xiang turned to Lu Rui and Lin Hanjun. "Want to come? We can all hang out together." Lu Rui shook his head. "Nah, I want a game." Lin Hanjun also politely declined. "I already arranged to play soccer with some high school classmates." "Alright, see you then." Chen Yuan did not change clothes and walked out of the dorm with Li Xiang. "Brother Yuan, you don't have a car yet, right? Hop in with me." Li Xiang figured that with only the semester just beginning, Chen Yuan, no matter how wealthy, would not have had time to buy a car. As a local, Li Xiang had purchased his vehicle immediately after the college entrance examination. Chen Yuan shook his head. "I do have a car. And not just one." "Alright then, I'll send you the location. We'll head there separately." Li Xiang secretly admired, as expected of the owner of a 2 million yuan supercar, getting a car sorted so quickly. If Li Xiang had known Chen Yuan had already purchased a house, as well he would have been even more astonished. The two parted ways downstairs from the dorm. Chen Yuan quickly found his Brabus XLP 800, got in and tapped open the location Li Xiang had sent. It was a KTV called Sky City located in the OCT tower. It was not far from campus, and even closer to the Japanese restaurant where Chen Yuan had eaten the day before. Both venues were within the OCT complex. Chen Yuan set his navigation and soon drove out of the school against the backdrop of the evening sunset. Shenzhen's dusk was picturesque, but the evening rush hour traffic moved as slowly as snails. Stuck in congestion, the car was barely faster than the bicycles on the adjacent sidewalk. The journey that had taken less than half an hour the day before stretched to nearly an hour today, before they finally arrived. As he entered the underground parking garage beneath the OCT tower, Chen Yuan called Li Xiang on WeChat. "Hey, I'm in the underground garage. Have you arrived?" "I'm here, brother Yuan," Li Xiang replied. "I'm at sublevel 1 section C. There's a spot right next to me. Come park over here." "Got it." Chen Yuan hung up and followed the signage to section C. Li Xiang leaned against his car, pulled out a pack of Tycoon cigarettes, lit one, and took a drag. Halfway through his cigarette, before he could even spot the car, a thunderous engine roar erupted. A flash of silver shot forward first, followed by a dragon-like surge of power. Li Xiang peered around his vehicle and saw an imposing car over 2 meters tall rolling slowly toward him. If the BMW X5 was the king of the road, then this machine was the overlord. The sense of intimidation was overwhelming. "That's a Brabus." Compared to the senior girl, Li Xiang was far more knowledgeable and identified the brand at a glance. Chen Yuan parked the car into the spot with remarkable smoothness. Even though the vehicle was enormous, making parking difficult without a smart assist system, Chen Yuan's driving proficiency, rewarded by the system, made reversing the Brabus into the garage no harder than parking a tiny smart car. After parking, Chen Yuan casually grabbed a pack of cigarettes and tucked it into his pocket, then opened the door, stepped onto the running board, and looked down at Li Xiang. "Brother Yuan." "What's up?" Chen Yuan stepped off the running board, closed the door with a sound like a gunshot. "Is this your car?" Li Xiang realized he could no longer understand Chen Yuan. It was something beyond just being a rich second generation. Chen Yuan smiled. "Yeah, just picked it up. See, it still has temporary plates." "That's pretty cool." Li Xiang couldn't help but say, glancing at his own BMW M5. In terms of presence, it was utterly incomparable to the other man's Brabus. If the BMW M5 represented a suit-wearing thug, then this Brabus was a true thug, a thug armed to the teeth. Li Xiang had a great mindset. Since he couldn't compete, he simply wouldn't. He harbored no jealousy. From the inside out, he faced all troubles and could laugh them off the next second. Suddenly Chen Yuan remembered something and asked Li Xiang, "Aren't you a rapper? How come when you introduced yourself you were a bit stuttery?" After going through battles and losing points together, the two had grown much closer, and such a question could be asked without any burden. Li Xiang's face flushed. "I've recorded songs, but I've never performed on stage. I get extremely nervous whenever I see people below." "A studio singer then?" Chen Yuan didn't press further, and the two walked toward the elevator lobby. Li Xiang pressed the elevator button for the 69th floor. Shenzhen had so many skyscrapers, Chen Yuan mused. "Brother Yuan, this KTV is really top-notch. It's owned by a wealthy tycoon from Hong Kong. The decoration is superb, and the room reservation fee alone is 10,000 yuan. If you like singing, you can get a membership card," Li Xiang introduced. He was a local of Shenzhen and knew all the best places for fun and food. "Really? I'll check it out later," Chen Yuan replied somewhat dismissively. The elevator arrived at the 69th floor. The two stepped out. Chen Yuan followed Li Xiang, his gaze falling on the floor-to-ceiling windows. The sky was darkening, and the neon lights on many skyscrapers had lit up, along with a small replica of the Eiffel Tower, shining with rainbow colors. Noticing Chen Yuan's gaze fixed on the windows, Li Xiang explained, "Below is one of Shenzhen's main arteries, Shenan Avenue. It's always heavy with traffic and often jammed. That tower is the window of the world. A tourist spot, nothing much fun." Chen Yuan nodded. He wasn't particularly interested in landmarks either. The two walked into the Sky City KTV. The floor was not marble, but a screen seamlessly integrated with the walls and ceiling simultaneously, playing a short video of surging blue waves, exuding a strong sci-fi vibe. A manager dressed in a black suit and white shirt stepped forward and greeted them politely. "Young Masterly, you're here so early." Li Xiang nodded with a smile. "Yeah, is the room ready?" "It's ready, young Masterly. Room D8, the one you always like," the manager said. Li Xiang nodded, then introduced Chen Yuan beside him. "This is my brother Yuan. Call him young Master Chen." The manager pulled out a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes. "Young Master Chen, hello." Chen Yuan, encountering such an odd address for the first time, waved his hand and didn't take the cigarette the manager offered. He didn't smoke Zhonghua. It was too harsh on his throat. The manager led the two to the room. As Chen Yuan entered, he raised an eyebrow slightly. This room was enormous. In KTVs back home, due to limited space, the sofas were always placed against the walls, arranged in an L or U shape. But here it was completely different. The spacious room, estimated to be over 200 square meters, had a snooker table right at the entrance. Further in was a U-shaped sofa set that didn't lean against the walls, leaving plenty of open space. Beyond that lay a dance floor area. What surprised Chen Yuan most was that this KTV room was not enclosed. It had floor-to-ceiling windows with a view making the space feel even more expansive. No wonder the room fee was 10,000 yuan. There was indeed something special. The KTV that the wealthy frequented was truly different from ordinary ones. Chen Yuan felt his eyes had been opened. You really need to be in a big city. In a county, even if you have money, there's nowhere to spend it. You can't find a KTV like this at all. Chen Yuan was growing more and more fond of the big city of Shenzhen. Young Master Li, young Master Chen, would you like some drinks first? The manager asked, bending slightly with a bright smile. Li Xiang looked at Chen Yuan and handed him an iPad for ordering. Brother Yuan, you pick. Chen Yuan took the iPad and scanned the drink menu. The spirits included a bottle of Louis XIII for 4,900 yuan, a set of Ace of Spades champagne for 9,900 yuan, imported German beer, and Budweiser at 130 yuan per bottle. How high is the profit margin here? Chen Yuan felt it was almost like robbery. But then he thought about the luxurious decoration and the 69th floor high-altitude view, all of which cost money. It could only be said that this place didn't cheat the poor, and the rich didn't mind such expenses. Flipping through the pages, he saw soft drinks listed and found various fresh juices. Give me a pitcher of mango juice, Chen Yuan said. That was his favorite. He only liked two kinds of drinks, Coca-Cola and mango juice. Certainly, young Master Chen. Soft drinks are complimentary. I'll bring you 2 pitchers later, the manager said. Chen Yuan nodded and handed the iPad back to Li Xiang. I don't know much about alcohol. You order. Then I'll order. 2 bottles of Louis XIII, 1 Grand Dragon set, 2 dozen Budweisers, and for the soft drinks you decide. But make sure my brother Yuan's mango juice is served. No dilution, completely freshly squeezed, got it. Young Master Li exuded dominance. Chen Yuan internally cheered for Li Xiang. Just a joke, of course. But just drinking at a KTV cost nearly 200,000 yuan. This little chubby guy must have an extraordinary background, and he was very generous. What Chen Yuan didn't know was that Li Xiang's expenses here were all charged to his father's account, so naturally, he was generous. After all, spending someone else's money didn't hurt. When will Ma Siwei arrive? Chen Yuan asked. Li Xiang glanced at his watch. Soon. He's very punctual and won't be late. Chen Yuan noticed the watch on Li Xiang's wrist, a large dial with clear mechanical texture, and moreover a ring of diamonds encrusted on the bezel, giving it a very nouveau riche look. Chen Yuan couldn't help asking, what watch is that? A full diamond hublet, Big Bang, Li Xiang said. Brother Yuan, are you not interested in watches either? Chen Yuan kept his expression unchanged, but inwardly he felt a bit guilty. He had little knowledge of luxury watches, no opportunity during school, and after acquiring the system, he had no chance to study such things in the county. But here in Shenzhen, buying a watch was simple. I wasn't interested before, but now I am. Do you know where I can buy a Patek Philippe? Chen Yuan said calmly. As expected of a rich guy, asking for a Patek Philippe right off the bat. Li Xiang certainly didn't think Chen Yuan was bragging. Brother Yuan, if you want a pre-owned one, you can go to Mixed Sea or Coastal City. There are a few shops specializing in second-hand watches there. If you want a brand new Patek Philippe, you might have to go to Hong Kong or Guangzhou. Shenzhen doesn't have a Patek Philippe boutique. Chen Yuan frowned. How could he buy a second-hand watch? He definitely wanted a brand new one. Unless it was a limited edition, he might consider pre-owned. Is that so? Then I'll go to Guangzhou when I have time, Chen Yuan said. I happen to have the sales contacts for Patek Philippe and Richard Mille in Guangzhou. I'll send them to you on WeChat, Li Xiang said. You can ask them on WeChat in advance if they have the model you want in the store so you don't waste a trip. I think I also have a Patek Philippe sales contact in Hong Kong. Let me find it for you. Chen Yuan mentally gave Li Xiang a thumbs up. Truly a local expert of the Guangdong Hong Kong Macau region, knowing everything. Li Xiang's phone rang. It was his friends arriving. Ma Siwei is here. I'll go pick him up. Li Xiang stood up and said. Li Xiang walked out of the private room and met Ma Siwei along with a slightly plumper young man who was also a rapper from the same label as Ma Siwei, known by the stage name No, with his real name being Ding Zhen. Cousin, long time no see. Ma Siwei hugged Li Xiang, not greeting him in a particularly hip-hop manner. Long time no see. How was the tour? Li Xiang smiled. Not bad, very smooth. Ma Siwei replied with a grin. Li Xiang pondered his words for a moment, then said softly to the two, I brought a friend inside. He's a rich second-generation guy, pretty easygoing, but you two should tone down that cocky attitude. Ma Siwei nodded without saying much. Ding Zhen, however, perked up. How rich is this rich second-generation guy? I don't know exactly how rich, but at the start of the semester he drove a Brabus worth over 10 million. As soon as he got to the dorm, he spent over 100,000 on a computer and share. Li Xiang said, a Brabus. Can I borrow it for a spin? Ding Zhen asked. Fans familiar with Ding Zhen online knew that he loved cars. After earning his first bucket of gold, he spent a small portion on music production and the rest almost entirely on buying cars. Ask him yourself. Li Xiang didn't answer for Chen Yuan, but let Ding Zhen ask directly. Alright, I'll ask later. Ding Zhen decided he wouldn't drink tonight. Then he planned to persuade the rich second-generation guy to drink more, so that when a designated driver was needed, he could step up. What a clever little guy I am. Ding Zhen thought. Li Xiang led the two into the room. Chen Yuan heard the commotion and turned to look. Chen Yuan recognized both rappers, like anyone with a basic understanding of hip-hop would know them. Li Xiang trotted over and spoke first to avoid any awkwardness during introductions. This is my good brother, the most handsome guy at Shenzhen University, the world's best CS sniper, the gun and knife expert of Heilongjiang, Chen Yuan, brother Yuan. And these two, just some guys who do rap. Chen Yuan sized them up. Both wore short sleeves, their bodies covered in tattoos. Nothing clean except their faces. They looked almost identical to their online images. Brother Yuan. Ding Zhen, eager to borrow Chen Yuan's bravest, spoke up directly. He felt no embarrassment calling an 18-year-old like Chen Yuan brother despite being over 30. Nice to meet you. Chen Yuan extended his hand. I really like your songs, like that 1 vs 5. The expressions on Ding Zhen and Ma Siwei's faces froze. Even Li Xiang was taken aback. 1 vs 5. That song wasn't theirs. It was a diss track aimed at them. There's a major difference between rappers and traditional singers. When traditional artists have conflicts, they tend to downplay things and maintain a facade of harmony. But in the rap scene, they directly release diss tracks against each other. And 1 vs 5 was a diss track targeting these two. However, years had passed, and Ding Zhen and Ma Siwei clearly didn't dwell on it. They were just momentarily embarrassed at first. Brother, that song is a diss track against us, Ding Zhen said. Oh, is that so? Chen Yuan replied. Chen Yuan wasn't very familiar with rap. He only added catchy songs to his playlist without diving into the culture. Sorry, my knowledge is limited, Chen Yuan said helplessly. They sat down. Ma Siwei and Ding Zhen's attire was distinctly hip-hop. The culture was deeply rooted in their lives. After chatting with them for a while, Chen Yuan realized that these rappers weren't as aggressive and foul-mouthed as they appeared online. In reality, they were just like ordinary people. Perhaps their online personas were just a facade to make money, while in real life, they were ordinary people trying to get by. What do you rappers usually do? Chen Yuan asked curiously. Is it like the online rumors, living a life of luxury, fast cars, and beautiful women? Ma Siwei thought for a moment. I'm pretty laid back now. Besides some tours, I just stay home and play games. Ding Zhen added. Actually, successful rappers rarely live that extravagant life. Every day is about making music, releasing songs, and touring. The glitz and glamour are just in the lyrics. My buddy sings about Ferrari LaFerrari and Lamborghini drop top in his songs, but ask him, can he afford a Ferrari LaFerrari? Chen Yuan couldn't help but laugh. He had heard that song. It was a massive hit with millions of plays on Douyin in the past couple of years, often used as background music by attractive dancers. Moreover, this chubby guy was really funny. He dared to joke like that even with Ma Siwei sitting right next to him. Ma Siwei didn't take offense, just retorted, can you afford one? No. In truth, given Ma Siwei's net worth, he could afford a LaFerrari, but he had to consider whether spending 30 to 40 million on a car was worth it, and whether it would break his cash flow. Soon 2 more people entered. Both were rappers from their circle, though relatively unknown. Li Xiang called the manager to have the drinks brought in. A procession of tall, slender girls in short skirts and tiny tank tops swayed their hips as they strode into the room. Some carried glowing signs, others held sparkling wine cabinets. One girl carried 2 pitchers of mango juice. So ceremonial. These wine boxes are dazzling, Chen Yuan thought to himself. After setting down the drinks, the girls didn't leave immediately. Instead, they performed a suggestive dance on the small stage, swaying their curves in a way that stirred the onlookers. Chen Yuan had no doubt that with a little money, he could take one of these girls home. But he had no interest in such vulgar beauties, mainly because he feared catching a disease. He still had a bright future ahead. After the girls finished their dance and left the room, one girl in relatively normal attire stayed behind. She wasn't a hostess, but a server specifically for opening and pouring drinks. Ace of spades was poured into chilled champagne flutes, Louis XIII into cognac glasses, and beer into frosty mugs filled with ice. The ceremony was impeccable. Chen Yuan could only feel that the high price was truly justified. The ambience was excellent and the service was top-notch. Come on, let's have a toast. Congratulations to my cousin for successfully getting into college. Now you can drink openly. Ding Zhen joked, though he was drinking cola instead of alcohol. Chen Yuan picked up a champagne flute filled with Ace of Spades gold bottle and clinked glasses with the others. He took a sip. It was slightly sweet on the palate with a more pronounced tartness, and the bubbles were dense and creamy. The taste was excellent. Li Xiang said, Brother Yuan, although the drinks here are expensive, they're definitely authentic. In other nightclubs or KTVs, about 80% of the Ace of Spades is fake. The taste, I swear it's awful. Hearing Li Xiang's words, Chen Yuan nodded slightly. In his heart, he thought to himself, I don't yet have the ability to appreciate champagne and fine wine, but that's all right. I can learn more about these things over time. I once heard Lucy mention that Shenzhen Bay would have wine bars and champagne lounges where professional sommeliers should be available. I could go learn from them in the future when there's an opportunity. With the influence of alcohol, the conversation gradually warmed up. Some began ordering songs while others continued chatting. This gathering centered around Ma Siwei, Ding Zhen, and Li Xiang, while the other members of their circle held a lower status, serving purely as atmosphere enhancers. The audio equipment here was quite impressive, powerful enough to fill the room without being overwhelming, so guests could converse without raising their voices. Chen Yuan listened as they discussed amusing anecdotes from the rap circle and Ding Zhen and Ma Siwei's streetwear business ventures. What surprised Chen Yuan was that Ding Zhen's streetwear brand EMDM actually outperformed Ma Siwei's AFGK in profitability, earning double the revenue. Through their conversation, Chen Yuan finally understood why Li Xiang could fit into their circle. It turned out Li Xiang's cousin was a behind-the-scenes figure in the rap industry. Not a performing artist, but an influential businessman with stakes spanning music festivals, brand endorsements, and the streetwear market. Ding Zhen noticed Chen Yuan struggled to join their conversation, so he took the initiative to steer it toward him. "Where are you from, brother?" "Northeast China." Chen Yuan replied. Ding Zhen said, "Is it really that cold in the northeast during winter? -20 or 30 degrees Celsius. I haven't been there much. Whenever we tour, it's always in summer." Chen Yuan nodded. "It's manageable. During the coldest periods, we stay indoors with underfloor heating, so it's not unbearable." "I see. Brother, come visit Chengdu when you have time." Ding Zhen smiled. "Oh, by the way, I heard from my cousin that you drive a brabus." Chen Yuan nodded. "You've had quite a bit to drink. You'll probably need to call a designated driver later. How about I drive you back instead?" Ding Zhen grinned. "Don't get the wrong idea. I just want to try driving a brabus." Chen Yuan didn't mind either way. Whether he called a designated driver or let Ding Zhen drive, it made no difference to him. Besides, Chen Yuan already had a favorable impression of this chubby fellow. "Sure, go ahead." "Thanks, brother. Let me raise a glass to you." Ding Zhen lifted his cola, then added hastily, as if to avoid any misunderstanding, "I'm not drinking alcohol today. Next time we should definitely drink together. I'll make it up to you by finishing 3 glasses myself." Chen Yuan found himself impressed by the guy's high emotional intelligence. No wonder he could get along with people from all different circles in the distinctly regional rap community. He also maintained a relatively positive public image online. His natural humor helped, but it was his genuine social awareness that set him apart. Chen Yuan said nothing, simply clinking glasses with Ding Zhen before downing his drink in one gulp. Champagne barely registered its alcohol content. It tasted almost like a soft drink. Yet champagne could still get to you, and beneath the dazzling tech-inspired lights, Chen Yuan's face had already taken on a slight flush. His cheeks glowed rosy, much like someone wearing blush, though his mind remained clear. Halfway through the drinks, the group kept consuming and took turns singing. Ma Siwei even performed several of his own tracks, sending everyone in the private room into an energetic frenzy. This was Chen Yuan's first time witnessing an original artist singing his own songs at a KTV. It felt like having a private concert. Do those wealthy people really invite celebrities to perform at their homes? Chen Yuan couldn't help but wonder, and unexpectedly recalled Lin Wanyu's words from My Apartment. Aren't concerts always held at home? In the future, if given the chance, Chen Yuan intended to invite Jay Chou and Xue Zhiqian to his own home for private concerts. Time flew by quickly. Since Ma Siwei and Ding Zhen had tours the next day, this intimate gathering among their circle was wrapping up by 11:30. Li Xiang was thoroughly enjoying himself, jumping around the most energetically whenever Ma Siwei sang. Clearly a seasoned nightclub regular. He turned to Chen Yuan and asked, "Brother Yuan, are you heading back to the dorm?" "No, I'm not. Neither am I. I'm going home," Li Xiang said, then pointed outside the window toward OCT. Besides a few high-rise residential buildings, there lay a vast villa district. Having to admit, the greenery here was truly impressive. Looking down at OCT from above, it resembled an ocean of green. Even under the cover of night, one could clearly discern how lush and densely vegetated the area was. "I live right here, so I'll head straight home." "Brother Yuan, are you planning to book a hotel?" "Actually, you could just come stay at my place. My parents have gone to Hong Kong, so the house is empty." Chen Yuan shook his head and declined. "Don't worry, brother. I have somewhere to stay. I won't be booking a hotel." "Brother Yuan, you didn't happen to buy a place, did you?" Li Xiang couldn't help but ask. "It's pretty basic, honestly." Chen Yuan smiled. "How about you come stay at my place instead? It's close to campus, so you won't need to wake up early for tomorrow's classes." "Hee, I wasn't planning to attend class tomorrow anyway. I've already arranged for someone to substitute for me," Li Xiang said with a grin. The substitution industry at the school was quite developed. All it took was posting in the group chat to find plenty of substitutes charging 30 yuan per class. 60 yuan for a full morning of extra sleep. Li Xiang considered it well worth it. All right then. As they spoke, the group had already exited the private room. Nearly 10 bottles of champagne had been consumed, while 2 bottles of Louis XIII were set aside. Taking the elevator down to the underground parking garage, they found an Alfred waiting at the elevator hall. As the group approached, the rear door automatically slid open. Ma Siwei climbed into the luxury minivan, but Ding Zhen didn't enter. "You go ahead to the hotel first. I'll drive brother Chen Yuan home." Ma Siwei nodded. "All right, do what you think is best. Don't stay out too late. There's a performance tomorrow." Li Xiang also got into the Alfred, hoping for a ride. As for his own car, he planned to pick it up tomorrow, since it wasn't far anyway. "Brother Yuan, I'm heading out too. Old Ding, take good care of brother Yuan. Don't just obsess over driving." "Don't worry, I'm completely reliable." The door closed automatically, and the Alfred pulled away smoothly. In the underground garage, only Ding Zhen and Chen Yuan remained. Chen Yuan retrieved his car keys, unlocking the nearby Brabus, then handed them to Ding Zhen. "Let's go. The car's over there." "All right, let's roll." "Hey brother, want me to help you into the car?" Chen Yuan rolled his eyes. "What kind of insult is that?" he retorted. "My tolerance is fine. I just flush easily." He was clearly aware and walking straight, showing no signs of being intoxicated enough to need assistance. Climbing into the passenger seat of the Brabus marked the first time Chen Yuan had ridden in his own car's front passenger seat, and Ding Jun was the first outsider to drive it. Man, this is the first time someone else has driven my car, Chen Yuan said with a smile. Oh, so I get the honors first, huh? The chubby guy chuckled, familiarized himself with the various controls, and soon mastered handling the land beast. Where to, brother? Let me set the navigation. Chen Yuan replied calmly, Shenzhen Bay No. 1. It was midnight and the roads were relatively empty. Ding Jun's driving skills were excellent. The car moved with remarkable smoothness, never pressing the accelerator too hard. Ding Jun was such a skilled driver that he could easily hold a conversation with Chen Yuan while keeping his focus on the road. Although they had only met once, Chen Yuan found himself enjoying their conversations quite a lot. Speaking with him felt incredibly comfortable and at ease. Chen Yuan had once heard his mother say that if you meet someone for the first time and feel an immediate connection, as if you've known them for years, sharing everything heart to heart, you must be extra cautious. There were only two possibilities in such a situation. The first was that the other person harbored ill intentions, already knew him well, and had specifically come after him. The second was that the other person possessed extremely high emotional intelligence, completely on a different level, offering condescending tolerance toward him. Chen Yuan felt that he and Ding Jun fell into the second category. Chen Yuan also acknowledged that although he possessed billions in wealth, his social caliber was actually not particularly high. Compared to these seasoned veterans who had climbed up from the bottom, he was at most a novice. However, he didn't think much of it. Much like learning to appreciate fine wine, these were all things he could slowly study. With the system at his disposal, he had ample resources to learn. Before long, the car arrived at Shenzhen Bay No. 1 and entered the underground parking garage of Tower T7. Louting, why not skip heading back and just come stay at my place instead? Chen Yuan said. Yeah, we can make up for the drink you owe me right now. Is that alright? Ding Jun seemed clearly tempted. He loved making friends, and he could tell Chen Yuan was a genuinely sincere person. I have a few cars here too. I'll lend you one to drive tomorrow, Chen Yuan said. Ding Jun no longer hesitated, saying, let's go. Although the Raffles Hotel and Raffles Apartments were in the same building, their underground elevator halls were not the same. The elevator hall of Raffles Apartments could lead into Raffles Hotel, but taking the elevator hall of Raffles Hotel would not allow access to Raffles Apartments. The circulation design was quite perfect. Scanning their faces to unlock the doors, the two entered the elevator hall. As expected of Shenzhen Bay No. 1, even the underground garage here is designed better than my residential community. Ding Jun couldn't help but say, it's okay. Chen Yuan smiled, pressing the button for the 72nd floor. When the elevator reached the 50th floor, Chen Yuan swallowed and felt some ringing in his ears. When the elevator doors opened again, they had already arrived at the 72nd floor. Using fingerprint recognition to unlock the door, they pushed open the brass doors and entered. Chen Yuan turned on the lights and said, this house was just bought. I haven't hired a nanny yet, and there aren't many furnishings. We'll make do for now. When you come next time, it should be a better experience. This isn't making do, this is practically a heavenly palace. Ding Jun exaggerated, looking around the spacious living room before asking, bro, you're just coming here to study, and your family bought you a whole apartment like this? Chen Yuan shrugged, confirming Ding Jun's words. Ding Jun was silent for a moment, then said, bro, tell me, do you have any taboos? Don't end up planting me in the ground and having me cosplay as ginseng because I said something wrong. Chen Yuan was amused by this, saying, alright, stop joking around. I'm just an ordinary person. Oh, where would I get the power to plant people in the ground? Though he said that, Chen Yuan still felt a bit of joy inside because of Ding Jun's exaggerated remarks. Chen Yuan took Zhang Jun on a tour around the 890 square meter apartment. Afterwards, the two came to the wine cellar. Called a wine cellar, but it was actually a specially decorated room. The entire room was fully 20 square meters with wine cabinets lining all four walls, each individually designed with temperature and humidity settings tailored to preserve different types of wine. In the corner of the wine cellar, there was even a door leading to an ice room for storing white wine. Bro, pick 2 bottles. Chen Yuan said the wines in the cellar were all complimentary gifts with the apartment purchase. Ding Jun wasn't really an expert on wine either. Faced with such an impressive selection, he didn't know which bottle to choose, so he casually picked 2 red wines from the prominent display. Looking at the imported Chinese labels, 2017 Romanicani. Even without knowing much about wine, Ding Jun knew these 2 bottles were absolutely expensive. As he was about to put them back, Chen Yuan stopped him. Just these 2 bottles, let's go. Bringing Ding Jun back to the living room. Chen Yuan went to the bar counter to fetch 2 wine glasses and a corkscrew, returned to the living room, opened the 2 bottles, and only then realized these were the renowned Romanicani. Raffles is truly generous, giving away Romanicani with the apartment purchase. What Chen Yuan didn't know was that a single 1.5-liter bottle of genuine Romanicani from such a prestigious vineyard, especially from a fine vintage like 2017, would cost well over 750 yuan. Chen Yuan handed 1 bottle of the open wine to Ding Jun and said with a smile, let's skip the decanting and all that formalities. No need for wine aerators either, just 1 bottle each, how's that? Ding Jun clapped his hands, trying not to laugh too immoderately. Perfect. Ding Jun had only written about Romanicani in his lyrics before, he had never actually tasted it. From now on, he would have the confidence to write about it. In the living room sofa area, Chen Yuan sat on the floor. The living room was simply too spacious. The sofa and coffee table were placed rather loosely with a noticeable gap between them. Sitting on the sofa, his hand couldn't reach the coffee table, while the dining room's long table was too large. Drinking there would only feel overly desolate for two people. But sitting on the floor in the living room sofa area was just right. On the marble floor lay a thick wool carpet soft beneath him, and within reach of the coffee table ahead. Moreover, this kind of atmosphere could draw the two closer together. Chen Yuan poured the wine into large tulip-shaped glasses, filling them directly to the top. Bro, honestly, you're the first person I've brought to my place, Chen Yuan said with a smile. Another first. Ding Zhen raised his full wine glass and clinked it against Chen Yuan's. Then it's truly my honor. Let me toast to you. Cheers then. All right, I'll down it, Ding Zhen said, raising his glass and drinking straight away. He gulped it down without any pretense, finishing nearly 800 milliliters of red wine in one go. After finishing those 800 milliliters, the chubby guy's face visibly flushed red. Hey, drink slower. Chen Yuan's expression resembled an elderly man on the subway staring at his phone. Don't you dare throw up. If I say 3 cups as punishment, I must finish all 3, Ding Zhen said, then continued pouring more wine into his glass. Ding Zhen poured all the remaining wine from the bottle into his large glass, less than a full cup, only filling it about 2/3. After pouring, Ding Zhen was about to chug it all again. Hey, 1 cup is enough, no more punishing yourself. Chen Yuan quickly stopped him. He was genuinely afraid this brother might drop dead in his house. This wasn't drinking, this was courting death. Although red wine wasn't as intoxicating as strong baijiu, drinking it this way was still no joke. He was a straightforward person. How about this? The remaining 2 cups you can punish yourself next time. Let's drink normally, Chen Yuan said. Ding Zhen suppressed the urge to burp. All right, I'll make up for the other 2 cups next time. The two clinked glasses again, and each took a sip. As the wine slid down his throat, Chen Yuan could detect the fruity aroma of cherries and hints of licorice. As for other flavors, he couldn't distinguish them, but he found it quite delicious. Wait a moment, I'll have someone send up some late-night snacks. Drinking alone won't do. We need something to go with it. Raffles Apartments residents could use all the facilities of Raffles Hotel, including the hotel's fine dining restaurant. Chen Yuan opened the internal mini-program of Raffles Apartments and ordered late-night snacks. Looking at the prices on the menu, Chen Yuan could only say there was no highest price, only higher prices. 10-year aged Huadiao steamed French lobster, 498 per serving. Private kitchen signature sunflower chicken, 398 per serving. Iberian black pork, char siu, 268 per serving. Even desserts like durian swan pastry cost 358 per serving. Was this robbery? However, it was well past midnight. Looking at the bank SMS notification that hadn't been deleted yet, another 720 million yuan credited to his account. Chen Yuan's lips curved upward. Small change. The efficiency of Raffles Hotel was remarkable. In less than 20 minutes, a waiter had pushed a cart to deliver the meal. With wine and dishes, Ding Zhen's spirits soared, and his desire to express himself overflowed as he recounted his story. To be fair, Ding Zhen's life was incredibly rich. He had worked as an insurance salesman, sold houses, later rose to fame through rap, and then ventured into business. A classic story of an underdog's triumph. He had toured many places and met all kinds of people. Most of the time, Chen Yuan listened while Ding Zhen talked. At only 18 years old, Chen Yuan had little to share beyond his school experiences. 2 bottles of Romanicani were not enough, so Chen Yuan fetched 2 bottles of Ceylon champagne from the cellar. The two chatted until 3 in the morning, thoroughly satisfied. Chen Yuan found a guest bedroom for him. Fortunately, the mansion was a fully furnished, move-in ready luxury home, complete with bedding and bathroom amenities like top-tier toiletries from Raffles Hotel, ensuring Ding Zhen could freshen up without any trouble. Chen Yuan returned to his master bedroom. After showering, he lay on the oversized bed. The Hason's mattress offered a perfect balance of softness and firmness, excellent support, and a contour that fit the body comfortably. Despite having drunk plenty of wine, Chen Yuan could not fall asleep. On his first night in his own home, countless thoughts swirled in his mind, a chaotic jumble. Chen Yuan calmed himself and began to organize his thoughts. First, the house is far too empty. The fridge has no food, the walk-in closet has no clothes, and the study lacks a computer suitable for gaming. Most importantly, with such a large space, and only me here, there's no sense of life. I should hire a butler and a few maids. Oh, and I also need to hire a driver, or maybe 2 working in shifts around the clock. Otherwise, if I drink, I'd have to call a designated driver or take a taxi, which doesn't befit my status as a billionaire. Second, I need to find time to visit the Shenzhen Bay Club. Besides learning about wine tasting, I might also expand my network there. Finally, I should probably start a business. Otherwise, when chatting, besides which LV bag is spacious and which Balenciaga shoes look cool, I have nothing to talk about. Aside from the cold 10-figure balance in my bank account, what else do I have? What else? As he pondered, drowsiness overcame him. Just before falling asleep, Chen Yuan sent a leave request to his counselor and class monitor Li Ying. On his first night in his own home at Shenzhen Bay No, Chen Yuan slept exceptionally well. Waking up at noon the next day, he felt refreshed with no signs of a headache from drinking or staying up late. What was I thinking about last night? Starting a business, right? Shaking his head, Chen Yuan didn't dwell on it and went to the bathroom to freshen up. When he reached the living room, he saw a chubby guy sitting on the sofa playing with his phone. Oh, what's up? Chen Yuan asked with a smile. I'm replying to my agent. He was worried sick when I didn't return to the hotel yesterday, Ding Zhen said. I have a tour show tonight. I need to go back to the hotel to get made up. What do you say, bro? Want to come tonight? Can I go on stage? Ding Jin nodded without hesitation. If you want, it's possible. Chen Yuan shook his head with amusement. You rappers are really casual about performances. No, I have some things to do today. Maybe another time. Alright, I have plenty of tours. We'll catch up another time. Ding Jin stood up and straightened his clothes. I'll head out first. Let's hang out sometime. Sure, let's go. I'll see you downstairs. As they walked out despite Ding Jun's repeated protests, Chen Yuan only accompanied him to the elevator lobby and didn't see him all the way down. In the elevator, Ding Jin scratched his head, feeling like he had forgotten something, but couldn't quite recall. Back in the living room, Chen Yuan began thinking about hiring a butler for his house. He himself had no suitable connections, nor did he know where to find a qualified butler. Though Chen Yuan didn't know anyone, there was someone who certainly did, or would at least try hard to find one for him. That was his bank's private client manager, Jiang Yue. Chen Yuan called Jiang Yue, and the phone was quickly answered. Hello, Miss Jiang. Are you free now? Jiang Yue's gentle, cultured voice came through the speaker. I have time, Yuan. Go. What can I do for you? If you're free, come to my place. I have some things I'd like to discuss. Jiang Yue, Ovo. I'll be there right away. Her voice carried obvious excitement. I'll send you the location. Ending the call, Chen Yuan put down his phone. Since he had already taken leave, he wasn't going to school, nor did he plan to hire a proxy. With only 4 boys in the class, the teacher was bound to remember them. Unless he skipped the class for an entire semester, he would inevitably be caught one day. So Chen Yuan honestly requested leave. He wasn't aiming for graduate school or evaluations, so taking leave had no impact on him. The counselor He Yun was easygoing and didn't make things difficult, promptly approving his request. College was great. When asking for leave, he no longer needed parental consent, then a homeroom teacher's signature, and then the academic affairs office. A simple message to the counselor and class monitor, plus an application on the enterprise WeChat was enough. His mission to play the role of a good student had lasted only one afternoon the previous day before it was declared a failure. 20 minutes later, the doorbell rang. Chen Yuan got up to open the door. Outside stood Jiang Yue, dressed in a professional suit, her legs sheathed in a pair of black stockings that looked exquisite. Miss Jiang, long time no see, Chen Yuan said with a smile. Although they kept in touch on WeChat, they hadn't met in person since the last time in Harbin. Jiang Yue still exuded an aura of confidence with flawless makeup and a strong, mature woman vibe. Yuan, go, she said, suppressing her excitement, showing no surprise at Chen Yuan's mansion. What instructions do you have? Please feel free to command, Daji. Ahem. Chen Yuan nodded. Come in and sit down. I do need your help with something. Okay. They entered the living room and sat down. The remnants of last night's late-night snack had already been cleared by the Raffles Hotel staff, leaving the room clean and tidy. It's like this. With such a big house, there's no one to help clean up, and it feels so cold and empty when I come back, Chen Yuan said directly. Do you know any reliable butlers, or does the bank have any channels for this? Jiang Yue's mind raced. Top-tier butlers rarely left their positions. Most of them, once they found an employer, would stay with them for life. And even their children would enter the employer's company or inherit the role, becoming a junior butler for the family. In ancient times, this was called a family servant. Now, if Chen Yuan wanted a butler, he could only look on the open market. Newly recruited butlers, even with sufficient professional knowledge, knowing how to manage the household and serve the employer, lacked the necessary network of contacts and experience. But seasoned butlers with ample resources and experience who served their employers impeccably were not available on the open market. This created a paradox that left Jiang Yue unsure how to recommend someone for Chen Yuan. Yuan, go, I might need to ask around first. No rush, Chen Yuan said. He could continue using the Raffles Hotel staff to tidy up the house, so there was no immediate urgency. Jiang Yue placed a call to her banking supervisor. As a private banker specializing in ultra-high net worth clients, she held the privilege of contacting the branch manager and deputy branch manager of the Shenzhen sub-branch directly. Hiring a personal butler might not seem like a monumental matter, yet it was hardly trivial either. After all, the client in question was an individual with tens of billions in deposits. Therefore, Jiang Yue decided to seek the deputy branch manager's guidance directly. Although the banking sector had comprehensively shed its administrative hierarchy, meaning the deputy branch manager held no formal administrative rank, by the traditional measure, the deputy branch manager of a Shenzhen Tier 1 branch was equivalent to a deputy department-level official. Director, hello, this is Jiang Yue. My client has recently settled in Shenzhen and plans to hire a personal butler. I was recently transferred from Heilongjiang province and lack resources in this area, so I would like to consult you on the matter. There was a brief pause on the other end, followed by a deep, resonant, middle-aged woman's voice. Yue, I happen to know a private butler who recently left his position. Wait a moment, and I will share his contact information with you. I will give him a heads up in advance, and you can introduce him to your client. He was formerly the personal butler to the chairman of Jingji Group, but with the company nearing bankruptcy restructuring, he has unfortunately lost his position. The deputy branch manager was clearly well aware of the inner workings of the butler industry, fully understanding how difficult it was to find a qualified and reliable personal butler. A butler's duties extended far beyond merely keeping a household in order. Such a person could manage everything within a villa, but would be unable to handle external affairs on behalf of their employer. To put it plainly, a truly qualified butler could even help their employer ascend to greater heights in their career. In reality, Chen Yuan merely wished to find someone to look after his residents, while Zhang Yue and the deputy branch manager were working to secure a helper who could provide him with far more extensive assistance. Very well, director. Thank you for your support of my work. Serve your clients well, and take your work seriously. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to contact me directly. After saying this, the deputy branch manager hung up. Zhang Yue glanced at her phone, the corners of her lips curling upward slightly. Task accomplished perfectly. It remained to be seen whether Brother Yuan and the butler gentleman would click. That required keeping an open mind. She would need to find a few more butlers as backups. Zhang Yue returned to the living room and relayed nearly verbatim what the deputy branch manager had said, adding an explanation. Jingji Group is one of Shenzhen's most prominent conglomerates, a giant in the real estate sector. The Jingji 100 Tower in particular is one of Shenzhen's landmarks, a former tallest building in the city later surpassed by the Ping and Finance Center, yet still standing as the second tallest and among the most prestigious superclass A office buildings comparable to No. 1 Shenzhen Bay. A building like that must have cost a fortune to construct. Chen Yuan couldn't help but ask. Zhang Yue thought for a moment before replying, conservatively estimated around 8 billion. Chen Yuan scratched his chin. He could construct such a building in just over 10 days. Perhaps when it came to starting a business, he should consider the real estate development industry. After some thought, Chen Yuan decided against it. Real estate had already become a sunsetting industry. Moreover, prime locations in Futian and Nanshan districts had long been seized by other conglomerates, and inferior plots did not interest him in the slightest. Had he not just learned that even a massive group like Jingji was facing bankruptcy restructuring? He should focus on other ventures instead. Chen Yuan was in no rush. After reviewing his class schedule for tomorrow, he noted that classes didn't end until 7:15 p.m., making it unsuitable for an interview. However, Thursday had only morning classes, leaving the entire afternoon free. Then please help me arrange for him to come here for an interview on Thursday afternoon. All right, Brother Yuan. With the matter concluded, a brief silence fell between them. Zhang Yue took the initiative to find conversation. Brother Yuan, is there anything else I can assist you with? Chen Yuan pondered for a moment and realized there indeed was something. The butler was sorted with a Thursday interview, and the nanny and driver could be arranged by the butler later. This matter was essentially resolved. As for entrepreneurship, Chen Yuan had not yet decided on a project. Even if Zhang Yue could offer some assistance, it was hardly the time. Thus, only one matter remained to be addressed: the cavernous walk-in closet. Since he had taken the day off, Chen Yuan decided to go out shopping this afternoon and fill his wardrobe. I plan to buy some clothes, but I'm short a baggage holder. Would you like to come? Chen Yuan asked with a smile. I would be delighted. Zhang Yue said with a gentle smile. She couldn't have been happier to spend more time with Chen Yuan. After all, her role was precisely to assist him and resolve his personal matters. I'm not very familiar with Shenzhen either. Where shall we go shopping? Chen Yuan asked. Zhang Yue considered for a moment, mentally comparing coastal city Mixi and Mixi World, ultimately concluding that Mixi best suited Chen Yuan's needs. Shenzhen Bay Mixi then. It is Shenzhen's most premium shopping center, a universally acknowledged retail paradise. Virtually all domestic and international luxury brands have boutiques there, and it is conveniently close. Only about 2 kilometers away. Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow. Choosing to buy a property here had indeed proven to be a wise decision. The location was truly exceptional, and the surrounding amenities were undeniably top tier. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Chen Yuan reached into the cabinet by the entrance and randomly grabbed a set of car keys. Looking at them, he saw the emblem of a rearing horse. A Ferrari key. He was uncertain whether it belonged to the 12C or the Purosang. After all, he had yet to drive either of those vehicles. The two made their way to the elevator hall and pressed the button. This one unit per floor design ensured impeccable privacy, though it also meant virtually no chance of ever getting to know one's neighbors on the same floor. Perhaps to compensate for this deficiency, Shenzhen Bay No. 1 featured a dedicated club, the Chen Club. Stepping into the elevator, Chen Yuan settled onto the sofa inside. Soon they arrived at the basement level. Stepping out of the elevator hall, Chen Yuan's parking spaces lay on both sides. He pressed the key fob, and the silver-white 12C flashed its lights. Chen Yuan walked to the driver's seat and got in. Let's head out. He gestured for Zhang Yue to take the passenger seat. Zhang Yue gracefully entered the front passenger seat and closed the door. Chen Yuan skillfully started the Ferrari, the roar of the V12 engine instantly echoing through the underground parking garage. His proficiency did not stem from prior driving experience, but from the skill bestowed upon him by the system, driving mastery. With it, he could seamlessly operate any vehicle without any learning curve. By the way, Miss Zhang, where do you think I could purchase a limited edition hypercar, like the Ferrari LaFerrari? Chen Yuan asked. Aside from a few high-end used car dealerships, you would likely only be able to acquire one at an auction, Zhang Yue replied. An auction? Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow. Indeed, a term that carried its own air of prestige. Yes, if you are interested, I will compile a list of upcoming auctions and send it to you, Zhang Yue said, her professional demeanor evident. Very well. Chen Yuan appreciated someone so proactive. While this place is really crowded, a road of 3 kilometers was clogged with traffic for 500 meters. Even before entering Wanxiangcheng, one could sense the high-end atmosphere of this shopping mall. Many luxury cars were parked along the street, from AMG to McLaren, then Ferrari and Lamborghini. If you wanted to see a car show, there was no need to go elsewhere. Just come to Wanxiangcheng. Looks like I'll have to get a Bugatti someday, otherwise I can't really dominate these luxury cars. Even my 12C is just a standout supercar here, but it can't steal the show entirely. Chen Yuan mused to himself as he drove the car into the underground garage. After parking, the two of them walked through the underground passage to the basement level of Wanxiangcheng. Wanxiangcheng was teeming with people, young men in trendy attire and middle-aged individuals dressed in a rather steady manner. Here the lowest tier consumption was at Starbucks and Haitia, while the highest had no ceiling. Chen Yuan politely admired the passing beauties. A glance was courtesy, but a lingering gaze was perpetual politeness. Well, Chen Yuan only took a quick scan, but he couldn't help sighing that Shenzhen was truly full of stunning women, both on campus and in this shopping mall. Many photographers specialized in street photography of beautiful women at Wanxiangcheng to build their accounts on Douyin. Of course, Jiang Yue by his side was also a top-tier beauty, drawing plenty of looks as they walked. Chen Yuan first stepped into the Hermes boutique on the ground floor. If luxury goods had tiers, Hermes would be the one at the ceiling. Luxury brands in other fields love to call themselves the Hermes or Rolls-Royce of their domain, which spoke volumes about the status of Hermes and Rolls-Royce in their circles. As soon as he entered Hermes, Chen Yuan sensed a faint lingering fragrance around his nose, making him involuntarily sniff. A male salesperson approached and said, "Hello sir, welcome to Hermes. I'm Alex, the sales manager." Such a cliché greeting formula. I thought the Hermes in Shenzhen might have something new. And why do you luxury brand people always like to give yourselves English names? The vast majority of your clients are Chinese, you know. Chen Yuan couldn't help but complain inwardly. "May I ask your surname?" The male salesperson wore a professional smile, his voice quite magnetic, and his appearance was strikingly handsome. The kind that would earn comments like model material online, though still a bit inferior to Chen Yuan's looks. Chen Yuan didn't bother with the humble phrase, "My surname is Chen," no need for courtesy. Such polite modesty didn't apply in interactions with salespeople. Alex didn't find it odd. "Mr. Chen, Mrs. Chen, do you have any particular bags in mind? Or do you have a sales appointment?" Alex could basically tell from their attire whether they were target customers. And from Chen Yuan's demeanor upon entering Hermes, he knew this Mr. Chen wasn't just browsing. He genuinely had the urge to spend. Reading people was a fundamental skill for sales. Chen Yuan shook his head. "No appointment." Alex became even more enthusiastic. "Then shall I show you around?" Chen Yuan nodded, glancing at the exquisitely decorated Hermes store, and said, "I mainly want to buy a few pieces to fill my wardrobe. Show me around." "Certainly, Mr. Chen. This way, please. Men's ready-to-wear is on the second floor." Walking up the wooden stairs to the second floor, Chen Yuan realized that this Hermes actually had 3 floors. It was truly large enough. Evidently, there were plenty of wealthy people in Shenzhen with strong purchasing power. Otherwise, Hermes wouldn't have invested in such a big store here. In the menswear section, various Hermes garments were neatly hung on racks. Chen Yuan casually picked up a navy blue denim jacket. The denim jacket had excellent texture, with the Hermes Pegasus logo embroidered on the lower left and 4 square patterns arranged vertically on the right. His fingers traced over the patterns, feeling the uneven texture, very tactile. Chen Yuan's eyes flicked to the price tag, 15,000 yuan. Not expensive, he thought. This Hermes wasn't as outrageously priced or as high threshold as he had imagined. Still, spending 15,000 on a single piece of clothing was indeed a sign of wealth. Without going to the fitting room, Chen Yuan took the jacket off its hanger, slipped it on, and asked Jiang Yue, "Handsome, isn't it?" Jiang Yue immediately replied, "Super handsome." Chen Yuan curled his lips into a smile. "I think so too." Then he took off the jacket and handed it to the salesperson. "This one's good. Give me an XL." Chen Yuan was 183 centimeters tall and weighed 70 kilograms. Not heavy, but not the skinny type either. He usually wore L or XL sizes, but he personally preferred a size larger for more comfort. He hated tight-fitting clothes. Alex agreed, without mentioning that Hermes uses Italian sizing, so he should have said size 46 instead of XL. Those standards were for people without money. For the wealthy, whatever they said was what it was. Chen Yuan continued browsing. He noticed that the design of Hermes clothes was truly very simple. Apart from the decent tailoring, the patterns leaned toward minimalism. The largest motif was probably the Pegasus logo. Not as trendy as LV, so it was no wonder Hermes menswear had always been relatively low-key. But simplicity in design didn't mean Hermes clothes were inferior. The fabric felt substantial to the touch, and the tailoring was meticulously crafted. Chen Yuan picked up another gray cardigan. With the 15,000 yuan denim jacket as a precedent, he assumed this cardigan would be around 10,000. But when he saw the price tag of 23,000 yuan, he nearly cursed. "Just this little cardigan, and you want 23,000 from me? Robbery." Chen Yuan suddenly recalled a joke. A big shot said to his son, "If you don't behave, I'll only give you 100,000 a month from now on. Let's see how you survive." Back then, Chen Yuan thought 100,000 a month would be heavenly. Now he realized that for top-tier rich kids, 100,000 a month might not even be enough. After all, they couldn't even afford a single piece of clothing like this. A 23,000 yuan piece of clothing. Chen Yuan had to at least try it on. Give me this one in XL2 and wrap it up. Alex immediately agreed. Certainly, Mr. Chen. I see you're buying quite a lot. Would you like me to help you coordinate an outfit? Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow. Sure, go ahead. After a pause, Chen Yuan added, money is no object. With his professional expertise, Alex selected several outfits for Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan already had an exceptionally well-proportioned physique. Though not quite the chiseled build of a fitness model, he was an outstanding model who turned heads every time he emerged from the fitting room, drawing continuous exclamations from Jiang Yue. From French formal wear to equestrian attire, from casual loungewear to technical sportswear, Alex curated nearly 10 complete ensembles for Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan quickly realized that Hermes embraced understated luxury. No prominent logos, yet every garment exuded refinement through its impeccable craftsmanship, premium materials, and exquisite tailoring. With Alex's expert styling, the unmistakable Hermes prestige came through instantly, even without any visible branding. Chen Yuan studied his reflection in the mirror. The tailored yet relaxed drop shoulder blazer paired with high-waisted pleated trousers elongated his legs, while the loafers and Hermes metal belt buckle subtly signaled his wealth. Chen Yuan admired his reflection, then beckoned sales manager Alex closer, setting aside any preconceptions he'd once held about his Western-sounding name. Let's add each other on WeChat. From now on, you'll handle all my wardrobe choices, Chen Yuan said, thoroughly pleased. Thank you for your trust, Alex replied with a smile, feeling a deep sense of accomplishment as he also thrilled at securing another major client. When selecting outfits for Chen Yuan, Alex hadn't held back on budget whatsoever. Every piece was chosen from the most expensive options. Among them, 7 items alone exceeded 2,000 yuan. Mr. Chen, if you have time now, our designer can take your measurements for a bespoke piece that will fit even more perfectly. That works, Chen Yuan agreed. Right this way, Mr. Chen. Chen Yuan followed Alex to the 3rd floor and entered a private room lavishly decorated with plush French sofas that looked irresistibly soft and gold-trimmed coffee tables exuding an air of Middle Eastern opulence. This is our private VIP suite. Alex introduced, prepared exclusively for distinguished clients like yourself. After all, wandering around the store can be quite tiring. Should you desire any handbag or outfit, we can bring it directly here for your consideration. Chen Yuan nodded approvingly. Truly thoughtfully catered to the wealthy. Alex first seated Chen Yuan and Jiang Yue on the sofa, after which a sales associate brought out an elegantly arranged fruit platter and a 3-tier dessert tower, each level holding 3 delicate pastries, cheesecake, Napoleon, and macarons. Would you care for something to drink, Mr. Chen? Mrs. Chen, we have a fine selection of champagne and red wine, Alex offered. Do you have mango juice? Chen Yuan asked. Alex's smile stiffened momentarily. I'm afraid we don't have that at the moment. Chen Yuan paid it no mind. What about cola? Alex exhaled in relief, fearing Chen Yuan might request peach or watermelon juice next. We certainly do. And for you, Mrs. Chen. Jiang Yue's cheeks flushed slightly. She adored being called Mrs. Chen, but had never reminded Alex to adjust, while Chen Yuan himself hadn't noticed the form of address. Just lemon water, please. Certainly, Alex said, gesturing for the associate to quickly prepare their drinks. After Chen Yuan finished his cola with ice, Alex said, shall we proceed with the measurements now, Mr. Chen? Chen Yuan nodded and followed Alex into a small room adjacent to the VIP suite. This room was dedicated to measurements, equipped with various professional tools and a recording computer. A young woman sat before the screen. After seeing Chen Yuan and Alex stepped out and politely closed the door behind him. The female designer introduced herself. Hello, Mr. Chen. I'm surnamed Lin, but please call me Xiao Lin. Chen Yuan nodded. The young woman was quite pretty. He noticed that not a single staff member at the Hermes boutique lacked beauty. After the greeting, Xiao Lin began measuring Chen Yuan with a soft tape. Beyond the standard 3 measurements, she also recorded his leg length, arm length, shoulder width, and more. The tape, grazing his skin, felt ticklish. Mr. Chen, do you typically carry your wallet on the left or the right? Xiao Lin asked. Chen Yuan didn't immediately understand. What do you mean, left or right? Xiao Lin glanced downward meaningfully. Sensing possible misunderstanding, she quickly clarified. This is necessary data. Only with these measurements can our headquarters tailors craft the most comfortable trousers for you. Chen Yuan finally understood, his face flushing as he rubbed his nose. The right side. Understood, Mr. Chen. After recording the data, Xiao Lin used a device to scan Chen Yuan's foot shape and also measured his head circumference. Only then was the full fitting complete. Virtually every body measurement was taken. Yet the process was remarkably swift, lasting less than 10 minutes. Emerging from the fitting room, Chen Yuan's earlier embarrassment had faded. He called over Alex. Wrap up all the outfits you selected. Let's settle the bill. Certainly, Alex replied. He printed a lengthy receipt on the room's computer and approached with a card machine. Mr. Chen, the total comes to 3690527 yuan. Even the exact change. Chen Yuan took out his bank card and handed it to Alex. Go ahead. Watching 369 million yuan swipe away, Chen Yuan felt completely unfazed. Can you deliver these to my home? Chen Yuan asked. Of course, Mr. Chen, Alex responded. Very well, please deliver them to my residence. Chen Yuan left his address at Shenzhen Bay No. 1 along with butler Lucy's contact information. Then he rose to his feet and looked at Alex. What is your real name, by the way? A look of mild discomfort crossed Alex's face. He clearly didn't want to reveal his given name. But since the client had asked, he had no choice but to answer honestly. Wang Gang. Ahem. Chen Yuan hurriedly coughed twice to suppress his laughter. Zhang Yue also tried hard to keep a straight face, though the twitch at the corner of her mouth betrayed her amusement. Biting his lip, Chen Yuan managed to say, let's just keep calling you Alex then. Ahem, my friend, you're excellent. From now on I'll come to you for all my Hermes purchases. Who would have guessed that a dashing model-like salesman's real name was Wang Gang? It wasn't that the name was bad. Its ordinary qualities simply refused to reconcile with the prestigious image of a Hermes sales manager. Chen Yuan and Zhang Yue exited Hermes as if fleeing. Only after stepping outside did Chen Yuan finally break, erupting into hearty laughter. Indeed, this is the Vientiane city. They even have a Richard Mille boutique. Chen Yuan had originally planned to find an opportunity to go to Guangzhou to buy a few Patek Philippe watches, but upon seeing the Richard Mille counter at Vientiane City, he decided to abandon his pursuit of Patek Philippe. There was no need to discriminate against Richard Mille, it was just as wearable. Chen Yuan, accompanied by Zhang Yue, walked into the Richard Mille store. He was still wearing the French suit he had bought from Hermes. As soon as he stepped inside, a saleswoman immediately approached him. Chen Yuan gazed at the wristwatches displayed in the cabinets and suddenly recalled what people said online, that these watches required an appointment to purchase, and without one they wouldn't sell. Not knowing if it was true or false, Chen Yuan casually pointed at a white tonneau-shaped watch and asked, "Is this watch for sale?" "Of course, sir. All watches displayed in our store are for sale," the saleswoman replied. Chen Yuan nodded but didn't pick that one, it was a bit too ugly. "What is the most expensive and best watch in your store? Show it to me." Chen Yuan said directly, knowing that some models from this brand required purchase eligibility. "If I need to qualify, you can first let me buy a few of your regular watches. You are quite straightforward, but it's clear you are truly wealthy." The saleswoman didn't refuse. "Our store currently has two most expensive watches. One is the RM5601 Felipe Massa limited edition, and the other is the RM88 Smiley Art version. Wait a moment, I'll go get them upstairs." Chen Yuan nodded, signaling the saleswoman to hurry. She called over an intern and asked him to bring some desserts and drinks for Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan waved his hand to decline. You luxury brands all use the same routine. He even suspected that the desserts came from the same supplier. Before long, the saleswoman returned quickly holding two watch boxes. Compared to when she left, she was now wearing a pair of white gloves. The saleswoman opened both boxes and displayed the watches before Chen Yuan. One had a transparent crystal strap with blue sapphire inside, revealing the mechanical movement clearly. The other had a sexy yellow strap, and through the transparent crystal, you could see a smiley face and a pineapple exuding childlike charm. This is the RM5601 Felipe Massa limited edition with only 10 pieces worldwide. This is the 10th, the last brand new first-hand watch in the world. Its case is made from a whole piece of high-quality sapphire, fully transparent, allowing you to see the mechanical structure clearly. It has a Mohs hardness of 9, is scratch-resistant, drop-resistant, and waterproof. This is the RM88 Smiley Art Collector's Edition limited to 50 pieces worldwide, and this is the 47th. The case is made of white ceramic, and the smiley face, pineapple, and planet inside are all crafted from 18K red gold, giving it great artistic and collection value. Chen Yuan loved the design of the first Felipe Massa limited edition watch, finding it truly stylish. The second one, however, looked a bit too childlike. Although the materials were top-notch, it still gave off a toy-like feel. But since they were limited editions, he might as well take both. Chen Yuan casually asked, "How much?" The RM5601 Felipe Massa limited edition is 1907300. The RM88 Smiley Art is priced at 1069000. However, to purchase these two watches, you need to own at least 5 Richard Mille watches. The saleswoman introduced politely. Chen Yuan nodded, not feeling anything wrong about the purchase eligibility. This was a shift in mindset. When he was broke, he only thought the brand was too scammy, demanding purchase eligibility for a watch worth over 10 million. But now that he could truly afford it, Chen Yuan felt that only this way could his nobility be highlighted. Forgetting his roots was the right thing to do. The higher the purchase threshold, the more the wealthy loved it. If someone with just a little money could buy this watch, how could it set apart the truly wealthy? But indeed, it's true, the poor play with cars, the rich play with watches. Just these two watches could buy several cars in my garage. If I had the money spent on purchase eligibility, it could probably buy all the cars in my garage. Chen Yuan nodded. Although he had no idea who Felipe Massa was, since he had set his sights on these two watches, he was determined to get them. He casually pointed at 5 watches that caught his eye on the counter, then took out his Hermes wallet from the inner pocket of his suit, pulled out a bank card, and placed it on the glass counter. This one, and these two. Pack them all up and ring me up. Do I now have the eligibility to buy those 2 watches? Chen Yuan looked at the saleswoman with a smile, as if he weren't buying watches worth millions, but rather shopping at a vegetable market, saying, "I'll take this piece of pork and that cabbage." Although the saleswoman was shocked by Chen Yuan's way of buying watches, she didn't hesitate. She immediately took out the 5 watches he had pointed to, swiped the card, entered the PIN, and printed the receipt in one smooth motion, as if afraid he would change his mind. Chen Yuan glanced at the receipt. Damn 2376700. It seemed he had chosen some pricey advanced models. He remembered that entry-level Richard Millis cost around 700. His heart ached a little. But on the surface, Chen Yuan casually stuffed the receipt into his pocket, showing no sign of concern. He had to see the act through. Chen Yuan was a man of dignity. After buying the 5 watches, he naturally qualified to purchase the 2 limited editions. He swiped the card again and bought the 2 limited editions. 50 million. Buying these 7 watches cost Chen Yuan 50 million, 1/14 of his daily allowance. Spending 50 million on a car felt like good value to Chen Yuan. But spending 50 million on watches, mere accessories, still felt excessively luxurious. Even though his money came from the system, he still felt that way. Just moments ago, he thought the high threshold was a good thing, but when 50 million was actually deducted, his mindset shifted slightly. I wonder how those big shots feel when they buy watches, Chen Yuan mused silently. And who is this Felipe Massa? His co-branded watch costs 19 million. In a place like Shenzhen, 19 million could buy a luxury mansion. Chen Yuan directly put the RM5601 Felipe Massa limited edition on his wrist. The remaining 6 watches along with their boxes were packed into a carrying bag. The bag was heavy and of much better quality than ordinary bags. Mr. Chen, is there anything else I can help you with? The saleswoman asked. After thinking for a moment, Chen Yuan said, from now on send me a message whenever there are new co-branded models in the store. That's the least we can do. From now on, any limited edition will be sent to you first. The saleswoman replied respectfully. In her mind, she thought the store manager was a bit old and should retire, and that she would be better suited for the position. Chen Yuan nodded, picked up the bag, and walked out of the Richard Mille store with Jiang Yue. Is there any brand you want to browse? He asked, feeling the heavy weight in his hand. He had already finished what he wanted to browse. After thoroughly satisfying his consumer desires, he planned to take care of his little bank manager. Jiang Yue thought for a moment and realized she didn't have many brands she wanted to browse. She shook her head to indicate no. All right, then let's check out ROG. I'm planning to buy a computer. Chen Yuan said his dorm computer was just a laptop. Even with a 5090 laptop, it definitely couldn't match the performance of a desktop tower. The dormitory had limited resources, so he could only use a laptop, but at home it was completely different. Over the following time, the two of them spent their time configuring a computer at ROG. When Chen Yuan saw the ROG Phantom Spirit case power on the cascading lights illuminating alongside the ROG I emblem, he felt completely captivated and unable to move. There was also the Night Demon keyboard with lighting more impressive than Ting's and wireless gaming headphones that maximized the esports vibe. Chen Yuan's mind could only think of one word: buy. This was simply a boy's paradise, like a girl walking into a room full of lipsticks and handbags. Chen Yuan just wanted to take this paradise home, and in fact he did exactly that, buying a bunch of various mice and keyboards. Although he would only use one set, the rest could be mounted on the wall as decorations. It wasn't until evening that Chen Yuan finally headed home, thoroughly satisfied. That afternoon he bought clothes, a watch, and a computer, everything he needed. He had the store deliver the computer directly to his home, then drove his Ferrari back to Shenzhen Bay No, one with Jiang Yue beside him. Back home, he saw a pile of Hermes bags neatly arranged by the entrance. Brother Yuan, let me help you organize these. Jiang Yue offered proactively. Chen Yuan shrugged and said thank you. Chen Yuan had been pampered by his parents since childhood. He'd never cleaned his own room or cooked a meal. Sweeping the floor was the heaviest chore he'd ever done at home. Now someone was helping him organize his walk-in closet, which Chen Yuan was more than happy about. It's my pleasure, please don't be so polite. Jiang Yue smiled and bent down to pick up the Hermes bags, then followed Chen Yuan into the walk-in closet. Chen Yuan's master bedroom had 2 closets, one for the male owner and one for the female owner. Since Chen Yuan lived there alone, both closets were effectively his. Jiang Yue quickly hung the clothes in the wardrobe, sorting them by type into different sections. Looking around, Chen Yuan realized he'd spent over 3 million on clothes, yet the closet still seemed mostly empty. It wasn't for lack of trying. The space itself was just enormous. Looks like filling this closet is going to take some time, Chen Yuan thought to himself as he took out several watches and placed them on the island counter in the center of the walk-in closet. The island counter was designed specifically for jewelry and watches, with one drawer, even featuring individual compartments for organization. Chen Yuan took the watches he'd purchased from Richard Mille out of their boxes one by one and placed them in the watch cabinet, but he set one aside. A compact barrel-shaped timepiece encrusted with diamonds, the only women's watch among all the ones he'd bought. He hadn't asked the salesperson to introduce it, so he didn't know the exact model of this lady's watch, but from the dazzling diamond-encrusted case, he could tell its price was definitely 7 figures. As for how Chen Yuan knew it was a women's watch, he naturally judged by its size. Placing the watch on the island, Chen Yuan tapped his fingers twice on the glass surface, the crisp clicks drawing Jiang Yue's attention. Chen Yuan pushed the watch box toward Jiang Yue. This watch is for you as a thank you for accompanying me on my shopping spree this afternoon. Jiang Yue kept her composure, her professional instincts preventing her from showing excitement. Maintaining her poised smile, she replied, Brother Yuan, this gift is far too valuable. I can't accept it. Chen Yuan raised his eyebrows, impressed by her restraint. He knew he still had much to learn from her. If this had happened before someone gifting him a Richard Mille, Chen Yuan would have grabbed their hand and wanted to kiss them. Even if he never wore it, selling it would provide enough money to live comfortably for a long time, possibly even allowing him to retire in his county town. You've already called me Brother Yuan. Don't you know what that means to your big brother Yuan? Chen Yuan said smugly, whatever your big brother Yuan gives you, you just accept it. He was quite pleased with Jiang Yue as his bank manager. She provided help when needed and offered emotional value in their personal interactions. Brother Yuan this. As a bank manager who dealt with money regularly, Jiang Yue understood the watch's value all too well. This went beyond normal social exchanges. It was either an attempt to secure interests or the beginning of a private relationship. Jiang Yue knew her place. Chen Yuan had no reason to win her over. She was just an employee handling minor tasks for him. If anyone needed courting, it would be the bank's president or vice president or other figures with real authority, not a bank manager like herself. So that meant a private relationship. Jiang Yue pressed her lips together, wondering whether to accept, pretend to consider accepting, or just go ahead and accept outright. Would accepting this watch mean their relationship was moving forward? What Chen Yuan didn't realize was that within 2 seconds Jiang Yue had already planned out their future children's names. Brother Yuan, I feel truly unworthy of accepting such an expensive gift, Jiang Yue said. Then in the future put in extra effort whenever I need your help. Chen Yuan smiled and pushed the watch closer to her. Whenever I need help. Actually, there were plenty of scenarios where she could help him. Jiang Yue's eyes glanced through the open doorway toward the nearby bathroom, where an oversized double bathtub waited. That was certainly one good scenario. Jiang Yue reached out, took the women's watch from its box, and slipped it onto her wrist. The diamond-encrusted timepiece stood out brilliantly against her fair skin. Not bad, it suits you perfectly, Chen Yuan said with a smile. Jiang Yue looked at the Richard Mille on her wrist. This was the first time she'd owned such an expensive watch. Her salary wasn't particularly high, and while her work brought her into contact with many wealthy people, she was fundamentally just an ordinary person. Wearing what felt like a ticket into billionaire society on her wrist, Jiang Yue barely restrained her expression. She lifted her gaze from the watch to Chen Yuan standing nearby, her lips parting slightly. She had given up all her other clients in He province for Chen Yuan alone, betting that following him would lead to greater wealth, that she could change her life through him. But that time she still had a safety net. Even if she'd gambled wrong, she would remain a bank employee with a decent salary. Now she felt she should gamble again, all in this time with no way back. Losing everything or gaining everything. She made her bet. Jiang Yue stepped forward, confidently rose on her toes, and leaned in to kiss Chen Yuan's lips. A fragrant breeze brushed past, and he felt a soft touch on his lips, cool at first, then a hint of warmth. Chen Yuan stood frozen, eyes wide with shock, his gaze screaming, "What are you doing?" "Oh no, my first kiss." In high school, Chen Yuan had female friends with whom he got along well, such as Wu Yuer, but he had never been in a romantic relationship. He had kept his first kiss all this time. Chen Yuan had once fantasized about what it would be like to kiss his future girlfriend for the first time, but he had never imagined it would be like this. In his own home's dressing room, a beautiful older sister kissed him without warning. Jiang Yue didn't give Chen Yuan a chance to react. She held him tightly, not even allowing him to resist. Should I kiss her back passionately, or what should I do? Chen Yuan had only some theoretical knowledge from watching Japanese adult videos, with zero practical experience. "Brother Yuan, you're not still a virgin, are you?" Jiang Yue, in her gambling god mode, was very bold. Chen Yuan raised his voice, "Bullshit. How could I possibly be a virgin?" Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Yue kissed him again. Chen Yuan didn't know how it happened, but somehow he ended up on his massive bed. Chen Yuan took out a pack of Huangala golden brick cigarettes, sat at the head of the bed, and lit the cigarette dangling from his lips. Outside the window, the dark sea occasionally saw a yacht gliding by, while the bridge connecting to Hong Kong Island was thronged with endless traffic. On the bed, a few drops of blood had fallen stark against the gray sheets. "So it was your first time too?" Chen Yuan hadn't expected that the seemingly experienced older sister was actually a virgin. Jiang Yue lay on the bed in an awkward position, her body as limp as a cooked noodle. She was so exhausted she didn't even have the strength to nod. Jiang Yue let out an ambiguous moan from her throat. Chen Yuan said nothing, quietly smoking. The Huangala golden brick was expensive, smooth on the inhale, but not strong enough to suppress Chen Yuan's tangled thoughts. How did it come to this? What should I do now? Should I take responsibility, or should I just walk away and pretend nothing happened? Take responsibility. I'm not even old enough to get married. How can I take responsibility? Just give her money. That would be too humiliating. Chen Yuan finished one cigarette and lit another. He and Jiang Yue weren't lovers who were mutually attracted and had come together naturally. This was more like a collision of dry tinder and blazing fire. When he calmed down, Chen Yuan admitted that he did have some feelings for this considerate older sister who always cared for him. Miss Jiang. Even though she had no strength, Jiang Yue still sat up and pointed at her wrinkled shirt. "After all this, you still call me Miss Jiang?" "Then, Sister Yue." Chen Yuan changed his address. "Sister Yue, don't be afraid. I'll take responsibility for you. I'll treat you well." Jiang Yue couldn't help but burst out laughing. He really was such an innocent big boy. Jiang Yue knew that only with a boy like this would she have a chance. Those wealthy, worldly men with extensive life experience would never consider this anything important. Only this boy who had just passed the college entrance exam and hadn't yet entered society would be unable to get past his own conscience. Some of the wealthy men she had encountered were married and kept 4 or 5 mistresses on the side hiding it from their wives. Some didn't even bother to hide it. Those who hid it from their wives were considered to have some moral standards, at least showing consideration for their wives' feelings. As for divorce lawsuits, those wealthy men weren't afraid of that at all. Their legal teams could drag the case into the 22nd century, exhausting ordinary people to death. Zhang Yue knew she had bet correctly. I'm such a bad woman, she thought to herself. It's okay. I was the one who initiated it. You don't have to feel guilty or anything. I don't need you to take responsibility. Chen Yuan listened to Zhang Yue's words and scratched his head. He didn't feel guilty, just, after the pleasure, a sense of bewilderment. What is the meaning of life anyway? Chen Yuan dropped the cigarette, and let his head fall heavily onto the bed, but he deliberately avoided the spot where they had been intimate. Sister Yue, since we're here, let's eat first, Chen Yuan said. Some things were truly pleasurable, but also truly exhausting. At that moment Chen Yuan felt his stomach was empty. Okay. Zhang Yue got up to tidy her clothes, stuffing the torn black stockings into the pocket of her suit jacket. How about McDonald's? Chen Yuan asked, suddenly craving a Big Mac and a grilled chicken burger. That's fine, big sister isn't picky, Zhang Yue teased. Chen Yuan ordered several meal combos on the food delivery app along with a bucket of 20 McSpicy chicken wings. In the county town of Northeast China, McDonald's was a rare treat. You had to go to the city to get it. So since childhood, McDonald's had held a special meaning for Chen Yuan. McDonald's delivery was faster than normal. It arrived at the door in just 20 minutes. But it wasn't a delivery rider who brought it up, it was the property management staff. Setting the 2 large bags of food on the coffee table, Chen Yuan once again sat on the carpet. He felt that the large dining room probably wouldn't see much use. A bite of burger, 2 fries, and a sip of cola. Bliss. Sister Yue, why don't you come be my housekeeper? That way I won't have to hire another one. Chen Yuan said. Zhang Yue was moved by his words, but out of her gambling god state, she was very rational. Her value lay in her position at the bank, which allowed her to help Chen Yuan. Without that identity, she would have no value to him beyond emotional and aesthetic appeal, at best a vase. Only by retaining her position at the bank while being able to help Chen Yuan combined with her natural beauty could she secure a more important place in his heart. Zhang Yue was not naive enough to think that by making the first move she could become the only woman in Chen Yuan's life. She had already thought about how to overcome Chen Yuan's other women in the future and occupy a more significant place in his heart. Her position at the bank was one of her most crucial assets. Brother Yuan, I'm not a professional housekeeper. There are many things I can't do well. Let's wait until the day after tomorrow to interview that housekeeper. If it doesn't work out, big sister can come and be your housekeeper. Zhang Yue said. I call you Sister Yue, and you call me Brother Yuan. Everything's mixed up. Chen Yuan nodded and didn't insist. All right then. By the way, Sister Yue, I'm planning to buy another apartment in OCT. Keep an eye out for any rough units or ones with excellent decoration for sale. Okay. After eating and drinking their fill, they rested for a while. Chen Yuan went into the bathroom to take a shower, but a little tail followed him in. Chen Yuan, on his first battlefield, experienced an intoxicating sensation that left him brimming with energy even after 3 rounds. Zhang Yue felt utterly overwhelmed. Zhang Yue had intended to tidy up the room for Chen Yuan, but in the end she could no longer hold on, drained of all strength, unable to even think about cleaning. Wednesday, 7:30 in the morning. Chen Yuan woke up in the guest bedroom, and the moment he opened his eyes, he saw Zhang Yue lying beside him. Zhang Yue slept in a proper manner, unlike Wu Yuer, who tossed and turned and would burrow into his arms. Chen Yuan chose not to disturb Zhang Yue. The previous night had indeed been exhausting, and given her weaker constitution, it was only natural for her to rest more. Chen Yuan went to the dressing room, picked out a set of clothes, and put them on. Then he sent a message to Lucy asking her to arrange for someone to clean up the room. Afterward, Chen Yuan grabbed his car keys and drove the Ferrari Purosang to school. The plan to play the part of a good student was once again set in motion. Entering the classroom, he saw Li Xiang and the other 2 sitting in the back row by the window. Chen Yuan walked straight over and sat down beside them. I thought you'd be asking for a substitute again today, he said with a smile. Chen Yuan chuckled, noticing Li Xiang's drowsy appearance. Clearly he hadn't slept early. Couldn't find a substitute for the 8 o'clock class, Li Xiang said, yawning. I even raised the price to 50 per session, but no one took it. Chen Yuan teased, then you didn't offer enough. If you'd raised it to 100 a session, maybe someone would have taken it. Exactly. If it were 100 a session, I'd take leave just to attend your class, Lu Rui added. Li Xiang rubbed his chubby face to stay alert. Forget it, not worth it. Soon the professor walked in, and another day of classes began. The humanities were dreadfully dull. Endless theories and names made one drowsy with a pedantic obsession over every word. Far less interesting than the sciences. However, the humanities had one advantage: it was hard to fail finals. As long as you memorized and studied diligently, you usually passed. But the sciences were different. Advanced mathematics. If you couldn't grasp it, you simply couldn't, and hard work made little difference. Wednesday was a veritable ordeal, starting at 8:20 in the morning and lasting until 7:15 in the evening. When he returned to the dormitory, Chen Yuan felt utterly drained. With a different mindset, Chen Yuan's perception of classes had changed. Even though high school had evening study sessions until 9 o'clock, he never felt as exhausted. Strangely, university classes ending at 7:15 tired him more, leaving him fatigued all over. After showering, Chen Yuan changed into pajamas and sat down on the ergonomic chair. He noticed that Li Xiang had also replaced his chair with an Alfing gaming chair, what Chen Yuan called a tax on intelligence. But admittedly, the gaming chair looked cooler than the ergonomic one. "Want to queue up?" Chen Yuan asked while turning on his computer. "Coming. I'm already on." Both responded. Lin Hanjun was not in the dorm, he had gone out to play football again. "Honestly, I feel like I'm in top form today," Chen Yuan said, flexing his fingers. "Should we give the enemy a breather, or just crush them outright? I want absolute domination. Make them feel helpless." Li Xiang shouted eagerly. "I'll show them my chair wasn't bought for nothing." Lu Rui opened his mouth as if to say something, but finally sighed. The three formed a team and quickly entered the game. Chen Yuan didn't know if university life was good, but he felt fortunate to have found 2 gaming buddies in the dorm. 3 hours later, Chen Yuan pushed the keyboard away, took 2 steps at a time, and climbed straight into bed. "Sleeping, see you. Hey, a couple more rounds. It's only 11. No more. How can we play against cheaters?" Chen Yuan said resentfully. Why did they always match with hackers? Except for one game where the opponents were clean, all the rest were cheaters. Lying in bed, Chen Yuan played on his phone for a while and replied to WeChat messages. Wu Yiwei kept asking about his university life and whether there was anything he needed to be careful about. Chen Yuan had only attended 3 days of classes himself. How could he know what to watch out for? He felt that compared to high school, university seemed more independent and self-centered. Aside from his roommates and the class monitor, Chen Yuan hadn't spoken to anyone else in the class, not even on WeChat. He didn't even have the WeChat contacts of other classmates, only a few class cadres. After scrolling through his phone and watching some Douyin videos, Chen Yuan felt drowsy and fell into a deep sleep. The morning classes ended and the professor was the first to leave the classroom, followed by students trickling out in 2s and 3s. Finally, not a full day of classes, Lu Rui said wearily. "I kind of regret dropping out and retaking the college entrance exam. I should have just stayed at my old university." Their major schedule was bizarre. Full classes from Monday to Wednesday, but only morning classes on Thursday and Friday. "So what do you say? Go back and keep losing rank?" Li Xiang asked. "Don't quit after just a few rounds today. If we play properly, we can climb." Chen Yuan shook his head. Although he felt his hands were good today, he had already scheduled an interview for a housekeeper and couldn't break his promise. Moreover, hiring a housekeeper was quite urgent for Chen Yuan. "I'm not going back to the dorm. I have something to do. I need to go out," Chen Yuan said. "Alright, then we'll go back and rank up." Driving the Ferrari FUV, Chen Yuan returned to Shenzhen Bay 1. Upon reaching the 72nd floor, the elevator doors opened, and Chen Yuan stepped into the lobby to see Jiang Yue standing at the entrance. She resumed her professional demeanor, her smile identical to when they first met. "Yuan, go. There's no one else around. Why all this formality?" Chen Yuan said. "Besides, I already told you the door code. Just go inside, as standing here must be tiring." Hearing this, Jiang Yue relaxed slightly, but she didn't become too presumptuous, as there were surveillance cameras in the elevator lobby. Though her body remained restrained, her words became bolder. "I'm waiting for you here." Chen Yuan smiled and unlocked the door with his fingerprint. "Come in first, Sister Yue. Don't go home tonight. Stay at my place, okay?" Jiang Yue nodded. "Okay." As they entered the house and closed the door, Chen Yuan took off his coat, and without even stepping into the living room, wrapped his arms around Jiang Yue from behind in the entrance hall. Before they had been intimate, Chen Yuan preferred to be passive. But once everything happened, he liked to take the initiative. "Hey Yuan, go, stop fooling around. Someone else is coming soon." Chen Yuan acted as if he hadn't heard, and said, "Sister Yue, I kind of missed you." Jiang Yue felt even more at ease. As a woman, she was naturally more emotional and prone to overthinking. She had feared that after that night, Chen Yuan would forget her. "No, someone will be here soon." Jiang Yue protested with words, but her body treacherously drew closer to Chen Yuan's embrace, her entire being growing limp. Chen Yuan carried her into the guest bedroom. This time he had learned his lesson, resolutely refusing to engage in such activities in the master bedroom. Half the bed had been accidentally soaked with water, rendering it utterly unusable for sleep. Chen Yuan knew someone would be arriving soon, so he quickened his pace, finishing his business within 45 minutes and changing his clothes. After changing, Chen Yuan settled into the executive chair in his study, awaiting the interview with the seasoned butler. To be honest, he was quite curious about what a professional butler would be like. The butlers he had encountered so far were either hotel butlers or bank butlers like Jiang Yue, both quite different from the butlers in the American TV dramas he remembered. Hotel butlers, to put it bluntly, were merely an upgraded version of full-time service staff, while bank butlers didn't actually manage his household, they were more like bank assistants. After a brief wait, a knock came at the door. Chen Yuan said in a deep voice, "Enter." Jiang Yue pushed the door open, and behind her a tall, upright, middle-aged man stepped in. The man had a neatly trimmed head of short hair, his temples slightly grayed. He was impeccably dressed in a charcoal gray British suit, his leather Oxford shoes polished to a mirror shine, exuding an air of composed efficiency. Jiang Yue did not enter. After the middle-aged man walked in, she closed the door, leaving them with appropriate privacy. Chen Yuan rose to his feet. The middle-aged man stepped forward, extending his hand to shake Chen Yuan's. His demeanor was neither obsequious nor servile, his tone calm. Mr. Chen, how do you do? Chen Yuan had already learned from Jiang Yue that the butler's name was Zhang Hanyang. After releasing his hand, he gestured with his right hand toward the chair opposite him and nodded. Butler Zhang, please have a seat. Once they were seated, Chen Yuan's first impression of the butler was quite favorable. The man had an excellent appearance and a distinguished aura. He seemed the type to be calm and meticulous. Moreover, given his role as the butler to the chairman of Jingji Group, his connections in the Guangdong-Hong Kong-Macau region were undoubtedly extensive. Though they might not be immediately useful, opportunities would surely arise in the future. Butler Zhang, please introduce yourself. Chen Yuan said with narrowed eyes. Zhang Hanyang composed his thoughts and spoke in a steady tone. Throughout my career spanning 30 years, I have served only one employer. The relationship was terminated by mutual agreement when my employer reduced personal expenses due to asset contraction. Zhang Hanyang's work had always been stable. This was the first interview he had undergone in all these years. Fortunately, he had interviewed many domestic staff before and had some insights into the process, knowing how to present his strengths in the fewest words. My areas of expertise include household staff management, asset maintenance, and private party planning. Over the course of my career, I have managed over 1,000 domestic employees and organized more than 3,000 private gatherings. On a personal level, I have profound knowledge in wine tasting, luxury goods appraisal, first aid, and financial management. Additionally, I can communicate fluently in English, French, German, Japanese, Russian, and Portuguese for daily interactions. Furthermore, as Chen Yuan listened to Zhang Hanyang's introduction, he clasped his hands on the desk, leaning slightly forward in a listening posture, but inwardly he was sneering. 30 years, 3,000 private parties. Your former employer must have loved drinking, holding a party almost every 3 days. That big shot, did he have nothing else to do but drink every day? And this butler knows so much. He's even a language master. But you're a butler, not a translator. That's just a bonus, not the core of the interview assessment. Although Chen Yuan had never interviewed anyone before, thoughtful Sister Yue had already compiled a list of interview questions the day before and sent them to him, letting him pick and choose. After Zhang Hanyang finished his self-introduction, Chen Yuan recalled the questions he had memorized yesterday and selected one. My property is 890 square meters. How many maids do you think would be appropriate? I took a quick look at the layout when I entered, and I've already formed a basic plan. I believe for a property of this size you would need at least a household team of 6 for cleaning, maids, 1 dedicated chef, and 1 driver. Considering it's a single-floor residence without gardens to maintain, I don't think hiring a gardener is necessary to avoid extra expenses. If you frequently host banquets, I would recommend increasing the cleaning maids to 6 and adding 2 assistant chefs to help the head chef with prep work and carrying items. That would be essential. Chen Yuan sighed inwardly. Did he really need to hire that many people? He had originally thought 2 maids would suffice. But considering his 890 square meter flat, 2 maids for cleaning did seem insufficient. Using your second plan, how much would it cost per month? Based on market rates, a good detailed cleaner costs about 1,300 a month. You can just give me the final number. Chen Yuan smiled. Zhang Hanyang quickly replied, 1,500, Mr. Chen, that's the minimum expense. If your standards are higher, the budget will far exceed that figure. Upon hearing the figure of 1,500, Chen Yuan couldn't help but marvel at how comfortable the wealthy truly lived. For an ordinary person, a monthly salary of 1,500 would already mark them as successful, but for the ultra-rich at the top, 1,500 was merely the minimum expenditure. No, to be precise, it's the minimum expenditure for one property. Those wealthy individuals own multiple properties and likely spend over 3,000 a month on household staff alone, and that doesn't even include the cost of hiring an experienced senior butler. Chen Yuan thought to himself, the longer one stands atop the heavenly palace, the more money feels like just a string of numbers, as if money itself has lost its value. I love traveling and may frequently go abroad. Are you skilled in travel planning? Chen Yuan asked. Very skilled, Zhang Hanyang replied with absolute confidence. Chen Yuan nodded. An old butler should possess such self-assurance. He recalled the questions Jiang Yue had prepared and felt that some of them could be answered directly from Zhang Hanyang's self-introduction, so he decided not to continue probing. In truth, interviewing a butler was not as complicated as other industries. Once the background check was cleared, the key was whether the relationship would be harmonious going forward. Butler Zhang, as you can see, I am very young, and I came to the south alone. I need an elder with enough experience and wisdom to assist me. Chen Yuan stood up and extended his hand. I hope we can work together pleasantly. I just moved in, so I'll need you to work hard and arrange the housekeeping team. Chen Yuan said, leading Zhang Hanyang around the room, deliberately avoiding the guest bedroom, where he and Jiang Yue had been intimate. Then this room, I feel it's useless. Empty it out and convert it into a gaming room. These 2 closets, I want them filled as soon as possible, and the island in the middle, buy some jewelry, watches, and such for me. It looks too shabby empty. Zhang Hanyang noted everything. Budget-wise, no limit. Just give me a monthly summary of expenses. Then we can stop here for today. Shall we start officially tomorrow? Chen Yuan said, stretching his back. Sure, Mr. Chen. Zhang Hanyang bowed slightly. After Zhang Hanyang left, Jiang Yue popped out from nowhere. How is Mr. Zhang? Not bad, I don't have high requirements anyway, Chen Yuan said with a smile. You can't have low requirements, you deserve the best. Zhang Yue smiled softly, nestling into Chen Yuan's arms. Since no one was home, she became uninhibited again. Sister Yue, that butler Zhang used to be the private butler of the chairman of Jingji Group. Didn't you say Jingji Group is having a hard time now? Do you think I could buy the entire Jingji 100 building? Chen Yuan asked. This idea had occurred to him when Zhang Yue introduced Butler Zhang and Jingji 100 2 days ago. As the second tallest building in Shenzhen, Jingji 100 was a premium grade A office building, a landmark of Shenzhen and one of the city's calling cards. If he could acquire it, it would be a ticket to high society for Chen Yuan. Moreover, the number of companies renting space in Jingji 100 meant that Chen Yuan would gain access to that many connections. Of course, the main reason was that Jingji Group's financial situation was not good. In the past, Jingji 100 was the group's flagship and would never be sold. But now if the price was right, Jingji Group might be forced to cut losses. And with Butler Zhang's introduction, Chen Yuan could easily speak with the chairman of Jingji Group. Zhang Yue was startled by Chen Yuan's words. She looked up. What do you want to buy it for? Buying the whole building would cost at least over 10 billion. Besides, it's not worth it at all. It would definitely be a failed investment. Why do you say that? Chen Yuan couldn't help asking. Zhang Yue pulled Chen Yuan to sit on the sofa, then took out her laptop. Brother Yuan, let me calculate for you. Chen Yuan nodded. Go ahead. Zhang Yue opened her laptop and searched for data. Jingji 100 consists of the main tower and the commercial center downstairs. The main tower has 100 floors with a total area of 2200 square meters. The market price is about 6000 to 8000 per square meter. Let's calculate at 7000 per square meter. Just acquiring the main tower would cost 154 billion yuan. Hearing this number, Chen Yuan glanced at his phone balance. Well, he could afford it. Zhang Yue continued typing on her laptop. At the current market rental price of 110 yuan per square meter per month, even with 100 occupancy, the annual rental income would be only 290 million yuan. That means even with full occupancy, no inflation and no risk, you would need 53 years to recoup your investment. Chen Yuan instinctively retorted, you can't calculate it that way. Such an asset can be passed down. I can pass it to my son, my grandson, and even future generations. Besides, Jingji Group is about to go bankrupt. They must be in urgent need of cash. They can't possibly sell at 154 billion, can they? In all of China, how many people can come up with that much cash at once, and how many are willing to? That's true, but the payback period is too long. With that much cash, you have plenty of more profitable investment options, Zhang Yue said. Chen Yuan pondered. Zhang Yue was right, and her calculations were clear, but he didn't intend to follow her advice. Assets like Jingji 100 were definitely quality assets that could be passed down. For others or companies, this amount would be a huge investment, and even if someone could come up with the cash, they might not be willing due to the long payback period. After all, everyone says the economic environment is bad. One wrong move could lead to a broken capital chain following the same path as Jingji Group. Even if those companies used assets as collateral to get bank loans to acquire Jingji 100, the rental income would not be enough to cover the bank interest. But Chen Yuan didn't have this problem. He couldn't have a capital chain break. The system gave him $100 million every day, a steady stream of cash. Even if he didn't spend it, it would just sit idle in the bank. Between letting money sit idle in the bank and buying a skyscraper that could be passed down, Chen Yuan naturally chose the latter. Chen Yuan thought clearly. In the future, he would have his own company, his own group, and naturally needed his own headquarters. Rather than building one in a remote suburb, it was better to buy one directly. As for why not rent an office? Well, he was the chosen one with the system. How could he rent someone else's office? The word rent was not in Chen Yuan's dictionary. Let's change the subject. I plan to register a company first. I've already thought of a name. Chen Yuan shifted the topic. What is it? Zhang Yue didn't continue the previous topic. After saying those words, Zhang Yue realized she had been too presumptuous. She was just the bank manager assigned to Chen Yuan with no right to speak like that or interfere with his decisions. Even if she now had a different relationship with Chen Yuan, she still didn't have that right. Realizing this, Zhang Yue felt a sudden fear. Well, let's call it CY Capital Equity Investment Management Co., Ltd., abbreviated as CY Capital. How does it sound? Chen Yuan said with a smile. Sigh. Wouldn't that be Chen Yuan? Yeah. Chen Yuan let out a dragon-like sound. It's my own name. I thought calling it Chen Yuan Capital would be too flashy, so I used an abbreviation. Zhang Yue carefully chose her words. But, Brother Yuan, in China you can't have English letters in a company name. Really? Chen Yuan's eyes widened. Sorry, it was his first time registering a company, he didn't know much. Chen Yuan felt more and more that he still had a lot to learn. Chen Yuan's mind worked quickly, and soon he came up with another name. Then, how about Chen Yuan Capital Equity Investment Management Co., Ltd. Chen for morning, Yuan for Chen Yuan. What do you think? Such a casual name, but surprisingly pleasant. Zhang Yue nodded and gave a thumbs up. Morning light rising, aiming high and moving forward. Good meaning good name. Chen Yuan, is that what I meant? Well, fine, that's what I mean. Since you think it's a good name, I'll trouble you with the company registration. Chen Yuan said with a smile. Sister Yue, keep up the good work. The capable always do more. Jiang Yue felt a touch of helplessness, yet warmth stirred within her. Chen Yuan trusted her, so completely confiding in her about everything and entrusting all matters to her care. Chen Yuan had little choice either aside from Jiang Yue. He seemed to have no other helpers. Alright, I understand. Where do you plan to register the company? Jiang Yue asked. Chen Yuan pointed toward the building outside the window. No. 1 Shenzhen Bay Tower T3. Right there. Let's just purchase a floor to serve as the company's registered address for now. Chen Yuan had no intention of buying the entire No. 1 Shenzhen Bay building. Firstly, the opposing group was in solid financial shape, making it impossible to negotiate price reductions as he had with the nearly bankrupt Jingji group. Secondly, Jingji 100 was a genuine landmark building. No matter how renowned No. 1 Shenzhen Bay might be, it still couldn't match the prestige of Jingji 100. The Chunshun building would have been a better fit. Alright, don't worry. I'll handle everything for you, Jiang Yue said. Chen Yuan nodded. Getting the company registered first would make future endeavors, whether acquiring Jingji 100 or pursuing other investments, much more convenient. As for hiring, there was time. The company registration came first. After all, both the acquisition of Jingji 100 and other entrepreneurial plans were merely ideas in his mind at this point. One step at a time. Registering the company was his very first step in Shenzhen. Ziyuan Air Xing. That's a wonderful name. It means aspiring to greatness while keeping your feet firmly on the ground. Chen Yuan grew even more fond of the company name he had chosen. Friday morning, Chen Yuan returned to campus for classes. With only 2 periods scheduled, he felt no exhaustion. Everyone hold on a moment. Don't leave after class. After class, the class monitor Li Ying stepped to the front, holding a microphone, and spoke softly. The counselor will be coming to hold a class meeting. Students who had already intended to leave the classroom sat back down. Close friends whispered to one another, wondering what the counselor wanted to discuss. Some complained about the counselor wasting break time and delaying lunch. Chen Yuan had also risen from his seat, planning to head to the cafeteria. As the saying went, if you're not eager to eat, there's something wrong with your thinking. The first priority after class was always food. But upon hearing Li Ying's words, Chen Yuan sat back down. Our counselor is quite dedicated. She's even working through her lunch break. What do you think she'll talk about? Li Xiang shrugged. No idea. We'll find out soon enough. Probably nothing major. Lu Rui gazed calmly at her phone and remarked absent-mindedly. It's probably about military training. Haven't you read the freshman handbook? Military training starts in 2 weeks, so the counselor certainly needs to give advance notice. Lin Hanjun perked up. Rui, you went to university before and participated in military training. I've seen online that college military training lets you shoot real guns. Is that true? As she spoke, Lin Hanjun mimed a shooting stance, clearly quite eager. Lu Rui shook her head. Where would you find military training that lets you handle real guns nowadays? That's long gone. These days military training is just standing at attention under the scorching sun, plus 1 marching exercise, probably 10 or 20 kilometers on foot. No way. Upon hearing this, Li Xiang's shoulders slumped instantly. That's basically asking for my life. Lu Rui tapped Li Xiang's belly with her finger and said, well, given your physical condition, you should be able to get a medical exemption. Neither the counselor nor the instructors would want you collapsing on the training field. Li Xiang exhaled with relief. Phew, that's a relief. After a short wait, the counselor, He Yun, entered the classroom. The noisy room instantly fell quiet by half and grew silent again after she began speaking. Today we're holding a brief class meeting with 2 agenda items. First, all school clubs, student organizations, and the student union are now accepting registrations. You can check the Enterprise WeChat app to see which clubs or organizations interest you and apply directly through the platform. Students who wish to join the student union can apply there as well. Joining the student union will benefit your evaluations and recommendations, as well as your party membership applications. Those interested should prepare in advance, as there will be an interview process. He Yun's words sparked lively discussion among the students below. Brother Yuan, what do you say? Which club are you planning to join? Li Xiang asked. The 3 roommates each addressed Chen Yuan differently. Li Xiang liked calling him Brother Yuan. Lu Rui simply said Yuan, and Lin Hanjun used his full name. I'm not sure yet. I'll probably join the basketball club or the esports club. As for the student union, absolutely not. Lin Hanjun leaned over and said, I've already joined the football club. I met an upperclassman while playing soccer a couple of days ago, and he pulled me right in. Lu Rui chimed in, those clubs are too exhausting. You have to train. I'll find something relaxed like a tarot card club or a script murder mystery club. Those are the easiest. I suggest you all find something low-key too. Don't waste too much time on clubs. This was advice from a seasoned veteran. At the podium, He Yun continued after finishing the club announcements. Second item, the first week has passed, and you are now true university students. There is 1 more week of classes, but 2 weeks after that military training will begin for 2 weeks. I hope everyone prepares in advance. Girls, buy sunscreen ahead of time. For boys, I also recommend purchasing sunscreen and Yunnan Baiyao as a precaution. He Yun spoke swiftly and concisely. After finishing, she asked, any questions? If not, this meeting is dismissed. Alright, goodbye everyone. Have a wonderful weekend. He Yun paused only 3 seconds before quickly declaring the meeting over, clearly not wanting to stay and work overtime any longer. She left with a final instruction to contact her via WeChat if any questions arose. Let's go scatter. Li Xiang howled, slinging his backpack over his shoulder as he headed for the door. Walking toward the cafeteria, Li Xiang whispered, "When we get back to the dorm, I've got a surprise for you guys." What surprise? Chen Yuan asked curiously. "I'll tell you when we're back at the dorm," Li Xiang teased. "You'll know then. You're going to love it." Since he insisted, Chen Yuan dropped the question. "All right then. If I don't like it, you're dead." Li Xiang, "Brother Yuan, can I take back what I just said? I don't want to be planted in the ground cosplaying as a ginseng root, boo-hoo." Chen Yuan delivered a playful Leo kick, though it was all in jest and never actually landed on Li Xiang. Li Xiang quickly begged for mercy. I was wrong, Brother Yuan. We can't talk about it here. After we finish eating and get back to the dorm, I'll definitely tell you." Lu Rui said incredulously. "Then why not just wait until we're back at the dorm to tell us? What's the point of dangling it in front of us now?" Li Xiang huffed. "Remember your attitude right now. I hope when we get back to the dorm, you can all stay this tough." After finishing lunch and returning to the dorm, Chen Yuan and Lu Rui each took one side of Li Xiang and pressed him down into his gaming chair. "Come on, tell us what's going on. If you can't explain it, you're dead meat," Lu Rui said. Lin Hanjun also walked behind him and added, "If we're not pleased with the answer, all of us will sleep in your bed tonight." Chen Yuan clicked his tongue. How could Lin Hanjun always make these kinds of jokes? There was something about him that felt off, and Chen Yuan decided he would keep his distance from now on. Li Xiang cleared his throat and tried to act nonchalant. "Honestly, there's nothing serious about it. It's just that in our class committee group chat, someone proposed we all go out for a group dinner tonight to break the ice. I suggested bringing along my 3 roommates since I'd be the only guy there and would feel nervous. They all agreed. Oh right, class monitor Li Ying will be coming too. As for whether you guys will join, hey, that's beyond my knowledge." The hands resting on Li Xiang gradually began to squeeze harder. Lu Rui dramatically massaged Li Xiang's shoulders. Brother Xiang, Lord Li, damn, you really are our best bro. This is so thoughtful of you. You're the responsible god of our dorm. Greatness speaks for itself." Lin Hanjun dutifully crouched down and began pounding Li Xiang's thighs. "Want me to give you a leg rub too?" A smirk played on Li Xiang's lips as he refused to even look at anyone properly, as if possessed by the spirit of Lu Bu himself. Seeing Chen Yuan remaining unmoved, Li Xiang cleared his throat. "Hey Xiao Chun, my arms are a bit sore. What are you standing there for?" Chen Yuan nearly laughed. This chubby guy was getting a bit too full of himself. But he was also good at taking a joke, so he stepped forward and began massaging Li Xiang's arms. Even the flesh on his arms jiggled with every movement. No wonder Lin Hanjun wanted to give him a massage. Sleeping while hugging this soft, plump little fatty must have been more comfortable than any pillow. 7 o'clock tonight, Binhai City Hadaleo Hot Pot. Let's roll, Li Xiang announced. Lu Rui raised his hand and cheered. "Boss Li is awesome." Li Xiang pushed his luck further. "Call me father." Lu Rui matched his humor perfectly. "Long live father." "Hail father." Woo. Led by Lu Rui, the atmosphere enthusiast of the group, Dorm 612 erupted into laughter and shouting filled with joyous energy. Chen Yuan had originally planned to rest in the dorm and head home in the afternoon, but since there was a team-building outing, he naturally decided to join them. He didn't want to become an outsider in the class. At the very least, he needed to build good relationships with his classmates. After some playful banter, the mood relaxed, and Li Xiang said, "All right, let's play a few rounds of games. There are fewer players during the day. Let's go." Chen Yuan raised his index finger. "I'm not messing around this time. I'm getting serious. I'll help the other team quit gaming." As the 3 played, Lin Hanjun truly became the outsider. Chen Yuan and the others had invited him to join before, but he simply refused. He had zero interest in CSGO. They didn't pressure him anymore. Not every guy likes FPS games, just as not every guy likes watching the World Cup. Indeed, all 3 had been playing exceptionally well that day. Chen Yuan even posted a staggering 1.7 rating in one match, climbing back to the S tier. Looking at Li Xiang, whose rank had dropped and hadn't yet reached S, Chen Yuan chuckled and said, "We might not be able to play together anymore." Chen Yuan placed his hand over part of his face, deliberately hiding half of it, and pretended to look deep and profound. "Why?" Li Xiang asked in confusion. "S is S, A is A. We can't play together from now on because there's a difference between immortals and mortals," Chen Yuan declared solemnly. Li Xiang couldn't help but ask, "Then what were all the games we played these past few days?" The emperor shares joy with his subjects. "You mean when you drank the alcohol I treated you to the other day?" Chen Yuan snorted. "Don't laugh at the cloudy homemade wine of farming villages." Li Xiang was thoroughly dumbfounded by Chen Yuan's absurd words. "Holy crap, that's legendary. Haha, just kidding. It's about time." Chen Yuan glanced at his Richard Mille Philippe Moss watch and said, "Change clothes. Let's go." Li Xiang stood up and rummaged through his wardrobe. "We need to dress up properly and show those girls the talent of our Dorm 612 male model squad." Perhaps because they were going out with girls, even Lin Hanjun, the sporty guy who usually wore tank tops every day, put on a short-sleeved button-up shirt and even wore gold-rimmed glasses to spruce himself up. Li Xiang summoned his perfume from his drawer, sprayed it twice on his wrists and neck, and then asked, "Do you guys want any?" Chen Yuan quickly shook his head. He felt he smelled fine on his own and didn't need any perfume. Lu Rui leaned over. "Spray me a bit too." Li Xiang promptly sprayed Lu Rui twice. "Hold on, how are we getting there?" Li Xiang asked. Lin Hanjun replied matter-of-factly, "Walking. It's so close. Are we really going to take a taxi?" "Not a chance of walking. Li Xiang said, looking toward Chen Yuan. Brother Yuan, is your car at school? Chen Yuan nodded. He was driving his Ferrari Purosang today, the 4-seat FUV. Then I'll ride with you, alright? Li Xiang asked. He genuinely didn't want to take even one extra step. My car is still over at OCT and hasn't been picked up yet. Chen Yuan naturally agreed. Then everyone rides with me. Lin Hanjun looked slightly surprised. You both have cars. Lu Rui also turned to look. Having attended university, he understood better than most how impressive it was to already own a car while in college. In a university where monthly living expenses range from 2,000 to 4,000 yuan, students who own cars were absolutely rare. Forget about buying one. Even if someone gifted a car to a college student, they might not be able to afford maintaining it. Chen Yuan shrugged. Like I said, I come from a moderately well-off family. Brother Yuan is a super rich second generation. He can afford a 2 million Dragon Lore skin. Buying a car is no big deal for him, Li Xiang chimed in. Alright, enough talk about cars. Let's hurry up. I saw in the group chat that the girls have already set off. The four of them went downstairs and found Chen Yuan's white Ferrari Purosang parked along the road inside the campus. When Chen Yuan pressed the key fob and the Ferrari's headlights illuminated the way ahead, Li Xiang was completely stunned. Brother Yuan, this is your car too. Chen Yuan nodded, slightly puzzled. You didn't know? Ding Jun and Li Xiang were acquainted and had a decent relationship. When Ding Jun had visited Chen Yuan's home last time, he had seen at least 1% of Chen Yuan's wealth. Chen Yuan had assumed Ding Jun would have told Li Xiang about it. He never expected Ding Jun to keep his mouth so shut. Should I have known? Li Xiang said blankly. Should he have known that Chen Yuan also owned a Ferrari? Chen Yuan didn't say much. Now you know. Come on, get in the car. After dinner tonight, I'll take you guys for a spin. Chen Yuan got into the driver's seat, while Li Xiang quickly ran to the other side and took the passenger seat. Lu Rui and Lin Hanjun sat in the back. Although it was marketed as a 4-seater, the rear compartment was actually quite cramped. In Chen Yuan's opinion, it would be perfectly fine for storing bags or bringing pets, but having people sit back there felt a bit tight. Li Xiang knew this well, which was why he had quickly claimed the passenger seat. Once inside, Lu Rui and Lin Hanjun in the back seat seemed somewhat nervous. To put it plainly, this was the first time either of them had ever ridden in a Ferrari. They gently closed the door and dared not touch anything. Li Xiang, on the other hand, appeared far more at ease. Meanwhile, on the campus road, Li Ying was walking toward the school gate together with another roommate from her dorm. Binhai City was located right next to the school. After exiting the gate, it was just a couple of steps away, so the two of them had no intention of taking a taxi. Hey Xiaoying, is that car a Ferrari? It looks so cool. The girl tugged at Li Ying's sleeve and said, our school actually has rich second-generation kids driving Ferraris. Li Ying followed her roommate's pointed direction and saw a white Ferrari quickly disappear at the end of the campus road. Upon arriving at Coast City, the four of them had one priority: Nayu tea cheese. Each ordered a cup of milk tea, with Chen Yuan footing the bill. Li Xiang took a sip of his brown sugar boba milk tea and mumbled through a mouthful. Thankfully, it isn't as trendy anymore. I remember back in middle school you'd have to wait an entire hour just to get your order. I love it when the place isn't crowded, he added. The NAU chairman would have fainted from anger hearing you say that. LV Rui shot back. Chen Yuan couldn't help but laugh. His choice of mango flavor was equally casual. If mango was available, so be it. If not, whatever would do. Back in middle school, I always fantasized about opening a NAU franchise. Not to serve anyone else, but just for myself. Huh, Li Xiang grinned. The group chatted along the way toward the Heideleo restaurant upstairs. It was still as packed as ever, but fortunately Li Xiang had reserved a table online and secured a queue number in advance, so no waiting was necessary. A waitress led the four to a private booth and seated them. Li Xiang said with a grin. I even went ahead and requested a private roommates. Bro, you're covering the bill later, right? LV Rui suddenly asked. Li Xiang shook his head. The group chat said we're splitting the bill. Then you shouldn't have gotten a private room. There's an extra charge. If everyone's going Dutch, some of the girls might hold a grudge over those extra bucks. LV Rui reminded him. Li Xiang frowned. Come on, it's only an extra 30 or 40 per person. LV Rui shrugged. I'm speaking from experience. There was someone exactly like that in my class before. Li Xiang shook his head. Fine, I'll just treat everyone then. It's not a lot of money anyway. And I'm certainly not sitting in the main hall. Too many people, too noisy. LV Rui shrugged again. He had given his reminder. Whether Li Xiang heeded, it was his own business. Chen Yuan thought LV Rui was being overly cautious. What kind of person would hold a grudge over an extra 20 yuan for a private room? Even without the system, Chen Yuan himself would never be so petty over such a trivial matter. Since they had driven, the four arrived earliest of all, even after stopping to buy milk tea. A waitress handed them the ordering iPad and retreated. After a short wait, the girls began trickling in one by one. He hadn't paid much attention earlier, but now Chen Yuan noticed that the female class officers seemed to all be quite good-looking. After all, at the start of the semester, everyone was still strangers. Unless there was some special circumstance, votes naturally went to faces they found pleasant. As the first impression, physical appearance carried infinite weight. Good-looking students enjoyed a natural advantage. When voters didn't even know the candidates, they were far more likely to pick the prettier face. There were only 4 boys in the entire class, and they were all present now. The majority of the girls who entered had clearly dressed up specially.
Some wore Lolita fashion, projecting an adorable girl-next-door vibe, while others opted for a more mature sultry style. After all, among the 4 boys aside from Li Xiang's build being a bit stout, the other 3 were decent-looking enough to attract attention. LV Rui wasn't particularly handsome, but he wasn't ugly either. And Lin Hongjuan, with his muscular frame and regular striking features, thick brows and large eyes, definitely had a type of girl who preferred athletic guys. As for Chen Yuan, no words were needed. He was plainly handsome. As more girls arrived, an awkward tension began filling the private room. Chen Yuan preferred to stay passive and made no move to strike up conversation with girls he didn't know. Li Xiang, on the other hand, wasn't naturally passive, but he struggled to initiate either. He got nervous in large groups. LV Rui was the typical talker in the dorm, boasting that he would make a move on a girl he liked today. But now that the girls had actually arrived, he couldn't even bring himself to meet her gaze. As for Lin Hongjuan, he had already tucked himself into his phone, watching a football match. He could pull an all-nighter for a game. No woman was going to derail his viewing schedule. The awkward silence stretched on for 5 minutes. Then the door opened, and 2 more girls walked in. One was somewhat slight, dressed simply in a white t-shirt and light-colored jeans. She was pretty but nothing striking, the kind of girl you wouldn't glance back at twice in a crowd. Her companion, equally simply dressed, radiated an aura that completely overshadowed the girl beside her. Li Ying and her roommate. Class monitor. The Lolita girl jumped to her feet, rushing over with visible excitement. Sit here, sit here. Li Ying possessed an elegant charm and near-flawless features, so striking, she made others seem ordinary by comparison. Yet her disposition was far from cold. Holding the Lolita girl's hand, she took a seat beside her, while her roommate sat down as well. Since everyone's here now, shall we start ordering? Li Xiang, still proudly displaying his Guangzhou captain accent, retrieved the ordering iPad from under the table. All right, you boys go ahead and order first, then we'll add on, the Lolita girl said. Okay. Chen Yuan keenly noticed that the girl seated on the other side of the Lolita girl immediately showed clear disgust in her eyes. What was that about? Gossip brewing. Chen Yuan didn't dwell on it, and leaned over to help Li Xiang order. Haidaleo was indeed pricier than ordinary hot pot restaurants, with meat costs running nearly 20% higher. But considering the brand and service, the premium was reasonable, especially with the student discount. If they came after midnight, they could even indulge in the legendary student budget Haidaleo experience. Let's order 3 portions of the grassland lamb first, 3 of beef and 2 of that spicy beef. I absolutely love that one. When whispering among themselves, Li Xiang's Guangzhou accent disappeared, his Mandarin fluent and clear. Shrimp paste, fish roe dumplings, yam boneless, duck feet, duck tongues. The 3 of them had no objections. Knowing Li Xiang's physique, they knew exactly how well he ate. Whatever he ordered, they would eat. Over the past few days, Chen Yuan had also noticed that none of the guys in their dormitory had any dietary restrictions. After a lengthy ordering session, the final price, with the tomato and beef soup bases added, had already climbed to around 500 yuan. He then passed the iPad to Li Ying. A class monitor, your turn. Thank you, Li Ying said, taking it and reviewing the menu alongside the Lolita girl and her roommate. Soon the girls finished ordering too. A brief lull of silence fell over the room once more. Some played on their phones while others whispered to one another in pairs. Unable to bear the quiet, Li Ying suggested, everyone, today is our ice-breaking gathering. Let's put our phones away and introduce ourselves one by one. Me. Lolita-style girl Cheng Yin responded immediately, acting like a devoted little follower of Li Ying. My name is Cheng Yin, and I'm the publicity committee member of our class. Though it seems like my position isn't particularly useful. Halfway through her introduction, Cheng Yin hung her head in disappointment. Li Ying's roommate beside her also introduced herself. I'm Wang Rue, the youth league secretary of our class. The girl who had just shown disgust also spoke up, Lin Yusin, academic committee member. As introductions continued, Chen Yuan and his 2 companions felt somewhat awkward. The 3 of them were there as connections brought by Li Xiang, while all the other girls held class committee positions. Only their trio remained unassigned, pure in status, yet lacking any official role. For a moment, they felt like outsiders. What could explain such a mismatch? Fortunately, Li Xiang had prepared them in advance. After Chen Yuan and the other 2 completed their self-introductions, they were officially recognized, and the atmosphere gradually relaxed. How about we play truth or dare? Lolita girl Cheng Yin suggested, since no ice-breaking activity could be complete without a playful game. Sure. Can we do rock, paper, scissors first? Rock, paper, scissors would take forever. Wait here. I'll find a drawing mini-program online, and we can just use that. Cheng Yin said, then searched WeChat for a mini-program, created an additional group chat, and invited everyone present into it. Come on, I've posted the mini-program in the group. Just click the link to join. The mini-program indeed proved more convenient. With over 10 people present, playing rock, paper, scissors could easily take 5 minutes. Or more, if fortune weren't on your side. Drawing lots eliminated that problem entirely. The first round of draws was produced quickly. Cheng Yin looked at the names on the screen and said, LV Rui, which one are you? Me. LV Rui raised her hand and replied, oh, I'm sorry, classmate. Cheng Yin realized her words had come out unfiltered and hurriedly apologized. It's fine. LV Rui suffered from the same malady as Li Xiang. Chen Yuan felt that in room 612 of Lingxiao Hall, except for himself, no one was quite normal.
One had a condition that made her nervous around crowds, another grew tense whenever speaking to girls, and the third was an absolute straight-laced male. Alright, does anyone want to ask a question? Chen Yuan asked with a grin. If no one volunteers, I'll ask. Seeing no one else speak, Chen Yuan decided to take the initiative herself. Truth then. How many times have you been in a relationship? Hearing Chen Yuan's question, Chen Yuan shook his head inwardly. Of course, truth or dare questions always circled back to the same few topics. Chen Yuan looked at LV Rui with anticipation. Having already asked that question, she had mentally prepared her follow-ups. Why did you break up? Name 5 flaws about your ex, and so on. However, LV Rui's answer came unexpectedly. I haven't. Not ever. Huh. Alright then. Chen Yuan was visibly disappointed. Alright, let's draw again. Everyone took turns adding themselves to the drawing mini-program. They watched the spinning wheel on the screen slow and finally land on Chen Yuan's name. Woo, Li Xiang cheered him on. Seeing Li Xiang start at LV Rui and Lin Hanjun quickly joined in chorus of teasing rising together. Chen Yuan couldn't help but cover his face. When your roommates act like this, what time do you even return to the dorm? Chen Yuan stood up, even more excited. Don't talk, let me ask. The group fell quiet, anticipating what kind of question Chen Yuan would throw out. Truth or dare across the world always boiled down to 3 things: gossip, something slightly risque, or socially humiliating moments. How many times have you been in a relationship? Chen Yuan shook his head. 0. Though he and Wu Yuer had kept in touch afterward, it never progressed beyond ambiguity. They were never officially together. And with Jiang Yue, they had skipped straight past the dating stage into something far more intense. That hardly counted as a relationship either. So Chen Yuan's answer was indeed the truth. Huh. Chen Yuan refused to believe it. You're so handsome, and you've never dated. This is a truth game. You're not allowed to lie. Chen Yuan replied confidently, honestly, I haven't. Chen Yuan was thoroughly disappointed. All the follow-up questions she'd prepared were now useless. Pouting, she muttered, alright then. Are all boys this pure? Not even one relationship. Chen Yuan couldn't help but tease. You've already asked us twice. Why don't you answer a truth question yourself? Chen Yuan smiled. Sure, you ask. How many times have you dated? Chen Yuan placed her hands on her hips and said, me. I haven't either. TCH. The booth instantly erupted in mocking, disgusted sounds. A fellow warrior of empty boasts. Seeing everyone giving her teasing looks, Chen Yuan tugged at Li Ying's arm and swayed it gently. Class monitor, look at them. Lin Hanjun grabbed Li Xiang's arm, imitating Chen Yuan's posture. Psychological committee member, look at her. Ha ha. Laughter instantly filled the private booth. After some playful banter, the waiter began bringing out dishes. Everyone took turns going to the sauce bar, while Chen Yuan simply asked the waiter to prepare a sweet and sour dipping bowl for him. He always found his own sauce mixes unpalatable. Training had taught him that professionally mixed sauces tasted far better. Though Chen Yuan's request was always the same: sweet and sour, no garlic, extra cilantro, different Haidaleo locations produced wildly different results each time. It felt like opening blind boxes. Yet every batch turned out decent. The large table in the booth could accommodate 2 hot pots, which proved quite convenient. Once the dishes arrived, no one continued playing games. Instead, they began dropping ingredients into the boiling broth. Lin Yusin took out her phone and snapped a photo first. Chen Yuan didn't quite understand why taking pictures was necessary before eating hot pot, but he respected the tradition nonetheless. Beef and lamb cooked incredibly fast. Within 20-something seconds of entering the pot, they were thoroughly done. Picking up a piece of lamb coated in beef fat, dipping it into the sauce dish, and swiftly placing it in his mouth. The spiciness of the beef tallow broth mingled with the fragrance of grassland lamb, spreading across his palate. After swallowing a mouthful of ice-cold cola followed. What a delight. The air conditioning was set to 16 degrees Celsius. Watching steam rise while cool air brushed against his skin only heightened his appetite. Shall we get some alcohol? Feels a bit lacking in atmosphere eating like this, Chen Yuan suggested. During this ice-breaking gathering, Chen Yuan had been the most active girl, completely free of shy reticence, instead radiating enthusiasm and innocence. She could truly be called a bright, cheerful young woman. Chen Yuan and the other 3 had no objections. The other girls also agreed to the proposal. All of them were fresh-faced college freshmen, having finally left home and tasted long-awaited freedom. Alcohol, something they'd barely been allowed to touch before, naturally held a certain allure and fascination for them. We've got craft beer and white peach oolong cocktails. Which should we drink? Perhaps the atmosphere had settled and Li Xiang was no longer as nervous. He said, just order a bit of everything. Everyone can grab whatever they want later. The waiter brought the wine. Chen Yuan shouted, come on, 1 bottle per person. If you don't drink, leave it there, I'll finish it later. Chen Yuan curled his lips. This little bit of wine wasn't enough for anything. Even mouthwash would be more. As they ate hot pot and drank beer, the atmosphere grew warmer, the earlier awkwardness completely gone. Chen Yuan played the biggest role in that. She was an excellent atmosphere creator, truly worthy of being the propaganda committee member. When everyone was about 80% full, Chen Yuan started clamoring for a game of truth or dare. You keep asking the same question over and over, it's boring, Li Xiang said, finally losing all his tension under the influence of alcohol. Well, then you ask. You don't ask, and when I ask, you say my questions are boring. Chen Yuan's face was flushed. Clearly she had a low tolerance for alcohol. So are you going to play or not? Sure, why not? We've got nothing else to do, plenty of time. Chen Yuan said, picking up another bite of food. Everyone else felt the same. How about this? Whoever the spinner lands on has to drink a glass first, then answer a truth, or do a dare. What do you think? Li Xiang proposed. For him, truth or dare was still too tame. Following the rhythm of his outings with rapper friends in his circle, they'd be kissing after a few rounds of finger games. Of course it wasn't Li Xiang doing the kissing, he was just watching others. Okay, that's best. Works for me. Can the girls drink half a glass and the boys a full glass? We girls don't have that much tolerance. Li Xiang agreed on behalf of Chen Yuan and the others. Sure, let's do it. They all picked up their phones and started using a mini program to draw names. They watched the roulette wheel spin rapidly, finally stopping on Wang Rui's name. That was Li Ying's roommate, also the class's league branch secretary. Can I choose dare? Wang Rui asked. Since they were playing, she wanted to have fun, and she thought truth was too boring. Of course, drink your wine first, Cheng Yin said with a grin, pouring beer into her glass. The liquid only reached 1/3 of the glass, not even half. Wang Rui smiled at Cheng Yin, then drained the glass. All right, tell me, what's the dare? Give me a moment. Li Xiang had an idea. He stood up from his chair and ran outside. Liu Rui looked at Chen Yuan, puzzled. What's he doing? Is he coming back to eat? Chen Yuan shrugged his eyes, indicating he didn't know either. Who knew what that chubby guy was up to? Li Xiang returned quickly, holding a white porcelain bowl. When he placed it on the table, everyone saw it was filled with small red chili peppers. Li Xiang grabbed a pair of clean chopsticks from the nearby cabinet, then fished out a slice of beef roll from the pot. He wrapped 7 or 8 small chili peppers inside the beef roll. He handed the bowl to Wang Rui. Here, can you handle spicy food? If not, we can switch to something else. Wang Rui watched his actions, eyes wide. How could someone be so wicked? But Wang Rui was a good sport. She took the bowl. You're ruthless. Just don't let the spinner land on you later, or I'll make you eat a whole bowl of zhurjin. Hiss, everyone gasped. What a vicious threat. Cheng Yin pulled out her phone, looking at Wang Rui with anticipation, planning to record Wang Rui's reaction after eating the chili beef roll. It would definitely be fun. Wang Rui picked up her chopsticks, took a deep breath, and after mentally preparing herself, she popped the whole beef roll into her mouth. Wang Rui's face visibly turned red. A girl's blush surpasses all sweet talk, a girl's reddening surpasses all curses. Wang Rui's mind was already cursing Li Xiang in ways unknown. She quickly grabbed the beer beside her and took a sip. The carbonation of the beer instantly amplified the spiciness on her tongue several times. SSS, so spicy. Wang Rui frantically fanned her mouth. Li Ying handed her a cup of sour plum soup, gently patting her back to prevent her from choking. Drink this. Wang Rui looked at Li Ying, gratefully took the soup and gulped it down. So spicy. Li Xiang, just you wait. Don't let the spinner land on you today. Wang Rui turned around and threatened him. Li Xiang pulled a funny face, mouth down, eyes up. I'm so scared, so scared. Please don't land on me. His antics instantly filled the room with laughter. Chen Yuan loved having people like Li Xiang and Cheng Yin at parties. They could liven up the atmosphere. Chen Yuan glanced at Li Ying. Apart from the very beginning, when she fulfilled her duty as class monitor by calling for self-introductions, she had been quite quiet. When everyone was playing, she would watch quietly with her gaze. When everyone laughed, she would clap quietly. The class monitor's personality is really quite similar to mine, Chen Yuan couldn't help thinking. Next, should I be thinking this girl is fated to be with me? Li Ying wore a gentle smile. Since childhood, she had been very sensitive to others' gazes, always able to feel when someone was looking at her. So she always restrained her actions. When others laughed without caring about their image, she would only smile softly, because she could feel someone watching her. Gradually, she got used to this expression. She keenly felt that Chen Yuan had just looked at her. Although his gaze quickly shifted away, Li Ying still sensed it. On the way here, she and Wang Rui had seen a white Ferrari on campus. The rear windows were black privacy glass, making it impossible to see inside, but the front windows weren't that kind of privacy glass, so they could vaguely see the people inside. But it was a bit far, so Li Ying couldn't clearly see who was inside. However, her intuition vaguely told her that the person driving that Ferrari was Chen Yuan, who was sitting diagonally opposite. This intuition was vague, but she still had that feeling. Whether it's his car or not, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with me. I'd better stop thinking about it. Li Ying pushed the distracting thoughts out of her mind and maintained her composure. The group continued playing the game. With Li Xiang's chili beef roll as a warning, the next few people wisely chose truth. That brought it to Cheng Yan's territory. She opened with, how many times have you been in love? Fortunately, not everyone was like Chen Yuan and the others who had been innocent boys in high school and never dated. A few of the girls had been in relationships. This triggered Cheng Yan's combo. Why did you break up? Name 5 flaws of your ex-boyfriend. What do you mean your ex-boyfriend has no flaws? Cheng Yan looked determined to get the full scoop, firing off several questions in a row. With everyone deliberately egging her on, the girl answered each of Cheng Yan's questions, satisfying everyone's gossip cravings. As the game progressed, the atmosphere grew more lively, and everyone gradually became acquainted. At 10:30, Li Ying glanced at the time on her phone, stood up, and said, classmates, let's call it a day here. It's too late to be safe. Among the dozen or so people present, there were only 4 boys, the rest were girls, and all of them were quite attractive. Well, that works. Cheng Yan clearly hadn't had enough fun, as she still had many questions unanswered. But since the class monitor said it was time to leave, she had no objection. Alright, I'll go settle the bill, Li Xiang said, standing up. Also, today's expenses are on me. Woohoo, thanks to Master Li. LV Rui cheered thoughtlessly. No way, there are so many of us, we must have spent at least 2,000. It's too much for you to pay alone. Chen Yin felt a bit uneasy. Let's just split the bill equally. Exactly, let's split it, Wang Rui nodded in agreement. Well, let's split it, Li Ying said. Making you pay over 2,000 alone is a bit too much. With the class monitor speaking, the others also suggested splitting the bill. Looks like Master Li will have to treat us another time, Chen Yuan said with a smile, patting Li Xiang on the shoulder. Chen Yuan, however, was thinking about what LV Rui had just said and felt he might be overthinking. Everyone seems like good people. How could there be such petty individuals? Nevertheless, Li Xiang settled the bill outside, and everyone transferred their share to him in the group chat. Then they filed out one by one. Chen Yuan left the coast city with the group and reached the roadside, but didn't continue walking with them. You all escort them back to the dorm. I have some business to attend to, Chen Yuan said. Brother Yuan, you're not going to sneak off and have fun without us, are you? Li Xiang muttered, leaning close to Chen Yuan's ear and whispering, Bro, Ma Si Wei and the others invited me to KTV and I called you along. If there's anything fun, don't forget to bring your brother. Chen Yuan pushed him away helplessly. I really have things to do, not going out for fun. If I get a chance to go out next time, I'll definitely bring you along. Alright then, you've been drinking too. Take care of yourself, Li Xiang advised. After saying goodbye and parting ways with the group at the roadside, Chen Yuan hailed a luxury car and returned to Shenzhen Bay 1. Chen Yuan had become so accustomed to luxury that he no longer called ride-hailing cars only commercial vehicles and luxury cars. Boarding a Mercedes-Benz S-Class, he returned to Shenzhen Bay 1. For him, now riding in a Mercedes-Benz S-Class was already a downgrade in consumption. Chen Yuan was indeed going home for business. He had asked Zhang Hanyang, the butler, to start work today. He had some matters to delegate to Zhang Hanyang and also needed to give him a supplementary card. Otherwise, how could he ask the butler to cover household expenses out of his own pocket? When he got home, Chen Yuan first saw Jiang Yue. Because he was at school during the day, he had asked her to entertain butler Zhang and arrange a room for him. Chen Yuan valued Zhang Hanyang highly, assigning him the largest secondary bedroom as his residence. Of course, there was also a dedicated maid's room, but the difference between that and the secondary bedroom was far from negligible. Upon returning home, Chen Yuan went directly to the study and called Zhang Hanyang in. He said very politely, I'm sorry, butler Zhang, today is your first official day as my butler, and I should have welcomed you in person, but I had classes during the day. No, boss, you don't need to apologize to me. I am merely your butler. My arrival should not disrupt your normal routine. Zhang Hanyang was flattered, having never heard an employer apologize to him in his 30 years of service with his previous master. Throughout the butler world, very few butlers ever heard their big boss say sorry. As for the young master, some butlers with high status in the household even had the authority to discipline the young master. Chen Yuan didn't continue apologizing, saying it once was enough to express closeness. Butler Zhang. I'll call you Uncle Yang instead. Calling you Butler Zhang all the time feels awkward. Uncle Yang, as I mentioned last time, I plan to convert one of the secondary bedrooms into a gaming room. That's the top priority. Chen Yuan pulled up a design for a gaming room online. Something like this. Needs enough atmosphere and requires a complete renovation and design. Alright, boss, Butler Zhang agreed. What's your approximate budget? Chen Yuan tapped his fingers on the desk and said, in my case, there is no budget. Also, I need to hire a full housekeeping team. I probably won't host dinner parties often nor eat at home frequently, so no need for a chef. But I do need a maid and a driver. Uncle Yang, don't worry about the budget. Hire the best design company for the gaming room, use the finest furniture, and get the most capable maid on the market. One last thing, I plan to buy a villa, an overseas Chinese town, preferably a rough one, so I can design it as my dream home. Same thing. No budget, just pick the best one. Zhang Hanyang looked at this young employer whose words exuded arrogance, unsure how to judge him. He was young and wealthy, extremely well-mannered, and showed no apparent bad habits, a rarity among the spoiled rich kids he had encountered. Alright, boss, I've noted everything, and we'll carry it all out. Good, that's it, Uncle Yang. Get some rest early. Chen Yuan said with a smile, his words already signaling dismissal. Boss, you rest early too. I'll take my leave. After Butler Zhang exited the study, Chen Yuan unconsciously tapped his knuckles on the desk. It's still too early to think about the Jingji 100 building now. Let's get to know each other first. Once my company is registered, I'll have him introduce me to the chairman of the Jingji group. With Uncle Yang's years of connections and my cash, it should likely work out. Chen Yuan could already imagine taking over the Jingji 100 building. The first thing I'll do after acquiring Jingji 100 is rename it to Chen Yuan 100 Tower. The more Chen Yuan thought, the more elated he became. Returning to the master bedroom, he entered the bathroom and found the bathtub already filled with water sprinkled with some petals. Chen Yuan reached out to touch the water. It was still warm. I never told Uncle Yang when I'd be back. How did he manage to fill the tub in advance? Chen Yuan was puzzled. Spying on me. Impossible. I took a ride-hailing car, not asking him to pick me up. Could it be that he fills the water every so often? That was probably the case. A bit of water bill meant nothing to the rich, but it was still somewhat wasteful. He would have to mention it to Uncle Yang tomorrow. The old money bad habits must not be brought into his home. The next morning, the Bashihua guitar,
Chen Yuan had ordered online arrived. He took the guitar out of its case, sat down on the living room sofa, and cradled it in his arms. A guitar worth 150,000, truly expensive, he mused as he began tuning it. Novices usually rely on a tuner, but Chen Yuan, equipped with the system's skill of masterful singing and playing, could calibrate the pitch entirely by ear. After tuning, he searched online for the piano score of If One Day I Become Very Rich. This song was Mao Bai's debut piece, the first song he performed on the next. Chen Yuan had always loved this song, so the first thing he did with the guitar was to play and sing it. The moment his fingers touched the strings, he felt an uncanny unity with the instrument. It was as if he possessed an innate mastery, a truly marvelous sensation. If one day I become very rich, my first choice won't be to travel the world, lie on the biggest, softest sofa in the world, eat, sleep, wake up, and eat again, living it up for a year. If one day I become very rich, I can keep everyone by my side, happily eating, drinking, and chatting every day, never worrying about tomorrow or farewell. Chen Yuan strummed the guitar and sang, his voice flowing out and then back into his own ears. When the song ended, Chen Yuan could hardly believe that such a voice and such skilled guitar playing had been accomplished by him. The system is too formidable. With this guitar skill alone, I could captivate countless naive college girls. He thought smugly, then proceeded to play and sing another song, Painting. His playing was incredibly smooth, without any hesitation, as fluid as silk, like savoring a piece of Dove chocolate. Coupled with Chen Yuan's flawless singing, it was a delight for the listener and equally a joy for the performer himself. Waking up each day facing the vast Shenzhen Bay, gazing at Hong Kong Island across the water, playing such a tune. This is the unpretentious life of a billionaire, isn't it? A smile curved on Chen Yuan's lips. He casually laid the guitar on the sofa, stood up, and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Facing the sea, he stretched his arms. Zhang Hanyang approached from the side, deliberately stepping heavily to announce his presence. Boss, there are a few interviews this afternoon. Would you like to oversee them personally? Chen Yuan shook his head. Did such a trivial matter require his personal attention as a billionaire? You can make the decisions directly. I trust your judgment. By the way, Uncle Yang, Chen Yuan said with a smile, since you know about wine, take a look at the red wines in my cellar. Sort them out and make an inventory. Those bottles were all gifts from the property management. Already done, boss. Zhang Hanyang replied. He had already inventoried and cataloged the wines in the cellar yesterday. Among them there are 8 magnums of 2011 Romanicani, 77 bottles of 2017 Lafite, and 53 bottles of Penfolds. Chen Yuan couldn't help but say, how can Penfolds appear in my cellar? Pack them up and put them in the storage room. Then see about restocking the cellar. Don't let wines like Penfolds show up again. Yes, boss. And when the design for the gaming room is ready, show it to me. I want to oversee that personally. Chen Yuan instructed. All right, boss. The butler Zhang was about to leave when Chen Yuan called him back. Wait, there's one more thing. Zhang Hanyang stopped and turned around. Boss, please go ahead. It's like this. I have 2 parking spaces downstairs. That's just enough for a business van and a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Buy them for me too. Chen Yuan said. He had just remembered that his garage was filled with sports car sedans and a big pickup, none of which were suitable for riding in the back seat. To ensure the hired driver had something to do, Chen Yuan decided to buy 2 more cars. And conveniently, today's 720 million yuan had arrived in his account, perfect for some spending. Try to get white interiors and black exteriors. No second-hand cars, Chen Yuan said. He refused to believe there wasn't a single Phantom with that color scheme available in all of China. Understood, boss. That's all. You can go now. Chen Yuan gave the dismissal again. Zhang Hanyang walked backward, deliberately slowing his steps, waiting for the boss to say wait. Seeing that the boss truly had no further instructions, he left the living room. Chen Yuan continued facing the floor-to-ceiling window, twisting his waist and stretching his body. These past few days of school had forcibly altered Chen Yuan's internal clock. During summer break at home, he stayed up until 3 or 4 in the morning, sometimes even 5 or 6. But yesterday he was already drowsy by midnight. When there are no classes, I actually feel a bit bored, Chen Yuan thought. Suddenly his phone rang. Chen Yuan picked it up and saw it was Wu Yuer. Although they chatted frequently on WeChat, they rarely called each other. A phone call usually meant something important. Chen Yuan answered. Hello, what's up? What's that noise? Wu Yuer asked in confusion, her voice accompanied by a bustling background sound. Cantonese. That's Cantonese. Chen Yuan said exasperatedly. You're from the Northeast, why are you speaking Cantonese? Wu Yuer teased. Chen Yuan couldn't be bothered to bicker with her. It would undermine his billionaire dignity. What's the call for? Spit it out. Wu Yuer said. I'm coming to Shenzhen today. Can you pick me up? Chen Yuan, who had just been feeling bored, found Wu Yuer giving him something to do. When do you arrive? Well, I'm boarding now. I'll land at Bowen Airport around 1 in the afternoon. Chen Yuan said, I'm free. Good. If you don't show up, I'll drag you out of your school. Chen Yuan felt a bit helpless. His desk mate was truly a mute bride in person. When they chatted on WeChat, he could still sense a faint hazy sweetness of romance. But when they spoke on the phone, all he could think was, it was too jarring. All right, I'll hang up. Send me your flight info. I'll definitely pick you up. After hanging up, Chen Yuan ordered takeout on his phone. He didn't have the habit of drinking coffee or alcohol in the morning, nor did he usually eat breakfast.
In fact, he had skipped breakfast almost every day for the past few days. Since he woke up early today and had no classes, he had to have breakfast. And as for what to eat, Chen Yuan, who had already joined the McDonald's cult, naturally chose McDonald's. Before he knew it, it was 12 o'clock at noon, and Chen Yuan prepared to set off for the airport. He went to the entrance hall to fetch his car keys. Opening the drawer, he discovered a soft cushion had been laid inside along with wooden compartments neatly organizing each key into its own little space. Clearly, this was the work of butler Zhang. Though the butler had only just arrived, the household was already beginning to change. In recent days, Chen Yuan had carelessly tossed his car keys into the drawer, but now the home was gradually falling into order and discipline. Chen Yuan gazed at the pink key fob upon which sat two interlocking RR logos. A Rolls-Royce. He would drive this one today. Chen Yuan picked up the key, headed downstairs, and drove his pink Rolls-Royce Wraith toward Baoan Airport. This Wraith's hood is absurdly long. Even a decent driver might find it daunting. And despite being a V12, there's hardly a rumble, probably because I haven't switched to sport mode. Chen Yuan drove, while grumbling about the Wraith's shortcomings. Yet the chassis was extraordinarily smooth, almost entirely absorbing the imperfections of the road, making its suspension nothing short of world-class. However, owing to its extraordinarily long hood, this car proved far more challenging to handle than a Ferrari. Fortunately, Chen Yuan possessed masterful driving proficiency and could pilot this vehicle on a racetrack without the slightest difficulty. With little traffic along the way, he arrived smoothly at Baoan Airport. After parking, Chen Yuan walked into the terminal and waited at the exit for Wu Yuer. Soon enough, Chen Yuan spotted Wu Yuer among the emerging crowd. Clad head to toe in black, wearing sunglasses, and carrying a compact leather suitcase, she exuded the air of a celebrity stepping out. Chen Yuan waved toward her. "Over here." Chen Yuan waved enthusiastically. He decided he should prepare a sign next time. This was far from graceful. Wu Yuer noticed him and jogged over in his direction. Chen Yuan opened his arms, already anticipating a warm embrace. Instead, a suitcase was shoved into his hands, followed by a hearty northern drawl, "Hold this. 5 hours on the plane, and my backside is aching terribly." Chen Yuan sighed helplessly. "We haven't seen each other for so long, and you won't even offer me a hug." Wu Yuer glanced around at the crowd and lowered her voice. "We'll hug when we get back. There are too many people here." "I suppose that will have to do," Chen Yuan said, pulling the suitcase and leading Wu Yuer outward. "Why is your luggage so light? You didn't bring anything, right?" "I plan to buy things here once I arrive," replied Wu Yuer. "That works too. By the way, your classes don't start for another week. Why come so early? Weren't you going to stay at home a few more days?" Chen Yuan casually steered the conversation. "I argued with my mom again," said Wu Yuer, her spirits noticeably sinking. Chen Yuan knew well how controlling her mother could be, so he wisely avoided pressing the matter further, and instead turned the conversation to how vibrant and exciting Shenzhen was. Arriving at the parking lot, they reached the Rolls-Royce Wraith, and Chen Yuan loaded Wu Yuer's suitcase into the trunk. She stood before the car, utterly incredulous. "This is your car too?" Chen Yuan nodded and flashed the key fob before her eyes. "Mine? No way. I swear I haven't fallen asleep or lost any memories. When did you become this rich?" Wu Yuer murmured in disbelief. A college student driving a Wraith. Even with her family's modest means back in the county, this was simply unthinkable. "I originally wanted to relate to you as an ordinary person," Chen Yuan said as he opened the car door for her. "But all I got was distance and rejection. So I'm done pretending. Here it is. I'm a tall, wealthy, handsome guy." Wu Yuer burst out laughing. "Who on earth calls themselves tall, wealthy, and handsome? You're shameless. All right, get in already. Hop into my passenger seat, and I'll take you for a spin. Are you some reckless boy from the county?" "And spin." Wu Yuer slid into the passenger seat and deftly pressed the automatic door closing button on the A-pillar. "Hey, let me tell you, there are a few boys from our county who got into terrible accidents street racing. My goodness, the scenes were absolutely gruesome, truly terrifying." Chen Yuan quickly waved his hands. "Don't tell me scary things like that. I'm easily frightened." "Fine then." Chen Yuan started the engine, and the Wraith glided slowly out of the airport parking lot. Glancing at his parking time, barely over an hour, he couldn't help but feel dismayed at the 20 yuan fee. "Charging for parking like this is an absolute goldmine," Chen Yuan remarked. "You drive a Rolls-Royce and you're complaining about a 20 yuan fee." Wu Yuer looked genuinely surprised. Chen Yuan sighed. "It's not that I'm too stingy. Never mind. When I join the Rolls-Royce Owners Club someday, I'll definitely ask those bosses whether they think airport parking fees are outrageous too." Wu Yuer shrugged and said nothing further. Soon the car merged onto the airport expressway heading toward Nanshan District. Traffic was light, yet Chen Yuan maintained a measured pace, cruising at around 90 kilometers per hour. After exiting the expressway, the speed dropped even further. Though Wu Yuer had visited Shenzhen before, she still marveled at the scenery along the way, having spent most of her life in a small county town. For anyone arriving in Shenzhen during summer, the first impression is invariably the same: the scorching heat. Wu Yuer shared this exact sentiment. "Did you book a hotel? If you haven't, you can stay at my place," Chen Yuan said with a smile, casually letting slip the fact that he had already bought a house. True enough, Wu Yuer took the bait immediately. "Your house?" "Yes, my house. You didn't already know I bought a place?" Chen Yuan asked with a smile. I'm becoming more and more confused about you. Your father is a teacher at our school, and your mother is a doctor. How could they possibly support you buying a house and a Rolls-Royce in Shenzhen? Chen Yuan turned his head. Did you dig into my family background? No, I didn't. Isn't that just common knowledge among classmates? Wu Yuer said with an innocent expression. Then do you know what my grandfather does for a living? Chen Yuan asked with a faint smile. I don't, replied Wu Yuer. Good, that's exactly right. I don't even know myself. Throughout his childhood, Chen Yuan had scarcely met his maternal grandfather. He only knew his paternal grandfather was a retired official from the education bureau in their hometown city, but his family had never mentioned what his maternal grandfather did for a living. Chen Yuan shrugged and dropped the subject. All right, just tell me, will you come stay at my place? Of course I will. Why would I pay for a hotel when I can stay for free? Wu Yueter said cheerfully. Then again, after sleeping in the same bed as Chen Yuan last time, she already had a basic understanding of the kind of person he was. A man without honor, frankly speaking. A Rolls-Royce Wraith glided smoothly into the underground parking lot of Shenzhen Bay No. 1, pulling into the private parking space nearest to the elevator hall entrance. The property prices here must be quite high, right? Wu Yuer couldn't help but ask. Surrounded by towering skyscrapers with the sea and park nearby, the housing prices in such a location were inevitably astronomical. Chen Yuan didn't answer Wu Yuer's question, leaving her with ample room for imagination. Taking the elevator to the 72nd floor, Chen Yuan opened the door, casually placed the car keys on the console, and retrieved a pair of slippers from the entryway shoe cabinet. Hermes. I grabbed them as a side purchase when shopping at Hermes. The price wasn't steep, just a few thousand. Wu Yuer stepped into the living room, her eyes wide open. Wow, is this really your place? Absolutely, Chen Yuan nodded. This is huge. Wu Yuer pranced around the living room like a carefree girl. And there's even a bar. You're really living the good life. What's this room for? The wine cellar is inside, Chen Yuan replied. And this one? A home theater. How about this one? The gym. Your gym has a swimming pool. Isn't that normal? Don't you have one at home? Chen Yuan's own villa back home had a pool, and since Wu Yuer lived in the same neighborhood, she likely had one too. Yeah, but mine isn't nearly this big. Wu Yuer said. Just then Butler Zhang approached. Chen Yuan introduced him to Wu Yuer. This is my butler, Uncle Yang. Uncle Yang, this is my classmate Wu Yuer. She'll be staying with us for a few days. Could you arrange a room for her? Of course, Miss Wu. Please follow me this way. I'll wait for you in the living room. Go ahead and drop off your luggage first, Chen Yuan said with a smile. Okay. Wu Yuer followed Butler Zhang to the guest room, and upon returning immediately collapsed onto the sofa completely at ease. This sofa is so soft and comfortable. You really know how to enjoy life, Wu Yuer remarked. You shouldn't have kept this from me. We've been classmates for 3 years. You're living in a mansion and never once invited me to experience it. Chen Yuan chuckled. Aren't I bringing you here now? If I truly considered you an outsider, would I have gone to the airport to pick you up myself? True. I suppose I forgive you then, Wu Yuer said with a grin. By the way, what are we eating? I'm starving. Would I let you go hungry? Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow with a smile. We're having a feast. Michelin restaurants, Black Pearl restaurants. Let's go. I'm going to eat you out of house and home today. The two set out immediately. Chen Yuan had no intention of dining elsewhere. Instead, he headed straight to the restaurant at the Raffles Hotel downstairs. No reservation needed with dedicated private dining rooms. Very convenient. These privileges were part of the Raffles residence benefits. Without them, the Raffles apartments would lose much of their competitive edge compared to the neighboring Shenzhen Bay No. 1 towers T1 and T2. Chen Yuan was genuinely pleased about Wu Yuer's arrival. Zhang Yue always showed deep respect toward Chen Yuan. Except for that one night, when she defied convention, she remained properly deferential. Though she later grew somewhat more casual, she still never dared to overstep. As for the two senior girls, one adorably sweet, and the other dominantly poised, neither was inclined toward banter. Only Wu Yuer, a wealthy girl from a small county who had spent 3 years by his side, would freely jest and trade barbs with Chen Yuan. Stepping into the private room, the waters of Shenzhen Bay stretched out beyond the window. Shenzhen never disappoints. So many rich people. Look at all those yachts. Wu Yuer pointed at the window and said. Some of those are just rentals, Chen Yuan said. Shenzhen locals don't seem as drawn to yachting as Hong Kong people, and the yacht club facilities are fairly basic. Do you have a permit for Hong Kong and Macau? We could go yachting in Hong Kong. Wu Yuer shook her head. No, I don't. But I've seen online that it's quick to apply for one. Just wait for me to get one. Chen Yuan barely glanced at the menu before instructing the server to follow the chef's recommendations. The prices were no concern to him now. He could easily afford them. After taking in the scenery for a while, Wu Yuer took her seat and said, the environment in Shenzhen really is better than back home. This probably isn't even the finest restaurant in Shenzhen, is it? It's already decorated so luxuriously. Not a single restaurant in my hometown could match it. The prices were far higher than the best restaurants back home, Chen Yuan said. As the servers stepped in, one after another, dish after dish was placed on the round table. Chen Yuan had no intention of drinking and ordered mango pomelo sago once again. Once the servers had left, Wu Yuer couldn't help but remark, the portions are so small. That's not small portions, that's called refinement. Chen Yuan had already studied the book Emotional Intelligence. Alright then, looks like you're doing really well here. I'm relieved to hear it.
Wu Yuer said with a grin. You're not my mother, so why are you worrying? I wouldn't mind if you called me mom. Wu Yuer continued smiling brightly at Chen Yuan. Sorry, but I do mind, Chen Yuan snorted. With that he went back to eating. Call her mom. Chen Yuan had no such interest. Besides, if anything, that kind of thing would happen in private, not said aloud in public like this. After finishing their meal with Wu Yuer, the two returned upstairs. This place is so convenient. Downstairs is a restaurant, and at home you've got a gym and a cinema. I could easily stay here for a month without going out. Wu Yuer commented. It's fine. Come on, let me show you something cool. Chen Yuan led Wu Yuer to the walk-in closet in the master bedroom, where he showed off his watch collection. What do you think? Pretty impressive, right? Chen Yuan said smugly. Let me tell you, one of these watches could buy several buildings back home. For real? How much does it cost? Wu Yuer asked. This one on my wrist is over 10 million, and the smiley face one is also over 10 million. I'm not sure about the exact prices of the rest, but together they add up to around 20 million. Wu Yuer had just picked up a watch when she learned that this one painted with a comical smiley face cost over 10 million, so she quickly set it back down. That expensive? Chen Yuan struck a proud pose. Yes, that expensive? Wu Yuer couldn't resist reaching out and grabbing Chen Yuan's face. Who exactly are you? Get out of my deskmate's body. What are you talking about? I'm your good deskmate. How did you change so much after graduation? Back home, you seemed normal, driving a Maybach and buying luxury goods. But now you've got a Rolls-Royce, a massive penthouse, and watches worth millions. I honestly don't recognize you anymore. Wu Yuer couldn't shake the feeling that Chen Yuan's transformation had been far too drastic. As Chen Yuan pried Wu Yuer's hand away from his face, he said, You know I drive a Rolls-Royce and live in a penthouse, so show some respect. Careful, or I'll have someone bury you in the ground to cosplay as ginseng. Wu Yuer's temper flared, and she began throwing punches at Chen Yuan. Between punches she shouted, Bury me in the ground. Fine, come on then. Bury me in the ground. I'll punch. Alright, I was wrong. Chen Yuan quickly apologized. I just treated you to dinner, and now you're turning on me. You wanted to bury me in the ground to cosplay as ginseng. I was just joking. Then did I joke about burying you in the ground to cosplay as ginseng? Are you a gangster? Wu Yuer planted her hands on her hips, putting on the airs of a young lady. Well, she was already a young lady by birth. Alright, stop messing around. Didn't you want to go shopping? I'll take you to buy whatever you want later, and I'll pay for it. Deal. I don't need you to pay out, I've got plenty of money. Fine. By the way, is your mom still nagging you about your college entrance exam results? At the mention of her mother, Wu Yuer's mouth drooped. What else? My mom talks about it twice a day, always with a worried face. I tell you, if my dad hadn't stopped her, she would have moved to Shenzhen to be with me. Chen Yuan couldn't help but say your mom is still treating you like a child. He struggled to find the right words to describe Wu Yuer's mother, but he felt that living under such control must be exhausting. No wonder Wu Yuer chose to take the exam from the farthest north to the farthest south. Thank goodness my dad stopped her. Otherwise I wouldn't even bother going to college. I'd just lie around at home all day, Wu Yuer said. Chen Yuan suddenly recalled a TV series about the college entrance exam called A Little Reunion, where one of the female leads lived under similar strict control. Alright, since your mom didn't actually come, let's talk about something lighter, Chen Yuan said, awkwardly changing the subject. How about watching a movie? My private cinema can play not only old movies, but even ones currently showing in theaters. Really? There's a new movie I've been dying to see. Of course it's true. Let's go. The two walked into the cinema, and Steward Zhang brought over some snacks and ice-cold cola. Chen Yuan didn't even know there were snacks like these in his house. He figured Steward Zhang must have bought them in the past couple of days. Having a steward at home was indeed much more convenient. The private cinema could seat only 8 people, 4 in the front row and 4 in the back. Lately, Chen Yuan had been watching videos of luxury homes from around the world. He had initially thought that a private cinema like this would be top tier, even on a global scale. But after learning more about the world's most luxurious estates, Chen Yuan realized that his penthouse was merely a fledgling in comparison, especially when compared to top-tier properties in New York, Los Angeles, Dubai, and Paris. Without exaggeration, the private cinemas in those mansions were even larger than professional theater auditoriums. The movie Wu Yuer wanted to watch was indeed available at home, but Chen Yuan couldn't muster any interest in her favorite melodrama. He found it boring, even to the point of drowsiness. Even the ice-cold cola couldn't revive his alertness. Meanwhile, Wu Yuer was utterly engrossed. She kept tapping Chen Yuan to share the plot with him. After enduring 90 minutes of agony, Chen Yuan was speechless. Was the plot really this idiotic? So the woman has a daughter. The daughter gets into a relationship, and the woman herself starts dating her daughter's drum teacher. Then the daughter gets with someone else, and the woman's best friend starts dating another guy. And with such a simple plot, how did they stretch it into an hour and a half? Chen Yuan asked in exasperation. Wu Yuer pursed her lips and grinned. Well, it's like that. Don't you think there's deep meaning in it? Not really. I just find it inexplicable, Chen Yuan said. Wu Yuer replied, You don't understand love. Fine, let's watch another movie, Chen Yuan said, then put on Avengers Infinity War. He felt that no one in melodramas was normal anymore. Come to think of it, were there any normal people in Avengers Infinity War? Probably not. The two spent the whole afternoon watching movies with no normal people. When they walked out of the cinema, Chen Yuan felt that time had flown by. 2 movies in the afternoon was gone. As soon as they stepped out, he noticed several new people in the house. All were women in their mid-20s with striking looks that could easily qualify them as front desk receptionists at a 5-star hotel. Though they weren't wearing uniforms, they gave off a sense of harmony. It was like a refined assembly line beauty. Good afternoon, boss. Good afternoon, Miss Wu. Chen Yuan gestured toward the 6 young maids and looked at Steward Zhang, his eyes clearly asking, already hired. During the time Chen Yuan had spent watching a movie, Zhang Hanyang had already completed the hiring of maids. With 30 years of experience as a steward, Zhang Hanyang had an extensive network of household service resources. Good, all good, Chen Yuan said with a smile. Go ahead and do your own things. Then he dragged Wu Yuer back to the master bedroom. Back in the master bedroom, Wu Yuer put on an air of elegance, curtsying slightly and speaking in a faux sweet voice. Good afternoon, boss. She drew out the word boss especially long. Chen Yuan was a bit speechless, but he wasn't about to indulge her. Send your resume to my steward's email. I'll give you an interview later. Get lost. I'm not going to be your maid. Wu Yuer snorted. What a life of luxury you lead. Living in such a big house alone with so many people serving you, and even hiring a personal steward, she said. Chen Yuan replied, what can I say? I was born to be rich. You're so full of yourself, Wu Yuer said. By the way, did you bring a swimsuit? We could go swimming tonight, Chen Yuan said. No, I didn't. I only brought a small suitcase, just enough for a few clothes. There's no room for a swimsuit, Wu Yuer said. Besides, I came for school. Why would I specifically bring a swimsuit? Chen Yuan didn't see it as a big deal. No problem, I'll have someone buy one now. Anything money could solve was a minor issue. What size do you wear? Small or medium should fit. Chen Yuan gave Wu Yuer a quick once-over. Though not completely flat, she was far from mountainous. At best a small hill. The evening pool exuded an extraordinary ambience. The facades of towering skyscrapers outside began lighting up one by one, each striving to outshine the others, as if competing to be the most spectacular building. Chen Yuan floated in the pool, his line of sight perfectly framing the city nightscape beyond. He suspected this was a deliberate design choice, a small thoughtful touch by the architect. The pool was long enough for a casual swim, but like a professional 50-meter competitive pool, there was no satisfying lap swimming to be had. Such luxury was beyond reach. It was at best an oversized soaking tub, enough for a bit of doggy paddle and some hydromassage enjoyment. If one actually tried to swim, just a few arm strokes, and one would already be at the opposite end. Seeing Chen Yuan and Wu Yuer swimming, a nanny instinctively stood by the poolside carrying 2 bath towels to place on a nearby cabinet, then returned with 2 bottles of mineral water and 2 glasses of juice, setting them beside him. Do you know what the greatest advantage of a private pool is, eh? Chen Yuan asked. What? No one pees in the pool. Chen Yuan said with a smile. He had always loved swimming and had briefly joined the provincial swimming team during middle school, though not because of any exceptional talent on his part, but because his aunt was a coach at the Hay Provincial Sports School and a National Games women's champion. Back then, during a training camp in Harbin, Chen Yuan had gone along for fun. However, whether it was the provincial sports school's pool or the county facility, someone had always been urinating in them. Quite disgusting. Now that he had his own private pool, he never had to worry about such a problem again. After climbing out of the pool, the maids draped bath towels over the 2 of them and served drinking water. Service perfect score. The next day, Chen Yuan and Wu Yuer went out together. They first headed to Happy Valley, Shenzhen's famous amusement park, somewhat similar to Disneyland though nowhere near its scale or popularity. But within Shenzhen, it was already the top-tier amusement park. According to Li Xiang, whenever he wanted to visit as a child, he had to queue for an extraordinarily long time every single visit. Chen Yuan didn't ask Steward Zhang to buy tickets, nor did he ask Jiang Yue to arrange some banking privilege. He simply purchased a VIP ticket with Wu Yuer and walked right in. They played wildly all day. Bumper cars, merry-go-rounds, the thrilling snowy eagle coaster, and even a rafting ride. By the end of the day, Chen Yuan felt as though he had grown childish once more. I'm a billionaire, and yet I'm playing bumper cars with a little kid. You may not realize it, but the person across from you is a billionaire. The child across from him replied, so what? That just means I should bump into him. By the time they returned home in the evening, both were utterly exhausted. Checking his WeChat step count, it had already exceeded 20,000 steps. Chen Yuan only felt somewhat restored after eating 2 fillet steaks. In the second week of the semester, Chen Yuan continued playing the role of a model student. He listened to the professor discuss educational theories from eminent thinkers throughout Chinese and foreign history, jotting down names, their contributions, and the theories they had summarized. Chen Yuan felt that his image in his professor's eyes must have been quite excellent. Back in the dorm at noon, he received some good news. Jiang Yue had already finished registering the company for Chen Yuan. Although the company's registered office was merely 1 floor in Tower T6 of Shenzhen Bay No. 1. Although it didn't yet have a single employee, Chen Yuan finally had his very first company. Chen Yuan Capital Equity Investment Management Co. Ltd. Abbreviation Chen Yuan Capital. A barely noticeable newcomer had entered the capital world, but Jingji Group was about to lose its Jerusalem. In the afternoon, Chen Yuan had no heart for attending classes. He sent a leave request through Enterprise WeChat, then messaged his counselor and class monitor Li Ying. The counselor simply replied with a single OK and approved the request.
Li Ying, however, said a few more words. Li Ying, students skipping classes like this may cause you to fall behind. Li Ying, and excessive absences will affect your comprehensive evaluation score. Chen Yuan couldn't help it. He wanted to play the role of a good student, but at this moment the role of a capable boss suited him far better. Still, Chen Yuan's impression of Li Ying deepened. She truly was a class monitor who cared about her classmates. Even the counselor was too lazy to say more, yet Li Ying was still patiently explaining the consequences of frequent absences to him. Chen Yuan typed a reply to Li Ying, "I'm not feeling well, monitor. Can't attend class." He then tossed his phone aside, got into his Ferrari, and headed toward Shenzhen Bay No. 1. The floor Zhang Yue had helped Chen Yuan purchase was located on the third floor of Tower T6. It wasn't an ideal position, but Chen Yuan didn't mind. He simply intended to use this place as a transitional space. Once he acquired Jingji 100, that would become the headquarters of Chen Yuan Capital. After parking, Chen Yuan headed to the third floor. Zhang Yue was waiting for him at the elevator hall. "Brother Yuan, you're here." Chen Yuan nodded. "Sister Yue, is this entire floor ours?" Zhang Yue nodded and said, "Yes, this floor is quite nice. Since the previous tenant rented the whole level, the functional layout is very scientific and the decoration is excellent." Chen Yuan nodded and followed Zhang Yue as she gave him a tour of the entire floor. The design was excellent and the furniture was all there, but being on the third floor meant absolutely no view, which was not Chen Yuan's preference. "I haven't decided which direction to invest in yet, so we don't need a large scale," Chen Yuan said. "First and foremost, we need a team to help us acquire Jingji 100. Acquiring a building was not a trivial matter one could accomplish with a few casual words. It involved countless legal and financial issues that would require both teams to negotiate and resolve step by step. It could not be done by Chen Yuan alone. Unlike buying a car or a house, where Chen Yuan could simply sign a piece of paper and call it done. Zhang Yue said, "Brother Yuan, I've already gotten in touch with Zandongli Company." Chen Yuan didn't understand. What was Zandongli? He gestured with his eyes, signaling Zhang Yue to continue. "Brother Yuan, Zandongli is the strongest headhunting firm in Shenzhen. Even international giants like Korn Ferry and Heydrich Woodless find themselves overshadowed by Zandongli in the Greater Bay Area." Zhang Yue explained in great detail. "I see. You did well," Chen Yuan said with a smile. "You must be rewarded in the future." Chen Yuan dangled a carrot. Empty promises wrapped in honey. Zhang Yue's cheeks flushed slightly. "No need to wait until the future. It can be now." "Now? What do you want? Just say it, and I'll grant it." "Brother Yuan, come with me." Zhang Yue led Chen Yuan to the boss's office. More accurately, the previous company's boss office, though the former owner's furniture remained. Zhang Yue walked over to the bookshelf, pushed it aside, with surprisingly little effort. There was a secret door. Stepping inside, a luxurious small suite revealed itself. Living room, bedroom, and bathroom all complete and splendidly decorated. Zhang Yue walked forward and nestled into Chen Yuan's embrace, looking up at him with eyes full of warmth. "Brother Yuan. Damn wealthy people, they sure know how to enjoy life. Not only do they have a hidden door in the office, but they even put in a water bed. Do you really know how to use it?" Pulling up his pants, Chen Yuan grumbled inwardly. The office on this floor didn't even need a full renovation. Just installing the company name of Chen Yuan in the reception area would make it a ready-to-use workspace for Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan tossed this task directly to Zhang Yue under the guise of the capable do more. "Yue, keep up the good work. You call me Yue, but do you really treat me like a sister?" "Not a shred of care for your sister." Zhang Yue glanced at the waterbed, which looked like a battlefield after a war. Chen Yuan chuckled. "Good sister, you won't blame me, will you?" "Of course not, my dear brother." Zhang Yue kissed Chen Yuan on the lips. This time Chen Yuan responded, actively holding her head as she leaned back and kissed her again. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. Zhang Yue's legs grew weak. Only then did Chen Yuan let go. Stepping out of the hidden room, Zhang Yue resumed her professional banker's demeanor. "Brother Yuan, I've already contacted a design company to create a logo for Chen Yuan and also reached out to a renovation firm. This wall will eventually bear the name of Chen Yuan. Zhang Dongli will prioritize finding us a team with experience in real estate acquisitions. Ideally, we can poach a well-coordinated seasoned group that has worked together for a long time." Chen Yuan was very satisfied. He felt that his Yue was truly omnipotent. In such a short time, she had not only bought an office for him and registered the company, but also found a design team, a renovation company, and a headhunting firm. Yue is amazing. Time flew by, and the following week, aside from attending classes, Chen Yuan's life was also quite busy. Besides going shopping with Wu Yue, he also had to check the renovation progress with Zhang Yue, and incidentally conducted 2 interviews, thoroughly enjoying the experience of being an interviewer. Although the priority was to recruit an acquisition team, the headhunting firm, while hunting for candidates, also conveniently scouted people for other positions for Chen Yuan. Smoothly, the framework of Chen Yuan Capital was set up. Chen Yuan was in a good mood. He was now a bona fide boss, and the company was no longer an empty shell. Hearing those people calling him boss, Chen Yuan couldn't help but feel a secret thrill. Another Sunday, Chen Yuan sat on the carpet peeling crayfish. Over the past week, the household service team had been fully assembled, and Steward Zhang had also bought Chen Yuan a Rolls-Royce Phantom and a minivan, the Lexus LM.
Chen Yuan had also taken the two cars for a spin. The Rolls-Royce Phantom, with a body length of 5.98 meters, had a very spacious rear seat due to its length, but driving it offered no driving pleasure whatsoever. Chen Yuan left only one comment: no wonder they say people who drive this car are chauffeurs, which truly wealthy person would actually drive it themselves. It's exhausting to drive. As for the Lexus LM, although its body wasn't as long, its acceleration was sluggish, and it also offered no driving pleasure. From now on, these two cars will have to be driven by a chauffeur. Wu Yiwei sat beside him eating crayfish with Chen Yuan. This batch of crayfish was made by the family chef, tastier and larger than takeout. Are you starting military training tomorrow? Wu Yiwei asked. Chen Yuan nodded yes. Wu Yiwei's bright eyes darted around. Shall I bring you some milk tea then? I'll make you the coolest guy in your class, guaranteed to boost your prestige. Chen Yuan smiled. Sure, just make sure you dress up nicely then. Wu Yiwei curled her lips into a sly grin. Don't worry, I'll dress up super pretty. Chen Yuan paused, sensing something off about Wu Yiwei. Normally she would have said, I'm already pretty without dressing up. Wu Yiwei smiled on the surface, but inside, she was fuming. He comes back every day with perfume on him, and always so late. There must be some flirtatious girl at school. I was here first. This time Wu Yiwei was going to stake her claim. The next day, Chen Yuan changed into his military training camouflage, becoming a wild Buddha. Sitting in the back of the Phantom, the chauffeur drove him to school. Watching the morning energy outside, Chen Yuan yawned. Assembly was at 6:40, an hour earlier than the usual 8 a.m. class. Soon the Rolls-Royce drove directly into the school. Uncle Han, no need to pick me up tonight. I might not be coming home. With that, Chen Yuan got out and walked into the sports field. At that moment, the sports field was already filled with students in camouflage uniforms and caps, looking like a congregation of wild Buddhas. They stood in rows by class, with each class holding a sign for easy identification. Without going to the dormitory, Chen Yuan went straight to the field to find his class. His class was easy to spot. Li Ying, strikingly beautiful, was the type you could pick out from a crowd at a glance. Li Xiang's width also stood out in the crowd. With these two landmarks, Chen Yuan locked onto his class's position almost instantly. Standing beside Li Xiang and the other two, Chen Yuan yawned again. Li Xiang, seeing Chen Yuan arrive, handed him a large bottle of water. Brother Yuan, this is yours. Chen Yuan took it without saying thanks. No need. This is torture. Just thinking about waking up so early for the next 10+ days is already breaking me. Li Xiang said. Can't be helped, military training is like this. Chen Yuan shrugged. Hope our instructor is decent so we can have an easier time. Li Xiang nodded. Anyway, I've already prepared a medical certificate. If it gets too tiring, I'll just ask for leave. I asked some seniors. Even if you sit on the sidelines every day, your grades won't be affected. At worst, you'll score lower than those who take it seriously, but you won't fail. Chen Yuan nodded. As I always say, if you're not aiming for graduate school or scholarship school, it's just my playground. As the two were chatting, a deep shout suddenly rang out without a megaphone, yet it seemed to cut through half the field. Attention! Quick march! Then everyone saw a group of soldiers in darker camouflage marching in from the side of the field, their steps in perfect rhythm. When the command switched to goose stepping, the sound of boots hitting the ground could faintly reach Chen Yuan's ears, even at the back of the field. These must be our instructors, right? Li Xiang said. Looks like it, probably. Lin Hanjun said. But these instructors seem pretty young, huh? Hope our instructor is a good person. Li Xiang clasped his hands. The chief instructor stood on the platform, microphone in hand. All instructors dismiss and immediately find the class you're assigned to. The instructors below quickly dispersed, jogging in standard form to find their assigned classes. One instructor whose skin wasn't so dark jogged to the location of education class 1. Chen Yuan's eyesight was excellent, and he could clearly make out the instructor's face. Despite the hat covering part of it, he still sensed a hint of familiarity. Hey, isn't that Lan Qingshou? Lan Qingshou was a wealthy second-generation heir whom Chen Yuan had encountered on the streets of the Creative Park last time. He drove a big G-Class. Back then, several people helped Chen Yuan stop the traffic police officer who was about to slap a parking ticket on his car. They had added each other on WeChat and exchanged a few messages. Besides commenting on each other's posts in the moments, they also invited Chen Yuan to hang out together. However, Chen Yuan declined because he had plans to go shopping with Wu Yiwei. At that time, Lan Qingshou seemed rather introverted, barely even making eye contact with Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan never expected that this guy could actually become a drill instructor. Regardless, an instructor at least had to have a loud voice, right? Education class 1, fall in. With a sudden roar, Lan Qingshou bellowed in a deep voice. Chen Yuan felt puzzled. Was this really the same Lan Qingshou who had seemed so shy that even his name had been introduced by a friend? This didn't seem right. But the man's height and features all told Chen Yuan that this was indeed Lan Qingshou, the rich second-generation heir who drove a G-Class. As Lan Qingshou gave the order, everyone quickly formed up. He cleared his throat. Now I'll call the roll. And Peng. A female student whispered, present. Louder. More vigor. Did you leave your vocal cords in the dormitory? Lan Qingshou was practically shouting. He intended to throw a scare into the freshman, first making it easier for him to conduct training later, an old tradition. Present. The girl named in Peng managed to shout out. Good. Next, Chen Yuan. Lan Qingshou glanced at the name on the roster and frowned slightly, but his expression was hidden under his cap.
Chen Yuan called out, "Present." Lan Qingshou followed the voice, and upon seeing Chen Yuan's face his body trembled slightly. Chen Yuan met his gaze and smiled faintly. Lan Qingshou thought, "Damn, what a coincidence." Chen Yuan thought, "Yes, it's me." Lan Qingshou quickly returned the smile, but he didn't come over to chat with Chen Yuan. Instead, he continued the roll call. "Very good, everyone should learn from Chen Yuan." Louder voices. "Qinchi." Soon the roll call was finished. Lan Qingshou stood in front. "Good, no one is late. Next I'll go over the rules for military training. First, assembly at 6:40 a.m. sharp. No tardiness. Second, during training you must wear your uniform and cap properly. Third." Lan Qingshou listed several rules, then immediately began the drill. Well, it was basically standing at attention. Feeling the sunlight gradually warming his face, watching his shadow shorten, and then lengthen, sensing the ache in the soles of his feet, and the sweat trickling down his forehead about to drip into his eyes. It was exhausting. Chen Yuan didn't ask for special treatment. He stood along with everyone else. Li Xiang, however, loved to be exceptional. After standing for over an hour, he started complaining that he couldn't take it anymore. "Instructor, I can't do it. I feel like my heart is racing and my head is about to explode," Li Xiang said, staggering forward. Lan Qingshou, serving as an instructor for the first time, had never encountered such a situation. He quickly called Chen Yuan. "Chen Yuan, take this classmate to the infirmary. And the class monitor, you go with them." Chen Yuan relaxed. He hadn't deliberately sought special treatment, but a free break was not to be refused. He wasn't foolish enough to insist on standing under the scorching sun. After all, this was Shenzhen. The sun blazed down on his skin, burning hot. His skin was nearly scorched. He wasn't a masochist. Chen Yuan stepped forward and supported Li Xiang. "Instructor, I'll take him to the infirmary now." Once they were further away, he asked quietly, "Is your head really about to explode? You're not actually sick, are you? If there's a real problem, I'll take you to the hospital." Li Xiang chuckled. "No, my legs are just too tired. I can't stand anymore. Come on, let's go to the infirmary and enjoy some air conditioning." Chen Yuan naturally didn't refuse. "You too." Li Ying stood aside, feeling that they were completely ignoring her presence. She blurted out, "Aren't you afraid I'll report you to the instructor?" As soon as she asked, Li Ying regretted it. Such a brainless question. The class monitor's role wasn't to make trouble for the counselor or to catch classmates' faults and report them. Instead, it was to reduce the communication cost between the counselor and the students, lighten the counselor's burden, and help the students live better on campus. Chen Yuan turned to Li Ying and said solemnly, "You're not that kind of person." "All right, hurry to the infirmary. Li Xiang, you stay in the infirmary until noon dismissal. I'll explain it to the instructor," Li Ying arranged. She didn't really want to stand in the sun either. Whether from past habit or her role as class monitor, she stood more attentively than others, which made her even more exhausted. Being able to slack off for an hour was wonderful. Chen Yuan was quite satisfied with Li Ying's arrangement. An hour was enough. After all, he wasn't a real patient. The three of them walked along the shade to the infirmary. Bliss. The air conditioning in the infirmary was set very low. As soon as they entered, it felt like stepping into paradise. Li Xiang let out a moan. "This is amazing. Don't get too comfortable. Act a little. Go see the doctor and say you're a bit heat-stricken," Chen Yuan said. "All right, you two enjoy the AC here." With that, Li Xiang walked off. In the infirmary, other students were coming and going, most of them in camouflage uniforms, the so-called wild Buddhas, either seeing the doctor or accompanying classmates. Chen Yuan was certain the vast majority were faking it like Li Xiang. The infirmary doctors probably saw through it too, but they didn't bother making things difficult for the students. Making things difficult for others often invited trouble for oneself. Chen Yuan and Li Ying sat on the connected metal chairs. The atmosphere was awkward, neither spoke first. Chen Yuan stuck to his 3-no principle: no initiative, no refusal, no responsibility. He didn't break the silence. Li Ying sat beside him, not looking at her phone, her eyes staring blankly at the stone floor. But her mind was churning. Was that him in the Ferrari that day? I feel like it was. My intuition is usually right. After a long while, Li Ying decided to probe indirectly. "Chen Yuan, do you have your driver's license?" Chen Yuan looked up. "Yes, I do." "Why?" Li Ying was truly beautiful. Even the standard issue camouflage uniform couldn't hide her looks. If there were a campus beauty contest, Chen Yuan would definitely vote for Li Ying. She was stunning. "Nothing, just thinking if you haven't taken the test, yet we could sign up together for a discount." Li Ying said, her words perfectly decorous, revealing none of her true intentions. Chen Yuan looked at Li Ying. "I've already got it, but thanks anyway." She's such a practical girl. Chen Yuan thought this, following his principle that looks are justice. "Sorry, I've already passed the exam, so I can't join you for the group discount," Chen Yuan said with a smile. "But it's so hot right now. Getting a driver's license must be torture. Why don't you wait until winter vacation to take the test?" "That's exactly what I'm planning," Li Ying said. "But I can take the written test first." Chen Yuan nodded and casually replied, "Good luck. Practice more questions. You got into Shenzhen University, so you're definitely smart enough to pass on the first try." Li Ying found his words odd. "Are you complimenting me or yourself? You got into Shenzhen University too, didn't you?" "Both," Chen Yuan replied. "I'm praising you and myself." "Well, you really know how to talk," Li Ying said, glancing at Chen Yuan's profile. She grew more convinced with each passing moment that he was indeed the boy who drove the Ferrari that day. But she didn't dare ask directly. Still, she had already accepted it as fact in her heart.
Chen Yuan nodded silently and said nothing more. Seeing Chen Yuan fall quietly, Ying took the initiative to change the subject. Chen Yuan, where are you from? Heilongjiang province, he replied. Is it really that cold in winter? Chen Yuan sighed inwardly. Every time someone learned he was from Freljord, the colloquial name for the region, the very first question was always about whether it was cold in winter. He no longer knew how to respond. Very cold. Do you guys have Kong beds? Only in the countryside. Cities generally don't have them. Chen Yuan asked, where are you from? Li Ying's large eyes sparkled, a smile never leaving her lips. Guangzhou. Can you speak Cantonese? Of course I can. I'm a local. I only speak Cantonese at home, Li Ying replied in fluent Cantonese. The tonal richness of the language gave it a melodic quality that sounded wonderful. Especially when two Southerners argued in Cantonese. It was like watching a dramatic opera performance. Mandarin values precise articulation while Cantonese demands mastery of its 9 tones and 6 pitch levels. That's wonderful. I've always wanted to learn Cantonese, Chen Yuan said. I can teach you, Li Ying offered. Really? Chen Yuan was surprised. Li Ying was far more accommodating than he'd expected. She nodded. Of course. Just don't corrupt my accent with your northeastern dialect. That's practically impossible. Northeastern Mandarin is highly contagious. They chatted about their hometowns and languages, discovering more and more common ground with each passing minute. When two people genuinely want to talk to each other, topics will always flow. If you feel you have nothing to say to the girl you admire, it simply means she doesn't want to talk to you. Chen Yuan, being a self-proclaimed beauty enthusiast, naturally had no intention of refusing to chat with Li Ying. And Li Ying, full of curiosity about him, made the conversation flow effortlessly between them. The promise of Cantonese lessons was merely an excuse. Meanwhile, Li Xiang had been ordered by the infirmary doctor to rest in a hospital room. Li Xiang flopped onto the pale blue hospital bed, feeling thoroughly content. Everyone else was out training in the heat, while he lounged in an air-conditioned room. Happiness, he mused, was entirely a matter of comparison. And right now he was very happy. I'll set an alarm for 1140 to get up and eat at the cafeteria, and grab extra portions for my adopted sons too, so they don't have to queue again. Soon snoring echoed from the ward. When Li Xiang emerged into the main hall, he froze. His jaw dropped at the sight of Chen Yuan and Li Ying chatting animatedly, as though the world outside didn't exist. A young man and a young woman pushing and laughing in broad daylight. What proper decorum was this? And more importantly, why were they still here? Didn't you agree to only stay for 1 hour of air conditioning? Li Xiang couldn't help but blurt out. Weren't they supposed to return and inform the instructor? It was already 1140. Almost 3 hours had passed. Chen Yuan glanced at his watch as Li Xiang stepped out of the ward. Damn, it's almost noon. He hadn't even noticed the time slipping away. To him it felt like they'd only exchanged a few words with Li Ying before the moment had passed. Fortunately, the instructor was an acquaintance. Otherwise, Chen Yuan truly wouldn't have known how to explain. Having connections really made things easier. Oh, we got carried away enjoying the air conditioning and lost track of time, Chen Yuan said awkwardly. But don't worry, I'll let the instructor know on your behalf. I won't let you take the blame. Was this about enjoying the air conditioning? Clearly, it was about enjoying each other's company. Li Xiang felt a wave of betrayal. Senior sister, you told us to give up hope because you were pursuing someone. And now the class monitor was doing the exact same thing. Would the junior girls be next? How could he be so selfish? Li Xiang was nearly in tears, already drawing cursed circles in his mind directed at Chen Yuan. Don't worry about it. I'll talk to the instructor myself during afternoon training. Just tell him I suffered severely from heat stroke and needed someone to stay with me, Li Xiang said. Despite his sour feelings toward Chen Yuan, he was still finding excuses to cover for his friend. Jealousy was only natural. It was human nature. But their brotherhood was genuine, and Li Xiang would never stand by and watch Chen Yuan take a beating from the instructor. Chen Yuan shrugged. It's almost 12 now. Let's head straight to the cafeteria. The crowd should be thinner. Same here. And we should grab portions for those two lazy bastards too, Li Xiang said. After making their decision, Chen Yuan turned to Li Ying. Class monitor, would you like to join us at the cafeteria? Li Ying shook her head. No thanks, I still have some things to attend to. Chen Yuan and Li Xiang didn't press further. After parting ways with Li Ying, the two of them headed to the cafeteria and packed 4 meals to take back to the dorm. The moment they stepped into the dorm, a wave of cool air hit their faces. The air conditioning in dorm 612 never got turned off. Chen Yuan had directly recharged 200 yuan for electricity, so the AC could run 24 hours a day, ensuring a refreshing welcome whenever they returned. Seeing Chen Yuan's generous contribution, Li Xiang added another 1000 yuan. That would be enough to cover an entire semester's electricity bill. Brother Yuan, you've been taking days off left and right all last week. What were you busy with? Chen Yuan thought about it. He had indeed been occupied with quite a lot. Nothing major. I've been planning to start my own business. I was doing some renovations the past few days and needed to check on things in person, he answered honestly. Among the 4 roommates, Li Xiang and Chen Yuan got along the best. This was mainly because the chubby boy was enthusiastic, had a great sense of humor, and possessed an easygoing personality. Their similar financial backgrounds also gave them plenty of common ground. You're starting a business already in your first year of college. Li Xiang was surprised. The other second-generation rich kids I know don't even begin until their junior or senior year. It's extremely rare to see someone launch a venture right after freshman orientation. Chen Yuan had no choice in the matter. He simply had far too much money. Not starting a business meant he couldn't possibly spend it all. Even if he spent 20 million a day, he'd still accumulate 700 million each day. Money sitting in a bank account was nothing but a string of digits. Without converting it into tangible assets, it was no different from virtual currency. Soon Lin Hanjun and Liu Rui also returned. I bow to you, my two godfathers. Liu Rui, full of energy, still had the vigor to clown around even after a whole morning of military training. The one who brings meals is naturally a godfather. Lin Hanjun again said he would give Li Xiang a chance, but was immediately pushed away by Li Xiang. After playing around for a while, they ate and chatted. Liu Rui couldn't help but curse, "It's really fucking hot. I can feel my neck burning now." Because the military training uniform was long-sleeved and long-legged, only the neck and face were exposed. Chen Yuan had no doubt that after 2 weeks of training their skin would be sunburned in layers. The kind that was clearly demarcated between black and white. Chen Yuan tossed his sunscreen over. Apply some sunscreen, it's very useful. This was what Wu Yuer had stuffed into his hands that morning. Sunscreen selected by girls was usually good. Okay, Liu Rui took it. After eating, all of them took a nap. Having woken up at 6 in the morning, not taking a nap would make the afternoon too torturous. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, they headed to the playground again for military training. 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Shenzhen, a shadowless playground mid-September. Just these words stacked together created an unparalleled sense of oppression. It was a heatstroke combo move. Everyone still stood at attention. Chen Yuan didn't feel too tired, just a bit bored from standing. Suddenly Lan Qingshou walked over. "Chen Yuan, come with me, help with something," Lan Qingshou said, putting on the airs of an instructor. After speaking, Lan Qingshou turned and left. Chen Yuan said nothing and quickly followed. The two arrived at the adjacent gymnasium. Lan Qingshou instantly broke character and said with a grin, "Brother Chen Yuan, if you feel tired you can rest in here for a while." Chen Yuan nodded and asked curiously, "Brother, how come you're an instructor? Are all instructors senior students from our school?" Lan Qingshou nodded, then shook his head. "No, most instructors are hired from outside. Instructors like me are quite rare. I served in the military for 2 years. I only went to college after being discharged and later joined the school's National Flag Guard, so I was able to become an instructor." Chen Yuan suddenly understood and nodded. That Lan Qingshou was actually a veteran was something Chen Yuan had never expected. A rich second-generation driving a Mercedes-Benz G-Class could endure the hardships of military service. Truly admirable. You know, the intensity of military training compared to actual military service was just an appetizer. I didn't expect you to have this experience, brother. Chen Yuan said with a smile. Our school has quite a few retired soldiers, Lan Qingshou said. All right, brother, I still need to go watch them train. You rest here. I'll just say I sent you to help organize things. Chen Yuan actually hadn't planned to rest, but it was such a coincidence to run into Lan Qingshou. A free break that came out of nowhere. Why not take it? Being able to sit in an air-conditioned gymnasium playing on his phone and chatting with Wu Yuer's senior sister and sister Yue, wasn't that much better than sunbathing outside? Chen Yuan sat on a chair and replied to Wu Yuer's message. I'm not going home tonight. Didn't you say you'd bring me milk tea? Where are you? Wu Yuer, I'm in the car, I'll be there soon. How can you play with your phone during military training? Chen Yuan, I'm sitting in the gym. The instructor is an acquaintance, so he gave me some special treatment. Wu Yuer, oh. Then tell me how to get there. I'll be at your school soon. Chen Yuan, okay. Then Chen Yuan sent a screenshot of the WeChat work homepage animation to Wu Yuer. Show this to the guard and he'll open the gate, Chen Yuan said. Okay. Before Chen Yuan could put down his phone, he saw a message from someone else. Zhou Xinan, Junior, where are you? Why aren't you on the playground? Chen Yuan, I'm in the gym next to the playground. Zhou Xinan, then wait for me, I'll come over in a bit. Zhou Xinan stood in the sun, took a few photos with her phone, then walked toward the gym. Entering the gym, she immediately spotted Chen Yuan in his camouflage uniform. Zhou Xinan quickly walked over. Junior, long time no see, she said with a smile. This time she came on official business. She needed to take some photos of the freshmen during military training to submit. And incidentally bring milk tea for Chen Yuan. Yeah, incidentally. Zhou Xinan handed the Shanghai lady, in her hand, to Chen Yuan. Here, mango pomelo sago. Chen Yuan took it feeling genuinely thirsty. Thank you, senior sister, he said with a smile. You're welcome, Zhou Xinan said coldly. Junior, how did you end up here? If the instructor finds out, he'll get angry. Then he'll make you practice squatting. It's painful. Chen Yuan shrugged. Believe it or not, it was the instructor who sent me here to rest. Huh. The instructor is an acquaintance. Remember those rich second generations we met last time when we went to eat? The short one is our instructor. Chen Yuan said truthfully. Then you're really lucky. The rest of the training shouldn't be too tiring, Zhou Xinan said. Chen Yuan nodded and glanced at his phone. Wu Yuer had already entered the school. She was asking Chen Yuan how to get there. While telling Wu Yuer the directions, Chen Yuan casually asked Zhou Xinan, Senior sister, don't you have class? Zhou Xinan nodded, then shook her head. I have class, but I have official leave. The counselor asked me to take some photos of you all. Chen Yuan didn't show it, but he was already a bit anxious. Then senior sister, you should go take photos quickly. Don't delay the counselor's business. He didn't want Wu Yuer and Zhou Xinan to run into each other. Whether there would be a love triangle scene, Chen Yuan didn't know.
but he would definitely be very awkward. Zhou Xinan looked at Chen Yuan coldly. Junior, don't you want to spend more time with me? Did I show it that obviously? Of course I do, how could I not? Chen Yuan said. I just don't want to delay your work. This sounded a bit two-faced, didn't it? Chen Yuan felt that his character was changing. Really? Zhou Xinan was not a naive high school student, she was skeptical of Chen Yuan's words. Chen Yuan was a bit flustered. The senior sister was too experienced. If it were Wu Yue'er, she would definitely believe Chen Yuan without question and happily trot off to work. Really. After today's training, let's have dinner together, okay? Chen Yuan said earnestly, his eyes that could look at a dog with deep affection staring at Zhou Xinan. Zhou Xinan was a bit delighted. Okay, then I'll go take photos first. See you tonight. Thanks for the milk tea, senior sister. Chen Yuan said. Watching the location sharing of Wu Yue'er getting closer and closer, he couldn't help but sigh in relief. Suddenly Jiang Yue sent a photo. Wow, milky white skin. Chen Yuan saved the photo to a private album requiring a password to unlock, then deleted it from the chat history. Rain Weijia, wait for me tonight. After that, Chen Yuan booked the presidential suite at the Mandarin Oriental Hotel. 330,000 yuan per night, an astronomical price. One night equaled a Mercedes-Benz C-Class. Jiang Yue sent another picture. Black stockings, beautiful legs. Chen Yuan, Mandarin Oriental Hotel, see you tonight. After replying to Jiang Yue's message, Chen Yuan glanced at the location sharing. Wu Yue'er's avatar had already overlapped with his own. He quickly turned off his phone. Wu Yue'er walked into the gymnasium and soon came to Chen Yuan's side, handing him the hay tea she was carrying. I saw a really pretty girl when I just came in. She seems so aloof. She only looks aloof, in reality, she's not cold at all. Chen Yuan defended her in his heart, but never spoke it aloud. Then stay away from her. Girls who appear aloof are usually hard to handle. Chen Yuan silently apologized to his senior sister in his heart, planning to make it up to her properly at dinner. It's wrong to judge by appearances, Xiao Chun. Wu Yue'er said as she sat down in the seat beside Chen Yuan. Your school is so huge. If it weren't for the location sharing, I would have gotten lost. That's normal. I got lost too when I first arrived. Chen Yuan smiled. Even now I still haven't figured out all the teaching buildings. I hope our school can be this big too. Naive. Once you actually start attending, you'll realize how immature your thoughts are. Chen Yuan didn't remind her. She would discover the hardship on her own once she enrolled. Wu Yue'er crossed her legs, and her white sneakers swayed back and forth within Chen Yuan's line of sight. The white socks enveloped her ankles with the vertical striped trim clearly visible. Who designed these things? Chen Yuan was always polite, and among the girls around him it seemed only Wu Yue'er liked wearing white socks. Jiang Yue preferred black and nude stockings, while his senior sister didn't wear socks at all. Only Wu Yue'er truly understood Chen Yuan. After all, they had been desk mates for 3 years. By the way, Liang also liked wearing white socks. Wu Yue'er unconsciously swung her legs, planning to bring milk tea for Chen Yuan again tomorrow. She was extremely dissatisfied now. She had originally wanted to deliver milk tea to Chen Yuan on the track field, using the opportunity to assert her dominance. But now they were in the gymnasium. There was no way for her to declare her claims. There was absolutely no audience. At the entrance to the corner of the gymnasium, Zhou Xinan had finished taking photos and planned to come back to chat with Chen Yuan for a while. As soon as she entered the gymnasium, she saw another girl sitting in the seat she had just occupied. The junior held a cup of milk tea, but it wasn't the one she had given him. Zhou Xinan immediately turned around, hid in the corner, and cautiously peeked out, observing the girl sitting in her seat. Very pretty, strikingly beautiful, with a high ponytail. A quintessential first love type of girl. Not inferior to herself. Zhou Xinan reached this conclusion. Watching the two of them chatting enthusiastically, and that girl being physically touchy with her junior, Zhou Xinan felt as though her chest was suffocated, her breathing growing heavy. Scumbag. Zhou Xinan recalled Chen Yuan's words earlier when he drove her away. Looking at the girl who had also brought milk tea for Chen Yuan, she instantly understood the whole situation. You drove me away to make room for her, right? Then I'll just leave. Zhou Xinan's eyes reddened in the deserted corner. She took out her phone ready to block and delete Chen Yuan, but when her finger hovered over the red exclamation mark, she suddenly paused. I'm the class senior sister. If I delete him, what will I do when he needs my help? I can't act on impulse. I'm here to earn course credits. Forget it, I won't delete him for now. After I finish mentoring your class, I'll definitely delete you. Zhou Xinan turned her head, planning to take one more look. That single glance made Zhou Xinan's blood pressure skyrocket. She saw that girl actually drinking the milk tea she had bought for Chen Yuan. This was too much. Zhou Xinan turned and walked away. In the future, she wouldn't buy him milk tea anymore. Chen Yuan had a constant feeling that someone was watching him, but whenever he searched around for the source of the gaze, he couldn't find it. One of life's 3 greatest illusions, she's looking at me. I can't fall for this kind of delusion. There's actually no one watching me. Chen Yuan comforted himself, but his heart remained uneasy. Chen Yuan and Wu Yue'er sat on the stands of the gymnasium, watching the sophomore students have their PE class below. Only after they finished their class did the two of them get up and leave. The seniors finished class, and Chen Yuan's group was also about to be dismissed. The first day of military training. Relaxed. In the morning, he accompanied Li Xiang to the infirmary and chatted with Li Ying the entire morning.
In the afternoon, Lan Shengshou brought him to the gymnasium, where he chatted with his senior sister for a while, then spent the rest of the afternoon talking with Wu Wei. Adding up the entire day, the training time didn't exceed 2 hours. Chen Yuan could only say enjoy it. It wasn't that he was pursuing privilege, or rather privilege was chasing after him. I'll have dinner with my roommates later. You can ask Uncle Han to pick you up. Chen Yuan told a little lie. Uncle Han was Chen Yuan's driver and also served as a part-time bodyguard. A retired scout soldier, he could handle 4 or 5 ordinary people on his own without any trouble. Okay, I'll come bring you milk tea again tomorrow. Naishue or Hei tea? Wu Wei asked. Hei tea, please. I like the ones with cheese foam. Alright then, I'll head out first. When Wu Wei left, she even took away Chen Yuan's empty bottle. Chen Yuan returned to the playground, and indeed it was about time to dismiss. Those undergoing military training were gathering. Chen Yuan quickly found his class's position and blended into the formation. What were you up to? Li Xiang whispered. Help the instructor organize some documents. Chen Yuan told another little lie. He was mainly afraid that if Li Xiang found out and spread the word, it would make things difficult for Lan Shengshou. You're the lucky one. We're standing at attention under the sun and you're organizing documents in an air-conditioned room. Li Xiang said, do you know this instructor? Why did he let you go and not me? Chen Yuan clicked his tongue. This chubby guy was actually quite smart. He shrugged and said nothing. Soon the chief instructor announced dismissal and everyone scattered in a crowd. Chen Yuan called Zhou Xiannan. Since he had said they would have dinner together, he couldn't stand her up. Bro, I'm not going to the cafeteria with you guys. I've got something to do. What is it? No big deal, just having dinner with my senior sister. Chen Yuan wasn't lying this time. Li Xiang looked up to the sky and shouted, damn it. Lin Hanjun walked over, copy that. Li Xiang was speechless, get lost. Chen Yuan didn't walk with the others. He found a shaded spot and called his senior sister. The call connected quickly. Senior sister, where are you? At the main gate of the school. Zhou Xiannan had wanted to say in a huff that she was in the dormitory and wouldn't go to dinner with Chen Yuan, but the words turned around in her throat. Zhou Xina had changed into a pale blue dress with delicate lace trim along the hem, her long fair legs glimpsed through the fabric. She wore a pair of clogs, her pink heels visible. Chen Yuan stepped closer, the fragrance from his senior sister wafting toward him. She had even taken a shower and washed her hair specifically for this meeting. She smelled wonderful. Her shampoo must have been expensive. Chen Yuan couldn't help but feel pleased. As the internet always said, if a girl makes the effort to wash her hair before meeting you, it must be true love. Long hair is incredibly troublesome to wash and dry, often requiring an hour or more. Chen Yuan flashed his sunny boyish smile and walked over, saying cheerfully, senior sister. Zhou Xina turned her head away, letting out a cold humph without looking at him. Chen Yuan was puzzled. Why was she suddenly being so tsundere? She had been fine in the afternoon, even bringing him milk tea. Senior sister, let's go have dinner. I'll treat you to hot pot. He kept smiling. One more tsundere remark, and I'm going to find Sister Yahweh. No need. This time I'm treating you. Zhou Xina said. Chen Yuan didn't refuse and called a ride on his phone. He selected all 3 options, Express, Premium, and Luxury. Whichsoever came first he would take. Unexpectedly, the luxury car won out and arrived before the Express. This platform must have some code logic that prioritizes more expensive orders, Chen Yuan mused to himself. Soon the car arrived. A Mercedes-Benz S-Class. Chen Yuan noticed that the luxury tier was filled mainly with S-Class vehicles, while the BMW 7 Series and Audi A8 were surprisingly rare. They headed toward Shumyip Upper Hills. Chen Yuan had his schedule meticulously planned. The Mandarin Oriental Hotel was located right within Shumyip Upper Hills, a shopping center below, and the towering hotel above. He would have dinner at Shumyip Upper Hills, stroll around with his senior sister afterward, and then visit Sister Yahweh that evening. Chen Yuan liked to call himself a master of time management. It took nearly 40 minutes to drive from Nanshan District to Futian District. Nothing surprising. First-tier cities always had traffic jams. Even his Rolls-Royce and Ferrari would have been stuck just the same. Unless you flew a helicopter. A helicopter. Chen Yuan suddenly felt tempted to buy one. Riding a helicopter to school would surely make him the talk of the entire campus. But the school didn't seem to have a helipad. Forget it. Never mind the helicopter. Buying a private business jet would be far more impressive. Yes. Chen Yuan's eyes lit up. With all this money, buying a private jet would be a breeze. He sent a WeChat message to Steward Zhang telling him about his intention to buy a business jet. Chen Yuan had no idea where to find one. This information wasn't exactly transparent. But Steward Zhang surely had the connections. What are you thinking about? You're not saying anything. Zhou Xina poked Chen Yuan. He snapped back to reality. Nothing. Where's the restaurant you wanted to try, eh? Chen Yuan checked the address on his phone. Let me see. It's on the 3rd floor, outdoor seating. Then this way. Take the elevator from here. Zhou Xina clearly knew the place well. All right. The two arrived at a restaurant called Qiangguo Fondue Buffet, specializing in Wagyu beef. Chen Yuan had seen it advertised online many times. The price was about 500 yuan per person. Not exactly upscale, but ordinary people would still wince at the bill. After sitting down, the server asked them to choose their broth base. Unlike Haidaleo, where everyone shared one large pot, each person had their own small individual pot, cleaner and more hygienic. It just lacked the lively communal atmosphere typical of hot pot dining. I'll have sukiyaki broth, Chen Yuan told the server.
I'll get the spicy broth. We can swap pots, Zhou Xina said. Chen Yuan nodded. Sure. Although it was a buffet, only the snacks and drinks required self-service at the counter. All other items were ordered through the server with unlimited quantities. Chen Yuan started by ordering 5 plates of M9 Wagyu chuck to see how it was. The server was swift. Broth Wagyu beef and raw egg arrived almost simultaneously. Chen Yuan looked at the sterile egg in front of him. The golden orange yolk and crystal clear white looked absolutely beautiful. How do I eat this? He couldn't help asking. Dip the cooked Wagyu into the sterile egg, the server explained. It enhances the flavor. Chen Yuan had heard of this method but had never actually seen it before. Was raw egg really delicious? Wouldn't it be fishy? He'd just have to try it himself. Once the broth began to boil, Chen Yuan started cooking the meat. The Wagyu beef cooked quickly. Just a few swishes and it was ready. Overcooking would ruin it. He dipped the beef into the sterile egg, letting the liquid coat each piece, then sent it to his mouth, with a slight frown. As the beef touched his tongue, Chen Yuan's frown melted away. Delicious. Not fishy at all. Savory. Sweet. It was the first time he had tasted beef like this, and with each bite his mood brightened further. Ding. A beautiful sound echoed in his mind. The system, which had been silent for days, finally spoke. Host your enjoyment of humble food despite having every luxury aligns with the values of a divine tycoon, unmoved by external circumstances. Reward 1 skill lottery draw. Do you accept the 500 yuan per person for a buffet, and you call it affordable? System, you've completely lost touch with reality. Chen Yuan thought to himself, but his body instinctively accepted the draw. Ding, draw successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the skill-free combat mastery. Chen Yuan watched the phantom wheel spin before coming to rest on a silhouette of a martial artist bowing. Free combat mastery. Now that's useful. Chen Yuan felt the new knowledge settling into his mind and the surge of power in his legs. The system's abilities were truly amazing. Without a doubt, in a decade or so, he would become a true master of everything. He didn't dwell on the new skill. While powerful, he suspected he'd rarely have a chance to use it. In China, there was little opportunity. Abroad, everyone carried their own carbon-based life stabilizer. His free combat mastery would likely lose out anyway. Senior sister, is something bothering you? You've seemed upset the whole time. Chen Yuan said, noticing that although Zhou Xina had stopped her cold humps, she still frowned lightly throughout the meal, barely touching her food. You? Zhou Xina hesitated, about to say something. How dare you ask? That woman sat in my seat and drank my milk tea. And you're asking me what's wrong? What's your relationship with that girl? Zhou Xinnan had a naturally cold face, and when she spoke those words it was utterly chilling, like a bone-piercing draft that could suppress the steam rising from the hot pot. Chen Yuan scratched his head. Which girl, eh? The one who brought you milk tea at the gymnasium this afternoon. Chen Yuan finally understood why he'd been feeling a subtle sensation of being watched all afternoon. It really wasn't his imagination. Someone was genuinely watching him. She's a high school classmate of mine, Chen Yuan said. Just a high school classmate. Zhou Xinnan clearly didn't believe him. Chen Yuan nodded. Up to this point they truly were just high school classmates. Even though they shared the same bed, they hadn't even kissed. It's really just a high school connection. She's attending university in Shenzhen too, so she came over a few days early. Since I'm also in Shenzhen, she stopped by to hang out. Chen Yuan continued, Senior sister, you know me. I'm a man of upright character. Zhou Xinnan recalled their last outing for a meal when Chen Yuan had behaved impeccably gentlemanly the entire time, never once overstepping any boundary with her. She couldn't help but believe him a little more. A bright sunny boy like him. His first kiss must still be intact, surely. I'm sorry, junior brother. It was my misunderstanding. Zhou Xinnan lowered her head. The roles had reversed, but Chen Yuan made no move to press his advantage. Instead, he comforted her gently. It's fine, senior sister. Next time, just say what's on your mind directly. Don't sulk inside. You'll make me sad. I understand. From then on, Zhou Xinnan ate with genuine appetite. She would periodically scoop a slice of meat from her own spicy broth and feed it straight to Chen Yuan. At first, she merely placed it in his bowl, but gradually she began feeding him directly, right into his mouth, using her own chopsticks. That counted as a semi-indirect kiss, didn't it? My first kiss. Never mind, tomorrow it'll reset. After finishing the hot pot, the two of them decided to wander around Shenzhen Yishengsheng to digest their meal. On the second floor, Chen Yuan noticed an exhibition area that caught his interest. It was entirely devoted to electric vehicle showrooms, Xiaomi Avitrally, Auto Neo 80, and Yangwang. Senior sister, shall we go look at cars? Chen Yuan asked. Sure, Zhou Xinnan replied without hesitation. Though she had no particular interest in automobiles, as long as she was shopping alongside the young man beside her, the destination didn't matter. Chen Yuan walked into Xiaomi first. Xiaomi had been causing an absolute sensation online recently, with debates erupting everywhere. Lei Jun was undoubtedly a marketing genius unmatched in 10,000 miles. Years ago, his famous line, making technology no longer an elite privilege, making smartphones affordable for every family across the nation, had single-handedly propelled Xiaomi into a true industry giant. And Xiaomi's electric vehicles had sold explosively, riding on the brand's existing foundation. Especially in the South, you could spot Xiaomi cars cruising the roads at every turn. Lei Jun truly understood his audience. He knew that design language was an absolute magnet for fans.
As Chen Yuan entered the store, a young male salesman approached. Two vehicles were displayed in the showroom, a standard Xiaomi SU7 and a track version SU7 Ultra. Chen Yuan naturally had no interest in the standard model. He maintained his usual car buying approach. Do you have an SU7 Ultra in stock? The salesman shook his head. I'm sorry, sir. We currently have no ready stock of any Xiaomi models. All require a wait. Then he pivoted. However, there are a couple of SU7 Ultra orders that other customers placed and then canceled. If you're interested, I can transfer those to you. Delivery would be within a week. Essentially no different from taking a car off the lot. It wasn't ready stock, but Chen Yuan was in no hurry at all. He could wait. After all, he had so many cars to drive. I don't want someone else's order. I'll configure my own. Then please follow me, sir. At the seating area, a staff member guided Chen Yuan through the customization process. Xiaomi was hardly Ferrari or Rolls-Royce. They had no dedicated configuration room. The customization took place right there in the lobby sofa area. The base price for the SU7 Ultra is 530,000 yuan. There's also a Nürburgring Track Edition at 814,900 yuan. Would you like to take a look? The Nürburgring Edition would also have faster delivery. Chen Yuan always chose the expensive one, never the right one. Or rather, expensive meant right. Show me the Nürburgring Track Edition. Certainly. This edition features upgraded brake pads and a sportier body kit. However, it only has front row seating. For weight reduction, the rear seats have been removed. Chen Yuan didn't care. Scanning the customization interface, which was rather bare bones, offering only tire styles, paint colors, and track packages, he found limited options beyond that. After customizing, including taxes, the total came to only 950,000 yuan, under $1 million, but certainly in the realm of a luxury car's pricing. A legitimate premium new energy vehicle worthy of the name. Chen Yuan signed the contract, transferred the payment, and completed the entire purchase process, without uttering a single unnecessary word, without so much as saying, I'll think about it. He downloaded the Xiaomi app and checked his vehicle's estimated delivery timeline on his phone: 15 days. Having bought another car, Chen Yuan felt nothing unusual. Stepping out of Xiaomi Zhou Xinan couldn't help but say, Junior brother, that was 950,000. Nearly $1 million. You just spent it like that. Chen Yuan shrugged. Buying a car isn't that just how it is. You didn't even think about it. You saw it and just bought it. Chen Yuan nodded, wearing an expression of absolute nonchalance. Isn't that just how buying a car works? Junior brother, you're insane. Chen Yuan remained effortlessly calm. Mortals could never understand the spending habits of the ultra-wealthy. You saw something you liked, so you bought it. Did you need a reason? Liking it was reason enough. Having purchased from Xiaomi, Chen Yuan of course couldn't neglect the other brands. He headed to Yangwang, intending to buy another Yangwang U8, a vehicle that was equally dominating the internet conversation, but not through BYD's marketing prowess. BYD didn't have a hammer of marketing. Their entire promotional department deserved dismissal, if anything. The online buzz was driven entirely by the gimmick of being the first $1 million yuan new energy SUV, plus the stark contrast with BYD's budget models. Chen Yuan looked at the Yangwang U8L displayed in the showroom. One feeling only. This car was actually quite large. Wasn't this bigger than a Range Rover? Sedans were about aesthetics, SUVs were about presence. And this Yangwang U8L absolutely commanded presence. A salesman approached. Chen Yuan asked, do you have a Yangwang U8 in stock? The salesman nodded. We have one U8L Dingshi edition ready. Every automaker, every trim level. The naming conventions were overwhelming, and Chen Yuan simply couldn't keep track. He could only ask, is this the top-tier version? Yes, sir. Every option available has been selected. It's fully loaded. The salesman's intuition told her this sale was already sealed. Chen Yuan nodded once, signed a contract, transferred the payment, took delivery of the car. As evening drew nearer, Chen Yuan was out for a drive with his senior female classmate in the Neon U8L. The vehicle was over 5.4 meters long and featured a rear-mounted spare tire cover, yet thanks to the E4 system, it handled turns with remarkable agility. The voice assistant was genuinely amusing, and the intelligent driving features were even more delightful. A true new energy vehicle, it truly excelled in emotional value, surpassing traditional automakers by far. Junior, this car sells for over 2.4 million in Europe and Japan. Zhou Sinan exclaimed in surprise. It's probably due to heavy tariffs. Chen Yuan remarked that it was similar to how Rolls-Royce faced steep luxury taxes when entering the Chinese market. Overseas, there's no need to force BYD on yourself. Driving a BBA brand temporarily wouldn't be embarrassing, haha. Chen Yuan, like a child with a new toy, drove to Longhua District, and then doubled back, endlessly playing with the voice assistant along the way. Hello Niang, between Zhang Wenyang and Yu Jimin, who looks better. Hello Niang is Danking's real name, Oh Seihan. Hello Niang, if you were given 2 million, would you buy a Land Rover, Range Rover, or a Neon U8? Chen Yuan thoroughly enjoyed himself throughout the entire drive. Returning to Shenzhen, there was still plenty of time. Chen Yuan parked the car and planned to continue exploring with his senior classmate. As for why they weren't heading to the Mandarin Oriental Hotel, it was simply because Jiang Yue had not yet arrived. Once Jiang Yue showed up, Chen Yuan would arrange a luxury car to send his senior back to campus. The two of them headed down to the basement level, hoping to find some snacks.
Suddenly Chen Yuan heard a sharply articulated English curse. Fuck you, bitch. I just wanted to get to know you. Many people's gaze, much like Chen Yuan's, instinctively shifted toward the source of the commotion. At the entrance of Starbucks, a black man wore an enraged expression, gripping a young woman's arm tightly, while muttering unintelligibly. How is this different from what my brother told me? Didn't he say that once I came here I'd have endless beautiful women and R&B handed to me without lifting a finger? Why did this girl actually dare to reject me when I asked for her contact? The dark-skinned man's anger intensified further. Damn woman defying my orders. Damn brother, how dare you deceive me? Chen Yuan couldn't help but furrow his brows. The mere sight of black people made him uncomfortable. Add the insulting nature of that curse to the mix, and Chen Yuan felt even more irritated. Let go of me. Who wants to get to know you? Get lost. The young woman struggled fiercely, trying to wrench her arm free from the man's iron grip. But she couldn't break free at all. The black man stood well over 1.8 meters tall, while the frail girl was barely 1.6 meters, leaving her virtually no chance of resisting. More and more people gathered around, yet no one stepped forward to rescue the girl. Some were too indifferent to care, while others hadn't yet grasped what was happening. Keep your voice down, you damn fool. Can't you see people are coming? The black man growled menacingly. Rather than quieting down, the young woman screamed, even louder, help me. Zhou Sinan frowned. This is too much. This foreigner is forcing that girl in broad daylight. Chen Yuan cracked his neck. Senior stepped back. The free fighting mastery he had just acquired was something he'd been worried he'd have no opportunity to use, and now here was his chance. Huh. Hey, don't go up there. That black guy is untamed. You'll get hurt. Zhou Sinan cared about the girl, but she was equally worried about Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan scoffed. The system-granted skill was unquestionable. Even Tyson wouldn't necessarily defeat the current Chen Yuan, especially in an open space. Free fighting encompassed far more than just boxing. It included Muay Thai, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, wrestling, and various other techniques. In a one-on-one confrontation, Chen Yuan was now at the pinnacle of human combatability. Chen Yuan stepped forward. Young man, you've got skills. 2 punches and that big guy went down. Trained. Chen Yuan nodded. A little. Not much. No need to be modest. An expert reveals himself with a single move. Your punch, both the power and spatial awareness, were perfectly controlled. That's not something you'd achieve without 10 or 8 years of practice. The police officer with the insignia of a third-class inspector smiled appreciatively. Chen Yuan scratched his head and didn't respond. All right, young man. It's getting late. You'd better head back. Several people are waiting for you outside. The officer continued. By the way, you'll receive a phone call in a few days to collect your reward for acting bravely. Chen Yuan stood up. Thank you, sir. I'll be going then. The incident was classified quickly. Undoubtedly, it was an act of bravery. The mall had surveillance cameras, and there were verified witnesses. The police efficiency was impressive. It took only over an hour to conclude the case. Chen Yuan was released, but the other party was not. He was sent to the detention center. Chen Yuan walked out of the police station, where several people were waiting outside. Zhang Hanyang, Zhou Xinan, Jiang Yue, and that thin girl. And a middle-aged man Chen Yuan didn't recognize, dressed in a black suit, looking extremely presentable. Zhang Hanyang stepped forward and straightened Chen Yuan's clothes. The 3 girls stood aside, not rushing forward. Boss, this is Lawyer Ma, partner at Fonda Law Firm. Zhang Hanyang introduced. Hello, Lawyer Ma. Chen Yuan extended his hand and shook it. Thank you for your trouble this time. A minor conflict, yet the police had been called in. It was evident that both Zhang Hanyang and Lawyer Ma had exerted influence somewhere along the line. Not at all, Mr. Chen. This is merely my profession. Lawyer Ma replied politely. It's too late today, and this isn't the right place to talk. When you have time, please visit my company. Chen Yuan said these courtesy words. He had learned them during this past period. Very well, Mr. Chen. I hope we'll have more opportunities to collaborate in the future. Let's just hope it won't be under circumstances like this. Once imprisonment is enough. Though Chen Yuan had acted in defense of justice during the questioning, he still felt an oppressive sense of being interrogated. The memory alone made him shudder. Even though the officers had been as gentle as possible. After bidding farewell to Lawyer Ma, Zhou Xinan and Jiang Yue finally approached. Junior brother, are you alright? Zhou Xinan carefully examined Chen Yuan from head to toe, making sure he was unharmed before she could relax. Regardless, for an ordinary person, being taken to a police station was a major affair. Chen Yuan smiled. I'm fine, senior sister. Thank you for waiting for me outside. Zhou Xinan desperately wanted to embrace him and tell him how worried she had been. But she restrained herself. There were outsiders around, and Zhou Xinan couldn't bring herself to do such a thing. Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow at Jiang Yue, giving her a knowing glance. Then he looked at the thin girl. Were you waiting for me here too? Yes. The thin girl stepped forward and bowed deeply at a considerable angle. Thank you. Chen Yuan was momentarily stunned. Why did he feel such a sense of accomplishment? Was acting bravely really this fulfilling? You're welcome. Next time you see those foreigners causing trouble, keep your distance. Chen Yuan said with a smile. I understand. Thank you. She bowed again. May I add you on WeChat? Of course. Chen Yuan was not one to turn people away coldly. Do you have time now? I'd like to treat you to a meal to properly express my gratitude. Chen Yuan declined this time. Simple reason.
Yue was standing right beside him waiting. The thin girl was somewhat disappointed internally, but didn't show it. Then I'll thank you properly when you have time. Thank you so much this time. She bowed again. Chen Yuan stopped her this time. 2 bows are enough. Another would be excessive. Watching the thin girl hail a taxi and leave, Chen Yuan turned to Zhou Xinan. Senior sister, it's not safe for you to return to the dorm alone now. Let me have the driver drop you off. I'm not going back to the dorm tonight. I need to go home to handle something. This was showing off subtlety. Zhou Xinan did not refuse. Watching Zhou Xinan step into the Rolls-Royce, Uncle Yang departed with her. Chen Yuan tilted his head and leaned onto Jiang Yue's shoulder. Why, Yue, you scared me to death. It's okay, it's okay. Our Yuan is the best. Jiang Yue laughed and gently patted his back, comforting him softly. Let's go to the hotel quickly. It's past 10 o'clock. We should cherish our time. Chen Yuan said. Okay. Chen Yuan had arrived at the police station by police car, and his newly purchased vehicle was still at Xinai Shanxing. However, Jiang Yue had driven here. This was the first time Chen Yuan learned that Jiang Yue owned a car. A very girly vehicle. A Mini. Yue, when did you buy this car? Chen Yuan asked. Right after I came to Shenzhen. Since Shenzhen is so vast, a car is quite necessary for commuting. Jiang Yue replied. Chen Yuan sat in the passenger seat watching Jiang Yue drive with reasonable skill and couldn't help saying, Yue, this car is too small. You should get a bigger one. Jiang Yue asked deliberately, why would I need a bigger car? Chen Yuan gave her a suggestive smile. What do you think? Soon they returned to Xinai Shanxing. The car pulled up directly to the entrance of the Mandarin Oriental Hotel. The doorman approached and opened the door. Chen Yuan stepped out. Jiang Yue also exited the car and handed the keys to the staff member who would park it. Another presidential suite without a check-in ceremony. Chen Yuan thought to himself at the front desk. This was mainly because Chen Yuan stayed wherever he pleased and never specifically arranged a time with the hotel's butler, making it difficult for the hotel to organize a welcome ceremony. They couldn't expect the concierge to wait at the door indefinitely. The concierge might have been willing, but a presidential suite check-in ceremony requires the general manager to personally greet the guest. They certainly couldn't expect the GM to wait at the entrance forever either. Chen Yuan didn't particularly care for such ceremonies anyway. However, when he presented his electronic ID, both the general manager and the butler hurried over. It's too late. I need to rest early, so let's skip the ceremony. Chen Yuan said. Understood, Mr. Chen. Wish you a pleasant stay. They arrived at the presidential suite on the 75th floor. 400 square meters, 330,000 yuan per night. The price was simply outrageous. He didn't let the butler enter the room. As soon as Chen Yuan entered, he eagerly pressed Jiang Yue against the wall. Yue, we haven't seen each other for so long. Then tonight your sister will spoil you properly and make up for all the days we've been apart, okay? Chen Yuan suspected that Jiang Yue might have graduated from preschool education. Why did she always speak to him in such a coaxing tone? But he loved this side of Yue. She knew how to pamper him, unlike senior sister Zhou, who acted all tsundere. Yue, you scare me to death. It's alright. Our Yuan is the bravest. Jiang Yue laughed, patting his back softly as she comforted him. Let's hurry to the hotel. It's already past 10. We should make the most of our time, Chen Yuan said. Okay. Chen Yuan had arrived at the police station by police car, and his newly purchased car was still at Xinai Shanxing. However, Jiang Yue had driven here. This was the first time Chen Yuan learned that Jiang Yue owned a car. A very girl-like vehicle. A Mini. Yue, when did you buy this car? Chen Yuan asked. Right when I came to Shenzhen. Since Shenzhen is so vast, a car is quite necessary for getting around, Jiang Yue replied. Chen Yuan sat in the passenger seat watching Jiang Yue drive with reasonable skill and couldn't help saying, Yue, this car is too small. You should switch to a bigger one. Jiang Yue asked deliberately, why would I need a bigger car? Chen Yuan gave her a suggestive smile. What do you think? The next day, Chen Yuan felt refreshed. Driving his newly purchased Yangwang U8L, he hummed a tune as he made his way down Shunnan Avenue at 6 in the morning. There weren't many cars on the road, and Chen Yuan was thoroughly enjoying the drive. After parking, he headed straight to the assembly field. Brother Yuan, I've noticed you hardly come back to the dorm anymore. Li Xiang, seeing Chen Yuan, still handed him a large bottle of water. Have you stopped caring about us? Chen Yuan retorted, cut the drama. You're fine. Li Xiang nodded, a faint look of grievance crossing his face. Alright then, I guess there really is no love left. Chen Yuan wouldn't even bother comforting his senior sister, so why would he go out of his way to coax Li Xiang? He punched him on his chubby shoulder, making him gasp in pain. Did you hit my trigeminal nerve, or something? It hurts like hell. As usual, the students arrived first, followed by the instructors marching in formation, their commands echoing loud enough for everyone across the field to hear. Launching Show stepped up to the class and began barking orders. At ease. Attention. At ease. Attention. After 4 commands, Launching Show had everyone hold the at ease position. He then spoke up. Each class can recommend 4 students for the elite squad. If you make it, you'll earn better grades for this course, and might even win titles like Military Training Model, which will greatly benefit your academic evaluations. Raise your hand now if you're interested. Launching Show was as concise as ever. Chen Yuan knew his personality was somewhat introverted. He wasn't one for long speeches. Even after donning the camouflage uniform, he kept his words to a minimum. Almost immediately, several hands shot up from below, including Lin Hanjuan's.
Lu Rui was someone who simply wanted to graduate peacefully. She had no interest in honors or being held up as a model student by teachers, as she preferred to remain invisible. Neither Chen Yuan nor Li Xiang wanted to join the elite squad. Just hearing about it sounded exhausting. Chen Yuan already had the talent performance his senior sister mentioned, so his military training credits and grades were secure. Li Xiang, on the other hand, had zero interest. He could barely survive standard training. Sending him to the elite squad would essentially be a death sentence. Only Lin Hanjun was enthusiastic. She loved playing football, worked out regularly, and had excellent physical fitness. Plus, as a college freshman eager to make an effort, she was fully committed. Launching Show pointed at Lin Hanjun, signaling her to step forward. He then selected a few more girls. You can gather at the basketball court now. Being selected doesn't guarantee you'll stay in the elite squad. If you're sent back, it'll be humiliating. Launching Show said. After they left, only 3 boys remained in the class. Launching Show cleared his throat. Chen Yuan, yesterday's instructor, said you're highly efficient. You're excused to continue helping today. Yes, instructor. Chen Yuan thought about networking. He hadn't expected Launching Show, who appeared so honest and straightforward, to be so clever at finding reasonable excuses. Amidst envious glares from his classmates, Chen Yuan disappeared around the corner of the field. Now only 2 boys remained in the class. Time flew by, and after over an hour of training, Li Xiang couldn't hold out. This time Launching Show didn't send him to the infirmary, but told him to rest in the shade of a nearby tree. Li Xiang didn't mind much. Rest was rest wherever he was, and sitting in the shade was far better than standing under the scorching sun. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan made his familiar way to the stadium, watching the upperclassmen attend physical education classes below. As for how Chen Yuan knew those were seniors, their classmates were all outside doing military training. Seated in the bleachers of the gymnasium, Chen Yuan scrolled through his phone. Suddenly a notification popped up on Douyin. Chen Yuan opened the app to find a message forwarded by his senior sister. He assumed she was reaching out to maintain their streak. But when he saw himself on the video thumbnail, Chen Yuan paused. He tapped on the video and saw the full picture. Fuck you, bitch. I just wanted to get to know you. Fuck off. Thud. The video showed the entirety of yesterday's events. The person who posted it hadn't edited it. It was the complete uncut footage. From the foreign man grabbing the girl's arm to Chen Yuan knocking him out with 2 punches, all the way to someone handing Chen Yuan his car keys. Not a single frame was skipped. Junior, you've gone viral. Chen Yuan glanced at the like count. Holy shit. In just this short time it had already accumulated over 4,000 likes. He checked the upload timestamp. It was posted just after 5 this morning. And now, it was barely past 7, not even 8 o'clock. Within only 2 hours the video had already gathered over 4,000 likes. It was predictable that this video would surely become a viral sensation with 1 million+ likes. Chen Yuan scrolled through the comments. He's definitely trained in boxing. 2 punches, and he's down. Impressive. That guy was completely out of line, right? That girl looked so pitiful too. And what about everyone else around? Were they all dead? Why didn't they gang up on him? This looks like Shenzhen Upper Hills. I was just there yesterday. Way to stand up for what's right, Chinese brother. Guangzhou captain. This is a real Guangzhou captain. Dad, is it just me, or is anyone else focused on those car keys at the end? Those look like Yangwang keys. Yangwang automobile. Chen Yuan scrolled through the comments one by one. The vast majority were praising him and cursing out that asshole. Some people's attention was somehow fixated on the car keys. The internet may be full of eccentrics, but rational people were also plentiful. The complete, unedited video hadn't sparked any misunderstanding. Meanwhile, some commenters were tagging Shenzhen traffic police. Chen Yuan checked the trending topics. The video had already hit Shenzhen's hot search. He was truly going viral. The trending hashtags were quite interesting as well. There were 3 in total. The first read, young man knocks out harasser on the street with 2 punches. The second was, Yangwang owners are just that awesome. The final one read, Yangwang owner acting bravely for a just cause. Chen Yuan seemed to understand why this video was gaining such high traction. Could BYD have paid for promotion on Douyin? Chen Yuan's first thought upon suddenly going viral wasn't joy. It was, he had told Wu Yuer the day before that he was staying back in the dormitory. Yet he had suddenly appeared at Shenzhen Upper Hills. How would he explain this? He was seriously worried. Chen Yuan figured Wu Yuer would most likely come across this video. Before Chen Yuan could even reply to Zhou Xinan's message, his Douyin erupted. Suddenly there was a flood of new followers along with a massive wave of private messages, comments, and likes. The follower count was climbing at a rate of 99 per second. Every time he refreshed it just showed another 99 notifications. What's going on? Did someone expose me on Douyin? Chen Yuan's Douyin was essentially his social media feed. He had posted quite a bit of content, including videos of his own car, photos with Ma Siwei Dingjun and Li Xiang, pictures taken when he stayed in the presidential suite, highlight clips from his gaming sessions. But it had never garnered much traffic. After all, he hadn't paid for promotion. The likes and comments came mainly from his friends and people who happened to visit his profile after commenting on other videos. Now, however, every single like and comment came from complete strangers. Well, no wonder you're rich. Your upbringing is excellent. Why are all the cars here with temporary plates? Handsome guy, are you from Shunda? Dad. Chen Yuan watched his video with more and more comments and private messages flooding and becoming overwhelming.
There were also people sending him direct messages to specifically praise him. Brother, you're awesome. That punch really did us proud. Handsome guy, can I add you on WeChat? I'm also from Shenzhen, a junior in college. Chen Yuan suddenly felt like an internet celebrity. The little red notification dots on the backstage simply couldn't be cleared. Once cleared, another pile of red dots would appear in the next second. He had a condition that made him uncomfortable if he didn't clear those red dots. He would even tap on every unread message in WeChat, including the daily recommendations from Tencent News. Senior, my phone is about to explode. It's full of private messages. Chen Yuan sent a message to Zhou Xinan. Zhou Xinan, I saw it. Your Douyin account suddenly got a lot of followers. Now it's over 9,000. Chen Yuan, I feel like I'm going to blow up. Should I change my Douyin nickname to Guangzhou Captain? Zhou Xinan, do you want to become an internet celebrity? If you want, you can add a parenthesis and write Guangzhou Captain inside. Chen Yuan quickly refused. Forget it, I don't want to be an internet celebrity. Previously, Chen Yuan might have had that idea, but after acquiring the system, he had no interest in being an internet celebrity. He only wanted to play with internet celebrities. I'm scrolling through your comments. How come there are people calling you dad? Haha, how come some are asking you for V50? So funny, all sorts of weirdos. Chen Yuan was a bit helpless. These are all my fans. How can you talk about my fans like that? They are my family. Huh? Chen Yuan was about to reply to Zhou Xinan's message when he saw someone calling him on WeChat. Launching show. What was he calling for? Wasn't he supposed to let me help the teacher with work? Chen Yuan answered the call. Launching show's slightly urgent voice came through the phone. Bro, come back quickly. Your counselor is looking for you. Huh? At the playground. Hurry up. I told your counselor that I asked you to help out. Then Launching Show lowered his voice. Luckily, your counselor is a newbie and doesn't know anything. If it were an experienced counselor, they might have asked more questions, and we would have been caught. Chen Yuan understood. He immediately got down from the audience seats, walked quickly a few steps, left the gymnasium, and headed toward the playground. What did the counselor want with him? Chen Yuan didn't understand. Could it be because of what happened last night? Did the police station contact the school? Or did the school leaders see the video? That was probably the case. Otherwise, the counselor had no reason to look for him since he didn't hold any class committee position, nor had he committed any mistakes. Chen Yuan returned to the playground. He saw Hien standing behind the class, hands behind her back, wearing ice sleeves on her wrists and a baseball cap on her head, clearly trying to avoid the harsh sunlight. With the counselor standing by, the classmates in the class were training very seriously. Chen Yuan walked up. Hello, teacher. He didn't mention where he had just been. Too lazy to explain. Chen Yuan, right. Hien was speaking to Chen Yuan alone for the first time and didn't really know him. Chen Yuan nodded. That's me. Hien took out her phone. Is this person in the video you? Chen Yuan nodded, then continued. It's me. He then asked, teacher, did the school find out? Are you going to praise me or punish me? Hien smiled. Of course, to praise you. The commendation from Huafu Police Station has already been sent to our school's email. The department leaders already know about you. 2 officers from the police station have brought the Medal of Bravery. They are waiting for you in the conference room. Chen Yuan nodded. Indeed, a good school, understanding and righteous. Let's go. We'll head to the conference room now. Hien said. When a student performs a brave act, the counselor also gets to shine, so Hien explained in detail. She personally came to the playground to find Chen Yuan. The 2 of them went to the 15th floor of Huiwen building. Since it was class time, they didn't have to compete for the elevator with other students. The 15th floor housed the offices and conference rooms of the college leaders and counselors. Hien knocked on the door and opened the conference room door. Chen Yuan followed her inside. There were several middle-aged people in their 40s, both men and women, obviously leaders from the college and department. On the left side of the long table sat 2 police officers. Chen Yuan recognized one of the police officers. It was the one with 2 bars and 3 stars. Chen Yuan didn't expect the police officers to be so efficient. The incident had just happened yesterday. It was only the next morning, and the medal had already been delivered to the school. Didn't they say earlier that he would have to go to the police station in person to collect it? Comrade, can we meet again? The officer with 2 bars and 3 stars said with a smile. Hello, uncle. Chen Yuan didn't appear nervous. Instead, he greeted them openly, then looked at the others. Hello, teachers. Student Chen Yuan, please have a seat. The man sitting in the main seat said, then looked at Hien. Teacher, you sit 2 next to your student. Thank you, Dean. Hien expressed gratitude and sat down. Chen Yuan glanced at the middle-aged man in the main seat, surprised that he was the dean of the College of Education. A big shot indeed. Chief Lin has officially informed us of the details, so today we called you here to specifically commend you. Of course, it's also to make a publicity, set an example for other students, and show off the excellence of our school's students to outsiders. The dean said calmly and clearly. Chen Yuan looked at the staff member standing behind, holding a camera. He immediately understood. He had become a role model. Even though he slept in class, often asked for leave, and slacked off during military training, he was still a role model for the whole school. Alright, let's not waste words. Chief Lin wants to personally present you with the award. The officer with 2 bars and 3 stars stood up, and Chen Yuan now realized that the other party's surname was Lin, and he was a police chief. That was also a big shot. At least if Chen Yuan were just an ordinary student, these people would definitely be big shots to him. However, Chen Yuan was not just an ordinary student. He was the founder of the future world's top enterprise, Chen Yuan Capital, with a net worth of tens of billions, the owner of a 300 million mansion, and a collector of unknown luxury cars and watches. So he was not nervous at all. Instead, he stood up confidently. He walked to the center stage where the camera was focused. On behalf of the Huafu Police Station, I extend the most sincere respect and gratitude to Comrade Chen Yuan. Chief Lin first saluted, then took the certificate of commendation and medal from another police officer standing beside him. Chen Yuan moved like a marionette on strings, following along to take photos and receive awards. After posing for a group picture with Director Lin, he then stood with the dean. Afterward, he had to pose with the department chairman as well. There was even an interview. Chen Yuan looked down at the prepared script in his hands. It wasn't something he had written himself. A staff member from the university's propaganda department had drafted it for him. Chen Yuan didn't refuse. He simply followed along and read. I didn't overthink it at the time. As a young Chinese person and a student of Shenzhen University, I felt it was necessary for me to act this way. Excellent. Your delivery was heartfelt, said the propaganda department staff member, applauding. And so Chen Yuan gave his first ever interview. Dressed in military training fatigues and cap, without any makeup, Chen Yuan wasn't released until noon. He glanced at the video. In just the morning, that video had already accumulated over 1 million likes. Moreover, as marketing accounts entered the fray, its popularity reached new heights. It had climbed from Shenzhen's trending list to the national rankings. Though it only placed around the mid-teens nationally, it was still a national trending topic. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan's Douyin account had gained a full 30,000 followers. This is the short video era. Going viral across the internet truly only takes a morning. Chen Yuan couldn't help but reflect, but he didn't dwell on it. This kind of attention would pass quickly. Across the country, so many events unfolded every day, and his moment in the spotlight wouldn't last long. Especially since he hadn't deliberately promoted his content or used Douyin's paid boost features, the hype would dissipate, at most within 3 days. So Chen Yuan didn't pay it much mind, simply setting Douyin to do not disturb mode to prevent pop-up notifications. By afternoon, he joined the others for training. Then, the chief instructor stood on the platform, everyone at ease. All stopped their movements and turned to look at the raised platform. This was the result of yesterday's training. No matter what they were practicing, when the chief instructor spoke, everyone had to immediately turn their attention to him. Yesterday, Chen Yuan from Class 1 of the 2024 Education Department at our university encountered a member of the public coercing a female student in Futian District. He bravely intervened and rescued the victim. Class 1 of the 2024 Education Department is awarded 20 bonus points. I hope all students will take Chen Yuan as their role model and carry forward the spirit of heroic courage. Applause. Clap, clap, clap. Clap, clap, clap. Clap, 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 clap. The highly rhythmic applause was also the result of yesterday's training. Not the entire playground turned to look at Chen Yuan. It wasn't just that no one knew which class Chen Yuan belonged to. Most students couldn't even locate the 24th grade Education Department Class 1, let alone identifying Chen Yuan himself. Among his own classmates, however, nearly half turned to look at him. Chen Yuan lowered his head and joined in the applause. Applauding himself felt strangely odd, tinged with a faint awkwardness. Fortunately, the instructor didn't continue speaking. Instead, he ordered them to resume training. Li Xiang glanced at Chen Yuan and whispered, "Bro, what did you do?" Chen Yuan shook his head. "I acted bravely for a just cause. Didn't the chief instructor already explain that?" "Were you hurt?" Li Xiang asked. Chen Yuan shook his head again. "No. I took him down with just 2 punches." But Li Xiang wasn't buying it. "You're boasting." "Nope. Just search for it on Douyin yourself." "All right, then I'll see for myself how you managed to knock that guy down with 2 punches, Li Xiang said with a grin. Lan Qingshou walked over. "Did you hear that? Thanks to Chen Yuan's brave act, we received 20 bonus points. Our class will definitely be recognized as an outstanding class, and everyone will receive corresponding comprehensive evaluation credits." Clap, clap, clap. Clap, clap, clap. Clap, 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 clap. The neat sound of applause rang out again. This time only the classmates were clapping, so the volume was softer. All right, resume training. Chen Yuan didn't slack off this time. He followed along earnestly. After all, he was now someone's role model. The afternoon session was relatively relaxed. Standing at attention, then practicing marching. Anyone who didn't get it right was pulled aside to practice the squat position. But it was always members of other classes doing the squats. Chen Yuan's class consisted entirely of girls save for 3 boys. Excluding Lin Hanjun, who had joined the elite squad, there were only 3 males. Of the 3, one had weak physical constitution and would complain dramatically after just a few minutes of training. One was an invisible student who never made mistakes. The other was the instructor's good friend. Picking anyone seemed unfair. And they couldn't make the girls squat either. So instead the class remained harmonious and training was comparatively easy. When dismissal time arrived, Chen Yuan stretched his arms lazily. After 2 days, he felt the training intensity had been quite low. After all, this was military training, not actual enlistment. There were no 3-kilometer or 5-kilometer runs, only standing at attention and marching practice, so the intensity was minimal. Field exercises wouldn't come until next week. Hearing the chief instructor announce dismissal, Chen Yuan and the other 2 headed toward the exit of the playground. After just a few steps, Chen Yuan spotted a familiar figure. Wu Yuer. She sat on the steps beneath a tree, a Haiti thermal bag beside her chin propped in her hand, watching the trainees with obvious boredom. Chen Yuan told Li Xiang to head to the cafeteria first. Then he walked over to Wu Yuer. Why are you sitting here? He asked, unable to resist. Didn't I tell you yesterday I'd bring you milk tea today? Wu Yuer studied Chen Yuan with a peculiar expression. Chen Yuan scratched his chin. He seemed to remember now. Yesterday had been a whirlwind. First acting bravely, then spending time at the police station, and later hanging out with Sister Yue back at the hotel. He had long since forgotten all about it. Plus the morning's awards ceremony photos and interview had completely pushed yesterday's casual remark out of his mind. How long have you been waiting here? Chen Yuan asked. Not long, maybe an hour, Wu Yuer replied. She had originally intended to bring the milk tea directly to Chen Yuan, but seeing him continuously training, she hadn't dared disturb him. Your military training is so exhausting. No breaks at all, just standing at attention or practicing marching, Wu Yuer complained. She simply couldn't find an opportunity to hand over the milk tea. She waited and waited until Chen Yuan's class was finally dismissed. Chen Yuan smiled. Standing at attention isn't a rest. Wu Yuer was speechless. She handed Chen Yuan the milk tea. You specifically requested hei tea, the zhi mang mang with cheese foam. Thanks. Chen Yuan took it. This was his favorite drink. I won't be able to bring you milk tea tomorrow, Wu Yuer said. Chen Yuan sipped his milk tea while asking why. Idiot, school starts tomorrow. Wu Yuer replied. I'm checking in tomorrow. Chen Yuan suddenly remembered. He had completely forgotten about that. Do you need me to take you? Chen Yuan asked. I can drop you off at school after training, or I can take the afternoon off tomorrow. Wu Yuer shook her head. You don't need to take me tomorrow, but you must have a meal with me today. Chen Yuan nodded. Sure, let's go. Good. And explain to me why you said you were having dinner with roommates, but ended up at SHY Sky City. Chen Yuan had left at school while he and Wu Yuer rode in the Rialpha. The driver was ahead, navigating the route. Come on, explain yourself. I saw everything. You went to Xingye Shanqing with another girl. There are videos from multiple angles showing you standing beside her. Wu Yuer smiled, though there was a hint of danger lurking beneath it. You two seemed to be having a great time, didn't you? Uncle Han, the driver, kept his eyes fixed on the road ahead, his expression unchanged. Chen Yuan didn't know how to explain, so he decided to turn the tables. You're not even asking if I got hurt fighting that bastard. And instead you care about some girl. Wu Yuer shot back. The video is right there. You broke his teeth, and he didn't even land a single punch on you. Where exactly were you injured? She had spent the entire morning searching for videos of the Yangwang owner beating up someone, watching them repeatedly and from multiple camera angles. She was certain Chen Yuan hadn't been hurt at all. Seeing there was no escape, he confessed the truth. That's my senior from university. She helped me out, so I treated her to a meal. Chen Yuan said, but I simply treated her to dinner. Since you've seen the video, you should know I didn't even touch her hand. You know me. I'm not that kind of person. Wu Yuer studied Chen Yuan's face. Indeed, in her impression, he was always a rather innocent and self-respecting young man. Moreover, these past days Chen Yuan had never behaved inappropriately toward her. Wu Yuer suddenly felt she might have misunderstood him. How could she have thought so lowly of him? Chen Yuan knew Wu Yuer well enough that seeing her expression shift, he knew she had believed his explanation. He held his head high and said proudly, apologize to me. I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. Wu Yuer bowed her head, poking her fingers together. You'll forgive me, right? A coquettish act. Now. Chen Yuan nodded, putting on a magnanimous display, though inwardly, he felt a bit guilty. He really hadn't held her hand. It was just mutual feeding. Indirect kissing didn't count as kissing. I forgive you. Don't think such things about me next time, Chen Yuan said, then repeated, you know me. MHM. So where are we going to eat now? Let's go for Japanese cuisine. There's a really good place. Chen Yuan said. He planned to take Wu Yuer to Hanyu to check it out. The service was excellent with geisha performances and a fine atmosphere at a reasonable price. Okay. The Rialpha glided smoothly along Shinan Avenue. The four-seat version had only 2 aviation seats in the rear cabin. The seats were wide and soft with ventilation and massage functions, incredibly comfortable. Combined with the generous legroom, riding in the back of this minivan was more luxurious than even a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Chen Yuan now understood why so many bosses and celebrities favored these types of vehicles. The comfort was unmatched. Weak power. That was a concern for the driver, not the boss sitting in the back. For the latter, smoothness and comfort were what mattered most. Expensive. That wasn't even a flaw in the car. Arriving at OCT, the two made their way toward Hanyu. The name came from no grand legend, simply because the nearby hill was called Yanhan Mountain. Walking into the restaurant, Chen Yuan felt quite familiar since he had been here once before. The waiter actually remembered him and led them to the same private room as last time. The waiter didn't ask why the girl had changed. A professionally trained server would never be so tactless. After ordering, Chen Yuan asked, can you top up a card here? The waiter nodded. Certainly, Mr. Chen. Then please add 2,000 yuan to my account. It should last for quite a while. Chen Yuan took out his bank card and handed it over. This restaurant had been open for nearly 10 years with top-tier decoration. Chen Yuan believed the owner was unlikely to run away with the money. Very well, Mr. Chen. Your membership number will be your phone number. I'll process that right away. Chen Yuan nodded, signaling the waiter to go ahead. You've been here before. Yeah, otherwise how would I know it's so delicious? Chen Yuan smiled. Wu Yuer asked curiously, and which girl did you come with last time? Chen Yuan's face didn't even flush. He swirled the glass in his hand,
and said casually, "My roommate." Oh, the topic was dropped, and the two moved on to other matters. Wu Yuer was set to report to the Beijing Normal University Shenzhen campus the next day and would likely live in the dormitory from then on. To be honest, Chen Yuan felt a touch of reluctance. Chen Yuan's home now had a nanny, a driver, and a butler. Even though the house was spacious, it still felt lively. But those were outsiders, or servants, with no common topics to share with him. Returning home alone and having no one to chat with was incredibly boring. Yet over this past week with Wu Yuer waiting for him at home, Chen Yuan had someone to talk to and play with every day. However, Chen Yuan hadn't actively invited Wu Yuer to stay any longer. That was up to her. After chatting for a while, the waitress began serving appetizers, and several geishas entered the private room to dance. Exquisite, appetite-stimulating, beautifully plated. Those were the words Chen Yuan could think of to describe them. Wu Yuer was far more confident than Zhou Xinan, completely at ease, eating as she pleased. Such an exquisite formal meal usually took over 2 hours. Eating time accounted for only half. The rest was spent waiting for dishes, listening to the waiter's introductions, or savoring wine. Over 2 hours later, the two finally left Hantanyu. Fortunately, no troubles occurred today, unlike yesterday. Sitting in the Realmfa, they returned to Shenzhen Bay No. 1. Chen Yuan took a bath, then changed into black Hermes pajamas, sat on the living room sofa, turned on the TV, and searched for Keep Running. He had been rewatching variety shows from his elementary school days. It was still just as enjoyable. Chen Yuan didn't follow celebrities, but if there was one group he particularly liked, it was the original members of Keep Running. After watching variety shows for a while, Chen Yuan called out, "Uncle Yang, I'm hungry." Zhang Hanyang walked out. "Didn't you just return from eating?" Chen Yuan scratched his head. "I ate for over 2 hours. Between eating and digesting plus the bath, I burned a lot of energy. I'll have Annie prepare some late-night snacks. Healthy management can start tomorrow." Zhang Hanyang had no choice. Caring for his employer's well-being was part of his duties, but he couldn't interfere even with such small decisions as a midnight snack. "All right, what would you like for a late-night snack?" Nothing particular. Whatever Annie has in the refrigerator, please make that," Chen Yuan said. "Very well." Wu Yuer walked into the living room while drying her hair. She was wearing the same style of Hermes pajamas as Chen Yuan, only in white. "Do you want late-night snacks too? I'll have some as well." The refrigerator contained Japanese A5-grade Wagyu beef, Owama bluefin tuna, and air-freighted lobsters. These had not been purchased at a supermarket. Instead, they were the finest imported ingredients sourced through Butler Zhang's own channels from abroad. Chen Yuan quite enjoyed Wagyu beef, though its richness could turn cloying if eaten too much. A palm-sized piece was just right, paired with some champagne to cut through the richness. Every servant in the household knew more about wine than Chen Yuan. A glass of Louis Roederer Cristal, the favorite champagne of the Russian Tsar, served as the opening of their late-night feast. They followed with a rich Lupin Bordeaux wine to accompany the meal, paired with a 5-grade Wagyu and bluefin tuna. This midnight meal alone cost someone's entire month's salary. As Chen Yuan savored his supper and watched variety shows, he felt thoroughly at ease. The military training continued without interruption, and Chen Yuan showed no sign of slackening, joining in the drills every single day. Rather than heading home at night, he returned to the dormitory where Li Xiang and Lu Rui awaited to play games together. After shattering their composure in countless rounds of Counter-Strike, the trio abandoned the game entirely and turned to Hex Flash, all random instead. Chen Yuan noticed that during Hex Flash matches his luck seemed remarkably favorable. The combination of Tank Engine, Guardian Angel, and Flying Kick became his go-to strategy, played through countless rounds without tiring. Every day upon returning to the dormitory meant starting steel immediately. By Friday afternoon, the scorching sun had baked the ground to temperatures where one could fry an egg on it, and nearly every student stood with narrowed eyes and beads of sweat glistening on their foreheads. Chen Yuan's physical conditioning could handle it. After all, with the system's driving mastery and freestyle combat expertise, his physical condition surpassed even most professional F1 drivers and boxers. Even so, he still felt restless. Standing under such brutal sunlight was enough to make anyone uncomfortable. Launching Show occasionally pulled out his phone to check the time. Even as the instructor, he had no desire to train in this weather. Zhou Xinan and Ouyang Shouting approached. As senior students responsible for the class, they frequently stopped by to take photos and check on how the students were doing. Just yesterday, they had offered some encouraging words. Zhou Xinan walked over to Launching Show. "Instructor Lon, the military training gala requires group rehearsals. I've come to take my classmates to rehearse." Launching Show nodded. "Very well, I understand. How many students will be needed?" "Just one," Zhou Xinan replied. Technically, each class could contribute 1 or 2 performers. But the military training gala was held before thousands of students from the entire class of 2024. Most students had no intention of volunteering. Come on, one mistake on stage, and it would be public humiliation across the entire school. That's precisely why the competition wasn't fierce. Aside from Chen Yuan, no one else had volunteered for the performance spot. "All right," Launching Show agreed. Zhou Xinan looked toward Chen Yuan and waved him over. Chen Yuan stepped out of line, grateful that the senior had finally come to rescue him. Shenzhen's summer was brutally harsh. Several classmates had already suffered heatstroke, some even collapsing outright. Chen Yuan wouldn't succumb to heatstroke, but given the choice between an air-conditioned room and basking on the playground, who would pick the latter? And not just any sun, It was 35 degrees Celsius. Instructor Lan, I'll take Chen Yuan with me for now. Very well, Lan Qingshuo agreed. Zhou Xinan signaled for Chen Yuan to follow as she and Ouyang shouting walked ahead. It had been many days since Chen Yuan last saw the flat-chested senior. Chen Yuan, have you decided what talent to perform? Ouyang shouting asked softly, her voice dripping with an unmistakable sweetness. With that voice, that height, and that figure, one punch would have her crying for 3 days straight. Not yet, Chen Yuan answered honestly. He could sing anything anyway. His vocal skills spoke for themselves. Ouyang shouting nodded, glancing down at her own shoe. All right then, you'd better decide soon. We need to submit the performances tomorrow. No rush, Zhou Xinan assured him. Chen Yuan followed the two seniors all the way to a massive dance studio. You need to take off your shoes before entering, or the teacher will get upset if she finds out, Ouyang shouting said, as she removed her uniform shoes. Chen Yuan nodded and casually slipped his foot out of his Balenciaga shoes. While the brand's clothing and footwear matched his taste perfectly, they weren't exactly comfortable to wear. Zhou Xinan was even more relaxed, wearing only slippers with no socks. The three of them entered the dance studio together. The studio was enormous, easily larger than 7 or 8 classrooms combined, with smooth wooden floors spanning the entire space. One whole wall was covered in floor-to-ceiling mirrors stretching from left to right. Several other students from different classes had already gathered there. They were all like Chen Yuan, preparing to showcase their talents at the military training gala. Most were female, with males making up roughly 40%. Since they came from different classes, none of them knew each other. You won't need to attend regular training anymore. Just come here daily to practice your performance. The dance studio across the hall is also available for rehearsals if you'd like to use it, Ouyang shouting explained. Chen Yuan nodded and found an empty spot to sit down. He had planned to perform a guitar song, but he hadn't brought his instrument to school today, so he'd have to wait until tomorrow to practice. Oh, by the way, Ouyang shouting reminded them. You still need to report to the playground every morning before coming here to rehearse. Skipping the roll call isn't an option. If you're caught, you'll be marked absent. Chen Yuan nodded, amused by what Ouyang shouting had said. Caught and marked absent. The senior was quite charming actually, though her flat chest didn't match his type. But white socks definitely did. Alright, we should leave you to it. We still need to shoot some footage, Ouyang shouting said. Manage your rehearsal schedule on your own, but don't slack off. Performing in front of the entire school without preparation would be humiliating, and that would be terrible. Terrible. Chen Yuan nodded politely on the surface, indicating he understood. Then Ouyang shouting and Zhou Xinan left the dance studio. Chen Yuan found an empty corner to sit down. It had to be said there were genuinely many talented people here. Some were playing the piano, others singing, and a few practicing dance routines in front of the mirrors. However, the vast majority were just resting in quiet corners like Chen Yuan. Ouyang shouting and Zhou Xinan walked out of the dance studio. Ouyang shouting said dejectedly, I get the sense that Junior Chen Yuan isn't interested in me at all. Zhou Xinan offered some superficial comfort to Ouyang shouting, but inwardly she thought, bestie, you're right. Chen Yuan sat in the corner playing with his phone. The spacious dance studio felt like a circus. Truly versatile. Not only are there people playing the piano, dancing hip-hop and Latin dance, but there are even those playing the guzheng. No way does that beatbox. Awesome. Chen Yuan now realized what true versatility meant. Without the system's rewards, he discovered that he actually had no talents. While playing basketball probably can't be performed on stage unless you're like the sect master playing basketball, while singing, dancing, and rapping all at once. Chen Yuan enjoyed the air conditioning in the dance studio. Out of boredom, he carefully counted the number of air conditioners. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 air conditioners, all set to 16 degrees. How refreshing. Chen Yuan was idly daydreaming. On the other side, a few boys were gathered together doing something unknown. Only the faint sound of beatboxing could be heard from over there, along with occasional bursts of cheers. Then more and more people's attention was drawn over. Many students stood up intending to join the fun. Chen Yuan also got up, planning to see what was happening over there. He blended into the crowd and instantly understood what they were doing. A few boys who could dance were actually having a battle. In other words, it was a dance battle. A boy who could beatbox provided the beat, and then the dancing boys went up one by one to improvise based on the beatboxer's live accompaniment. At that moment, a boy with a messy haircut was performing the most famous move in hip-hop, the flare. His entire body spun on the ground like a propeller. The flare is not the hardest move in hip-hop, or in fact for most dancers, it's a basic move. However, it is definitely the most visually appealing and captivating. The messy-haired boy spun around and around, then supported himself on his head, completing 3 rotations with only his head as the pivot. This move was difficult. The surrounding spectators all applauded. The atmosphere was very lively. After completing the final move, the messy-haired boy stood up and gave a slight bow. Chen Yuan also clapped along. Not bad, he's got some skills. Chen Yuan, who had mastered hip-hop dance, naturally knew this ground move as well. He could also tell that this boy had a solid foundation in hip-hop, having started dancing since childhood. However, compared to himself, he was just a little bit behind. After the messy-haired boy stepped down, another girl came up. She danced locking, also known as locking. That girl danced exceptionally well as well. In other words, those confident enough to show off were all quite skilled. She swung her arms with large amplitude and great speed, then locked to the beatbox's rhythm, freezing her body instantly, and then moved to the next 8 count when the next beat came. That was the characteristic of locking. It looked very smooth. Chen Yuan continued clapping, acting as the atmosphere group. After this girl stepped down, Chen Yuan couldn't hold back anymore. If he had no talent, just clapping and being part of the atmosphere would have been fine. But since he had talent, not showing it off would be a waste of that talent, wouldn't it? Faking talent to attract girls' attention and showing off would be called jiahao. But Chen Yuan, who had mastered hip-hop and could dance battle with the world's top dancers, could only be called jia. His steps followed the beat, and in an instant he walked into the center of the floor. Cheers erupted around him. No one mocked him without reason, and no one held any malice toward him. This was an impromptu battle gathering, and everyone was participating with a playful mindset. Chen Yuan's lips curled up. Chen Yuan started with locking, a very joyful and relaxed dance perfect for warming up when multiple styles of hip-hop are performed together. Chen Yuan only performed a few simple locking moves, then directly followed the beat and transitioned into ground moves. He knew exactly what kind of dance could ignite the crowd. It had to be breaking. Chen Yuan immediately started a flare, flipping over and spinning on the floor, his legs drawing circle after circle in the air. His flare was rounder, more standard, and Chen Yuan's body proportions were better than the others, giving a stronger visual impact. Even though it was the same move, Chen Yuan's was more aesthetically pleasing. After the flare, Chen Yuan directly connected to an air flare spin, commonly known as a fly among dancers. His shirt completely fell off, revealing six-pack abs in plain view of everyone present. Wow, bestie, his body is amazing. A girl whispered to the girl beside her, but her hand tightly gripped her bestie's hand, revealing her inner excitement. Being a looks-obsessed person is so scary. This guy is obviously a player, he won't like you. The girl beside her said, I advise you to stay away or you'll end up being played by him. It's not about him playing me, it's that I like to spin around. So handsome, he's so handsome, I want to date him so badly. Bestie, please teach me how to pursue a guy like him. The girl, unwilling to give up, looked pleadingly at her bestie. The girl beside her sighed. How else? Just go ask for his WeChat later. Well, that works. Wow, he's really handsome. Those abs look so tempting. The looks-obsessed girl took out her phone and started filming, planning to enjoy it later at home. Chen Yuan didn't hear the two girls' conversation, he only heard the noisy cheers around him. After the air flare move, he directly transitioned into a one-handed 1990 as the finale. The entire sequence was smooth and fluid with a full visual impact. Chen Yuan's 1990 didn't just stop after 2 spins, instead he supported himself with one hand and began to spin, gradually slowing down. But then, using the force of his legs, he began to accelerate his spin. Suddenly his rotation speed increased, getting faster and faster. To the onlookers it seemed as if he had spun a few times naturally and was about to stop, but then his spin speed abruptly increased, as if there was an automatic rotating machine under the hand supporting him. The messy-haired boy who had been dancing breaking saw Chen Yuan's one-handed 1990 and instantly turned into a crazy atmosphere booster, slapping the floor with one hand, while leading the cheers for Chen Yuan. He understood perfectly how difficult this move was. The one-handed 1990 itself wasn't difficult, but this Super 1990 was off the charts in difficulty. A Russian dancer abroad had won the Breaking World Championship with this very move. Wow. Woohoo. Too cool. After this Super 1990 move ended, Chen Yuan didn't continue. Instead, he flipped over and stood back on the ground. He picked up the military training cap that had fallen beside him, smiled, and returned to the crowd. The priority right of mate selection was thus obtained. Chen Yuan stepped off the stage and sat down nearby. The boy with the textured hairstyle immediately ran over, slid on his knees, and knelt beside Chen Yuan. Master, teach me. Teach you, eh? Yes, teach me. How did you spin that one-handed 1990 behind you? It was incredibly awesome. How did you maintain your balance afterward? I can do a 1990, but I can't pull it off as amazingly as you. Chen Yuan patted his shoulder. Nothing special, just practice makes perfect. Keep at it. Really? The boy with the textured hairstyle felt Chen Yuan was brushing him off. Chen Yuan nodded. Really? You're a b-boy yourself, so you should know every move starts from 0, then you can barely manage 1, then 2, then 3. The textured-haired boy understood this principle, but he still wanted to know Chen Yuan's secret method. At his age, to have honed his moves to this level, beyond natural talent, there had to be an exclusive technique behind it. It was a pity that Chen Yuan clearly had no intention of sharing. Bro, I'm Li Luo from Software Engineering Class 3, Grade 24. Wanna be friends? Li Luo extended his hand. Chen Yuan, Education Class 1, Grade 24. Chen Yuan replied with a smile. Li Luo felt that the name sounded familiar. He blinked, then suddenly remembered. Hey, aren't you that student who showed courage and helped others as the chief instructor mentioned a few days ago, right? That's me. Holy crap, I saw your video online. You're too strong. One punch, and your opponent was knocked out. Lots of people online say you could go pro. Li Luo was quite excited, never expecting that the handsome guy in front of him was not only a street dance expert, but also a combat sports expert. Chen Yuan didn't answer. Go pro. Without exaggeration, in fights at the same weight class, Chen Yuan could send all the professional boxers in the country flying. Even if Khabib Nurmagomedov came himself, Chen Yuan was confident he wouldn't lose. It could only be said that the skills granted by the system were extremely terrifying. Li Luo. A female voice rang out, and both Chen Yuan and Li Luo turned their heads to look. They saw a girl with an exceptionally full figure standing there waving at Li Luo. Come here for a moment, I need to talk to you. Li Luo was completely confused. He looked at Chen Yuan. Bro, I'll go over there first, and I'll come back to learn from you later. Chen Yuan nodded. He didn't notice that the girl who had called Li Luo over was secretly making an okay gesture to someone else. Xiaoyu received the signal from her best friend. She checked her phone, adjusted her hairstyle, then showed an expression of deep satisfaction before walking toward Chen Yuan. After Chen Yuan finished his dance, the girl who was both a looks-obsessed fangirl had already wanted to rush over. But that annoying Li Luo had beaten her to it. Xiaoyu strongly suspected that Li Luo, the study commissary in her class, might be gay. Otherwise, why would he be faster than her, a devoted fangirl? Xiaoyu sat beside Chen Yuan and showed a gentle smile. Hello, handsome, I'm Xiaoyu. Can we get to know each other? Chen Yuan, hello, I'm Chen Yuan. Okay, handsome, you're so cute. Xiaoyu looked into Chen Yuan's eyes, which were literally sparkling with stars. Her gaze was firmly locked onto Chen Yuan's face, burning with intensity. Chen Yuan felt like prey that had been targeted by a tiger about to be devoured at any moment. Even Chen Yuan, facing such an explicit stare, found it somewhat unbearable. Damn female gaze, shouldn't someone put a stop to this? Chen Yuan awkwardly glanced to the side. He could feel that Xiaoyu was still staring at him obsessively. So terrifying, so scary, so perverted. Is this girl a female hooligan? Handsome, why aren't you saying anything? Hee hee. As she spoke, it seemed she was enjoying the view, and Xiaoyu couldn't help but laugh out loud. His nose is so straight, his eyebrows so sharp, his skin so good. It feels even more delicate than a girl's. How does he maintain it? Xiaoyu thought involuntarily in her heart, one hand propping up her chin, tilting her head as she looked at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan really wanted to run. As a guy, he was feeling violated for the first time. Ahem, classmate, don't you have rehearsal? Chen Yuan asked stiffly. No need, I play the guzheng. My guzheng hasn't been moved over yet, Xiaoyu said. Chen Yuan looked at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was very pretty, with eyebrows curved like crescent moon, skin fair as snow, and beautiful peach blossom eyes. Her face shape was a smooth and natural oval, not the overly edited snake face from filtered photos online. However, the sparks occasionally flashing in those eyes made it hard for Chen Yuan to imagine she played the guzheng. Didn't playing the guzheng cultivate temperament? Weren't guzheng players supposed to be gentle, elegant, and serene girls? How could this turn into a crazy, obsessive girl? Impressive, Chen Yuan awkwardly complimented. Handsome, how do you train your abs? Can I touch them? Xiaoyu didn't care at all that there were other people nearby, and said it directly. Chen Yuan couldn't take it anymore, and quickly stood up. I have something to do, so I'll head out first. After saying that, he quickly got up, trying to slip away. Xiaoyu also stood up, and quickly followed. Wait, handsome, we haven't added WeChat yet. Let's add WeChat first, Xiaoyu said urgently. Fine. Chen Yuan had no doubt that if he didn't give her his WeChat, she would never let him go. After adding WeChat, Chen Yuan quickly left. Too terrifying. Although Chen Yuan had encountered girls who pursued him and enjoyed the feeling of being chased, he had never met someone like this, staring at him intensely from the first meeting, blinking not once, and wanting to touch his abs. Too terrifying. Boys really should protect themselves when they're out and about. Xiaoyu sighed, wondering if she had been too eager. She shouldn't have mentioned touching his abs, just touching his face would have been enough. Xiaoyu's best friend saw that Xiaoyu was done and looked at Li Luo. You can go now. Li Luo was completely baffled. This woman had inexplicably called him over, said some inexplicable things to him, and then inexplicably sent him away. What the hell? Li Luo walked away, planning to find the master again for guidance, but when he looked around, Chen Yuan was already gone. The girl walked over to Xiaoyu. Where did that handsome guy go? Xiaoyu scratched her head. I think I scared him away. What did you say? How could you scare a handsome guy away? Xiaoyu's best friend asked curiously. Xiaoyu grumbled. I just said he was handsome and asked if I could touch his abs, and then he was gone. Really, you're so stingy. He won't even let you touch his abs. If he let me touch, I could let him touch mine too. The best friend was stunned on the spot. As a bar girl and player, she thought Xiaoyu was even more casual than herself. However, she knew that Xiaoyu was just a looks-obsessed fangirl, not casual. Her standards for a partner were extremely high, so obsessed with looks that only guys who were explosively handsome caught her attention. For the boys in her own class, Xiaoyu wouldn't even give them a second glance. Boss, there is a villa at Pure Water Shore that might suit your requirements. As soon as Chen Yuan entered another dance studio, found an empty spot, and sat down, his message from butler Zhang appeared. Zhang Hanyang sent over a file containing information about the villa. Chen Yuan opened it. He studied the villa's information carefully. It was located in Phase 12 of Pure Water Shore, one of the rare lakeside detached villas in the entire community. Even more impressively, it was the crown jewel of Phase 12. The property sat on a plot of 2,500 square meters with a built-up area of 1,800 square meters. Including the basement and rooftop, it spanned a full 5 floors. The asking price was clearly stated 720 million yuan. Pure unadorned concrete shell, absolutely no renovation whatsoever. Chen Yuan couldn't help but suck in a breath at the price tag. A full 100 million US dollars. That kind of money placed it firmly among the most exclusive luxury properties in the world. At the very least, the price was top tier. Holy shit, if I throw another huge sum into renovations, this whole villa will end up costing me 8 or 900 million. The figure was already straining Chen Yuan's budget. An entire day spending money gone just like that. But 1,800 square meters of indoor space is excellent. No renovation actually works in my favor. It gives me a blank canvas. And the price is reasonable. I'm not short on cash anyway. No wonder people say villas are the ultimate destination for the wealthy. Large flats are merely transitional. Just look at this price. It belongs to an entirely different league. Bought. Chen Yuan messaged Zhang Hanyang. This one works. Please contact the owner and arrange a time to sign the contract. Butler Zhang replied quickly, understood. A moment later Chen Yuan received another message from him. Zhang Hanyang. Boss, the owner would like to meet you today and has invited you to dinner at his residence tonight. Chen Yuan's brows furrowed involuntarily. It was nearly 4 in the afternoon. Dinner parties typically ran from 7 to 9. Extending an invitation at this hour struck him as rather tactless, especially between strangers. Over recent days Chen Yuan had picked up quite a bit of etiquette knowledge from Butler Zhang. As a newcomer he was particularly sensitive to such matters. What do you think? I should go? He asked. Zhang Hanyang replied promptly. Boss, I believe attending the banquet is advisable. I have some background on the other party. Oh, any notable connections? Zhang Hanyang, his father was once the second-in-command of Guangdong province. Second-in-command of Guangdong. A ministerial-level official. Chen Yuan was taken aback. This was truly a heavyweight figure. Even with his system still trapped in the newbie village phase, he was nothing more than a minor player before someone of this stature. In that case I'll attend, Chen Yuan said. Give me a moment. I'm heading home. Rehearsal? Forget it. He needed to go home and change first. He couldn't possibly show up to a dinner banquet in military training fatigues. A faint excitement bubbled within Chen Yuan. He had a strange premonition. This person would exert a significant influence on his future. Chen Yuan left the dance studio and walked to the parking area along the campus road. He got into his car and soon returned to Shenzhen Bay No. 1. Only 3 kilometers from the school. The drive took 10 minutes in light traffic. Back on the 72nd floor, Chen Yuan stepped into his apartment. Boss. Zhang Hanyang was already waiting by the entryway. Chen Yuan gave a slight nod. Which outfit do you think I should wear today? Zhang Hanyang was well prepared. He retrieved a chiton suit from the rack. This one, sir. British tailoring is too severe and imposing. At your age, wearing such a suit in front of someone from that generation would not make the right impression. American-style suits lean too casual and might damage their first impression of you. Italian cuts strike the perfect balance, comfortable and refined. Chen Yuan nodded. Then let's go with this one. He took the suit from Zhang Hanyang, took a shower, and retired to his walk-in closet to change. Dressed, Chen Yuan looked at himself in the mirror and felt as though he were about to acquire a company in Europe. The charcoal gray solid suit exuded an indescribable sense of sophistication. Tailored exclusively by chiton at Zhang Hanyang's arrangement, it fit Chen Yuan's physique flawlessly, providing exceptional comfort. On his feet were a pair of single-color suede loafers, giving his entire appearance a relaxed elegance, perfectly suited to the occasion. After all, a private home dinner called for attire that was comfortable yet appropriate. Chen Yuan admired his reflection for a while longer and finally understood why Xia Yu had been so eager. His looks were simply that dangerous, easily enough to make anyone lose control. Showered and dressed in his new suit, Chen Yuan felt refreshed all over. It must be cooling down back home by now, right? A sudden wave of homesickness washed over Chen Yuan. Shenzhen was unbearably hot, and his monthly electricity bills were counting in tens of thousands. Returning to the living room, Chen Yuan looked toward Zhang Hanyang. Uncle Yang, would you accompany me? Zhang Hanyang nodded. Of course, boss. Chen Yuan settled onto the sofa, scrolled through his phone for a while, and left with Zhang Hanyang once the time was right. Seated in the rear of the Rolls-Royce, Chen Yuan couldn't help but ask, Uncle Yang, we're leaving this late. Won't we be late? Zhang Hanyang shook his head. No problem, boss. We're meant to be a little late. Giving them a display of dominance. Chen Yuan's eyes widened. Uncle Yang, you might be tired of living, but I'm not. They'd stick you in the ground and file a crop subsidy claim. Not exactly. Zhang Hanyang chuckled softly and shook his head. At banquets of this nature, it's customary to arrive a few minutes late, to allow the hosts adequate time to prepare. It shows respect by giving them space to get everything ready. Chen Yuan nodded in understanding. Is that an established rule? What if the other party is extremely punctual? Then one would naturally arrive precisely on time, Zhang Hanyang replied. But from what I know, neither Old Lu nor Mr. Lu are particularly strict about punctuality. Old Lu referred to the retired former deputy provincial chief, and Mr. Lu was his son. Chen Yuan nodded. Having a butler like Zhang Hanyang, who was well-connected and immensely experienced, truly made things convenient. Knowing the host's personality beforehand was invaluable. Moreover, in barely an hour, Zhang Hanyang had already made such thorough preparations. The Rolls-Royce cruised along the coastal boulevard and soon entered the OCT area. Mr. Lu owns 3 villas at Pure Water Shore. One is his personal residence, another is currently rented out, and the one being sold to you is the largest of the 3. Among all lakeside villas in Pure Water Shore, this one ranks among the biggest, and it is without question the crown jewel of Phase 12. Chen Yuan listened to Zhang Hanyang's explanation and nodded thoughtfully. The Rolls-Royce slowly drove into the Chuanshuan Phase 12 residential complex.
Chen Yuan had once gazed down upon the entire Huaqiaking from the top of the Huaqiaking Tower. This community struck Chen Yuan as a sea of verdure, flanked by rows upon rows of trees and neatly trimmed hedges lining both sides of the road. Yet despite the abundance of trees, there were hardly any mosquitoes on the paths. Such was the essence of an upscale neighborhood. Chen Yuan observed the European-style villas on either side, each standing alone with its own courtyard. Perhaps because their own courtyards lacked enough parking space, many cars were parked outside. Lamborghinis, Ferraris, Rolls-Royces, Bentleys, and the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Many of these vehicles bore dual-plate registrations, clearly indicating that the owners had thriving careers in Hong Kong or were natives of the island. The driver pulled up before a villa. Zhang Hanyang glanced at the brass house number plate on the side of the courtyard gate, which read 16, and said, "This is the place." Then Zhang Hanyang retrieved an exquisite small box from behind the seat. "What's this?" Chen Yuan couldn't help asking. "A vintage lighter," Zhang Hanyang said with a smile. "What are you doing with that?" Chen Yuan asked. "That Mr. Liu is a smoker, and this lighter makes a perfect first meeting gift, neither too expensive nor lacking in thoughtfulness," Zhang Hanyang explained. Chen Yuan couldn't help shaking his head while applauding. A professional butler. He thought of so many details. Chen Yuan hadn't thought that far. He just came for the dinner and to discuss buying the house. Chen Yuan reached out to take it. Zhang Hanyang gently blocked him. "I'll hand it to the other butler. If you give it yourself, it would be too formal. A gift of this price should not be handled by you." Chen Yuan inwardly complained about the strict etiquette. Before he could get out of the car, a man dressed like a bodyguard came out from the courtyard and opened the door for him. At the same time, a man in a dark tailcoat dressed with utmost solemnity stepped out from inside. Chen Yuan didn't need to think to know that this must be the butler of Mr. Liu's household, not Mr. Liu himself. Seriously, who would dress so formally at home? Sure enough, after exchanging greetings with Chen Yuan, the other butler led the two of them into the villa. During this time, Butler Zhang handed the small gift to the other butler. Chen Yuan took in his surroundings. The villa's courtyard was spacious, with a small pavilion on the left and a large pond beside it. The sky had not yet fully darkened, and he could see many carp and goldfish swimming inside. The pond water seemed to be frequently cleaned with no trace of any fishy odor. On the right against the wall was a patch of flowers. Chen Yuan couldn't identify the variety. Further toward the center, there was actually a small vegetable plot. That one Chen Yuan recognized. They were corn stalks, and there were also garlic and beans planted. These were common in the north, where almost every household had them in their yard. But Chen Yuan never expected to see these familiar crops in the south. Old Mr. Liu probably retired and planted them for fun, but they're actually growing quite well. Judging by the growth, the corn is likely almost ripe. The south is really better with more sunlight, actually more suitable for a garden. Chen Yuan thought to himself, but he had no intention of planting a garden after buying his own villa. For an old man, gardening was a way to cultivate the mind and pass the time. But he himself was already short on time and didn't need such cultivation. Why bother with those things? Entering the villa, a middle-aged man with neatly trimmed short hair waited at the door. He wore a casual suit with a slightly stocky build and a small belly, but instead of being overbearing, his face bore a gentle smile. Chen Yuan knew this was the general manager Liu that Zhang Hanyang had mentioned. Chen Yuan stepped forward, extended his hand, and maintained an air of neither servility nor arrogance. "Mr. Liu, hello. Mr. Chen, I apologize for the abrupt invitation. It was a bit impolite. I hope you don't mind." Liu extended his hand and shook Chen Yuan's. "I just didn't expect Mr. Chen to be so young. Truly a prodigy accomplished at such a tender age." Chen Yuan humbly replied, "Just lucky I'm not worthy of your praise, Mr. Liu. Haha, you're too modest, Mr. Chen. Come, let's go inside and talk." Entering the living room, the decor was a luxurious Chinese style. Wooden trim adorned the junctions between walls and ceilings. The sofas and coffee table were a full set of rosewood, with dragon and phoenix patterns carved on the backrests and qilin heads on the armrests. This set of rosewood sofas exuded an imposing aura from afar, and up close they were as exquisite as works of art. But beautiful as they were, sitting on them was a bit uncomfortable. Even with bright yellow cushions, they still felt hard. Such sofas were better suited as ornamental pieces than for prolonged sitting. A maid was brewing tea on the other side of the coffee table. After steeping, she divided it into 2 cups and placed them before the 2 men. Liu smiled and said, "Please." Chen Yuan picked up the teacup and took a sip. Fragrant and pleasant, but that was about it. Still, he complimented, "Excellent tea. Haha, this is the Mother Tree de Hongpo from my father's collection. I managed to get some of it." Mother Tree de Hongpo. That sounded impressive. He'd have to ask Uncle Yang about it later. The two drank tea and chatted about unrelated topics for a while before Liu finally steered the conversation back on track. After all the polite exchanges, the way they addressed each other had subtly changed. Chen Yuan directly called him Uncle Liu, while Liu neither called him Xiao Chun nor Xiao Yuan, but Young President Chen. "Young President Chen, you want to buy that villa of mine, right?" Chen Yuan nodded. "Yes, I've seen the information on that villa and really like it." "All right, that villa is just next door, not far. Let's go take a look at the site so you can have a clear picture and see if it's the house you like." Liu said. "That's what I was thinking too." The two left the villa together, walked a few steps along the community road, and arrived at another villa.
This villa had absolutely no decoration whatsoever. After Lu Hui opened the courtyard, Chen Yuan stepped inside and saw the yard overgrown with weeds. The main building was completely dark. If it weren't for being inside Chuan and the fact that the villa's exterior was reasonably well finished, Chen Yuan would have thought it was an abandoned building. I bought 3 houses here. I rented out the smallest one, live in the medium-sized one myself, and this largest one has just been sitting here. Originally, I planned to renovate it when the family grew. I'm taking something you cherish. Thank you for your generosity, Uncle Lu. Chen Yuan said with a smile. Haha, you're actually doing me a favor. I'm grateful. Lu Hui laughed. The economy is really bad now. This villa's market price is over 700 million and I can't lower it. If I do, it might affect relations with the neighbors. Lu Hui said. But since we hit it off so well, let's make it 700 million even, and I'll drop the odd millions. Then I'll thank you, Uncle Lu. Once this villa is renovated, we'll be neighbors. Chen Yuan remarked with a smile. And then when the time comes, I'll introduce you to some neighbors. Among the residents here, there are even those before whom I must tread with utmost reverence and dare not act presumptuously. You'll understand once you move in. Chen Yuan blinked. What kind of person could command such deference from the son of the former second-in-command? Zhang Hanyang had already informed Chen Yuan that this Lu Hui was no ordinary man. He was the head of the Shenzhen, a deputy ministerial-level heavyweight. Like father, like son. Usually when a father holds a high office, his son can follow suit and secure a minor post. Yet even such a powerful figure had to be deferential before someone else. The identity. Chen Yuan refrained from delving deeper. The two returned to the villa where Lu Hui lived. It was also time for dinner at the Lu residence. The family was not large with few members. Lu Tian, Lu Hui's father, sat at the head of the table. The former second-in-command appeared no different from an ordinary retired elder, clad in a pure white undershirt and black shorts with slight wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and mouth, yet his skin remained taut. By his side sat his wife, Lu Hui's mother, an elderly woman who exuded considerable authority, dressed equally simply. Had they been outside, Chen Yuan would never have discerned their status from their appearance and demeanor. Apart from the elderly couple, there was also Lu Hui's son, a mischievous boy of 8 or 9. And who is this young man? Lu Tian inquired. Lu Hui quickly explained. Dad, this is my guest Chen Yuan, President Chen. He wishes to purchase my villa. Lu Tian glanced at Chen Yuan. Fine young man, impressive in appearance. For such praise from a heavyweight, others might be overjoyed, but Chen Yuan merely smiled and offered a word of thanks. The dinner at Lu Hui's home was homey yet sumptuous. Chicken, beef, lamb, and fish all present, along with an abundance of vegetables. There was no salmon, bluefin tuna, or wagyu steak, just common stir-fried dishes. The atmosphere at dinner was far from relaxed. Lu Tian remained silent, focusing solely on his meal. The elderly woman occasionally served food to her husband and grandson, speaking little. Even the 8-year-old child, who was at an age for play and mischief, did not act up at all, simply eating his meal. Lu Hui occasionally exchanged a few words with Chen Yuan, but overall the focus remained on eating. It seemed that eating was just eating, no idle chatter. Under such an atmosphere, Chen Yuan had little appetite. After only 2 bowls of rice, he felt full. Admittedly, the rice was truly excellent. Chen Yuan could discern its difference from other varieties. The grains were plump, fragrant, and chewy, undoubtedly top-quality rice. After the meal, Chen Yuan intended to take his leave, but Lu Tian spoke up. Young man, no rush to leave. Chen Yuan replied, no hurry. Lu Tian said with a smile, if you're not in a hurry, how about a game of chess with me? Ding, skill acquired, go mastery. Hu Jie cried as a child, begging to study your game records, and Shuing pleaded outside the door for 3 days, just to play 1 game with you today. Chen Yuan said, then I shall gladly oblige. Oh, haha, young man, you seem quite confident in your chess skills. Lu Tian chuckled. Come, let me see how you oblige. Chen Yuan followed Lu Tian to the tea room, and Lu Hui also entered. Lu Hui warned President Chen, my father's chess prowess is formidable. He once defeated Lu Xiaowang 9 dan and Liang Weichao 9 dan. Chen Yuan nodded, confident that even Ku Jie could not outplay him now, so why fear those veteran 9 dan players? The two sat down respectively. Chen Yuan gazed at the Go board and stones, murmuring to himself, excellent board. Excellent stones. The board was crafted from centuries-old Japanese terreia, with the black stones were made of inked jade, and the white stones were carved from mutton fat white jade, offering a solid, unadorned feel. Chen Yuan's Go mastery skill not only made him proficient in the game, but also granted him deep knowledge of its related aspects. At the same time, it bestowed upon him 2 extraordinary abilities. Photographic memory. Superhuman computational power. Would you like me to give you a 2-stone handicap? Lu Tian asked with a smile. Chen Yuan shook his head. Elder Lu, no handicap is needed. I have some confidence in my skills. All right. Truly young and spirited. Lu Tian was not offended. Rather, he felt that confidence was normal for a young man. He was determined to test the young man's true skill. Since you don't want a handicap, let's play Nijirai to decide the colors. Fine. Nijirai is a Go term used to determine which side plays black and which plays white. The Nijirai was quickly completed. Chen Yuan would play white, and Lu Tian would play black. The two quickly occupied the 4 corners. Lu Tian was the first to play the 3-to-3-point, aiming to seize one of Chen Yuan's corners, an aggressive move. Chen Yuan did not yield. He immediately attached, directly accepting the challenge,
and escalating the battle. After over 20 moves, Lu Tian found that he had gained no advantage. Although he had managed to secure some internal territory in one of Chen Yuan's corners thanks to his first move advantage, the external influence was firmly in Chen Yuan's grasp, and even the internal territory he had seized was tightly suppressed by Chen Yuan. Lu Tian frowned. His opponent's skill was far greater than he had anticipated. He had initially assumed that given Chen Yuan's age and his non-professional background, he was likely only at an amateur dam level. But now it seemed the young man possessed, at least professional-level proficiency. Moreover, he was among the higher echelons of professionals. Lu Tian concentrated intensely, beginning to calculate meticulously, bringing his own state to its peak. Chen Yuan deliberately held back, maintaining his skill at a certain level. Naturally, he intended to let his opponent win. However, there was a nuance to how he would let him win. If he played like a novice and got utterly crushed, even if the opponent won, there would be little sense of achievement. Chen Yuan wanted his opponent to realize that his own skill was formidable, then engage in a fierce battle, and finally lose by a narrow margin of 1 point or half a point, allowing the opponent to savor the victory, a triumphant, exhilarating feeling, not a one-sided slaughter. The two soon entered the middle game, and Chen Yuan began to harass his opponent's dragon. Lu Tian, being older, was not as sharp-minded as in his youth. He frequently fell into long deliberation, taking considerable time for each move. Chen Yuan remained serene, without hurrying him. Lu Hui, watching from the side, was somewhat astonished. This President Chen really knew how to play. Because Lu Tian loved Go, Lu Hui had also learned the game from a young age. Although he had not played for years, his eye for the game remained, and he could see that Lu Tian had fallen into a passive position. Lu Tian's brow was tightly furrowed. He occasionally bit his lip, his eyes fixed unblinkingly on the board. From the very beginning of this game, he had been on the defensive. Although he had occupied 3 corners, the external influence was completely sealed off by his opponent, and now his dragon was struggling to survive. Suddenly, he spotted a flaw in the white stones. If he played there, he would still have a chance. Little did he know that very flaw was deliberately left by Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan now only studied 2 books, Emotional Intelligence and Vision. Under his precise control of this chess game, even though he deliberately revealed a flaw, he only lost by 1 point. After winning the game, Lu Tian couldn't help but let out a breath. The victory was truly thrilling. From the initial ease to the later seriousness, and then to the point of sweating profusely, and finally a narrow win. Comrade Xiao Chen, your chess skills are the best among the young people I've ever seen. Lu Tian couldn't help but say. If not for that flaw in the middle game, I might not have been able to beat you. Lu Tian had no suspicion that Chen Yuan's flaw was intentional. Skills from the system were beyond doubt. In the system's standard, mastery meant complete proficiency, meaning being the best in the world. Chen Yuan put on a look of regret. Elder Lu, I am still too young. I will need to seek your guidance more in the future. After this game, I must review it thoroughly. Lu Tian nodded with a beaming smile. That game had truly been satisfying for him. Lu Tian laughed joyfully. Xiao Chen, whenever you have time, you must come visit more often and play a few more games with this old man. Chen Yuan maintained a deferential posture. I will definitely come often to learn from Elder Lu. When one gets old, energy truly wanes. After just 1 game, I already feel a bit tired. Lu Tian sighed and said, it's been a long time since I met such a talented young man. Let me give you a little trinket. Then Lu Tian stood up, walked to the cabinet behind him, and took out a small wooden box. The box was about the size of a palm and exquisitely crafted. Chen Yuan had developed some judgment by now and could roughly tell that the box was made of golden thread nanmo. However, he couldn't determine the exact quality of the nanmo. Here, take this and play with it, Elder Lu said. Young man, you're still too impatient. Playing with this more will calm your mind and benefit your mentality. Next time you won't make such mistakes in the middle game. Chen Yuan took it with both hands and carefully opened it. Inside were a pair of walnuts. Chen Yuan said, thank you for your guidance, Elder Lu. I have learned from you. Haha, I'm going to rest now. Hui, stay and chat with Xiao Chen. All right, father, go ahead. After Elder Lu left, Lu Hui looked at Chen Yuan and found him pleasing from every angle. He knew his father's temperament. This was the first time he had seen a younger generation make his old man so happy. President Xiao Chen, I didn't expect you to be so young and yet so skilled in chess. After a few more years of refinement, we might see another world champion. Chen Yuan smiled. Uncle Lu, you flatter me. Lu Hui glanced at the wooden box in Chen Yuan's hand. My father really likes you. He actually gave you his treasured guanmao. Chen Yuan was not very knowledgeable about antiques. Uncle Lu, could you explain it to me? This is an extremely fine pair of 3-ridged guanmao, and they haven't been treated with chemicals. Look at the size, the angles of the 3 ridges, and the perfect match. You can hardly find such perfection on the market. Lu Hui said with a smile. When you go back, just polish them well. They'll look beautiful after some time. Chen Yuan nodded. Lu Hui didn't mention the value of the walnuts, so Chen Yuan naturally didn't ask. But judging by how vividly he described them, they must be very fine items. But he remembered that antiques only become valuable after being polished. The two chatted for a while longer, and then Chen Yuan prepared to take his leave. As for the specific details of the house purchase, both had stewards to handle the handover, so there was no need for further discussion. Getting into the car, Chen Yuan began to polish the walnuts in his hands. The 2 walnuts felt substantial in his hand, and when they collided they produced a pleasant friction sound. Zhang Hanyang looked at the walnuts in Chen Yuan's hand, and knew they were from the Lu family. Zhang Hanyang couldn't help but say, to some people this pair of walnuts is worth a fortune. Chen Yuan turned to look at him. How so? Walnuts require a perfect match. Even if one walnut is beautiful without its matching counterpart, it's just a worthless piece. But this pair of yours is perfectly matched. The two walnuts look like exact replicas of each other, in shape, size, pattern, and even the texture, all perfectly matched. A connoisseur would probably pay millions for them. Chen Yuan hadn't expected that the small gift from Elder Lu was so valuable. He smiled and said, Elder Lu gave these to me to temper my character. Playing with antiques can indeed cultivate one's mind. It may take years to polish the walnuts to perfection. Zhang Hanyang said, somewhat surprised. It seemed that his boss had gotten along very well with Elder Lu. This pair of walnuts was not just a gift, but also a small test. A test lasting several years to see if Chen Yuan could patiently polish the walnuts to a decent effect. The villa deal is settled, 700 million. Chen Yuan said calmly. Uncle Lu gave me a discount of 20 million. Perhaps he wanted me to owe him a favor, and I accepted. Zhang Hanyang said, boss, this is how relationships are built. In social exchanges it's inevitable to owe favors. Don't worry too much. Actually the other party also needs cash now, otherwise they wouldn't sell the house. From that perspective, he should be the one owing you a favor. The 20 million discount just reduces the debt a bit. Chen Yuan nodded. After my military training, I'll visit Elder Lu again. He asked me to come often to play chess with him. By the way, Elder Lu likes tea, antiques, and chess. Buy some gifts accordingly. Don't be stingy, get the best. Top-grade tea cakes, rare antiques, or unique chess manuals. Uncle Lu's family has a little boy, I'll buy some gifts for him too. Zhang Hanyang nodded and agreed. Okay, boss. Meanwhile, at the Lu residence, Lu Hui and Lu Tian were sitting opposite each other with Lu Hui brewing tea. Lu Tian took a sip of the tea and immediately sensed something was off. He sniffed it and frowned. Where did you get this tea? Lu Hui looked a bit guilty. I don't know. I just grabbed some randomly. Lu Tian looked at Lu Hui's expression and confirmed his suspicion. His son always showed this expression when guilty. Is this my mother tree to Hong Pao? You wasteful brat. I only had a little of this tea, and you brewed it. I got it from old Deng with great difficulty. This tea was simply unavailable on the market, even with money. Once a small batch of mother tree to Hong Pao entered the market and was instantly bought at a sky-high price of 100 yuan per gram. Since then it has almost disappeared from the market. Seeing his father's anger, Lu Hui immediately cowered and found an excuse. Dad, I was just entertaining Xiao Chun. Mentioning Chen Yuan, Lu Tian recalled the chess game, and his anger subsided a bit. If it's for Xiao Chun, well, I suppose it's okay. Next time there's another guest, use a different tea. Don't touch my mother tree to Hong Pao. When Xiao Chun comes, then use this tea. The next day Chen Yuan brought his guitar to school. It wasn't really for rehearsal. It was merely going through the motions. Students who volunteered to perform on stage, whether dancing, playing instruments, or singing, had been training since childhood, so there was no need for any special rehearsal. When it came time to choose a song for the performance, Chen Yuan picked PNAI over Hua. He felt that PNAI had wider recognition, making it easier for the students below to sing along and build the atmosphere. Seeing Chen Yuan walk into the dance studio with a guitar slung over his shoulder, Li Luo approached him. Senior, why'd you bring a guitar? Aren't you the dancer? Chen Yuan waved his hand. I'm a guitarist. The dancing was just a hobby. A hobby? Li Luo was already mentally beating Chen Yuan up. A hobby. You drop an improvised Super 1990, a move of outrageous difficulty, and you're telling me street dance is just a hobby. Alright, so it's late, is it? My major can't even compete with your hobby. Chen Yuan nodded. Exactly. Just a hobby. Before Li Luo could respond, Xia Yu walked over. At the same time, Xia Yu's best friend approached Li Luo once again, exactly like yesterday. Li Luo, come here for a sec. I need to talk to you about something. Li Luo was growing tired of this coquettish girl. What do you want now, eh? You showed up out of nowhere yesterday, and you're doing it again today. Can't you see I'm talking to Senior Chun? Seeing Li Luo's attitude, Xia Yu's friend pulled out her ultimate weapon. Her eyes grew watery and pleading. It's really important. Please come with me. I'm begging you. Li Luo's attitude softened slightly. Fine, stop with that look. I'll come with you. After Li Luo left, Xia Yu immediately sat down beside Chen Yuan. Xia Yu used a sweet, sugary voice. Handsome, are you alone? Chen Yuan sighed. Just how is a guy supposed to handle this kind of charm? Before Chen Yuan could say anything, Xia Yu continued. I'm sorry, handsome. I was too forward yesterday, but don't worry, it won't happen again. You'll forgive me, right? Please, handsome, forgive me. Good heavens, when a girl coaxed like this, most guys really couldn't resist. Especially the girls around Chen Yuan. They weren't particularly good at coaxing. Zhang Yue was the nurturing type. Though soft-spoken and gentle, she was nowhere near coaxing. Wu Yiwear played on the confrontation path. She always bickered with Chen Yuan, and even her coaxing came out laced with sarcasm. As for his senior sister, Chen Yuan honestly wondered what it would sound like if the ever-weary senior's sister ever tried coaxing him. The contrast would be fascinating. The only one likely capable of coaxing was Ouyang, shouting, but unfortunately, she wasn't very proactive. She'd only offer warm regards and never invited him out to hang out, so Chen Yuan didn't have much contact with her.
Alright, I forgive you, Chen Yuan finally said. Xiaoyu continued, thank you, handsome. You're the best, Chen Yuan sighed. No wonder people online said those who knew how to coax had the easiest life. The night before, after returning to the dorm, Xiaoyu and her best friend meticulously reviewed every mistake from the previous day. Under her strategist's guidance, Xiaoyu changed tactics today, deciding to abandon such direct approaches and instead leverage her own strengths, taking a more circuitous route. Handsome, what's that you're carrying on your back? A guitar, Chen Yuan replied. I can play the guzheng. I brought it today. Want me to play a piece for you? Sure. Wait a moment. I'll go push the instrument over. Soon enough, Xiaoyu had pushed her guzheng over. The guzheng looked quite substantial, but it wasn't actually that heavy. A practice model guzheng weighed around 15 kilograms, something even an ordinary girl could carry. Dressed in her camouflage uniform, Xiaoyu hauled over a small stool and sat before the guzheng. Tung, ting ting, note after note stringing together. Though it was music, Chen Yuan perceived something sharp within it, as though a sword were thrusting toward him, as though a blade were slashing his way. Chen Yuan didn't sense any change in the girl's temperament. Whatever the reason, it likely had to do with the clothes. If she were wearing hanfu right now, her aura would certainly be entirely different. Still, her guzheng playing genuinely caught Chen Yuan's attention. What an atmospheric performance. After playing only briefly, Xiaoyu gently pressed the strings, and the deep resonance of the guzheng vanished instantly. How was it? Chen Yuan nodded. Impressive, truly impressive. What song is this? It sounds familiar. It's a classic guzheng masterpiece, Ambush from 10 Sides. Xiaoyu said with a grin. How about it? Doesn't it fit the military training theme perfectly? Ambush from 10 Sides and military training. To be honest, they didn't seem particularly well matched. Nevertheless, he nodded. By now, Chen Yuan had formed a basic understanding of Xiaoyu. She was quite pretty, appeared carefree and lighthearted, which suggested her family upbringing wasn't particularly strict. She could play the guzheng at a fairly impressive level, clearly the result of diligent practice. Families who could afford guzheng lessons were certainly above the middle class. Setting aside the price of the instrument itself, the tuition alone was beyond what most families could bear. Putting it all together, Chen Yuan made an inference about her family background. Most likely her parents were in business and traveled constantly, rarely home to supervise her. Her family was well off. That was Chen Yuan's conclusion. Through chatting with butler Zhang, Chen Yuan had unconsciously absorbed quite a lot, including some rudimentary skills in reading character. Very impressive, Chen Yuan said with a smile. I played for you, so play one for me too, Xiaoyu said, staring straight at Chen Yuan with stars swirling in her eyes. Good grief, with looks like that just one glance was enough to drive anyone mad. Just being allowed to look at him was fulfillment enough for Xiaoyu. Chen Yuan took his guitar out of the case. He had no reservations. Since she wanted to hear him play, he might as well. He tuned the instrument quickly. Let me play Shui Xingji. This song had already gone viral on Douyin several years earlier. Even those born in the post-2000s would have heard it. Regardless of whether they liked this style of music, it would occasionally filter through via short videos. Great. Chen Yuan began to pluck the strings. His slender fingers glided across the strings, and Shui Xingji's distinctive melody flowed naturally, a stream of notes pouring into his ears, rich with unmistakable character. Drawn to your eyes, the Milky Way leaves traces behind. Threading through the cracks of the world, it remains real, pulling my trajectory. Chen Yuan's voice was remarkably clear and penetrating, and combined with the technique that mastery of guitar accompaniment bestowed, the result could only be described as perfect. Concert-level enjoyment. Xiaoyu's eyes were once again filled with swirling stars. She had fallen into her usual infatuation. If only I could tie him up and take him home, gazing at him day and night. How wonderful that would be. So handsome. He's even more handsome when he plays the guitar. Ugh, he's so handsome. I can't take it. Xiaoyu's body began to tremble slightly. Chen Yuan felt that this rehearsal was somewhat frivolous. It was like a group of talented young people gathering to play around casually. Yesterday there had been a dance battle. Today, as Chen Yuan played and sang, many people gathered around to watch and join in the singing. Still, the atmosphere was very relaxed. Apart from a few performances related to music, the vast majority had nothing to do with it. Dance, nunchucks, martial arts. Though they all needed background music, everyone wore their own headphones and didn't disturb others. So when Chen Yuan started playing the guitar, it was easy to attract people from the surrounding area. Chen Yuan finished a song. The surrounding crowd began to cheer and call out. Brother, you play amazingly well. Play another one. Play Chengdu. Not Chengdu, play the love story of Guangdong province. 10 years. Glorious years. Below, a crowd howled with song requests. Chen Yuan smiled and didn't refuse. Then let's play the love story of Guangdong province. As the intro played, one felt like a local from Guangdong province who had wandered there for many years. When Chen Yuan started playing, the surrounding cheers gradually faded, turning into a chorus. Some sang so quietly that only they could hear themselves. Others shouted so loudly that those around wanted to punch them. Quietly leaving together with loneliness. Crowded memories washed away by time. A person has already wandered for 10 years, sometimes also miss when we were together, already changed. This song could be called starting at 0 frames, beginning the chorus climax right from the intro. Many students at Shenzhen University were from Guangdong province, and there were no shortage of those who could speak Cantonese. The chorus grew louder and louder.
Li Luo couldn't help but marvel inwardly. As expected of a god-tier player, his guitar playing is so good too, no capo needed, all bar chords. Xiaoyu didn't sing. She was still staring at Chen Yuan's face. However, Chen Yuan had already gotten somewhat used to Xiaoyu's gaze. If Xiaoyu weren't good-looking, Chen Yuan wouldn't have paid her any mind. But fortunately Xiaoyu was very attractive, so Chen Yuan didn't mind being stared at by a beauty. If possible, he suggested watching in the private presidential suite at Wuhan Oriental. Some people around changed from standing to sitting. They surrounded Chen Yuan in the middle, forming a circle. The atmosphere grew more enthusiastic and Chen Yuan's interest was even higher. Song after song he played. By the end, even a brother who could play the piano joined in. The guy who did beatbox yesterday was tapping drum beats with his mouth. It was like a band's debut. Someone took out their phone and recorded a video. Time passed quickly, and before long it was noon. Everyone dispersed and went back to their dorms. Chen Yuan also put away his guitar, placing the guitar bag directly in the corner since he would come back in the afternoon anyway. He planned to go to the cafeteria and pick up some food for his 3 godsons in the dorm. Seeing Chen Yuan about to leave, Xiaoyu quickly followed. "Handsome, are you going to the cafeteria? Let's go together." Chen Yuan nodded. "Sure, but I have a name. My name is Chen Yuan, not handsome." Xiaoyu blinked her eyes, feeling that Chen Yuan's voice was also very pleasant and magnetic. "Don't you like it when people call you handsome?" "Calling me that occasionally is fine, but calling me handsome all the time feels a bit weird," Chen Yuan said. "All right then, I'll call you by your name." Xiaoyu said. "Chen Yuan, do you have a girl you like?" Chen Yuan thought for a moment and nodded. "A few." Xiaoyu's eyes widened. "A few?" Chen Yuan grunted. "Yeah, a few." "Wait, aren't you too honest?" Chen Yuan nodded. "I love telling the truth." Xiaoyu thought about it. "I'm just obsessed with his looks. How many girls he likes, or how many girlfriends he has nothing to do with me. As long as I'm in his heart, that's enough." Xiaoyu asked, "Then do you like me?" Chen Yuan replied, while walking, "No. Xiaoyu, he doesn't have me in his heart." Chen Yuan added, "I only tell the truth to people I like." Xiaoyu ovo. These words made Xiaoyu's brain short-circuit. He said he doesn't like me. If this is the truth, then he actually likes me. If this isn't the truth, then he also likes me. No, that's not right. Does he like me or not? Until they reached the cafeteria, Xiaoyu was still thinking about what Chen Yuan had just said, unable to figure out whether he liked her or not. Throughout the way, Xiaoyu hadn't figured it out. Even after Chen Yuan bought the food and packed it to take back to the dorm, she still couldn't figure it out. Back in the dorm, Chen Yuan turned on his computer and found a variety show to watch. Before long, Li Xiang and the other 2 returned. Seeing Chen Yuan already enjoying lunch in the air-conditioned room, Li Xiang regretted getting nervous as soon as he went on stage. If he had also gone to perform his talent, he wouldn't need military training. After these few days of military training, the originally fair and chubby little guy was already showing signs of turning dark and stocky. His boiled eggs were about to turn into tea eggs. "I bought food for you guys." Chen Yuan pointed to the 4 portions of rice placed on the stairs. Li Xiang needed to eat 2 portions to feel full. The 3 of them said in unison, "Thank you, Godfather." After saying that, each grabbed a portion of rice, leaving the remaining 2 portions for Li Xiang. "Brother Yuan, did you meet any pretty girls during rehearsal?" Li Xiang asked. Before getting the food, they called him Godfather, but after getting the food, they called him Brother Yuan. The generation drop caught them off guard. Chen Yuan nodded. "Actually, yes, and quite a few." "Really?" Chen Yuan said. "Really, and they're all the type who are talented, confident, and cheerful beauties." "How about it? Regret not signing up for the program?" "Regret. Not only can you stay in an air-conditioned room, but you can also watch beauties." "I really." Li Xiang kept talking and got more and more frustrated. In the end, he forcefully said, "Damn." In the dorm, the other 3 laughed heartily. "Hurry up and eat your meal. After eating, let's play a couple of rounds of gaming," Chen Yuan said. These past few days the group had been using gaming instead of naps. "Okay." LV Rui quickly started eating mode, mixing meat, vegetables, and rice together, and finished a quarter in just a few bites. And Li Xiang was the same, even faster. When LV Rui had eaten a quarter, Li Xiang had already eaten a third. It was a food tornado. The group quickly finished eating and immediately started their games. Lin Hanjun still didn't play League of Legends, but instead watched Manchester United's match replay. For the loyal Red Devil fan, the whole noon, the dorm was filled with joyous vibes. Chen Yuan's luck was as good as ever. Archmage plus Eureka bro. My Teemo is invincible. 4th Silver Hex Pure Mage bro, I'm really invincible. Don't push anyone, whoever pushes is the sun. Chen Yuan picked Teemo, mainly wanting to gamble on Archmage, but didn't expect the dealer to be so loyal, giving everything directly to Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan directly transformed into a canyon pest, throwing mushrooms everywhere, planting mushrooms all over the canyon. The opposing side had 2 tanks with Tank Engine and Kai-Tech Heart, who were also not very keen. As a result, this game lasted for over an hour. If Chen Yuan and the other 2 hadn't had to go to military training at the end, Chen Yuan could have enjoyed himself for another hour. In the afternoon, Chen Yuan went to the dance studio to sing and dance, gathering with talented classmates, occasionally being pestered by Xiaoyu. Li Xiang and the other 2 went to the playground to bask in the sun. In the evening, everyone returned to the dormitory. Chen Yuan didn't go home today. He really liked the atmosphere of the dormitory, and since he had replaced his mattress with a Hason's it was very comfortable to sleep on, so he preferred to sleep there. After playing games for over 3 hours, he didn't feel dizzy or tired. However, he still needed a break. Taking off his headphones, they chatted. Brother's National Day is coming. Are you going home or traveling? Lu Rui replied bluntly and rudely, screw going home, screw traveling, I'm just staying in the dorm. Having just finished gaming, his manners hadn't returned yet. Li Xiang looked at Chen Yuan. Brother Yuan, what about you? Chen Yuan shrugged, still undecided. He kinda wanted to travel, but who would he take? Wu Yue or Jiang Yue, or the senior? Surely not that hooligan Xia Yu, right? Or maybe take all four together. Chen Yuan felt they probably wouldn't be that accepting except for his Yue sister. Lin Hanjun also stayed in the dorm. His home was in Huhai, and the National Day airfare was too expensive, so he might as well just stay. Aren't any of you going out? My parents said they'd take me to Bali to sunbathe, Li Xiang said. In any other dorm they might think he was showing off, but not in room 612. Of course the main reason was that they had a rich second generation like Chen Yuan driving a Ferrari. Who would dare show off in front of him? Lu Rui with his sharp tongue directly mocked. Did you exhaust your brain from military training? Haven't you had enough sun? And you still want to sunbathe in Bali? Li Xiang stubbornly retorted. That's different. There's a difference between sunbathing and sunbathing, you know. You can come back and eat roast suckling pig. Li Xiang was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized Lu Rui was calling him a pig. Instantly furious, he jumped up from his chair and lunged at Lu Rui's knees. Chen Yuan sat back in his comfortable ergonomic chair pondering where to go for the Golden Week. If I travel domestically, any famous place will be packed with people. Going abroad, it seems there will be crowds too. Where to go is a problem, and who to go with is also a problem. I vote for the senior sister. Chen Yuan mused inwardly. He was thinking of going abroad, maybe Paris or London. Or Dubai. Scratch that, I'll go to Dubai in winter. Going now would be scorching hot. Chen Yuan was lost in thought. Li Xiang suddenly shouted, holy shit. Chen Yuan interrupted, said irritably. What the hell, you scared your dad? Stop being so jumpy. Brother Yuan, you're trending again. Li Xiang said. Chen Yuan didn't get it. What do you mean I'm trending again? Li Xiang, I forwarded the video to you. You seem to be trending again. Chen Yuan picked up his phone and glanced at the video Li Xiang had forwarded. Wow. He never expected that just playing guitar and singing in the dance studio would get him over 300,000 likes. But it still wasn't posted on his own account, it was someone else filming. Chen Yuan suddenly felt puzzled. Could he be a natural-born internet celebrity? How did he end up on the hot search twice in less than a month of college? This time the hashtag was slightly more normal, military training, god-level performance scene. It was much more normal than the last one, the almighty owner. Perhaps the video of the Guangzhou captain from last time had left a deep impression, or maybe it was only a few days ago. Many people still remembered Chen Yuan. The comment section was full of people tagging his TikTok account. The Guangzhou captain also has this talent. I saw a breakdancing video yesterday. It was probably the same guy. So multi-talented. Ah, this is the breath of youth. Can someone tell me how long it takes to reach the level in the video? A professional guitarist and folk singer tells you the performer's level is extremely high beyond any grading system. His chord transitions are incredibly smooth, and his control over plucking strength has reached a certain level, which is why it sounds so good. This guy can be called a master. Pride in heaven. Go fuck yourself. Chen Yuan scrolled through the comments. He had lately ignored his TikTok notifications, which were always 99. His follower count was still steadily rising. Brother Yuan, I didn't know you played guitar so well and sang so nicely, Li Xiang said. No wonder girls like hanging out with you. Chen Yuan nodded with a serious expression. I think so too. But when I lose weight, I'm going to be as cool as you, Li Xiang declared fiercely. Chen Yuan stopped paying attention to TikTok. No matter how hot the trend or how many followers he got, it didn't affect him. Hearing Li Xiang mention losing weight, Chen Yuan said, by the way, I'm ordering some late night snacks. Anyone in? 111, I'm in Godfather. Lu Rui raised his hand. Chen Yuan didn't care about the small change and didn't ask them to chip in. So Lu Rui always joined in. It saved him a fair bit of living expenses. Lin Hanjun also said count me in. Chen Yuan glanced at him. Lin Hanjun, Godfather. Only then was Chen Yuan satisfied. Li Xiang whispered, well, I'll start my diet tomorrow. What are we eating? I want in too. Godfather. Chen Yuan chuckled, knowing Li Xiang couldn't resist. Let's have something high in protein. Crayfish. No, let's just have lobster, Chen Yuan said. He didn't order online, but sent a message to the manager of Hantan Moon. Although Hantan Moon wasn't on delivery platforms as a VIP, Chen Yuan naturally had the right to have them deliver separately. He didn't go into detail, just asked them to send a portion for 6 people. The money could be deducted directly from his account. As for why 6 portions, Chen Yuan was really hungry and would eat 2 portions himself. Come on, let's play some Valorant. The delivery should be here by the time we finish 1 round, Chen Yuan said. Let's go log in. I just watched Kongkong's POV today, guaranteed to rank up. Lu Rui mercilessly mocked. Your reaction time is slower than Kongkong's grandma's. Watching his POV is useless. Lu Rui, come on, one-on-one. Before the game there was laughter and chatter. After the game the dorm was silent. Fortunately, Chen Yuan's delivery arrived. When they saw the luxurious late-night feast, the 3 nearly kneeled before Chen Yuan. Godfather, is this king crab? Such huge lobster meat. Holy shit, the sea urchin is stacked like a tower.
Such sweet oysters. Godfather, how about a Chen Yuan? No, I don't want that. Just eat, can't even king crab shut you up. The next day's rehearsal, Zhou Sinan, secretly bearing a grudge against Ouyang shouting, came to visit Chen Yuan alone. Junior, you actually have over 1,000 followers on Douyin. That's impressive. I only have a few dozen. Zhou Sinan said. Chen Yuan smiled, not particularly caring. The reason Zhou Sinan had no followers was that she had never posted any videos on her Douyin account. Given Zhou Sinan's distinctive appearance, if she really wanted to make money by posting borderline content, she could probably gain 1 million followers with ease. Many people are drawn to that weary, unimpressed expression and the subtle looks of disdain. Senior sister, do you have plans for the October holiday? Chen Yuan asked. He intended to go out and spend time with his senior sister. He hadn't chosen Wu Yuer because she was returning to her hometown. Zhou Sinan shook her head. No, I spent last year's October holiday in the dorm with Ouyang. Chen Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Then let's go out together for the October holiday. Chen Yuan rarely took the initiative. The reason was that he wanted to get closer to the place he had decided to visit. Zhou Sinan didn't think much of it and agreed directly, yes, sure. You agreed so quickly. Just the two of us going out alone, aren't you afraid I'll sell you to Myanmar? Chen Yuan said with a smile. I'm not afraid at all. As long as you're by my side, I dare to go anywhere. Chen Yuan said with a smile, do you dare to go abroad? Of course I dare. Why wouldn't I? I dare to go anywhere, Zhou Sinan said. All right, then send me your passport. Let's go to London. Zhou Sinan was greatly surprised. Huh? What didn't you just say you dared? Zhou Sinan hurriedly waved her hands. No. A slight flush appeared on her face. It's not that I don't dare, it's that I don't have a passport. That's simple. Do you have classes this afternoon? If not, I'll have someone take you to get one. It's very quick, Chen Yuan said. The bank has a dedicated fast track. Whether it's for documents or visas, everything is processed very quickly. There are still several days left, which is more than enough time for Zhou Sinan to get her passport and then apply for a UK visa. Ah, that's great. You make the arrangements, Junior, Zhou Sinan said. Do I need to split the cost with you? You don't need to split the cost, Chen Yuan said. Money was indeed unnecessary. However, there would need to be some form of compensation in other aspects. Everything had already been marked with its price in the shadows. Then I'll just bask in your light and travel abroad to see the world with you, Junior, Zhou Sinan said. Zhou Sinan couldn't help but snicker to herself. Little sister, Ouyang boys are won through active pursuit. If you don't fight for them and only dare to send messages on WeChat, you'll never win over a junior. You can't hold on to him, so let me take over. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, the 14-day military training was down to just its final 2 days. It was also the end of September. Shenzhen's temperature hadn't dropped at all. If anything, it grew hotter, accompanied by a suffocating humidity that made walking outdoors feel like struggling to catch one's breath. Someone from a student club had apparently set up an enormous stage on the second sports field, complete with professional sound equipment, a DJ booth, lighting rigs, and an oversized screen. It was a display of Shenzhen University's wealth. Though not a 985 or 211 institution, Shenzhen University was simply wealthy. The campus was air-conditioned everywhere, the landscaping along the roads meticulously maintained, and even the equipment for events like the military training gala was top-tier for a university. The young teacher in charge of the military training gala said with a smile, the school has already provided you with the best equipment and stage possible. The rest of the performance depends on your own efforts. Whoever causes an incident on stage will be the one bringing shame upon themselves. If you want priority in choosing a partner, you'll need to work hard for it yourselves. Good luck. The crowd remained mostly silent. Over the past few days, Chen Yuan had learned the performance order and had already rehearsed formally. The performance order was arranged by college. Chen Yuan was from class 1 of the education major in the School of Education, but his slot came relatively late in the sequence. The military training gala would begin at 6 o'clock, so Chen Yuan likely wouldn't go on stage until 8. His stage appearance was straightforward. He needed no preparations or backing tracks, as his guitar served as his best companion. All right, everyone, go eat now. Come back early at 5 this afternoon. The group scattered in an uproar. Xiaoyu walked over, intending to head to the cafeteria with Chen Yuan once more. Student Chen Yuan, he. As soon as she spoke, her flirtatious and roguish mannerisms were impossible to hide. Can you stop smiling so creepily? Chen Yuan couldn't help but say. He rarely called girls creepy unless they truly were. Where's my smile creepy? Xiaoyu huffed. Chen Yuan pulled out his phone, activated the front-facing camera, and let her see for herself. Wait until this afternoon when I change into something else. I'll leave you speechless with shock. Xiaoyu stomped off in a huff. If I don't show you what I look like at high frame rate, you'd think I only look like this. Xiaoyu felt her camouflage uniform was dragging down her overall appearance. After bringing food back to the 3 sons in the dorm, Chen Yuan returned to the room. He also sent a message to butler Zhang asking him to help Zhou Sinan get a passport. He casually made plans for their upcoming trip to London as well. Chen Yuan had held a passport since middle school. Renewed on schedule, it remained valid for use. However, after obtaining his passport, Chen Yuan never had the chance to use it. He had originally planned to travel abroad, but just as the timing aligned, an unexpected situation arose. By the time he entered high school, he lacked the time for international travel. It wasn't until now that Chen Yuan's passport was finally about to bear its first stamp. Chen Yuan simply wanted to see whether London possessed the same melancholy as Harbin. After making arrangements with Zhang Hanyang, the 3 of them returned to the dormitory.
Throughout these days of military training, Chen Yuan had consistently returned to the dorm earlier than the other three. The three of them envied him, though there was nothing they could do about it. After all, Chen Yuan possessed talent. The competition for performance slots was never intense to begin with. Signing up nearly guaranteed a spot. Yet the vast majority lacked the courage to participate. Gaokao only dared to show off within a single class. Few had the audacity to perform in front of the entire university. Furthermore, this was Shenzhen University, where truly exceptional individuals were rare. They were merely more extraordinary than the rest. Brother Yuan, are we performing tonight? Li Xiang asked. Chen Yuan nodded. Yes, we are. Li Xiang sighed deeply. Finally, tonight we watch the performance without training, and tomorrow we just do the goose step march. Then military training will be over. How wonderful. Look at my face. It's completely bronzed in layers. Li Xiang removed his military training cap and revealed his round, chubby face. The area covered by the cap remained as fair and smooth as ever. However, the exposed areas had noticeably darkened. Above the ears there was a clear line of demarcation. Ha ha. Chen Yuan's lips twitched. He had received professional training and rarely laughed out loud unless he truly couldn't contain himself. How tragic. Absolutely tragic. LV Rui and the others also removed their caps, each revealing a similar distinct 10 line. Chen Yuan simply couldn't hold back anymore and burst into hearty laughter. At the same time, all Chen Yuan could think was how wonderful his senior sister was. Fortunately, his senior sister had guided him and alerted him to the performance registration in advance. Without her help, he would most likely have been baking under the scorching sun as well, and his face would have developed the same distinct 10 line. By nightfall, everyone was led to another playground. When they saw the stage on the grounds, more spectacular than a typical music festival, they couldn't help but marvel at the school's resources. Our school is truly top tier. Coming to Shenzhen University was the right choice. Absolutely flawless. Chen Yuan was no longer wearing the camouflage uniform. Instead, he sported a casual outfit from Balenciaga, one of his favorite luxury brands second only to Hermes. Spotting Chen Yuan, Xiaoyu immediately walked over. Having shed the military uniform and donned her own clothes, Chen Yuan looked even more handsome. Xiaoyu felt her body trembling once again. Chen Yuan, your sense of style is amazing, Xiaoyu couldn't help but say. Chen Yuan wondered why Xiaoyu always managed to pinpoint him precisely among such a large crowd. But seeing Xiaoyu before him, Chen Yuan couldn't help but reflect on how much a good outfit could transform a person. Dressed in a hanfu with elaborate makeup, she looked like a graceful courtesan stepping out of a painting. Her figure was slender and delicate, evoking a protective instinct. Her eyebrows were like faint ink washes, gentle and soft. Her eyes shimmered with moisture like a clear spring, and her skin possessed the luminous quality of cool-toned white porcelain, exquisite as a work of art. However, the moment she opened her mouth, the ethereal beauty instantly shattered. Your hanfu is beautiful too, Chen Yuan said sincerely. Of course this hanfu cost me a fortune. I was too reluctant to wear it unless showing it to you, Xiaoyu said with a grin. This was probably the first time Chen Yuan had ever praised her appearance. She automatically ignored the word hanfu. Thank you, Chen Yuan smiled. He. Xiaoyu stared at Chen Yuan, completely transfixed. So handsome. She liked him so much. After discussing her development with Chen Yuan with her relationship advisor, the advisor believed Chen Yuan was leading her on. But Xiaoyu disagreed. How could that be called leading on? If he wanted to lead someone, why her specifically? That must mean she was in his heart. He definitely had feelings for her. The reason he seemed distant now was simply because she hadn't performed well enough. If she did better, he surely wouldn't keep his distance anymore. She really wanted to touch his abs. Xiaoyu gazed at Chen Yuan, her mind drifting to all sorts of thoughts. On the other side of the stage, the instructors led each class to their designated spots, organized the discipline, and then two hosts took the stage. Both hosts were selected from the military training newcomers and were performing arts students majoring in broadcasting. The female host spoke clearly. Good evening, instructors and students. The male host continued, his voice resonant, bringing forth willpower through blazing sun, forging our original intentions with sweat. After 13 days of training, we have shed our immaturity and under the scorching sun completed one transformation after another. The female host continued, tonight brings a refreshing breeze. Let us briefly leave behind our marching and formations and welcome this evening's gala. Next, please welcome Lu Fan from Class 1 Grade 24 Architecture, who will perform beatboxing. Lu Fan walked onto the stage, a somewhat chubby boy. Not as heavy set as Li Xiang though. He was the guy who had been beatboxing for everyone during rehearsals, getting the crew to battle. His beatboxing skills were extraordinarily high. His talent stood 3 or 4 stories tall. Chen Yuan and Xiaoyu standing backstage could clearly hear Lu Fan's beatboxing. Chen Yuan could only say damn impressive. How does he produce sounds of electric guitars and saxophones with just his mouth? I feel like one person could truly substitute for an entire band, Chen Yuan remarked. Whatever guitar, whatever trumpet or tuba, none of it compared to a single mouth. I don't know, but you'd better not learn this. Why not? I heard that doing beatboxing for too long can change your mouth shape. You're already perfectly handsome. What would happen if your facial features changed? Xiaoyu said this, and Chen Yuan felt she was beyond saving. Was the perspective of a lovesick girl. Performance after performance followed with almost no mistakes, all of them quite excellent. When the boys danced, the girls below cheered wildly. When the girls performed hot dance routines, both boys and girls cheered together. As for the piano, the most boring act, Chen Yuan observed clearly from backstage that hardly anyone below was watching the stage. Many students were playing on their phones. Unless a gorgeous woman in ultra-short jeans was dancing, nobody would bother looking up. After waiting a considerable time, it was finally the turn of the software engineering students. After software engineering class 1 finished, it directly went to software engineering class 3, since no one from class 2 had signed up. Next, please welcome Xiaoyu and Xia Tingting from software engineering class 3. The two performed together. Xiaoyu played the guzheng, and Xia Tingting performed a Chinese folk dance. When Xiaoyu plays the guzheng, she actually looks like a normal girl, not as eccentric as I imagined. It was hard to imagine that a girl would ask to touch abs during their very first meeting. And on WeChat, her messages always popped up with something like, "Show me your abs." Was that a normal girl? Xia Tingting beside him had a nice figure and was quite pretty, but Chen Yuan felt absolutely no interest. Xiaoyu had already sold out her best friend, and Xia Tingting's hobby of going to nightclubs had also been mentioned to Chen Yuan. Naturally, he had no romantic interest in such a girl. Respect, but keep one's distance. A dedicated photographer, likely a senior club member doing part-time work, was filming the two of them with a video camera, providing footage for the propaganda department. Meanwhile, the audience's reaction below was lukewarm. Chen Yuan felt he had been far too perceptive. Such refined art was truly unsuitable for a military training gala. It couldn't stir up the atmosphere or get the students below to sing along. Beatboxing could make the students below bob along to the rhythm, and street dance could draw the eyes of young students. But this combination of guzheng and folk dance, there was nothing the students could sing or dance along to. And Chen Yuan's own choice of guitar accompaniment with singing was something almost all the students had heard. They couldn't sing it at least, but they could hum along. There was no risk of a cold atmosphere. Soon Xiaoyu and Xia Tingting's performance came to an end. Xiaoyu's eyes drooped, her mood somewhat despondent. Chen Yuan asked, "What's wrong with you?" "I feel like I'm such a clown," Xiaoyu said. "Oh." Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow. "What makes you say that?" Xiaoyu's eyes shimmered with unshed tears reflecting the stage lights. Everyone below was playing on their phones. No one was watching our performance. Now that's not entirely true. Although they were looking at their phones, their ears could still hear your guzheng playing. It's just that no one was watching your best friend, Chen Yuan said with a smile. Xia Tingting's folk dance had no climactic moments, and the students below responded with tepid enthusiasm. Meanwhile, their classmate Li Luo performed street dance. A Thomas Flare drew gasps from the crowd below. This was the difference between dance styles. Folk dance simply wasn't suited for such occasions. "Never mind, don't try to comfort me," Xiaoyu whispered. Clad in her hanfu, her slender and fragile figure made her appear quite pitiful at that moment. But Chen Yuan knew this state would last at most 20 minutes. Once he went on stage, she would undoubtedly revert to her usual lovesick demeanor. Time passed slowly. As one stage after another came to an end, Chen Yuan's turn was drawing near. Xiaoyu leaned close and whispered, "Chen Yuan, please don't be nervous." Chen Yuan flexed his fingers. "Don't worry, I absolutely won't be nervous." If it were in the past, Chen Yuan might have actually felt nervous. But now, aside from facing one-on-one in-game situations in games where Chen Yuan would feel nervous, he had no idea how to write the word nervous. This was the confidence that 2 billion in his balance brought Chen Yuan. Next up, please welcome Chen Yuan from Class 1O Education Grade 2024 to perform a guitar and vocal rendition of Bias. The host quickly announced the act without any summary of the previous performance, only introducing the next one. It was precisely because the host spoke sparingly that the show could progress so swiftly. Xiaoyu patted Chen Yuan on the shoulder, taking the opportunity to get a little close. "Good luck." "Thank you." With the guitar strap secured on his back, Chen Yuan quickly made his way onto the stage. Looking down from the stage, he saw a sea of heads, all dressed in military training uniforms and caps stretching out before him. Suddenly, he heard 2 cheers. "Chen Yuan, you're awesome." Chen Yuan followed the sound and saw Li Xiang, LV Rui, and Lin Hanjun standing up, their hands cupped around their mouths like trumpets, using every ounce of strength to shout. Unbothered by the trio, Chen Yuan made no self-introduction. His fingers rested on the strings as he began the introduction. The guitar was connected to the sound system with a microphone positioned in front of him. The exquisite opening melody of Bias echoed across the playground. "Let yesterday be erased, now you're right before my eyes. I want to love, please give me a chance." Chen Yuan sang in the original key, and as soon as the introduction began, someone in the crowd was already swaying along gently. When he sang the first line, some people began humming along. But their voices were still soft, completely unable to overpower the music from the speakers. "Trust your own intuition. The stubborn never complain of fatigue. Falling for you I won't retreat." As the song gradually entered the chorus climax, Chen Yuan's vocal technique and guitar playing merged in perfect harmony. The atmosphere below gradually improved. Not everyone was on their phones. Only many would look down at their screens when the performances didn't interest them. However, when they saw a performance they were interested in, many students were willing to put down their phones and spend these 3 minutes listening to a song. Of course, more people raised their phones to record videos while singing along. "Let's sing the chorus together. I said I won't hide, I must do this. Even if you won't listen, I'll still love you. Love even harder. Let you understand."
As Chen Yuan stirred up the atmosphere, the chorus from below truly grew louder, gradually blending with the sound system. Chen Yuan truly felt like he was holding a concert. He had actually fulfilled his dream of being a star at a military training evening gala. Over 7,000 freshmen were on site along with many senior students who had no classes and came to the playground to join the fun. At this moment within these 3 minutes, Chen Yuan was the most dazzling center stage presence. With so many performers this time, I probably won't trend online again, right? While playing, Chen Yuan still had enough mental space to think about some bizarre things. Happy times are always short. Chen Yuan's moment as a star lasted only a bit over 3 minutes. As the guitar played the final note, Chen Yuan stood up, took a bow, and walked off the stage. Warm applause erupted from below. As Chen Yuan descended, Xiaoyu ran up. "You looked so handsome playing guitar. Tonight the confessions wall will definitely be flooded with girls trying to get your attention." Chen Yuan smiled, not taking it too seriously. "There will definitely be guys trying to get your attention too. I don't want anyone else to pursue me, I only want you to pursue me." Xiaoyu pouted and said, "So will you pursue me or not?" Xiaoyu was always so proactive and direct. So direct it didn't seem like a typical Chinese girl. "Didn't I already pursue you? Don't I already have your WeChat? That doesn't count, I want you to pursue me on the confessions wall. Go away, go play somewhere else." Chen Yuan firmly rejected her. Was she trying to ruin his romantic prospects for the next 4 years? Not every girl was as generous as Sister Yue. Someone like Xiaoyu extremely superficial and caring only about looks. Last time when the senior sister saw him having milk tea with Wu Yuer, she got jealous. "Oh, I'm leaving then." Chen Yuan nodded. "Go ahead. Am I really leaving?" While packing up his guitar, Chen Yuan replied dismissively, "Yeah, you should go." Seeing Chen Yuan wasn't giving her an out, Xiaoyu huffed, but still didn't leave. "I'm not going anywhere. If I leave, you come with me. Sai sister, if you keep this up, you'll become a simp." Chen Yuan couldn't help but say, "What simp? I. This is sincerity, okay? When did liking someone become being a simp?" Xiaoyu argued back. Chen Yuan smiled. Usually the one who falls first loses the hardest. Xiaoyu looked at Chen Yuan, wanting to reach out and touch him again. "I'm not afraid." "Alright then, if you're not leaving, I'm going first." Chen Yuan smiled. "I'll head back to my class." "Oh, alright then, I'll go back to my class too." Chen Yuan returned to where his class was seated, found Li Xiang and the others, and sat down with them to watch the show. "Brother Yuan, that was impressive, professional singer-level vocals." Li Xiang countered, "What do you mean professional singer? My brother Yuan is clearly at a superstar level. I doubt even the original singer could match brother Yuan's performance." LV Rui chimed in, "Right, superstar level." Chen Yuan smiled. "Superstar level? I don't need to be fully superstar, just a little bit superstar is enough. Truly very superstar. The superstar of superstars." Chen Yuan couldn't help but smile broadly from their praise. He truly couldn't contain it. Sitting on the lawn, the four of them chatted. If the show was good, they'd watch it and comment on the performers. If not, they'd look down at their phones and only applaud when it ended. Honestly, the vast majority of performances were quite good. After all, they were performing in front of all the freshmen, so everyone had brought their best skills and given it their all. This was about competing for priority, mating rights. Chen Yuan's phone kept receiving messages disturbing his viewing of the performances. "Jiang Yue, brother Yuan, I booked a restaurant for tomorrow evening. Do you have time?" Jiang Yue, image Victoria's Secret. "Jiang Yue, just bought it he." Chen Yuan, "I'll definitely have time tomorrow evening." After replying, Chen Yuan switched chat windows. "Zhou Xinan, you sang really well. Is bias about me?" Then Zhou Xinan sent over a video she recorded of Chen Yuan's performance. "Chen Yuan, you're my only bias." Zhang Hanyang, "Boss, I've contacted Tianqing Aviation. When would be a good time for you?" "What was this?" Chen Yuan couldn't quite remember. Seeing the word aviation, Chen Yuan recalled that he had mentioned buying a private jet to Butler Zhang. If Zhang Hanyang hadn't brought it up, Chen Yuan would have forgotten entirely. "Tomorrow afternoon, then I have military training in the morning. Morning military training, noon, return home, afternoon go by a private jet, evening meet Sister Yue." Perfect. The morning's military training was not about practice, but a display. Each class formed its own square formation, while school leaders sat on the stage beneath sunshades chatting cheerfully as they casually observed the students marching below. They paused occasionally to take sips of water. Meanwhile, below on the playground, the students marched in orderly queues. Chen Yuan blended among them. Everything proceeded without incident, coming to a smooth conclusion. With the leader's final speech concluding, the 2-week military training finally drew to an end. Everyone had undergone a transformation. The girls, whether through superior sunscreen or a natural immunity to the sun, bore no trace of tanned skin upon their faces. Among the boys, however, everyone except Chen Yuan now sported a stark demarcation line between tanned and pale skin. Back in the dormitory, they all wore expressions of profound relief. Finally, it's over at last. Do you have any idea what Li Xiang endured these 14 days? He actually lost weight from all that training. Quick, Lin Hanjuan, grab your scale. I need to weigh myself. Li Xiang said, eager to see whether those 14 days of military training had actually shed some pounds. Lin Hanjuan, who worked out regularly and kept tabs on his physique, had brought a bathroom scale to campus. He took the scale out of the cabinet and set it on the floor. The others gathered round to watch Li Xiang step onto it. Expectation bulging in his chest, Li Xiang mounted the scale. and the digital display climbed wildly. It shot from 60 skyrocketed to 120, then to 140, finally settling at 142. The unit was kilograms. What the hell? I gained 10 gene. Li Xiang blurted out curses, having expected to lose weight after 2 weeks of training. Lin Hanjun couldn't resist chiming in, "Tisk, if you don't start dieting soon you'll catch up to Liangzi." Lu Rui added, "Liangzi is taller than you. Even if you reached his weight you'd probably look rounder than him." Li Xiang wore a pained expression and turned to Chen Yuan, who hadn't made a single snide remark. "Brother Yuan, what's going on here?" Chen Yuan scratched his head. "The scale must be faulty, right?" Li Xiang clung to those words like a drowning man grasping a straw and nodding frantically. "That's got to be it." Lin Hanjun stepped onto the scale, and the numbers appeared quickly. 82 kilograms. "The scale's fine." "Chen Yuan, could you not bully such a lovely, kind-hearted chubby boy? No, a kind-hearted big fella. It's alright, bro. We can lose the weight. No more midnight snacks from now on, okay?" Chen Yuan comforted him. Li Xiang was utterly despondent. Lu Rui chimed in, "Hey, are we playing, or what?" Li Xiang instantly shook off his melancholy. "Let's play." Watching Li Xiang's carefree disposition, Chen Yuan fought back a smile. So it was true that a carefree mind breeds a corpulent frame. "You guys go ahead and have fun. I've got something to do this afternoon, and need to head home," Chen Yuan said with a smile. "Oh, and I won't be back to the dorm these few days. Since we freshmen get holidays early, I'm going out to travel." Alright, go on then. Bye-bye, happy October 1st, brother Yuan. Have fun. Make sure to bring us local specialties when you're out." Chen Yuan left the dorm, made his way to the roadside, and drove home himself. Settling onto the sofa, Chen Yuan polished walnuts while asking butler Zhang, "Uncle Yang, have the visas come through for me and my friend?" Zhang Hanyang replied, "They're all sorted." "Good. Then book the Emirates flight," Chen Yuan said. He had been eager to experience Emirates A380 for ages. The A380 was the world's largest commercial airliner and the ultimate dream for aviation enthusiasts everywhere. Chen Yuan had a deep passion for aerospace, so naturally, he was very keen on riding the A380. Moreover, it was the first-class cabin on Emirates A380 that made him even more eager to experience it. Zhang Hanyang gathered his thoughts and said, "Sir, I'd suggest chartering a Gulfstream or a Bombardier instead. It would be far more comfortable. After all, 14 hours is a long flight. Even first class would be exhausting." Chen Yuan smiled. "First class exhausting. But what was this, sir? Had you lost touch with ordinary people?" No. I just want to experience first class," Chen Yuan said. "I'll experience Emirates first class this time, Air France's next time. And if the opportunity arises, I'll try first class on every airline around the world." Zhang Hanyang said anxiously, "But first class on regular airlines simply doesn't match your status." Never mind. I just want to try regular first class for now. Once the private jet I ordered arrives, I'll fly on that. Besides, it's just me and my friend. Chartering a private jet would be wasteful, wouldn't it? Our family doesn't do that sort of thing." As for the first-class ticket price with taxes, it came to a staggering 70,000 yuan. Sorry, he refused to forget his roots. Zhang Hanyang had no choice but to arrange the itinerary according to Chen Yuan's wishes. "As for hotels, I'm not well-versed either. Just find me one with local character or something famous," Chen Yuan said. Zhang Hanyang responded, "Very well, sir." Chen Yuan hummed a tune, bowed his head, and went back to polishing the walnuts. Through days of continuous handling and brushing, the walnut surface had developed a lustrous sheen, as if glazed, possessing remarkable texture and surprisingly pleasing aesthetics. Because of this pair of walnuts, Chen Yuan had taken the time to study traditional hand games. There were two methods: literary handling and martial handling. Literary handling meant wearing gloves and carefully avoiding any collision between the walnuts to preserve their natural grain patterns to the greatest extent. Martial handling, on the other hand, required no such pretensions. One simply rubbed them vigorously until done. No gloves, no fear of collisions, just let your heart guide you. Chen Yuan naturally chose martial handling. At the same time, after handling, one needed to brush the walnuts with a boar bristle brush or a nano brush to keep them clean and prevent dust from accumulating in the crevices. It must be admitted that hand games held a unique charm. Since discovering this culture, Chen Yuan had become somewhat obsessed, even purchasing several other ornamental pieces for himself. Old Tree King 108 Small Vajra Star Moon Bodhi Monkey Head. Altogether, they had cost Chen Yuan over 200,000 yuan. However, after everything arrived, Chen Yuan found that aside from his fondness for the small Vajra bracelet, the pair of walnuts in his hand suited him best. After brushing for quite some time, Chen Yuan glanced at the time. "Let's have lunch. After eating, I'll go buy a plane ticket. I've got things to do tonight," he said. With a chef at home, there was no need to order takeout anymore. The home-cooked meals tasted far better than anything delivered. Today, Chen Yuan personally ordered dishes craving braised pork. The chef naturally fulfilled Chen Yuan's wishes. A serving of traditional Shanghai-style braised pork was presented. Each piece was enormous. One piece of braised pork could fill an entire plate, garnished with a few decorative touches. The savory sweet pork paired with Jingyang rice, a gift from the bank, along with other dishes made for a meal. The lunch left Chen Yuan utterly delighted. The school cafeteria was no slouch, but compared to Chen Yuan's home, the difference was enormous. The rice consumed at home alone was a matter of considerable importance.
8,400 yuan per jean, earning it the title of Hermes among rice varieties. A fully black Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended cruised along the highway with surrounding vehicles deliberately keeping their distance. As a Tier 1 city and a globally renowned metropolis, Shenzhen naturally boasted numerous companies associated with private aviation. Among them, Asia Pacific Airlines, Tianqing Business Aviation, and Asia United Jet Services stood out as the leaders in Shenzhen's corporate jet sector. Asia Pacific focused on helicopters. Asia United specialized in pre-owned business jets, but only Tianqing Business Aviation best matched Chen Yuan's preferences. Their primary business involved sales of Gulfstream Dassault and Bombardier private aircraft along with custom ordering. The Rolls-Royce Phantom soon entered Bowen District, cruising along Hangsheng Avenue. The airport was very close and aircraft could frequently be spotted taking off or landing overhead. Soon the Phantom pulled up before a small building. The structure was not tall given the height restrictions near the airport. Several well-dressed men in suits approached, though they did not immediately offer to open the door. It was only after Uncle Han exited and opened the door for Chen Yuan that they stepped forward. The leader among them flashed an eager smile, revealing 8 perfectly aligned teeth. "Good day, Mr. Chen. Welcome to Tianqing Business Aviation." Chen Yuan nodded and extended his hand for a handshake. "Hello. We're just placing a custom order for an aircraft. Surely not so many people need it." Chen Yuan was not fond of such grand displays. Back at the hotel, when a crowd had come to welcome him, he had struggled not to laugh. Now seeing a group of middle-aged men in their 30s and 40s coming to greet him, Chen Yuan thought the hotel staff had been far more pleasant. At least the young ladies were a sight to behold. The man shaking Chen Yuan's hand immediately caught on and gestured to those behind him. "Mr. Chen prefers a low profile. Everyone please disperse." With everyone gone, peace was restored. "Mr. Chen, I am a founding partner of Tianqing Business Aviation. My surname is Lin, and this is my business card." The man handed over a business card. Chen Yuan glanced at it. Lin Zheng. The name sounded appropriately upright and principled. Lin Zheng spoke enthusiastically. "Please come inside. We have a dedicated customization room where we are certain to craft a private jet to your satisfaction, ensuring your visit is worthwhile." Chen Yuan nodded and stepped inside. Tianqing Business Aviation was impressively decorated. Upon entering, a 3-meter aircraft model dominated the lobby. As an aviation enthusiast, Chen Yuan identified the model at a glance. A Boeing B-747, one of the super jumbo jets alongside the Airbus A380, hailed as the queen of the skies. The scaled-down model looked extraordinarily elegant, perfectly complementing Tianqing Aviation's aerospace identity. Noticing Chen Yuan admiring the aircraft model, Lin Zheng eagerly explained, "Mr. Chen, this B-747 model was specially commissioned and custom-built by Boeing exclusively for us. It is the only one of its kind in the world." Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow. It seemed Tianqing Business Aviation had a deep partnership with Boeing. Truly an excellent piece. I might even want one displayed in my living room. Chen Yuan smiled. His home already had many aircraft models, but they were all small figurines placed on desks or shelves. Nothing as monumental as this. Once his villa began renovation, Chen Yuan intended to have the design team create a dedicated display area in the living room for a massive A380 model. The two walked further inside and soon arrived at the aircraft configuration room. What a niche term. The configuration room was spacious, yet notably empty. Along the back wall sat a row of plush wool sofas, while in front of them stood only a small coffee table. Opposite the sofas was not a wall, but an LED screen. Lin Zheng invited Chen Yuan to take a seat on the sofa, then sat at his computer. Staff soon brought in refreshments. A glass of champagne, a glass of iced cola, a glass of sparkling water, and a glass of mango juice. This must have been arranged when butler Zhang made the contact. Having a butler certainly made everything more convenient. Chen Yuan did not reach for the champagne or the mango juice, but instead picked up the iced cola served in a crystal glass. The weather was far too hot. Only iced cola could quench the summer heat. "Mr. Chen, do you have a target aircraft model in mind?" Lin Zheng asked. Chen Yuan shook his head. "Then may I help you narrow down the options?" Chen Yuan nodded. Lin Zheng asked respectfully, "Very well. Let us begin with your requirements. What is your approximate budget?" Chen Yuan pondered. After the National Day holiday in early October, he planned to negotiate the acquisition of Kinki 100. Though success was not guaranteed, he needed to set aside funds for it. This trip might also involve purchasing a country estate or a building in the UK. Combined with the renovation costs for his new house and Butler Zhang's car acquisitions, he considered how much he could freely spend. About 10 billion yuan. Enough to assemble a small fleet. "My maximum budget is around 4 to 500 million, Chen Yuan said. "Very well. Where is your furthest intended flight destination?" "London, Paris, or New York. I am buying an aircraft for travel, not business." "Anywhere could be possible," Chen Yuan replied. Lin Zheng typed on his computer, filtering out short and medium-range business jets, then said, "Very well. Only ultra-long-range business jets meet your requirements, and your budget is more than sufficient. How many passengers do you typically travel with?" Just a few people. No more than a dozen," Chen Yuan said. "In that case, I would recommend the Gulfstream G650ER and the Bombardier Global 7500. Both aircraft have a maximum range exceeding 7500 nautical miles, capable of flying non-stop from Shenzhen to New York, Paris, London, or Los Angeles. Moreover, a relatively new Gulfstream G650ER with 2 to 3 years of service life would also fit your budget at approximately 400 million RMB. Chen Yuan looked at Lin Zheng with a puzzled expression. The man seemed to have misunderstood something. "Excuse me, let me interrupt," Chen Yuan said. "Mr. Lin, you may have misheard me. When I said 4 to 500 million, I meant USD, not RMB. I need a brand new, fully customized aircraft, not a pre-owned one. Do not speak to me of 2 or 3 years. I would not accept one that is even a year old." Lin Zheng froze. 4 to 500 million. In USD? Dollars. Wait, is he planning to buy an A380? Even a brand new Gulfstream G650ER cost less than 100 million USD. So Lin Zheng had instinctively assumed it was RMB. After all, 4 to 500 million RMB was already the top-tier budget for corporate jet purchases. Many wealthy clients who came here to buy aircraft operated within exactly that range. Yet this gentleman's 4 to 500 million was in fact in US dollars. Lin Zheng quickly composed himself and said, "Given your generous budget, I believe you could consider the ACJ 350 or the BBJ 777. Chen Yuan was slightly puzzled. ACJ 350. Yes. Lin Zheng continued, "The ACJ 350 is a private jet built from the A350 airliner, converted from a commercial aircraft to a business jet much larger than ordinary business jets. Please look at the screen ahead." As Lin Zheng operated the computer, 2 arcs, one large and one small, appeared on the entire wall of screens before them. This small arc represents the cabin space of the Gulfstream G650ER, drawn to scale in width and height. Its height is 1.9 meters. Given your stature, it would feel a bit cramped inside. This larger arc is the cabin space of the ACJ 350, with a width of 5.61 meters and a height of 2.40 meters, offering much more spaciousness. Chen Yuan nodded. "Isn't the ACJ 350 too big? I won't be traveling with that many people," he said. "What about the ACJ 320? Lin Zheng explained. "The ACJ 320 wouldn't meet your range requirements. The A320 is a short-haul aircraft. Even after conversion to the ACJ series, its range can only be improved so much, and it would still struggle to fly direct from Shenzhen to New York." Chen Yuan nodded. Since budget wasn't an issue, there was no need to compromise. "Then let's go with the ACJ 350. He then asked the question that mattered most to him: how long will it take for delivery? "We have a deep collaboration with Airbus and can secure the next A350 off the production line for you. However, interior customization will take about 12 to 18 months, making the entire cycle roughly 24 months. 24 months. 2 years. Chen Yuan shook his head. 6 months. I can wait at most 6 months. This, Mr. Chen, you're making it impossible for us. A $500 million deal, and you can't do it. Then forget it. If it weren't for the hassle, I could go directly to Airbus headquarters and place a custom order myself." Chen Yuan shrugged. Lin Zheng hesitated. 6 months was far too short, almost impossible, but the deal was too lucrative to pass up. It was a $500 million deal. Landing this one order, he would never have to work hard again. "This, please give me 3 minutes. I need to make a phone call." Chen Yuan made a gesture of invitation. Lin Zheng stepped out of the aircraft selection room and made an overseas call to a senior executive at Airbus. The call was quickly answered. "Good morning, Mr. Boley." "Morning, or should I say afternoon, Lin? It's probably afternoon in China now." "Yes, Mr. Boley," Lin Zheng said. "I'd love to chat, but I have an urgent matter requiring your help." Mr. Boley laughed heartily. "Lin, every time you call me it's urgent. So is it an ACJ 320 order or an ACJ 330 order this time? Hey, China has so many wealthy people, but I've never heard of them. They're all hidden." No, Mr. Boley, this time it's an ACJ 350 order," Lin Zheng said. Far away in France, Boley leaped off the sofa. "Oh, God, that's the best news I've heard today. Is this your morning gift to me?" Lin Zheng found Boley's talkative and gossipy nature annoying, but he had no choice. Boley was the head of Airbus's ACJ series. "Mr. Boley, my client has a requirement delivery in 6 months, Lin Zheng said. 6 months? Are you crazy, or is he? 6 months is impossible. Lin Zheng sighed. That's my client's only requirement. Do you have any A350 aircraft that have just rolled off the production line and haven't been delivered yet? I'll bring you some local specialties." Boley thought for a moment. "Well, actually yes. Singapore Airlines custom ordered 9 A350-1000s, and one has just been produced without interior customization. If I pull some strings, converting it to an ACJ 350-1000 in 6 months should be feasible. Thank you so much, Mr. Boley. Well, let Singapore Airlines suffer a bit. They have plenty of planes, they can wait for the next one. I'll come to France in a couple of days. We'll meet then." After hanging up, Lin Zheng pumped his fist. "Yes. 500 million. 500 million. Lin Zheng quickly returned to the selection room. Chen Yuan had just closed his phone. He had made an appointment with Sister Yue. As soon as Lin Zheng entered, he said eagerly, "Mr. Chen, I just contacted Airbus. There's an A350-1000 without interior customization. If you need it, it can be delivered to you within 6 months." Chen Yuan nodded. "All right.
I won't get too involved in the interior details. Just follow my general concept. I don't need many seats, just enough for about 10 people, and prioritize more functional areas. Understood. I'll communicate this with Airbus. Good. Now you can calculate the cost. Alright. Lin Zheng tried not to grin too broadly. His heart was pounding. This overwhelming fortune had actually landed in his lap. The Bear A350-1000 costs 5 million. For the cabin given your requirement, for functional areas and fewer seats. That means a bedroom, private shower, private cinema, office study. The modification cost would be around 160 million. The cost of aircraft interior modifications is quite fixed, because the selection of materials, such as wood, leather, and others, must comply with aviation standards. That's why Lin Zheng could provide the modification cost directly. Even if Chen Yuan wanted more personalized designs, they could only be variations in patterns and colors, which wouldn't add much expense. So Lin Zheng had already given the interior modification cost. The total is 5 million. Chen Yuan listened to Lin Zheng's calculation and nodded. It was good. Chen Yuan knew that Tianqing Business Company would certainly make a profit. They had a partnership with Airbus and could buy planes at a lower price. That was perfectly normal. After all, apart from paying, Chen Yuan didn't have to worry about aircraft registration, route applications, or crew arrangements. Moreover, buying a plane is far more complex than buying a car. Individuals must go through intermediary aviation companies to complete the process. Let's sign the contract, Chen Yuan said. He wanted to finish buying the plane quickly so he could go see Sister Yue. He hadn't seen her in a long time, and he felt a bit of a fire inside. Mr. Chen, you're incredibly decisive. In all my years in this business, I've never met a client as straightforward as you. Lin Zheng couldn't help but laugh a bit boldly. This time all 12 teeth were showing. I just hope my plane can be built quickly, Chen Yuan said with a smile. Oh, and once the interior design is ready, send it to me first. Lin Zheng, that's the most basic thing. Don't worry, Mr. Chen, Tianqing Aviation will not disappoint you. Dining area on the plane. Bedroom on the plane. Bathroom on the plane.